travels for 4, 5, whatever many hours, then comes back down. It doesn't take into account the Earth dropping down and away as it should, or the plane would constantly be gaining elevation and would just fly off into space if it could get that high anyway. But they don't take into account the Earth drop because there is none.
Of course, I can say that I can't really speak too much about this because I'm not a pilot. I haven't researched the topic.
No, you don't have to. It's common sense, though. If a
None of us are pilots.
But what I'm going off of, what I've been told, and what I'm thinking right now, is that when a plane is flying through the air, it follows the curvature of the Earth naturally, as if it was plane.
So, do you think there's devices in these commercial airliners that constantly drop, like, automatically? Because there definitely is none.
It's based off of aerodynamics, and the air is following the curvature of the Earth.
That's actually interesting because if you look at like what they do when they have like cruising altitude, they actually angle the nose upwards by a few degrees to maintain altitude. So how are they angling the nose upwards to maintain altitude, but at the same time going downwards to follow the curve? That's not very logical.
Fantastic point.
Well, you're pointing it up. That's to maintain the altitude of the air, right? That's what I'm guessing. So
if they level it out perfectly, then they're eventually going to go downwards.
Yeah. It already follows it by just going straight, since it's based off of aerodynamics, and the air is enveloping the Earth.
But it constantly
has
to have an angle of attack enough to keep at that cruising altitude. So they try the plane automatically stays at the altitude it's been set at. They don't keep dipping down every however many miles to maintain that altitude. They don't do that. They go up, they cruise, they come back down.
I would argue there's only a sense of up and down as long as you're in the on the Earth or inside of the material that envelops it.
So if you're in a plane that's upside down, you wouldn't realize that it was upside down.
You're in a plane and upside down in what medium? In space?
Oh, just like in the air.
In the air?
Yeah. If you're flying in a plane and the plane is upside down relative to what it would normally fly like, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was upside down? Because I think you'd be like hanging from your seat.
I haven't tested it. I can't imagine something I haven't looked or like. That would be like assuming, wouldn't
it? What about lift? How does lift work? Why does it have to? Yeah, why does it have to?
Oh, that's not Bernoulli. It's someone else. It's a fluid that likes to stick. A moving fluid likes to stick at the stick to like the flow. The flow of a moving fluid likes to stick to a smooth surface for a little while, and then you can test that with You can already test that with a paper. If you hang around a paper in front of your mouth and you start blowing on it, it will start to lift up, and that explains lift.
Yeah. So therefore, planes don't have to tilt their nose up when they're flying, right? Because it's not the thrust that keeps the airplane up; it's the lift.
It's all of it. There's the four.
Yeah.
There are four main driving forces.
I mean, I think
aerodynamics.
I think the simple fact that the documentation, which we've already specified, that they admit that they have to presume a flat stationary Earth, and the fact that the plane does not change altitude when in mid-flight. I mean, that says it all to me.
Yeah, especially if you get into the numbers of what they would have to actually do during the flight. Like Quantum Eraser has a page about this. It's like a 500-mile flight. Okay, there would have to be I think 160,000 something vertical feet of drop. Okay, so you can calculate how much drop you would have in the time frame of the flight. And it ends up being something like a couple of thousand feet per minute that you would have to drop downwards to maintain altitude with the curve, which is pretty silly.
So again, it's just all these are all basic things that you can look at and question that is happening, and these documentations,
and then there's the scientific explanation that's already been given to you. So how am I supposed to think outside of that?
Well, there's no scientific explanation for it's in their documents. They have to presume a flat level plane. So what's that telling you? They tell you they presume a flat level Earth that they fly over. What does that say to you?
Sorry, can you say that again?
In the documents, they tell you that they have to presume a flat level Earth.
Yeah.
What does that say to you?
That maybe it is. I'm sorry.
You don't have to account for curvature. That's what it says. You don't have to
or motion.
think you're flying around a ball and do fancy stuff. Just assume you're on a flat, non-rotating plane. That's in the
all this paperwork. It all comes direct from NASA.gov. Literally, all you need to do is put it into Google, flat Earth documents, PDF.gov, NASA.gov, and it automatically takes you there. You just need to put flat Earth and document, and there it pops up. There's multiple of them. It tells you in the summary, and it tells you like more detail through that they assume a non-rotating flat Earth.
No, plane. Yeah. Plane. They say plane. They used to say flat Earth, but ever since flat Earth, they say now non-rotating plane.
No, they say. I mean, flat non-rotating.
I mean, so can I break through this to you, because maybe there's something I'm not seeing? Are you saying that if a plane flies straight, it should keep going up, and then in that sense, fly out of the ozone layer?
It would have to. It would have to keep gaining altitude if it never accounted for the drop underneath it.
Yeah, it's like if you have a linear motion that's actually straight, right? Then you have a ball underneath it. Think of it like a ruler in a basketball. No matter how big the basketball, there's eventually going to be a divergence from altitude between the ruler and the basketball, because one is linear and straight and the other is curving.
I mean, I would argue that it's not straight always, because the sense of up and down is always defined by...
Yeah, sure. I mean, like they ascend in altitude, they descend, they perform corkscrews, they have to wait to get into the airport, etc., etc. Nobody's saying that planes go from A to B in a straight line, but while they're cruising
altitude, is virtually maintaining the same distance between the ground and wherever you are, in respect to pressure, altimeter and all that.
And it's the altitude.
I just think the NASA document it does say that.
I'm just thinking that, in the model of your head, you're saying that at the starting point of the plane is the top, and then if it goes straight, that means that, as I understand it, that the plane just flies out of it.
Yeah, just imagine you've got you've got a toy aeroplane and a basketball, and just fly your plane in a straight horizontal line over the basketball. It doesn't the basketball doesn't remain underneath the plane, does it?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
The plane would have to dip down constantly. It have to keep dipping to maintain its altitude above
it already
the globe.
Does that.
Sorry?
Naturally. It does that naturally, doesn't it?
No, we've just been through this. It remains at the same altitude above sea level.
Yeah, which the sea level is also a curve the same as the...
well, no, the sea
as the air. So it just follows that.
For a reason.
Alec, I just posted in the live stream voice text that NASA.gov where it says flat non-rotating Earth. I've got to put a circle around it for you. But there's the link. You can go to NASA.gov. You'll get multiple documents from them that all say the same.
Well,
there's 35 from Flatsmacker's playlist that passed away. Rest in peace, bro, wherever you are. He's got a lot of good videos on his channel.
Where did you get the idea that level is not a straight line but a curved line?
That's also based off gravity. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever seen?
Please. We did
back to
discuss
gravity.
this gravity. We discussed gravity about an hour ago, and we went through the scientific method with you regarding observed phenomena.
Yeah, that's what I'm just going off of what I've been told already, like how it makes sense.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you did say you was here to learn, and we've explained that you can't observe gravity, and there's no scientific proof of it. But you keep using this excuse.
There's no other.
Garlic.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. But that's
bro. Garlic. Do you not see that it's a bit sort of like ridiculous that all these things, like a plethora of stuff, millions of things we've not even discussed, all rely on this gravity that's never been experimentally backed, not once. But all these, God knows the amount of things that rely on this claim, and all these equations that's got G in it. Where are they getting the G from? They've not backed it. They've not proven it.
Well, this is, sorry to interrupt, this is what we were saying earlier. When it comes to a problem, they have to have a magical solution. Now, we've just been talking about aeroplanes and how they fly, and you was finding it very difficult to accept this. So, in the end, you've had to mention gravity. Even though we've given you all the
based off of that, I know it's like what I've been told.
Sorry.
And I know that's like it's not really what you're looking for.
But do you not think it's a bit suspicious that there's no evidence for this thing that backs basically every other story the globe has?
Gravity?
You don't find it? I mean, you don't find it a bit ridiculous that it's never been backed by an experiment?
I mean, by the laws of Newton, right? So if gravity didn't apply to us right now, like if we didn't feel gravity,
that answer is irrelevant. I asked you, right? What you think level is? Do you think it's a straight line or it's a curved line? And you said it's a curved line, right? So you saying because of gravity is not an answer.
Very, very slightly. Question. So you can almost just say it's flat.
Did you see? No, the answer should be: did you see it? Have you seen it? Or have you observed it? Like, where does the idea? Because when we level something like a floor, okay, we're gonna play pool. We're gonna put a pool table in a garage, and we gotta make sure our garage is level. After we level it. You think that thing is curving? That we just leveled where we put our pool tables on?
Nah.
I mean, do you think that's a curved surface? No. And we use spirit levels. We use water to level, right? And it has to be perfectly level, or else you can't play pool, right? It's gonna be shit. So, where does the idea that level is a curved line come from? Gravity is not a good answer. It has to be something you observed or something, that's related to the question.
We haven't been over this about an hour ago.
So you can't say level is curved. I mean, nobody says that. No one in the world says, no one in a professional career or trade says.
The excuse comes again that, like, oh, the Earth is so big. That,
but you don't even know how big it is.
Flat. And
bro, we
already went over that as well, didn't we? With like observations and horizon.
Yeah. I know. I just.
But Garlic, you even said yourself that you don't know how big it is.
This is the issue. Because like if there is a curved surface because of gravity, well, then there has to be a curved surface. So where's that?
It's definitely not over water because we know how water behaves.
There's nowhere to be found.
Well, we've been looking for a long time, bro. Some of us have been in this like over a decade. I'm coming close to a decade just now, and I've never seen any concrete evidence for the spinning globe, whether it comes to motion or convexity.
I would just settle for something that is logically consistent at this point.
At least, right? But every single explanation the globe has got a million holes in it, and we pick holes in them every day. There's not an argument you'd be able to provide that we've not heard a million times, probably.
Yeah.
So we get it. I mean, we're not trying to make you think that, oh, you're not as intelligent because we know all this stuff. We're not trying to insult you, but we have been through all this shit a million times, bro. But I'm glad you've stayed respectful. You've not got a lot of people get out of hand after they've been here like an hour or a couple of hours. They start losing their shit. But yeah, you've acted fucking the best I've seen for a while.
Thank
Honestly, you. Man. Most people, like within a couple of hours, you hear them starting to get a bit pissed off, they start condescending people. So again, I'm sorry if anybody done that to you earlier.
Yeah, man.
Honestly, I'm kind of ready to like leave in a few minutes because
Yeah, man.
I gotta go start cooking and stuff.
Yeah, bro, that's cool. You're welcome
But
back
it
anytime,
was
man.
like, it's like I don't think I'm ready to like question my whole entire belief system because, as you said, it doesn't. It's like negligible difference if the Earth is curved or not. It doesn't really make any real life difference other than like if you believe it.
Well, there is a social issue, isn't there? I mean, you wouldn't walk up to your family members and go like, "Hey, I found out Earth is flat."
No, you would not.
No, right. So it does matter to some degree, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Well, it matters.
Yeah, I can agree on.
It matters if you
I
want
can
to
agree
travel.
with you on that one.
Let's say you want to travel. Let's say you want to sail your boat somewhere. It matters a lot. Let's say you want to build something so big. It matters to know that the Earth is not but the reason why it doesn't matter is because they tell us to assume it's a non-rotating plane. That's why you think it doesn't matter. All this technology was developed on you have to assume it's a non-rotating plane. That's why people think it doesn't matter because they have to assume it's flat anyways. You know what I mean? It matters.
Yeah, but I mean,
It'll actually change.
a lot of people think that it doesn't matter because they've got the mindset that the globe's been programming them for so long that they're just on a rock, they're insignificant, they came from basically rocks and like primordial soup. And in the back of most people's minds, they think really they don't mean anything. And that's another reason for the lie, I think, to make people feel insignificant and not really care, be apathetic about the whole thing.
Yeah. Narcissism, exactly. Yeah.
Plus, there might be other. I mean, that's on the basis of it because what you've got to ask yourself is, why are they lying that the Earth is a globe? Yeah. Why? What if they've gone to this extent to hide the truth? There's got to be some catastrophic reason why. Now that could be many things, hiding the creator. Finding flat Earth is the beginning of unraveling something very, very special, and it's connected to creation.
For sure. Oh yeah, man. Fucking right, it does. Changes your whole view of everything. But it's a journey, like you're not going to be able to come in here and have a couple of hours conversation, have a lot of your arguments sort of like picked apart. It's a journey and it takes a different period of time for everyone. Like some people will never accept it. I mean, before I came to this server like 4 or 5 years ago, I could never have said I'm a flat earther. But I kind of, after so many months being here and looking at the work everyone does and the work that I'd done myself when I got here, like I think I kind of felt proud to say it. I know it's a trigger word. It does make people think that we believe that we live on a fucking disc. But if they give us the time and they act respectful, they'll be able to, these preconceived notions will be hopefully destroyed. And hopefully that's what we've managed to do and give you some information that maybe changes your view on what you think flat earth is and what you think flat earthers think.
Yeah, I think we're working towards it.
Yeah, man. Cool, brother.
Yeah, so thanks for your time, Miguel, from me as well.
Sure.
Thank you for sharing our time.
Yeah, no problem.
It makes a change to speak to somebody who actually wants to hear. Like, I know you say you don't really care, but like you're still here, you've spent time, you've put like effort and you've spoke properly to us, so I'm glad you came by, man.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Always happy to hear some other perspectives.
I think it's the most important information there is. It's kind of the key to unraveling most other sort of, in air quotes, conspiracy theories, because flat Earth's not a conspiracy theory. The globe is, because people are conspiring. It is like a wild notion. They're trying to produce, like in people's minds, produce that belief. So they're kind of stuck in the dogma they've created. So that's, the globe's definitely a conspiracy theory. But flat Earth is basically reality, man. They can't hide reality from you. They can just lead you away from it and make you believe other stuff, but they can't hide flat Earth.
Yeah, Garlic. Before you go as well, mate, there is an app that you can download called I think it's the Zodiac Clock app by a gent called David Weiss. He has a challenge for anyone who can come up with one globe proof one hard globe proof that the Earth is a globe, and I think he's giving away. Is it 2 Bitcoin?
Bitcoin or 2, mate, possibly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it called Astro Clock?
Nah,
No.
Zodiac, Sun and Moon. Anyone got the link for it?
And who's it made by?
If you just put Flat Earth in the App Store, if you're on iOS or on Android, it'll come up, man.
Yeah, the app's made by Blue Water Bay, I think, or something like that. Blue Water Bay Productions. But yeah, all you need is one flat Earth proof with some concrete evidence, and it'll give you 2 Bitcoins.
That's kind of like a rhetorical offer, because we all know, bro. We all know there is no evidence. So, that's sorry.
It says it's 25 kroner.
Well, it shouldn't be as much as that. When I last saw it, was like a £5.
Yeah, that is 25 kroner.
Oh, is it? Right, shit, I never realised the currency difference. But I just don't use apps that want my location. Like, I'll not download any apps. I've got, like, Android, I've got the sort of hidden menu to put it on mock locations and stuff, so I don't use apps that want location.
Mm.
Not that I really care who finds it out, but it's just a thing I don't do.
It does get kind of freaky at some point.
What was that? Sorry, I cut you off for a minute. Sorry.
No, it's fine. This is just remark saying it does get kind of freaky at some point. Like, it's like sometimes you catch the algorithm like, oh yeah, so that information's gotten sold. Okay, cool. I guess I'll see you around. You know how that works, right? Like I went shopping like a few days ago, and then boom, I got a shit ton of wish list ads or like emails from AliExpress because they know I just got my paycheck.
Bro, I've had it when me and another person have been speaking about stuff, like just a conversation about just something like unrelated to conspiracies or whatever, and then I've had adverts specifically about what we were discussing. So, I mean, I'm not paranoid and I don't think they're all listening to us, but I kind of do. Like, they've got control. Android's, like, owned by Google. Like, you've got iOS. Like, so, like, they've cornered the market. They claim to be against each other, but they're all in cahoots with each other, man.
It's all about them recognizing a pattern and then following it to make us buy stuff.
Bro, what's his name? That guy, he's a fucking kickboxer. He does the podcast. Fucking Joe Rogan. He went through, I think it was the terms of service for one of these apps. Like, I'm not sure exactly which one. It's like TikTok or one of the other big apps, and it said in it that, and he showed like on the screen that it gets access to your library, to your pictures. It gets access to like all the stuff stored in your phone, but most people, they don't read terms of service. I've never read a terms of service in my life. If I'm downloading an app, I just click it, I just press it, no one even looks at it. But they're basically looking at everything you've got. You can de-Google, you can go on YouTube and like de-Google phones, where you can take a lot of these like intrusive sort of terms, you can take a lot of it away, but it's kind of impossible to hide information from these people, man.
Yeah,
they're allowing us to get it. I mean, that's why places like Discord, Facebook, I mean, that's why they were invented. Like, they don't have to spy on people anymore, like, physically. Literally, people post every single thing they do, whether they went to get a sandwich or a meal or they went to a club. Literally, everybody posts everything, where they're going on holiday, where they're going, what time they're going at. So they've literally got the whole thing sewn up.
Yeah. But, I mean... I want to focus on the thing that did you just say that like Discord and Facebook is like a safe thing, or
no, I'm just saying that they've invented these places for obviously for like normal people to do what they're doing, but for people like us claimed as conspiracy theorists, we've got all their information. Like, look at the information in the server. Just when you go to the alphabetized stuff in the server or the PDF room, there's literally terabytes and terabytes of information in the server. And they know about it all, man. Nothing's private when it comes to these people, man. They own and know everything. As far as I'm, like, it's just my opinion, but I think they've got the whole place, like, it's like sewn right up, man. I think. Not that I care. Like, I'm not like paranoid that they're going to come in my windows, or like, I'm not sitting worried about it. But they allow us to get this information. If you look at the NASA stuff, just as an example, they allow these like bloopers, like movie mistake people. If they went through these NASA videos, it's quite obvious they're hanging on fucking wires and they've got harnesses. They're using chroma key. They do spacewalks. Bubbles rise from their suits. They're getting like 70 million a day. They don't have to put these mistakes out into the public, but they do because they want people just like us to jump on it and we're constantly trying to show people that are arguing against us, and it causes, again, the divide and conquer strategy that they've been at for centuries. Whether it's religion, whether it's flat versus globe, the transgender issues, religious issues, like all these things, in my opinion, are created to divide us and keep us at each other's throats while these clowns at the top do what the fuck they want.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is quite a theory. It can make sense.
I know it's kind of off topic from the flat earth thing, but I mean, that's just my opinion I gave you there.
Yeah.
I do think that.
I just feel like that's assuming a bit of bias from these people, because I don't know what they're interested in with, like, other than money. They have the power. If somebody were to be a malicious, like in a higher power, they could leak something. Speaking of, actually, did you know the Meta, they got fined like $2 billion recently?
What? Who?
For like leaking information to America from Europe.
I'm not sure if I heard that. There's maybe somebody else I was thinking of. I'm sure that's not going to make much of a dent in their wallets. So.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Like, so I mean, like, a lot of people think that, oh well, everybody in NASA, like, over at the last count, I think it was 60,000 employees, and like obviously all the teachers and like professors and like people with these degrees, all these people must be lying to us. They're just going along with what they have been taught and they believe, and if they're teachers or professors, they're just regurgitating the stuff verbatim that they've been taught. Like, so they're not in on the lie. Very few people are like really need to be in on this lie.
Yeah.
And I think at some point NASA's going to get thrown under the bus.
Yeah, let's say teachers, right? Like, where can a teacher teach where she doesn't have to teach the earth is a ball? I mean, any teacher has to teach this, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're lying, right? The teacher, she's just doing it for a paycheck, just like everybody else. Compartmentalization and...
Maybe. And if she went away from the curriculum that they've been, like, they get given every year, they've got to obviously produce results, get these kids passing their tests and stuff. So they're just going along. It's just like going through the motions. They believe it themselves. They're just passing on the information. So I don't think there's very few people in on this lie. And I think some of these teachers might even know the truth. But they can't turn around and basically contradict what they're trying to get these kids to believe.
It's an entire system that's going to have to be rebuked and stuff. It's going to be a lot of work if it
comes out.
Like if enough people start to believe it and start wanting to have like a reform, because that's going to be a lot of work.
Of course, man, it's going to destroy a lot of industries, the education system, media. Like, there's going to be a hell of a lot of stuff that gets basically destroyed if this information gets to like critical mass with like X amount of people. But again, they'll have a plan for that anyway. They'll be able to redirect it or misdirect us. They'll have all this sussed, and I believe that if it's going to get let out, they'll let it out when they want to, so they can control it, rather than it coming out spontaneously and then they have to try and like scramble to protect their fucking side of the case. So I think that at some point they might just let it out. That's what I thought, that NASA might get thrown under the bus. They might turn around and say, look, NASA's been lying, look at the footage, look at all the information that's fucking contradictory, these are the bad guys, but keep trusting us because we're the government. Well, I think that's a possibility.
Yeah. And if a government fights another government you got this feeling in yourself. It's the tribal mentality. Patriotism comes in, and then all of us, Stockholm syndrome. All of a sudden, the government are the good guys. They're protecting us. Like national security. It's a matter of national security. You know what I mean?
Look at
my
NASA.
personal
We've been
belief
giving
that
them all this money.
governments is just a clown fest. Literally, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I think there's very few, even in the top government positions, that know about the top tiers. I think it's obviously a pyramid scheme, just like everything else. But even the elite, like the Rothschilds, the Carnegies, all these people that, like, we could point the finger at them and say that they've got all the money and they've been financing all the wars and all these different industries and stuff. But I think they're just there so we can point the finger. The top people, we'll never know their name. We'll never see their face.
Yeah. All the politicians that you see on TV, right, that you know of, those are all just fronts. Those are all puppets.
They're just puppets, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Fucking right, well.
Has anyone mentioned?
It seems like there's no real good place to cut it off, so I think I'm just gonna do that here.
Good man, bro. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, brother.
I'll see you around.
Yeah,
I'll
if
be
you
back.
want, bro, send me a friend request, and if you can give me a ping anytime if you want to have a conversation about whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a shout, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you, mate.
Yeah.
Hopefully, see all the information that we gave you, bro. Like, obviously, right now you got bombarded with a lot of shit. So once it settles in your mind, maybe once you've chilled and had a meal and maybe had a sleep, and then you wake up, then you'll sort of categorize it into your brain as stuff you want to ask again or you want to clarify. So, like, a lot of it, obviously, is quite overwhelming when you're in here. A lot of people have got a lot of stuff to say. It is quite technical and it does go against everything you believe. So it is kind of difficult to get these things in your mind correctly. But yeah, you're welcome back anytime, man.
Yeah, your mind will find a place for it, man. Just let it simmer.
Yeah,
get it?
Sure.
Simmer. Yeah.
Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe not. It won't.
Yeah, man. You've got an open mind, bro. You're being honest. So I believe that I almost 100% believe that you're on the route to finding out and accepting the truth, because of the manner that you've dealt with everybody's information that we've gave you. So just the honesty shows that you will be back and you will have more questions, man.
Yeah, sure. I will be back and I will be having more questions. I think it's a fun discussion, and if it pulls me in either direction, I'm fine with it.
But
let me leave you with this, man. Curved lines,
legend.
Straight lines are not the same thing. They cannot be the same thing.
Remember that I sent you Flat Smackers playlist to Google Drive, bro? That gives you a lot of stuff to look at, so that might help you get some other questions sort of sorted in your mind for coming back.
Yeah.
Cool, brother. Well, take care, man.
See you.
See you, man. Peace out, brother. Peace. Good guy, mate. That's a good guy.
Top man.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
He sounds like he's going to be one of us soon.
One of us. One of us. That's. I know we're kind of like fighting against the tide with all these people and the information that they think they know. Like, so we are kind of pissing in the wind. But I feel it helps me. Like, it makes me feel like, because I've got a lot of pain issues and stuff, when I get in these conversations, because I'm engaged in it, I don't really feel these issues that I've got, like the chest pain that I've had for weeks. It's kind of not as bad because I've been having these discussions. It takes my mind off it. It's literally like a painkiller.
Yes, me too.
I
think awesome, this is more important than my petty problems. I'm gonna try to focus on talking to people, man.
Because I think no matter what the problems that I've got, if somebody's a globe earther, I think that's an extremely large problem that they've got, and I think that they deserve the information to be at least presented to them. Whether or not they accept that, it's a different story. But I think they deserve at least a chance. Even the trolls, that's why I'm always in Cogdis, and I'm always trying to get them back out of Cogdis. Like, a lot of people don't do that, but I like to try and once they've calmed down, they might come into VC and reintegrate them back to the server and get them back into the discussion.
Yeah, I don't like calling Globers dumb, because I was a Glober once. We were all Globers, because some of these guys, once they get in, they can probably figure some stuff out. Smart people out there, and yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, if they like space and they like watching these documentaries and stuff, they are intelligent people. It's just they've been led the wrong information for like decades. So they can change that, the intelligence that they've got when it comes to space, because I used to know how long photons take to leave the sun's surface, and it took 500,000 years for the photon to break away from the sun's gravitational pull, and it took 8.5 minutes to reach my eye, and when I was looking at the sun, I was looking back in time, all this fucking information that I thought that I knew, and I thought I was intelligent, man. And people would even, when I would be maybe on a party and I'd be talking about space and like the distances involved and Hubble, and people are like, "Oh man, you're so intelligent," and you feel like you've got a pat on the back because you're regurgitating absolute waffle. Like the amount of shit that I know that literally means nothing, man.
Yeah. Might as well be talking about Harry Potter.
Same deal.
Star Wars. Yeah.
Harry Potter's probably more interesting. It's probably got less mistakes than the Globe story.
Yeah. Oh, the Lord of the Rings is a flat Earth. It feels like a retelling, like a different version of the flat.
Did he not? Terry Pratchett? Did he not have like Discworld series or something? If I remember correctly. Did he not write books something to do with Discworld? Something that rings a bell in my mind.
Well, it's flat. In Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth, and its creation, its cosmology is similar to C.S. Lewis. I mean, what's his name? Not C.S. What's his name? The author. Pratchett. Yeah, the author said that. Yeah, he said that he kind of wrote it, from the Bible's, the way the Bible, the cosmology.
I think that guy's actually got like multiple sclerosis, so he's got like some extreme genetic disorder now. It's like Alzheimer's. He's got some like extreme problem with his conscious thought process now. Like he's degrading, and that was a long time ago. That was a few years ago now. I don't know if he's even still alive.
Yeah, that's why you gotta do as much as you can when you're young. Because when you get old, it's like everything.
Bro, it doesn't take very long to get fucking old, man. The older you get, the faster it goes by. You're like, what the fuck? I'm 40. What the fuck? I never thought I'd make it to... Bro, I didn't think I'd make it to 25, and I've made it to 43, man. What the fuck?
Congratulations.
Hey, yeah, I don't think I'll make it much fucking longer, to be honest, but...
We were in high school together, man. Yeah, cool.
Alright, were you?
Yeah, you're like your class of 98, right? 98, 97?
I never went to school much, bro. I was in children's homes, so I never finished school at all. I literally was we call it skiving. Like I was a constant skiver, and because I was in the children's homes, you never got chastised for not going to school because they weren't your parents. They weren't allowed to give you a hard time. So I just literally done what I wanted, man. I used to like physics, chemistry, biology. Hated fucking maths. And like my history teacher and my maths teacher used to have my desk outside the classroom so when I walked in, when the periods were changing and we were going to class, I'd go to history. Mr. Hogg would have my desk outside the classroom, so I'd just go back to the home. I'd just go back, just abandon school and fuck off. Used to have a single period.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
I was gonna say school is designed to. I mean, we all naturally hate school. I hated school, but because I wanted to please my parents. That's the only reason why I think a lot of people put up with it. But
plus, you get a hard time if you don't do it. Like if you don't pass your tests and if you don't get good reports, then your mum and dad are obviously going to give you a little bit of hard time and maybe take away some of the privileges you've got, maybe hit your pocket money and maybe take some of that off. But in the home, we could literally do as we fucking pleased, man. And they never done shit. So it wasn't really a good upbringing for to bring a kid into a ruleless world. Like basically, just let him do what he pleases, and he still gets whatever he wants.
Yep.
So
I
I've learned
Yep.
more from this Discord server than what I did at the entire school system.
Me too.
And people will say, that's dumb, you're a stupid flat earther. Imagine making a statement like that. But that's fucking cold hard truth. Maybe not when it comes to every subject, but when it comes into science and the scientific method, like I never even knew what an experiment was, how you construct it until I came here. And it took some time for me to like grasp a lot of the concepts that get brought up. But a lot of it's well over my head when it comes to like, refraction and equations and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm like, whoa, my time for an exit.
I used to be intimidated by people like Einstein and Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's nothing I can say against them. They're way smart. But now it's like, holy like, oh man. This whole time I thought these people were for real. Like, when you find out it's all fake, it's like
bullshit.
Yeah, you start wanting to learn the real. You know what I mean? It's like, well, the real is so much more interesting than the bullshit.
But I said this the other day, but oh shit, man, I've lost my train of thought there. What was I going to say? Oh fuck, sorry, it's just completely gone from my thought. So that's because I jumped in when you were talking there, Bong. Sorry, and I kind of forgot what I was saying as well.
It's all good. It happens to me all the time, especially when I'm high.
Well, I smoked. I had the last bit of a joint. I think that was literally. It was only like a tiny little bit. I just smoked it there just now.
I just had 2 rips of the bong. I'm like also trying to not forget what I'm trying to say.
But I don't smoke all the time, Bong. So when I do smoke it, it hits me like a fucking ton of bricks, bro. Like if I don't smoke for a week and then I have a little joint, I'm like, holy fucking shit! I think I'm gonna die with heart palpitations and shit. I'm gonna die.
Like the first time. This is actually better, spacing it out, man. I gotta get a better high and I get more work done.
Plus, I'd really, if I've got a bit of weed, I'd prefer to try and just smoke it at night time. Because if you just wake up and start smoking, you don't really feel the effect of it. It's just a constant stone. If you wait till night time, take 1 puff of a pure green joint, no tobacco in it, bang! It's like, whoa, who kicked the legs from me?
A good cheat. A good cheat. So you don't have to wait is exercise. Like if you do like a good hour, whatever, basketball or run, push-ups. Yeah, because it resets your lungs and the blood. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I was just thinking there about. Sorry, I was just thinking about what you said about school and all that, and the care home.
Yeah.
I was a little bit like that with schooling, but I don't know if anyone else feels the same. I was always, I never didn't have friends. I was always very popular at school and had a good group of friends, but I always thought of myself as being just slightly different than the others in some very small way, and I could never put my finger on it. And I think that's, and then now I found flat Earth in my later years. And it's just all sort of part of the same thing. But I always knew something. I had something niggling in my head all the time.
Never maybe I was the same, bro. That might just be exactly what I thought. Because I was always, like in my science classes, always interrupting, always asking questions, always saying, but how? But how's this? But what's that? And everything they said, basically, I'd always have a question in it. It kind of pissed a lot of teachers off. But technically, I thought that's what you're meant to do at school. You're meant to be inquisitive. But some teachers, they just like to spew information. Sorry, bro, when you
go. So that means you got, because the idea of school is to keep people from thinking, right? Thinking away from the curriculum, right? So that means there are going to be people who are going to question. That doesn't make sense. I'm not comfortable with that. What? How? Why? It's like I don't know, Bong. This is some scientists said it. You know, it's like, oh, and if I don't say it, then I don't pass the class. Exactly. Okay, got it. I was just waiting until I get up there to ask somebody to,
But I remember, I'm sure it was my physics teacher, I've said this before, but he said something about volcanoes. No, he said, I asked about the core, because he mentioned the core or the electromagnetic field it generates, and I never knew about the Curie point back then. I wish I did, but I asked him, how do we know that the Earth, the core, is molten like lava? And his answer was volcanoes. And I just went, all right, and I just agreed and accepted it and carried on. Like, it was just instantaneous. All right, you're a teacher. You must know the truth. I'll just accept that.
Yeah, I used to look at the book, the books, and see the crust, and then you see the core, the diagram, the picture, and I used to think, wow, how did we find out all this stuff? You know what I mean? Like,
and bro, I always used to wonder how they knew so much about space, but knew literally nothing about the oceans. Like, they don't know a fucking fraction of the stuff that's in the oceans. Constantly finding new beings, new fucking different creatures. Like down there's some extreme stuff down in those depths, man, that we've not even fucking seen yet.
Yeah, it's like a dinosaurs, man. Like. Million. You should think, what's a million? Like, that's a long time ago, eh?
But as long as we keep fucking pushing, man, keep fighting, I think we'll be okay. Hopefully. So is there anyone else in the room that wants to pose a question or an argument, or anybody listening on YouTube that wants to come in? Just follow the link, jump into VC check-in, or come down here and we'll quickly go through the procedure to get your roles.
Just another quick. I always have this in my head, mate, and this isn't a lie. This is the truth. I must have been 11, 12 years old. I'd just gone into the new what we call secondary school, and I didn't have a clue about. I was only young. I didn't have a clue. It was an all new school, and we was having a geography lesson, and the teacher was talking about. I think it was rocket travel and going to space. I didn't know anything about the globe. Never. I was 11 years old, and I asked the question. I can remember. I can picture the day. I can picture where I was sat, and I can picture the teacher's face now. And I put my hand up and asked a question. And my question was, "How does a rocket get out?" She said, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, how does it get out How does it get out and go up there?" I was thinking of a closed system for some reason in my head. I didn't have a clue about the globe or what anything was. But I could not get into my head how this rocket she was talking about left and went into this area.
Yeah.
And in the end, I just had to forget. But I've always remembered it, and especially now, it's always there. And I think that was something connected to me going about flat Earth in my later life.
It's probably the dome, eh? I mean, you probably heard it from the Bible or something. The dome. That's probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably somewhere, yeah. Or heard it somewhere. The vault of heaven. How did they get out of the vault? What vault? I don't know. Isn't there a vault? My grandma told me. Your grandma told you? Yeah, anyway, yeah, that's what the houses, Samoan houses, right? The traditional ones with the big roofs. It's designed after the sky. It's a dome, right? I was like, well, and the story of who designed it it's the gods of Samoa. So, Tanalolangi, that's his name. The god that made people. Yeah, he had a meeting with the other, the angels, I guess, and they were trying to figure out how to design. This is the myth, how to design the roof of the house. Is it design it after the sky, and that's why it looks the way it looks. Oh, and it's cyclone, hurricane proof. So that's a cool design. So that's probably, you know how these creation stories, you watch it on TV, myths, see on cartoons, hear it from your parents, grandparents, and then you go to school and then you hear them say, space. You're like, a vacuum.
Fuck, man, I lost my fucking new vape. It fucking just got delivered yesterday and I've literally lost it. Fuck. Motherfucking
School is like where your senses are challenged, right? Where they numb your senses.
I fucking hated school, brother.
Me too.
It felt really intrusive and it felt like sit, stay, listen, write, read. And I was kind of the opposite of that. People demanding shit of me, I would do the opposite.
Yeah.
So I never even finished. Like I done my prelims and I can't even remember the score, if it was even in letters or numbers, but I did reasonably well in the prelims, but I never went back and done the final exams. But I just learned stuff as I went from there.
Yeah, it's like it's designed. If you don't like school and you're like a rebel like that, you'll usually end up in jail, or as a criminal, or not have a good job, or always be all these
or alcoholic, or drugs, or
drugs, exactly, gangs, right? Violent. There's this,
You could probably check all those boxes for me, man. Although in my past, like constantly, man. Like I was in a lot of fucking trouble, man.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of fucking health shit to deal with.
I went to school in LA, America, when I was 10, right? And there was this program. There was this program. I was 10. Or was it 11? 11. And there was this program called DARE. It's a drug something resistance education. And they always made, cannabis was one of those, because, cannabis. So, how they always make it demonize it, make it look like, and then I find out later in my 20s that cannabis is actually good for everything, especially the economy, hemp. My whole life before that, I felt like a criminal. They made me feel like a criminal. So I became a criminal. You know what I mean? But imagine if I knew the truth. I probably would not have become a criminal. Jails would probably not be so packed with young people. You know what I mean? It's a trap. You either learn this.
Sorry. Yeah, just saying. I remember. Same as you there. I've just been breaking up a bit there, but I did exactly the same thing in my later schooling. I revised for all my exams and did all my revision. But then near the end, you know what? I thought to myself, I don't want to do these exams. I'm not doing them. And on the days where I had to go in to do my GCSEs or whatever it was back then, I just didn't turn up. I thought, I'm not doing them. So I didn't go for my maths. I didn't go for my science. I didn't go for my English. I didn't turn up for one of them. So I had no. I came out with no actual written qualifications from school, but it's not done me any harm in my later life. I've always had a good job and background. So, and then the other. I mean, can you hear me all right, guys? Yeah.
Yeah.
And your audio is fine.
I think I'm breaking up a bit.
No, mate, we can hear you loud and clear.
And then the other thing I just wanted to say was, just a couple of things. If you look at the definition of education, it's just systematic programming, basically, education. And then in my teenage years, I got into the Pink Floyd, and they had it right. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. And that played a big part in my kind of bespoke in younger days. But yeah, education is not... But what I was trying to say was, a lot of people, a lot of these globers and elites, they're educated. And they think... And most of the flat earthers rebelled against education because it is a systematic brainwashing system. And they think because you've not got that education certificate that you're thick. And that's the way some of us are portrayed. But if you look deep down into it, education is just control.
Yep.
They're just it's like farms for all these little worker bees. They want everybody, like, they don't give you any like information on how to acquire and hold wealth, business sort of like entrepreneur skills. You get very basic shit when you're at school, man. Unless you maybe go to one of these top paid schools where it's like the kind of the elite people, the upper class sort of schools where they're paying £50,000, £100,000 a year. They're getting information to not be in the rat race, but just the normal like civilian schools that people get for free, that's just to make workers, man.
Yeah, they're taught money, you know, how investing, all that stuff, you know. So, like, they don't even teach you about how to open a bank account in high school. Like, what the hell? So yeah, it's not even.
They should be looking. They should be looking at the individual and looking at their, because everybody's got like you know, something that they're really good at and passionate about, you know, and so they should be zoning in on the child's natural ability and what they enjoy and bringing that out in them. And then, like you say, working the land, growing your own food, meditation, prayer, looking after others. You know, the schooling's all wrong. It's just up the wall.
Yeah, primary school, they call it the trivium, where you learn certain, you know, basics, and then when you move on to higher learning, like college, they call that the quadrivium, where you learn even four, you know, there's and then music. There's certain topics, I mean subjects like music. That's numbers in time. I'm trying to remember the other ones. I'm really high right now, but yeah, there's these things that has to do with numbers in space, numbers in time, and I forget the other two, but quadrivium. But it's really interesting how they make these very important subjects, like not, you know, they're like electives. Yeah, you can take it if you want, but you should take this one. You know, like these are the important subjects. You know, all the philosophers, you know, all your artists, you know, all had to master these topics that had to do with numbers. You know, these subjects, astronomy. That's one of them. But it's very interesting how they, you know, it's like a factory where they install the software into the hardware. You know, and it takes about like 8 years or 12 years or something like that.
Yeah. So it's like, So like primary school is basically warming everyone, giving them the basic skills, socializing them, and then secondary school is basically preparing all the globalist people for the next generation of globalists or globalist workers. Yeah, the public schools generally being the working class and middle class. Mm.
Yeah, they're all working class. You know, no one is taught to think, though. Everybody is told to what to think, not how to think or.
Yeah. And some private schools, I would say, gear them for taking over businesses and being like in the government. So some of those private schools will sort of groom them from that, and then they go to colleges within, you know, the UK or America, where then they are meant to go into the government and private system, government and run corporations and all that. But that's still under some sort of elite control. And then you have the university students that will be kind of like groomed and picked out to become the next Neil deGrasse Tyson, or the next, astronauts or whoever, just to repeat.
The next presidents of the United States, the next prime ministers of Australia.
Yep, Yale, 322, Oxford, Cambridge, Ivy League, even say Berkeley, UCLA.
You gotta be a part of a certain club, right? It's a big club,
and you ain't in it.
It's crazy.
I mean, in Australia anyway, for the younger people, it is sort of stratified into two layers. Like, I mean, because it's not as diverse as say the UK, the US, whereas here it's basically after your kind of like 10 years of schooling, you go into either like a trades and apprenticeships, or you go into university or preparing for university. So then the trades or tradies, they become what's called tradies, meaning the working class. And then the university students become kind of like the globalist operatives, chasing their corporate dream. Yeah, so there's not much in between. Like some people, there's a lot of small businesses, but generally they kind of like just suppliers to, in a small way, to the general public, or suppliers to big corporations. So yeah.
Yeah.
And whoever's being trained to take over corporations and government, they go to some of the few elite private schools, just like in the US, and they kind of just groom straight into that.
Totally different world. They live on a different planet than everyone else.
I think school should be renamed. School should be renamed from school to how to make a clone. Literally an NPC factory.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I think that's why a lot of the guys who said they didn't do their exams or they left school, I think that's how they, ended up accepting Flat Earth, because they didn't get as much of the indoctrination. It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. So I kind of clicked immediately, or they're onto it. This makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I stayed in school because basically, secondary school I got some scholarships, so I was the boarding house and the school was all paid for. Then primary school, I guess my parents were pretty happy, so I kind of cruised through but I sort of found that okay, as long as I got good grades, I could do other things like play computer games or read other books. So it was only after I came to the end of university, I was like, oh man, now I've got to operate in the real world. And I was a bit lost because I was like, I can't do my own stuff because I need people to pay me. Now what?
Yeah, the shit got real.
Yeah, basically. So I finagled some full-time jobs for a while, but it was still very unsatisfactory because you just see all these people, going down that corporate path, and I guess, I was disappointed in the way that, my family, they were supportive, but they always wanted more. Like, you should be getting more money, you should be saving more, you should be buying a house, the house should be bigger. And I was like, okay, when I hit my 30s, I was like, there's no end to it, right? You can't please anyone because society is on that path, and it's just not worth any of it because we still have to contribute to society and function. But their paradigm is not something I think we would ever be interested in, or those that know something's up.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
It never ends. I'm at an age now where I'm pushing 40 in a couple of years, and I'm looking at my pension now for the first time, and I'm looking at all these things, and I'm just like, man, just like saving for a fucking house again, or there's no difference to life. We're supposed to work up to retirement and enjoy our life at 65. Come on.
Yeah, after you've destroyed, like especially if you work in construction, like they thought like maybe 30, 40 years as a ground worker or whatever, your back's wasted, your joints, like if you're using like vibrating machines, you might have like white finger, like then you've worked as a slave all your days to pay your mortgage. I mean, it's even in the words if you break it down, mort, death, engage, like they're literally like working out how long you can work till you die, so you can pay off this extremely high interest rates. Like it's insane being part of that system.
And you know what the scary thing is? All the advertising makes it so no matter how much you earn, you will just end up spending more. So you'll just have to work even harder. It's not like you can get a 10 grand pay rise and take it easy. No, you get that pay rise and all of a sudden your life changes.
And you start spending more. Yeah. Your day-to-day living expense, you might get a better car, so it's higher insurance, higher like bills. Maybe you've got a better house, more electric, more mortgage, more just once you kind of slide up, you kind of take on other extreme debts. That's what they're bombarding everybody with, man. Free credit cards, get them all balancing debt and switching them over, and it's all insane, man.
That's a lot. That's a lot of baggage, to haul through life. You know what I mean?
Fucked up, man. It's
just adding on, burdens. You know what I mean? That come from some system because people think reality is like this and like that.
But you see, the mortgage in Latin, mortgage, I think, is supposed to be death sentence or death wish.
Yeah, that's literally what I was talking about, bro. Mort means it comes from death, and then gauge, they're gauging how long you're going to be able to pay this fucking debt off, I would think.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Yeah. That's what I mean. The whole thing is, to me, I think, is a trap, because as soon as you're locked into that, you're like, oh, I can't, I'm in this, I've got to pay this, otherwise I lose this, and the stakes become so high. Yeah.
You're in it for 50 years or something, and maybe 20, 25 of that is probably just the interest that you're working for. Working 20 odd years to pay interest. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. All to hope one day that you'll pay off. But I'm telling you, the way that it works, that you don't pay this shit off until you're so old that all it becomes is something you give away to your grandkids, which is great. But at the same time, to lose your whole life for that, you could use the money better and give to your grandkids something better than, a house that now all of a sudden you've passed the burden on to them. Now they've got shit to lose. You know what I mean? Living rent, I think renting nowadays is the the option, really, because if it gives you the freedom to be able to move around, and it takes the shackles off you to a certain degree, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I've just posted in the live stream voice text. I remember in the 90s, there was this very interesting game called Jones in the Fast Lane, and it was basically it was a bit of a parody in a way of the life, where it's just a game you upgrade your salary, then you start spending on more stuff, like you were saying, then you get to the next stage and you keep spending on more stuff, and it really is like an amusement park, which I thought was interesting. Now that I look back on it, you just go around and around visiting different parts of the amusement park. There's a rent office, pawn shop, the mall. They call it Socket City, which I think is a play on Circuit City. Then the employment office, the bank, and you just keep going round and round. And that's what Monopoly is like, isn't it? Monopoly is actually it's about the rat race as well.
Yeah. As soon as you get houses and hotels, you've got to worry out for street repairs. When you start getting property, you actually have to worry about the taxes and all that. Then I've seen people with houses and hotels trying to make a play for themselves and bankrupt themselves because they got the card where you have to pay for the houses.
Mm.
It's such a good analogy for life, Monopoly.
Yeah.
For the system.
Yeah, I mean, some people do figure it out in that sense. Then they reach those quote unquote elite levels. But it's also geared that, if somebody is able to beat the game or beat the system, they kind of become inhuman in many ways, because the system is designed for normal humans. So if somebody beats the game, they become, they have to be really cruel, or they have to be psychopathic to become super rich, and that's how that's kind of how it's designed as well, because the global system is meant to actually groom psychopaths each generation to become the next, basically Bezos or Zuckerberg, and then groom the next generation to keep the upper tier, the psychopathic tier that runs everything. And most people, maybe they're not given that knowledge, but also I think deep down they have some empathy. They know that, okay, they close this factory and 1,000 people are unemployed and to go on social security. They feel bad about it, but some people don't. So it's a pretty clever system, at the end of the day. But it's a very evil system.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a film called My Dinner with Andre?
I only know about it from that episode in that TV show Community, but I haven't seen the actual. What is it actually about?
It's a film about two guys who basically go to dinner, but the guy Andre, who the guy who we're following has gone to dinner with, this guy Andre's basically gone through like what I'd consider a spiritual awakening. So he's basically been around the world, he's experienced all these things, and he's actually started to realize the farce of life and all the bullshit. And he comes up with this analogy about New York. He doesn't come up with it. He says someone wrote about New York being the model for the new prison of the world. And the idea is that you get the prisoners to proudly build their own prison and police their own prison, where you don't at this point, you won't need to police them anymore. They police themselves. And I feel like that's pretty much society in general. But, New York and these sort of modern cities are the new, they're the extreme versions.
Look at the Globers that come in here and they feel the urge that they have to defend this globe. They're literally, they don't, like these people that have created this, once they set it in motion, it's just going to keep going, isn't it? These people are literally programmed, the responses that come at them and the attitude that they've got and like how much they mock us and abuse us. That's literally been programmed since they were children. And they come in here, defenders of the globe, and they don't know shit about it, but they want to defend it.
Yeah. It's like the kids in 1984. If you don't take your pills, you had the snitching kids. That's what they're trying to create.
I read the book, but it was probably over 10 years ago. Vaguely remember it. And I'm sure there's Flat Earth references in 1984. I'm positive it mentions Flat Earth. It doesn't say that it's a thing. I think it compares Flat Earth to something, or it gives it as an analogy or something, if I remember correctly, man.
Yeah. I hope I'm not getting confused with Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World, but in one of those two films, they have basically prefects that go around knocking on houses. It's usually a kid. And I think it was symbolic that it was always a kid, because it was like, the kids are actually policing the adults. And it's always the newer generation who are more militant and pro-government, as they brainwash you more and more. But
I don't think I've seen the movie 1984. I think I possibly maybe saw the start of it or saw part of it in somebody's house, and it never looked like anything to do with the book. I couldn't catch up with where it was in the book for the point I was watching it, I'm sure.
There is a few films though, mate. It depends which version. You could be watching a different version film.
What?
About
different
3
versions of 1984?
Yeah, I think there's 2. I've seen 2 different ones.
Crazy. I never knew that one. It's like that.
I was just going to say, I think they made like an updated version of the old film. So I think there's a more modern one.
It's the modern one I've seen with that guy, him that's in that movie when they get stuck in a prison over in Istanbul or something, and he tries to smuggle hash on the plane and he gets taken. I can't remember. It's a fucking awesome movie. And it's the same guy in there that's in that 1984. The new version of it, at least.
Right, yeah. I don't know who you mean. Yeah. But Well, yeah, that's the model, man. The model is so they don't even need police anymore. Our kids will end up being the fucking snitches. There's another show. There's so many shows that are really, really deep, and they have a storyline in it where the kid, they're in like a dystopian world. There's another show I watched called Attack on Titan, and there was a big part of the story is that they had a secret sort of uprising, and one of the kids ended up snitching on his parents. But it's always that always seems to be in some of the deepest concept. Like if you know anything about Attack on Titan, you know there's a lot of conspiracy within the show. And I just noticed any shows with conspiracy, they always have the kids end up snitching on the parents or snitching on the adults, and they become sort of like enforcers. I just find that interesting.
That movie I was talking about, bro, is called Midnight Express.
Someone told me to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet.
It's fucking amazing. It's old, man. I mean, it's when you watch it, it's really dated. When you look at it, it's really like low quality, like film. But like the story and the acting in it, it's a really good fucking movie, man. An old classic.
Yeah, I'll look for it.
And I think it's John Hurt. I think that's the guy that's in the new version in 1984 as well. He's in fucking a hell of a lot of films, John Hurt, man.
Right, yeah.
Oh, he's actually been knighted.
Yeah, I've seen I remember seeing I haven't read the book, but the John Hurt 1984 was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how close it is to the book, but yeah, it sort of illustrates everything pretty well. Because I think, is it at the end of that movie or something? He actually just kind of like goes back into this. No, he gets, well, spoiler alert, he gets executed, but you know he sort of gives up.
I was going to say spoiler alert, but yeah, he breaks, doesn't he? Let's just say he breaks in the end.
Yeah, he breaks in the end because he's been through the system. Then he finds out what it's really like. Then I think, well, one of the flat Earth type lines is that, do you think that our mathematicians can't, do two systems at once, where one we're orbiting, the other we're at the center? And it sort of implies total control they have, including of, reality and the flat Earth or heliocentric version. And yeah, he breaks at the end because he's like, what's the point? It's just, there's no way out, isn't it?
No way, I missed that. I'm going to look for that reference. Yeah, it's a real sad ending, isn't it? I didn't like the end of that film.
But yeah, I think when he gets tortured by the 2 + 2 = 5 and human, was it a boot on the human face? Then I think during that sort of part of the movie, the whatever the villain also says, do you think our mathematicians can do 2 separate systems of something relating to orbits or a geocentric universe?
It's almost like them saying, do you think that we can't break you and everybody else? Because we've broken everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, Blue Jumpers posted it in the voice text. What have the stars said to Brian differently? We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. Do you suppose it is beyond us? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Doublethink, I like it.
And that's really like it's kind of like a bit of an elite revelation, because for many people they would think that, okay, if you have a government system that's really evil, they're just evil one way. Or if you have another one that's, say, a grassroots movement that is trying to, reverse the evil, it's just one way. kind of like the left-right paradigm. But yeah, for me, I felt that with 1984, the movie, and that line, especially that that part of the book that Blue Jumper posted, is that these people are in control of the left and the right. They are in control of, whatever opposing systems that are set up.
The whole paradigm, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there? There's also another very interesting line in Mr. Robot, where the guy of what bank was it called? E-Bank or something like that, and the guy said something like, "You don't fight a revolution, you foment it." Which is very interesting, meaning that the corporations,
what? Sorry,
you foment it. That means you encourage the revolution.
Yeah, fermenting. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they don't even need to fight a revolution because they're the ones that started. They started so they can control it, or they encourage it so they can control it. The Antifa and all this stuff. Obviously, there's some other elite sort of objectives or encouragement.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we all grew up learning about Hitler and the dictatorships of Stalin, and it was always a military dictatorship, and we were taught to be wary of the military dictatorship. And then you find in films like 1984 where I don't think you see the military in any scenes. You hear about the wars going on, but you never actually see enforcement happening. And I think that's really interesting that they got us to focus on the Terry dictatorship, and it was like, we completely forgot about the the subversion tactics and what the real threat is behind that.
Have you noticed as well, though, that according to even the official narrative, Stalin was way worse than Hitler? Yet everyone believed, the emotional kind of attachment to the word Hitler is heavier.
Mm.
Have you noticed that? The numbers that Stalin allegedly killed were way more. He killed his own people, not just kind of quote unquote enemies. And yet today, if you say Stalin, there's not really an emotional attachment to it for most people. But with Hitler, it's like, as soon as you say the word, there's like this intake of air from lots of people, I find that interesting.
Same with the swastika as well, bro. As soon as some people, if you see the swastika, everybody's got an emotional reaction to that. Whereas prior to them inverting it in World War II, it was a symbol for peace and good luck and unity. And but now you couldn't walk down the street with a swastika on your back on a T-shirt, or everybody would be thinking you're an evil bastard.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of things to say about that. First of all, there was a football shirt in Italy. I think it was in '92 or '93. That Fiorentina had. It was just a random design they had with purple on it. And someone saw a swastika in the design. And then the shirt was pulled, and all of the shirts that had been sold were recalled, and then they had to issue a new football shirt with no. And it wasn't even like a deliberate swastika. It happened to be a random part of the. It kind of looks like it did look like it, to be fair, but it's obvious that the designer didn't put that in there. But another thing to say is, if you go on holiday today to Bali, you'll see swastikas around a pool. Yeah. If you just go around swimming in the hotel, there'll be swastikas around the fucking pool. You know what I mean? It's so weird.
I got banned from the Fresh and Fit server because I had the plough, in the Four Seasons where the plough where the swastika comes from, and in the politics server I've been in their jail for 3 weeks because I refused to change my profile picture. I've eventually changed it, but I'm still in fucking jail. But they won't even look at it. I keep asking, could you put it up the chain to an administrator, somebody who's a higher admin, to if they can look at this without emotion. I've got loads of evidence to show where the swastika, where it's been, the thousands of years of its use. Just because it was used in World War II, that doesn't mean it's a terms of service breach for Discord.
Yeah.
I don't think anyway. It's tough to get an official reply from Discord just to see what they say. But I'm sure the length of time I was using it, and it gets used in the server intermittently, so surely they would have picked up on it if it was a breach.
Oh yeah, but no, you know what they would say, wouldn't you? You'd say they'd say it's hate speech because it's to do with the Nazis, which is ignoring the whole point of having the plough as your avatar, right? Anyway.
Well, bro, see, initially when I went into the fucking Fresh and Fit server, they never said jack shit about it. But one guy, he wasn't an admin, he wasn't like a mod or anything, and he said something, cool profile picture or something, and I gave them the information. I was like, it's actually where the swastika possibly originates, and it's evidence for the stationary Earth, and I rattled off a couple of sentences. Then, because I said that, he instantly went, that's against terms of services and against the rules, and you'll have to change it. And I'm like, man, I'm like trying to explain to him where it came from and how many different civilizations have used it, and he muted and deafened me. But now I'm completely banned from the server just because I asked them. They must have had a mod meeting. They gave us the flat Earth room crypto, like what they've done in politics, and they fucking banned me. I pinged a mod and asked him a question, and he banned me. I got unbanned, and he banned me again, and I got told I'm not getting back for repeated violations. I never done shit. Fucking assholes, man.
Pathetic. These people, they like built their brand on being red pilled, and then as soon as you bring them another red pill, they freak out. Okay.
This is too big a pill. They can't get this pill down their fucking throat.
Good point.
That's my take too. It's like this huge manosphere. They're real manly men, and they're all about dating, all about the difference between the genders. And they act like a bunch of Discord mods, freaking out over stuff.
Emotional wreck.
Just emotional train wreck. Like, take your Zoloft, dude.
Yeah.
Give me one. I'll take it.
You just stop pretending to be red pilled. If you're not about truth and you don't want to engage difficult subjects, which is what red pills is all about, then just don't stop pretending to be red pilled. Just stop it. Like, who are you fooling?
But bro, surely they notice the extreme emotional reaction some of these mods have taken to us being in that server. So surely that's noticeable, eh? Surely when you look in the mirror and think to yourself, I wonder why I'm being such a fucking asshole.
Right, yeah.
Maybe I'm not red-pilled.
Exactly.
But I'm hoping the guys come round, man. Like, I hope fucking he calms down a little bit and maybe fucking thinks twice and says, sorry about that. Because I deserve an apology for the abuse and then multiple bans I got. Never done fuck all, man. And I even apologised to him. I DM'd him with my other account with the Ancient World Order. And I was like, look, bro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to annoy you, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, who's this? And I says, it's fake. Bang, banned that account as well. I couldn't reply to him anymore. Fucking dick.
Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it?
What's crazy too is you'll get some random dude ask you, "Are you a flat earther?" Because they took note of all the people who joined at the same time, and now they want to know how many of them just randomly joined when we all joined, or which ones are all together. And you say, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther," and they instantly spurg out. Like, where's the edge? Well, explain seasons. What about NASA? Just, I mean, a 5-minute vomit of like an endless string of just spurg. I'm like, dude, are you done yet?
Yeah.
I mean, I said, yes, I'm a flat earther. Should not cause any effect to you at all. If you're this big man, big red pill guy, I say I'm something, you could be like, okay, whatever.
And they're going to be
Why
scared.
would you react that way? What is inside your mind?
It's fear, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Man, they're terrified. Like, you see that, like that kind of visceral reaction. That proves that his mind is sort of. I said this exactly words. That his mind's teetering on the edge of looking at the information. He's already possibly seen quite a lot already in the new room as well as previously. So his subconscious and his conscious mind are kind of having a bit of a battle. Like, so what are we going to look at the information, or are we going to keep being a dick and projecting? But I think the latter. We'll just keep projecting.
Do you think it's going to be some growing pains and things will get better as time goes on? Like, it's just a new thing that they're not used to? Or do you think this is about, like, they'll eventually spurg out, hit rock bottom, and do, like, a mass ban of flat earth?
Aye, man, they'll probably delete the room eventually, because, like, that mod, fucking Kumu or some shit, he's fucking insane, bro, eh? They've got moderator roles, they're pingable, but it's against the rules to ping the mods. Well, why not fucking make the rules that so you can't fucking ping them? Like, what's the point of having a pingable rule if you're not allowed to ping them and it's against the fucking rules? No, I did was ask him a question. It was just it was nothing. It was nothing specific, nothing antagonising. I just asked him a question. He started going crazy. You fucking pinged me in this. Look at the shit you pinged me, and he kept on. And so every time he messaged, I replied to him, but I wasn't. He never told me not to reply. And I just bang was banned.
But you see that red pill movement, though. I don't know if you remember the old Team America film where they used to say there's 3 types of men: dicks, pussies, and assholes. And he says that basically assholes. If we say that dicks are that's your red pill. That's what people consider your red pill person. They're considered a dick to a blue pill person. But I think there's a lot of assholes that have gone into the red pill area because they're assholes and want to be dicks. You know.
Yeah. So I've used that a lot of times, that analogy, where it's like pussies don't like dicks because pussies get fucked by dicks.
Yeah. Assholes, they're like dicks, they want to be dicks, but no, they're just assholes. They'll shit on anybody and everybody. And I think there's that in the red pill. There's a lot of people, and I don't even like calling it the red pill because, I mean, how red-pilled are you if you're focusing on truth about women? I mean, come on, you can figure that out yourself. You don't need to go talking about that as the ultimate truth of life. I think there's much deeper truths, as we all agree. But I just think that, that whole red pill movement is just full of assholes who are now being exposed. I agree with a lot of the red pill content, but I think there's a lot of fakers in that movement.
Yeah, they'll tell you out their mouth, right, that the government is set up to suit the needs and wants of women's society. Then tell you that flat Earth is stupid because the government is exploring space for the betterment of mankind. Which one is it, dude? Okay, is the government set up to take care of women's needs and wants, or are they some sort of enlightened group of people doing a bunch of manly shit in space because you won't?
Yeah, pure contradiction. And they're being exposed. So many of them are being exposed, and so many people are leaving the red pill, the sex movement, the red pill movement in dating. But I think the true red pill movement will go will go smaller and go less mainstream. And I actually think they will come around to flat Earth because one of their leaders, their biggest leader, Andrew Tate, is it? He's a flat earther. So I feel like there's a couple of them that are coming round to deeper information. So I think that'll break the mainstream. It won't be mainstream anymore. It'll be ostracized even more. But they'll go flat Earth.
I posted a video of Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan calling people cards. I just posted it on my YouTube a couple of days ago, man. And I've heard Tristan Tate calling people a globetard before, but I never was at the end of a clip, and I wasn't really 100% that was what he says, because it kind of cut off just as he said globetard. But I'll post that video just now if you want to fucking watch it. But they're definitely, it's kind of like they're mocking flat Earth though. I'll find it for you, bro.
No, I don't know, because the way I see it, mate, the way his mind works, there is no way he would be a glober, because if you have watched any of his content and the way his mind works, it is so logical. It reminds me of the way Flat Earther, the way he approaches subjects and the way he just hasn't got time for circle jerking or bullshit. I just don't see him coming across this info and not seeing what we see.
He's got like an analytical mind, and I think his mind works really fucking quickly as well. And I don't think he's going to accept fucking bullshit like the Globe. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's a fucking complete joke to anybody who's got a critical thought in their mind. There you go, I just posted that link. But it is like they're trolling flat Earth. I don't know if they're doing it tongue-in-cheek, and they are flat earthers, but they're trying to make out that they're not. Because I suppose that could alienate some of his fans by saying that he's a flat earther. He might lose money out of saying that.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was a cryptic message, that he is a flat earther, but nobody knows what a globetard is unless they've been in the debate. So he can get away with saying that, and them two laughing about it, calling someone a globat. He is not stupid enough to start beef with flat earthers, knowing full well, how deep the subject is. He's a logical man. I can't see that being anything else, to be honest.
But man, you know how big that would make Flat Earth if he turned round and started putting out some logical content and arguments. That would explode Flat Earth, man. The amount of reach that he's got, man.
He might do it when he goes out in his blaze of glory, because he ain't got long left, has he? He's a ticking time bomb.
Oh, they don't. The city or the society don't like him. But I mean, that's if he's not just another plant. I don't know. Is he just another fake hero for people to jump on and say, "Oh, look at this guy, he's great, he does this, he says this." And he got released on the same day The Matrix was released back in '99. He got released from jail on the same fucking day.
No way.
He did, mate. And he's always talking about the fucking Matrix. And that was precisely the day he got fucking released. Is that just a coinkydink?
I just think that anybody who is empowering young men is an enemy, and I just can't see him being a plant because he has inspired men to become more rebellious. So I just don't see his message being something they would even want out there as a controlled opposition, I think they really, really don't want that message. Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I really don't know. We'll never know, really, man.
Yeah.
But if he comes out with Flat Earth stuff, that would be fucking amazing. Like, he's got a fucking lot of people that he can reach. But I don't think he will, because his Hustlers University, that'll probably affect the amount of members he's going to get. I'm going to have to mute up because there's a bit of noise here.
No, I agree. I think he'll do it at the end. If he does it, he'll do it at the end before he goes to prison or, something like that. Why would he come out and say the Earth's flat, Look what happened to B.O.B. and some of the other famous people that did it.
So here, I post this article. This is on a different server. And NASA, I posted it here too, but a different server, this guy responded to me. NASA's spending spree could jeopardize return to moon, new report says. It says, undoubtedly, it goes into the text of the article. Undoubtedly, the project is taking longer than expected and longer than predicted. And the federal funded space agency is discovering it is wildly over budget and wildly delayed on the Space Launch System, the SLS. So this globetard says to me, "You mad, bro?" And I said, "No." I said, "This is a read words event. NASA's LSS spending spree has jeopardized the return to the moon, new report says. I'm not mad about anything. It was predicted. And I link back what I said in the past that simple math will take down NASA. This level of spending is unsustainable. Just math alone. Okay? Eventually the spending will catch up to them. It is unsustainable. This level of government spending is unsustainable. And it linked a thing to the U.S. debt clock. So then I repeated that. Simple math will take down NASA. And then linked again. NASA has discovered they are wildly over budget and wildly delayed. And then post a GIF that's wild. And then he says, NASA's still here. I go, not for much longer. Math will fix it. And then he said, for how much longer? I said, read words. Just read the words in the article. You don't need to ask me anything. He goes, fix what? What's going to be fixed? I go, still, read words. Read the words in the article. You don't have to ask me anything at all. Okay? And adding more content will not fix this. Then he's back to what? Fix what? You want to get rid of NASA? You think getting rid of NASA will fix a debt problem? I go, I didn't say that. All I said was, read the words in the article. So then this goes on like that for 6 days, something like that. Just me and him going back and forth. Finally, he tags a moderator because I'm trolling. The moderator says, I don't see him ever say anything about shutting down NASA. He's pretty clear that he implied NASA will run itself into the ground with frequent and wildly overspending and breaking their budget with ineffective projects, just as the link says. He made no comment on the prediction of when or why. You should read words. I was like, that's so savage. Like, here you think the mod is going to be on your side because I'm the flat earther, and you're mad that I linked the article about NASA's broken budget. And the moderator comes in and is like, dude, you need to read the article. Okay, the article is basically telling you that NASA is wildly over budget and wildly behind schedule. And this level of spending is not sustainable to the point it has jeopardized the possible return to the moon.
Where did you have that discussion?
This is the House of Hands. It's like an arm wrestling server.
Okay, nice.
They have a it's kind of like an international thing. Like arm wrestling is pretty big in the Eastern Bloc. But they have a news channel, so I just post in the news channel.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of like spreading the word, like find random channels and try to start conversations and, like slide it in, a little bit here and there.
You sound like a man with a lot of patience.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of fun too, because like if you're in a meeting or something, you're just listening to people drone on about the same crap, just telling, like combating some dude who's all worked up because he's a NASA fanboy. I kind of feel like it's a in a way, it's a benefit to humanity. Because just think what this asshole would be out there if he was shitting else, anywhere else. Like use that context you brought up earlier.
Yeah, someone's got to do the work.
Yeah, keeping him busy.
They're running
here.
amok.
Yeah, and keeping him busy spiraling about the NASA article that he could just read the content and be like, oh shit, yeah, something needs to be done about NASA spending. Because in their mind, they think NASA is impeachable. Anything NASA does is always above board, never criminal, always the best for the best. And then you get these articles. Oh, go ahead, Hunter.
No, sorry, I thought you were finished there, bro. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was. I was kind of I was groaning on. I was being over dramatic to make the point. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, even when you show like some of the gifts that we've got, the blatant wires, blatant harnesses, blatant chroma key, and they just like brush past it. They can see it, but they can't actually think about it. They see it, but it's like It's like the fakery is invisible to them because they're stuck in the belief system. It's like literally, it's a complete delusion they're in, man. Like especially that Tim Peaks one where he goes to do a somersault, and then when he gets to the top, he flings straight down, and when he sits up, you can see the blood's been rushing to his face. So that proves that obviously he's not in fucking a weightlessness environment if the blood's managed to rush to his face and make his face scarlet red. Like it's fucking obvious as fuck to anyone. But not to the Glober. Sorry, that was just a thought. Wasn't it worth interrupting you there, Crip, but I tried.
No, it's really good because that's where you go next. Because you say, look at their spending. They could do better fakery with that level of spending.
Of course, man. Well, fucking definitely, man. Look at the movie Gravity. Like, compared to, I mean, it looks quite fake as well, but, I mean, compared to the NASA stuff, I mean, they deliberately put that fake stuff out so us flat earthers see it, and we're arguing constantly with Globers, and it causes division. I think that's the reason they put the fakery out.
Yeah, crypto has done that with globetards before. Been like, so with this level of money, could they fake it? And the guy's like, oh, prove they're faking it. I go, hold, just pump the brakes, just relax. Do they have enough money to fake it? And the guy's like, well, yeah, they got more than enough. You know, they got like, that's a lot. They got a lot of money. Okay, of all of the independent agencies, like it's like NASA is like a third of the discretionary spending, the federal discretionary spending. Yes, they have more.
Sorry, I just said that we know of that they get.
Oh yeah,
they probably get more stuff like in the dark fucking rooms that they've got.
That's my take too. That it's just the tip of the iceberg of NASA spending, because a lot of their installations are on Department of Defense, so they live rent free. They don't pay rent. They don't pay. The DoD does their security. All their high grade people who work at NASA are all DoD officers, like high grade military officers. So they're drawing the DoD paycheck. It's like yes, of course it's just their line budget items is just a very small fraction of the real nominal cost of NASA.
Of course, but imagine the money if you totaled up the fucking funding they've had since the start of the fake space race. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right at the very beginning, the original headquarters of NASA being on Hunter. And the Hunter no, it was not Hunter. It's Redstone. On Redstone in Alabama. And the buildings are there today. And so it's like a complete military, an army arsenal where they test weapons. Here's the start of NASA. Do you guys hear that? The dogs are going a little crazy.
Yeah, bro. No, the dog, that's alright, man. It's not,
okay.
Not too loud. It's quite quiet. Am I getting background noise because there's a guy outside using a still saw? Can you hear that? It just stopped. In fact, just as I said that, he stopped. But tell me if it's making noise.
No, it sounds good. I was just curious because they were like, they're playing. They're not fighting, but it's funny because sometimes they get a little loud.
I'm leaving soon anyway, man. I'm just getting ready to go. Like right now, can you hear that still saw? He's cutting concrete or slabs or something.
Yeah, it's quiet though. It just sounds like a slight hum.
But I'll try and put my sensitivity up maybe. Voice. What about now? You might be able to hear it when I'm talking, but when I'm not talking, can you hear it?
No, that's really good settings, dude.
I'm going to leave quite soon, man. The sun's out, so I'm going to go and have a beer and sit in the sun. Yeah, I've got to go. Credit or anybody that's still there. But I'll catch you all later.
Oh yeah, take care. Enjoy the sun and that beer.
Have a good one. See you later, mate.
Can't wait to bake. Right, boys. We'll see you later.
What's up, Jedi? Anyone here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
Oh, nothing, man. Just seeing that there's a bit of dead air. I was getting some stuff done out over here where I'm at. What are you guys up to? Any good conversation?
I just popped in and heard the silence for us, so I thought I'd sit and join in the moment of silence for the ball. That's what I've been doing.
Yes, Chris.
It's Friday, baby.
Good to see you, mate.
Good to see you as well, my friend. How are you?
Good. Yeah, we had a really good conversation with a Glober this morning for about 2 hours. Started off very, not arrogant, started off very confident, but he stayed for about 3 hours. And by the end of it, he was like, do you know what? I'm coming back. I really enjoyed this. So it was really good.
Oh, excellent stuff.
Yeah. He even started, he was even talking about horizontal being curved, level being curved. I thought he was a pure, anti-flat earther, but actually no, he listened to Spake, and there was another girl in here, and there was a couple of people actually getting involved. But yeah, really good chat.
Oh wow,
really good
stuff.
His name was Garlic Bread. I'm sure he'll be back.
I'm sure I'll remember that name as well. And now I'm hungry and want garlic bread.
Garlic on bread.
Yeah. What garlic bread? Sorry. Mayhem, what you been up to? Good review. I see Heretic's in here as well. Heretic, good to see your buddy and everybody else. All right.
Yo.
Bong Sal's in the house. Bong! Good to see you, my friend. Haven't seen you for a time. Hope you're keeping well, my man. Everybody I've just shouted out, it's an ignorant cunt who's going to ignore me. Thanks, guys.
Hey,
I said hi.
Shout people out.
Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, morning, mate. How are you?
Cool. Not bad. Just waking up, going to work.
What's it got to be just after 9 o'clock for you? After 8?
No, it's like 6. It's not even 6:30.
Oh, fucking hell. You're the far side of the country.
Yeah, he's west side.
Yep. Trying to adjust to the day.
Go on, Heretic.
Oh, I wasn't really saying anything. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I usually look at people that come in here, especially like if they're Globers or if they're being anti-flat earthers, like maybe, we barely get to know them and they're that way. It's really on with those guys. But when there's somebody who's been here for like 5 years and they're still anti-flat earthers, it's like there is no limit. Like that's just free game for anyone. So like STL, but every time he comes in here, like he belongs to me. So basically, like, yeah, I'm not gonna let up. Like it's the full mayhem treatment. Like when somebody like that comes in here, like Matthew Learns, same thing. It's just anyone. If you've been an anti-flat earther and you keep coming in here, and then on top of all of that, putting in our live stream, McToon propaganda or any other kind of thing like that, then yeah. So it's gonna be no surprise to the audience that they're like, oh, that's harsh treatment. Nope. For somebody that's been doing this for 4 years and still coming in here and saying, I've never heard about gravity. Fuck off. Which is kind of what he was doing yesterday. Oh, I'm just in here, just to hang out. Nope. Not gonna happen. Go hang out over there with McToon. Because that's what he was on about, man. He was always just like coming in here and acting like he doesn't know, like, what's the term here? Respawn? He was just respawning?
Well, that's what NPCs do, right?
Yeah. But the worst part about it, Big Root, this is the part I don't like, is that he starts cozying up to the people in here. All the while, he has an agenda to thwart the efforts of what we're doing. So that to me is a two-face, bro. That's a two-face. I don't fucking like two-faces. Like, be real, you know? If you're gonna be in here, come hang, you know, but like, you know what we're talking about and shit like that. So it's like, it's not gonna be no surprise if we ask you any questions and you're like, no, I'm just here to kind of hang out. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm glad you do that, mate, because a lot of people let it go.
Well, I was trying to make everybody remember the time that Dogs Are Gods was he's a staunch anti-flat earther. I mean, he's outright blatant. He doesn't care. He doesn't hide it. He thinks everybody in here is fucking idiots. So when he came in here, STL was riding his coattails. Like every time Dogs Are Gods was in here, he was in here as well. Because he wants to see our destruction. Like he thinks of nothing better but for that. So yeah, fuck it, dude. Like everybody in here, like, I take it like this, Big Root. Everybody in here has suffered some way or another for the implications of saying the truth, and that is like telling people the reality of the physical natural earth. So it's like, I already understand that. So you've gone through a deal of having to have people rail against you because of it. So that means something to me. Like, somebody feels like this is just another chat room, that's fine to me. But to me, it's not. This is the place where we're taking a stand against the efforts of people out there, and that's, we've curated this place as such. But,
yeah, it's become a safe place now because of your the way you guys treat them, and now they don't want to come here, and not many of them want to come here. I actually think they're crazy if they want to come here.
Exactly. Well, at least it poses a challenge to anybody. And, it just depends on the level. I always say this, man. It's a case-by-case basis. We don't go full 100 whenever they come in here just because they don't know. However, the energy starts to match whenever their ignorance starts to become more and more. Like, as in, let's say you speak something plainly, right? And you're just gauging where they're at. And then you're just like, okay, well, the person's not getting it. All right, so maybe I should try it another way. And, the team usually does their thing where everybody's like, well, okay, let me try. Okay, well, how about me? Let me try it. So it bounces around till the person, they're going to show their true colors, whether they're going to be somebody who's wanting to stop what we're doing by becoming a sophist. Because usually that's what happens when they start to see like how much they're invested in the global lie. They start to then think, you know what? I'm going to stick to the globe no matter what cost, even if it's to the detriment of my own, logical abilities. So that is when, people start, changing their minds of like how they are approaching the subject with this person.
Yeah, and if they did that in any other walk of life or any other subject, they would be hated by people, because that is such a manipulative, disgusting way to be. It's pretty much a tool from the devil's handbook. Sophistry.
Well, yeah. If you say it, I do it in this way, man. I can gauge that by saying, okay, so just listen to this logical statement. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere per the 8 inches per mile squared or any distance, what is it? And it's like they're allergic to say the word. You want me to say flat? It's like, bro, it's just and finish the logical statement. Because if you are to be intellectually honest, you understand that the Earth can. And if you know what I mean, like if I was sitting on the other side, and if I was intellectually honest, and I was saying that, well, it could only be nothing but flat. Just being two people that are trying to reason with each other. But if you're allergic to say it, and you're like, I don't know, it could be anything else. Or if you start making something up, I can see how disingenuous you are, or what investment you might have on this. And that's kind of like where people start to turn. Either they're going to turn into like a sophist type, or try to use these mental gymnastics. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to. There's nobody's out there kind of checking to see what you're doing. Nobody's going to be like, good job, you really stuck it to those flat earthers. Nobody's out there. This is like, I think that's kind of the issue here. Some of these characters that come in here, they think they're some, we're being onlooked by, everyone to kind of being judged, and like nobody. It's like your own mind that you're letting deteriorate because of that information. It's like, then you can see that. That's why I'm like, that's when you start to realize that they're starting to turn for like whatever investment they have for the information of the global lie.
Yeah. That's why I love this, and I love being in here, and I love what you guys do, because in real life, I couldn't care less. You know, if somebody wants to bullshit their way through their own life, you know, most people who are sophists usually lie about themselves as well, so they think they're someone they're not. And if that's who you are, great. In real life, that doesn't bother me. But in here, they may influence other people who have genuine questions. So yeah, in real life, let them go. Let them, you know, if they want to bullshit and believe bullshit, let them. But in here, I think it's such a good, you know, it's such an important job to keep them out and to keep them at bay, because they are influencing people.
Yep. It's exposing them, I guess, is what it is. Because, you know, we talk to people in here about the truth, and it's like, it's not a, people think that you have to wrestle with these things. You don't. It's a rejection. For the people that don't know, and they come into this, all they're doing at the moment when they come in here, because they've been taught or told that the earth is a globe, they're just rejecting the fact that it could be anything else. No, this couldn't work on a flat earth. It's like they don't know. They have to actually start to realize, okay, first of all, how do I know what I know? Like, do I know it's a globe? Like, and that's people have been conditioned to not even think about that, just to kind of like go at the topic as in like it's already truth. You know, that's the issue that we have to deal with.
Yeah, it's scary. But I've got to jump into a meeting, mate, so we'll be back in about 20.
All right, big group.
Like what you said earlier, Big Rude, about the sophist. Because in a way, these are people who have been run out of every other debate community. They tried to debate evolution, theology, government policy, political stances, you know, like everything, every topic they've ever been to, they get run out of. And some of them end up here at like Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, where they think they've got a slam dunk and they can finally win a debate. They realize they have no idea what they're talking about. They never knew what they were talking about. And instead of just rebuilding their knowledge base, they just turn into like nothing means anything anymore. Flat is curved, curved is flat, war is peace. The ultimate 1984 newspeak. Just to always fit some sort of agenda-driven worldview that they won't tell you about because they know it'll expose their hand. As soon as they tell you they're all about thought control and what people are allowed or not allowed to think, it completely destroys this idea that there's some sort of higher being. They're so enlightened. They've got the inside track on all things, the moral superiority. No, you don't. You're just a triggered dude who's all upset that someone disagrees with you. That's a bummer that Matthew went anti-globe, or I'm sorry, anti-flat Earth. He seemed like to be right on the tip of just kind of a little toxic, but a little sort of intellectually honest. I had not heard from him in a while. I was wondering what happened.
I don't know if it had to do with the incident, Chris, that he came in here, and I went pretty hard on him, like really hard. But it was mostly around that time that he didn't come here any longer. But it was almost a unified decision from that. He was just being way too toxic. Something or other at that time that he was like booted out of here, something triggered him. Like he started to become more staunch in a position of being an anti-flat earther. I don't know, man. It could have been like because he was exposed to like going to the flat earth meetups or what it was getting under his skin. I think it had something to do with his Nathan Oakley experience, personally. But he had a bee in his bonnet. So he was coming in here and, you know, kind of strutting his stuff because he knew, you know, he was a part of this server for a while. And some people thought maybe he was just good content because at least we can show people how to deal with, like, just keep on exposing him every day and every day. I didn't know that he was actually teaching, like he was an actual teacher, right now, teaching church school. And I found out he's teaching church school. So for me, that's like, I can see a teacher out there in the world that's secular, teaching evolution and all that other garbage, right? And I could see that as being something, but when you're in a church school, that's like, I don't understand that. That to me does not make any sense. But it be what it be. So when he came in here, it was like, I want to say it was like a day or two after that Nathan Oakley's experience, when he got lambasted. Yeah, so he came in here, and I had just learned that he was teaching at church school, so I really opened up on him. He was think about this, man, timing. He was talking to Jenna Massey about biblical scripture and how he's defending his point on how God's saying that the earth is like a globe, with the scripture with the earth is a circle, the circle of the earth, when it's talking about that, Isaiah. I think it's a scripture in Isaiah that he talks about that. And I just came in here and I was like, you're being a heretic now, like, so, and he was kind of sideways about, like, me telling him all that. I was like, so you're teaching church? I just went in, dude. I remember I was pretty hot because it's like he's teaching young minds not only about the heliocentric idea, but he's also teaching them that God's saying so. So that pisses me off, dude. Just like Steven Anderson and, you got your Ken Holdvine and all them. They're arguing from a biblical standpoint, indoctrinating the rest of the masses. And, they say, there's this one video that I was watching. I don't know who put it in here. I think Critical Inception. He put the video. I was like those preacher types that rail against flat earth. It's like every single one of them, and they're talking about how this is not a salvation issue. I was like, no, I beg to differ. Because if you're calling all of creation is telling you that you live on a globe, then you're making God out to be a liar. Because that's not what creation is telling you. It is not telling you that the earth is a globe, period. And if it is, where's the evidence for that? And you better come up with some evidence if you're saying that's the case. And that God's saying so, the creator. Because that's why I'm furious about that. Like when you guys out there, the biblical, and you're standing by the word of God, and then you're coming in here and saying that he's also, like, creation is telling you that the earth is a globe, you bet your ass is a salvation issue. Because you're making God out to tell you that the earth is a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space. Where does it say that? Where do you go out in nature and see a globe spinning? Oh boy. Yeah, you better have some evidence if you're definitely on that train.
Yeah, I feel like the first crack in Matthew was when you guys would, like, someone would be talking on live stream and you kind of go one-on-one with a new guy, a new person who's just into the debate. In that, Matthew would be throwing these little snarky comments in the background, like he's cloaked or something. Open his mic and then saying something, like just throwing daggers, like, oh, watch, this is what they'll do next, or something like that. Now, next he's going to show you the Black Swan, or just like these little gamma sort of shisty little jabs. If you're like, dude, shut up, right? Like, peanut gallery commentary isn't needed. If you've got something to add, speak up. If you just want to throw a little quip out there because you think you're clever, just keep yourself on mute. And somehow that freaked him out because he realized that he was turning into this sort of like that kid in the back of the classroom who's just saying stupid shit the whole time, like disrupting the class.
So, Crit, remember, you know how they always ask us to go to their platform, but you're too scared to leave your echo chamber. You don't want to come debate me. But you're kind of like a representative that goes to other platforms, right? You go and check to see what they're doing in other platforms. How do they treat you over there?
Yeah, they mute you right away. You
shit, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. You get banned, you get muted, you get sometimes for nothing at all.
I mean, let's just get real here, because they're always saying that you guys are too afraid to debate us over here in a neutral platform. Fuck off, dude. It ain't no neutral platform. As soon as anybody over there talks flat Earth, you mute their ass. You threaten to ban them and shit like that. There is no neutral.
Well, they want us. That's the reason they want us to go over there, because they can just take 100% control of the conversation. The first thing they do is they mute us, and then they just start shouting. They just go on and on and on, like just monologuing at us, like, so, and without us being able to speak. Right? They'll get 2 words in, and then one of them will get triggered, and then they'll just want to sit there and monologue for the next 5 minutes at you.
It's about control. And what's interesting too is like they'll bring up the topic. You might be talking about something completely different. I mean, because sometimes the conversation could be about anything, and you'll get some dude say, "Crit's a flat earther," and you're like, "Okay, so why do you care?" And then it'll turn to the conversation about flat Earth, and maybe another flat earther or someone else will start chiming up. Then some mod will get triggered, like mute me because I brought the topic up, even though I didn't. And then if some other flat earther keeps talking, they'll mute them and say, "You know what? Flat Earth is done for the day. That's it. The rest of the day, flat Earth is a banned topic." And you're like, well, whatever, you know? I mean, you guys brought it up, and then you mute the flat earthers when we were fine. I've been talking here for an hour, 2 hours, hanging out with you guys, no problem. This dude over here brings up flat Earth, and then now I'm done talking for the day because he brought the topic up, not me. And they're like, yeah, come to your platform. Huh. And it's the best part, too, is when they invite you. They say, come up to my server and talk about flat Earth. I go, so I'm like a guest here, right? You're inviting me like a guest in your house. Let's see how even that concept, how is that concept in your mind going to work out? How do you treat people who are guests in your house?
Yeah, you just muzzle them and talk shit at them.
Yeah, that's their logic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then when they decide to leave and they say no thank you to your invite, you pretend like they ran away. No, I got sick of your shit. You're a bad host. Your hosting skills are subpar, okay? Work on your hosting skills and maybe I'll stick around.
Yeah. Like, it was kind of fun going into the modern day debate server, but useless whenever a mod would get in there, because the first thing they would do is just mute the flat earthers and then just let the rest of them take their rounds just talking shit at us. And then the ones that do that, though, that just want to talk shit at us, they don't join the VC unless a mod is there, so that we can be put on mute so that they can do that. Otherwise, they're too afraid to even join their own echo chamber without the mod there to save them.
That's the best part, yeah. And then they call us a gang or a clique or whatever. I go, no, we're just like-minded people sharing what we think about reality. You guys are the gang. You got to come in rolling deep. Otherwise, you're scared. You're scared to even interact with somebody on a topic you said you care about, that you've raised on a server that you did it on. Unless you've got mod, unless you've got some sort of, you know, like your gang lord muter.
Hey, Crit, fuck that, man. We're the Avengers. We're the fucking Justice League, bro. Like, yeah, if we're that, it's because the people of the earth are getting sick and tired of their bullshit. And the ones who are closet flat earthers are unable to do so. So we're the ones who are in the front lines right now, getting the brunt force of the ignorance. And so be it. But, like, even if that is the case, like, all of us, like, we stand together, like, united in this server. So, like I was saying this before, there's a culture here, right? When people come here, I mean, we got people who are pretend to clown flat earthers who come in here, and they seem to act like they know what they're talking about because they're brand new to the server. But then when they start to hear us, when we take control of the conversation, they know how things are run. And that's like, we don't give them any type of out when it comes to like them understanding. I mean, that's why I say, like, all of us are becoming, like, you know, larger than life in this conversation. That's who we are, bro. Like, they don't have they don't stand a chance. Nobody. And I challenge them to come in here. It's like, if you think you got the spine to actually stand up in this conversation, go for it. I'd like to see what happens to anybody who's a part of this culture, not just some new flat earther that joined us, but anybody that's been here, to see how they fare.
The Swiss server is so good because when you go out there, and I mean, not that I say it gets to me, but there's always a little bit that kind of gets to you when you're just dealing with someone so ignorant, so unwilling to listen, so sophist. Because coming here is like a reset. You're like I get a little bit of faith back in humanity. It's kind of like a guilty pleasure. I should probably spend less time, going into global spaces because it's really like. It's almost pointless. It really, they're not going to listen to you. They're not going to pay attention. The best result you can get is someone kind of likes you and kind of likes that you're different than them and likes hearing different ideas or kind of likes the way you're presenting facts. And then they kind of say, hey, I don't see what he's saying is a violation of TOS or against the rules. Why are you guys all freaked out because someone's presenting a different idea about the world? And then that kind of starts a conversation about free speech and human expression and whatnot. And that's really the best you can get when you're in a space that's going to be like anti-flat earth. How far anti do they go? Do they go full anti, like no free speech anymore? You can't even question the globe. Questioning the globe, I've had people tell me that questioning the globe is akin to questioning the Holocaust. I'm like, how?
Yeah, man, that's blasphemy. It's blasphemy. That's why I call myself heretic.
I know it's good because that way they're in you kind of de-weaponize that word for them.
Yeah, perhaps the creator will usher one of these, supposed Christian anti-flat Earth types to come in here. I wonder how they would fare in this server.
Yeah, I've been trying to get that Darth Dawkins guy. He's a big Christian, debater versus atheist and stuff. And he really hates flat Earth. He compared it to demonic possession.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Evil. There's okay. So if that's one way they look at it, and they look at the globe being the ultimate truth of God's creation, then it must mean that, from our viewpoint, they're the ones with the demonic possession, right? I mean, if we're going to flip the tables, what did you say?
Yeah, for sure, because they've added a bunch of external content to themselves that causes them to react in ways that they're no longer in control of themselves.
See, good point.
There's another guy called Mr. Batman, and he just said that flat Earth was the dumbest thing he ever heard. And I was like, dumber than atheism? And he said, yeah. I'm like, oh boy.
Mr. Batman, is that the DJ Batman guy you mean?
No, that's a different dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, DJ Batman's a spurg, man. That dude's something else.
Yeah.
He'll sit there and melt down. Yeah, great. One time he melted down and he's like, it all started when I was a teenager. And I'm like, dude, shut up. I don't care. Okay. I don't want to know
As soon as you make any kind like this, they're just really easy to rebut on anything that they say. And as soon as you do, like, they lose it completely. All they do from that point on is just start making dumb jokes and stuff. Like, you just break them instantly. Like, they'll stop being serious about the topic. Like, they can't even anymore. It's like a coping mechanism. They try to engage honestly with it, and I guess maybe they have some sense that they are just going to drown, so they just start throwing out stupid jokes and talking about the world being a donut, and like, it just deteriorates to that almost instantly.
You have these really cringe straw man Reddit jokes.
So bad.
You have to call them drive-bys. They start doing their drive-bys. don't quit your day job. You're not a good comedian. Your stand-up shtick is bad.
It's bad because what it is just pouting. It's not even humor, not comedy. They're just having a spaz about their ball being taken away from them.
Yeah, remember when they would go through and they mute all of us and then keep talking shit? And I posted that thing about what does it mean in psychology if somebody talks about you like you're not there? And it was like they're broken units. I go, Flat Earth broke you. According to psychology, your mind is broken. Your ego, your id, your personality has been shattered into pieces that now you're going to mute someone, pretend they're not there, and continue to talk about them. You'll seek help. You'll talk to a therapist.
Imagine having that much. Imagine having that much of yourself riding on the globe of all things. Like, why?
I know. It's like, yeah, I know. Like somehow there's a like out there in space, all humanity's problems will be solved. Okay, if that's true, follow that logic and just fix it here first. If you can fix it out there, you should be able to fix it here. But I go, you guys can't even offer a fix on the Discord server. Look at the way you run the server. Just think what would happen if you ran the world. What you would do. They were, I mean, when I got the one dude the meltdown, it says, this is where Flat Earth comes to die. And what did he say? Something else too. The Anathema, Surgeon General.
Oh my God.
He goes, first he said, I go, has a Flat Earther ever won a debate in the server? He said no.
Yeah,
no Flat Earther. They've always lost. Every debate, every conversation, the Flat Earther has lost. I go, what's the purpose of the server then? Because if you know that you've named the channel Flat Earth Debate, you've asked for Flat Earthers to come here, but you say they will only lose. What's the purpose? This is where Flat Earth comes to die. I go, how's that working out for you?
That's a funny statement. I seem to remember asking him some questions and he had no answers for anything.
He doesn't answer questions. I go, do you have answers? He's like, yeah, I've got all the answers, but you take no questions.
What was the name of the guy?
It's
Anathema.
Anathema.
Who is he? Do we know?
Yeah, he's the admin of that modern day debate.
Yeah, like he didn't know how the globe was supposedly measured or anything. Didn't even really know like the rhetoric to respond to the Black Swan with. He didn't know nothing. So he's just another shit talker.
Yeah, it was like even just basic stuff, like how many layers of the atmosphere there are. The general layout, like the number of continents on Earth. He didn't know none of it, like absolutely none of it. And then he said he purposely wasn't answering. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you you just can't tell me how many continents you think there are? Because he's so afraid of giving a wrong answer that he gives no answers at all. I go, that's the worst answer.
That's really snaky, though, that he's talking like that. Because when I talk to him, he's like, oh, look, I don't want to answer because I don't really know, so I'm not going to chime in on something I don't know much about. And it's like, I can respect that. But then, you turn around, and then he's like, Flat Earthers have never won a debate here. Like, okay, cope, buddy.
I kept saying, at what point will this change to the Globe Earth Debate channel? If at some point you've won enough, right? Flat Earth is dead. You got your objective. What do you do with the channel now? He said, we'll just delete it.
They say that they win, though, just to cope, right? Because they actually kind of never do, really. Unless, I mean, they're talking to, like, some really dumb Flat Earther or something. But, like, I mean, they're just telling themselves that to feel better, you know?
I would say, what did you win? Can you show me something? Did you win a ticket to the moon? You know, like, what was your prize?
Yeah, what's the big prize?
Yeah. The one time, I can't remember who it was. It wasn't DJ or it might have been Dremko, where he said he won. I go, you're positive you won? 100% I won. And I'm like, okay, so what did you win? He said, I won the debate. And then I said, but you just said there was no debate. How do you win a debate when you said there was no debate?
I find that they kind of do that as like a tactic, right? Once they've lost in their corner, they go, no, I've won, it's over, I'm moving on now. Like that Ozian guy, he claimed that pixels are what he used to measure the Earth curve with. It's like, what the hell? So I was asking him all these questions about it. And he's like, I've won already, I can move on. Like they just declare themselves winners so that in their mind, like, okay, I did it, I proved the globe, and now I don't have to be bothered with this flat earther anymore. Yeah, they're just trying to cope. The dumbest one ever was, were you there when Inquisitor was like, what did he bring up? It was Star Trails. And he's like, Star Trails will not work on a flat Earth. He says, they will work on perhaps a cube. And he started naming different things that it would work on. And one of them was a cube, but not a flat Earth.
Yeah, I called it like at his meth field symposium. He just started going through all the different possible shapes where Star Trails would work. Like this internal monologue. I'm like, dude,
he named a bunch of flat shapes, dude. In between saying won't work on a flat Earth. It's like, you did a good enough job hanging yourself, man. Like, I don't even need to respond to that. Just point out the incoherence is all I need to do.
Yeah, Jerry was there for that one because he started say, "How about a triangle? Would it work on a triangle? A pyramid? How about a pyramid? Like, how about dinosaur-shaped Earth? Would it work on that?"
And then he admitted, after I called him out on that, he's like, well, when I say flat Earth, I'm talking about like the standard A.E. Gleason's model, that flat Earth. Oh, that's cool. Nobody else was talking about that, though.
Yeah, only you.
And I mean, that was just a cop-out, too. He doesn't know that it wouldn't work on that, even. He's just saying that, right? Because he needs some sort of an out.
Even globe earthers have their misconceptions about reality. They say that there's a layer cake of different types of atmosphere above our heads, which means they talk about the thermosphere, the exosphere, the mesosphere, all that shit. So they're talking about that being above our heads. That's never been verified. And they go through different things where they're like the core of the Earth, the gobstopper Earth. That's never been verified. 70% of the Earth is covered in water. That's never been verified. Where the fuck did they pull that number out of their ass? Because that's when the Earth is an entire globe. When they're talking about that's what the Earth is. You know what's weird? Is that just recently, you can probably look this up, they just found some islands off the coast of Japan. How the fuck are you going to find some islands, man, on something that should have already been discovered?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought they knew everything about this place.
Exactly. So 70% of the Earth is covered in water? That's fucking bullshit. So we're talking about all the things that they have misconceptions on. We never actually harp on that point, but I think we should. We should now turn it onto them. What do you mean layer cake that's above our head of atmosphere? Go ahead and show us how that's been verified. Also, how do you know that 70% of Earth is covered in water? What if it's 85%? You don't know. Where are you pulling this number from? How do you verify this? Right? Like all these things they don't know because they've never been challenged. But when they are, I guarantee you there won't be any way for them to escape. The gobstopper Earth, the core of the Earth, going from like where the crust is all the way down to the mantle and all that shit. How do they know all that's there?
Oh, they're just saying it. They just say shit. That's what all their claims are, is them just saying it.
So if you're a globe earther out there listening right now and you want to debate this shit, please come in here because I'm eager to hear what you got to say. If you have answers to that, go ahead and present your evidence.
Yeah, it's all bluff. Like, they're just saying stuff. And I guess they just hope that you'll be dumb enough not to ask them questions about it or whatever. They just see what they can throw out there and get away with.
Yeah, I'm tired of it, man. Like, they always because when we use that that evidence to kind of say like how they don't know, or we use like their same assumption, we throw it back at them. Well, you guys say the Earth is covered in 70% water, right? But the reality is that's not true. You guys say the Earth is 93 billion miles or million miles away. Well, that's not true. How'd you verify that? So there's a lot of shit that they're claiming, or what the sun's made of, or what the fucking moon is. Like, they don't know anything. When we drill down into what they're calling the Earth, they have no clue.
Yeah. Usually the justification is science, basic physics. Did you graduate?
They're just throwing shit at the wall, hoping something sticks.
Yep. Yeah, that's the real key thing to realize is all this stuff that they argue, they're just saying it. That's all they're doing.
They say that as well. They'll be like, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's an established fact.
Oh, it's established now, so we don't get to question it.
No, I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying.
It's settled science.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, they try to skip past the debate by saying, oh, it's already established. I don't have to prove it. It's been established.
Where was it established exactly?
Yeah, how was that done?
Oh, come on, everybody knows that.
Well, that's how everybody knew it, so it was established.
It's established because everybody knows it's been established.
Yeah, that's how truth works. We take a vote. Enough people agree, it's true. And established.
And you know what that probably means? They were at school, they made a comment, someone took the piss out of them, so now they don't consider that truth.
And generally, it's the teacher.
Yeah, but if your peers don't agree at school, you're just like, nah, that's stupid. Yeah, you're right, that's stupid. And people carry their beliefs from childhood right the way up to adulthood.
Big Root, I have a question for you, Big Root. How much of history do you think is a fucking lie, in your opinion?
I think we've had several resets, so I would say 99% of the narrative is false.
We're just based on going on just from what academia tells us, right? Not just like what people say, but what they teach us at schools.
I'd say a good 85% is fabrication. Because a bit like with Flat Earth, you know, you have to go back to basics, and some of the basis we have in the world, you know, like evolution, the Big Bang, you know, you have to go back once you've established the Earth is not a spinning globe. You then have to go back further. And I think it's the same situation with history. If you want to talk about a particular point in history, what you will find is, oh shit, you know, I need to go back further to figure out whether this is true. Because when you get to primary source, when you're trying to find primary source information, you know, it doesn't, a lot of the time doesn't match up with the history books.
Another question for everybody in the room. When was the Antarctic Treaty established in history?
50s?
40s.
Like 40s, 50s, somewhere in between there?
Is it 1959?
59?
Yeah, I think
okay, so. And everybody basically shook hands and said, no one's coming down here. But if that's the case, what was the state of affairs for the governments of the world at that time?
Hadn't we just come out of a Second World War and just about to go into
post-war?
So it was post-war, right? So how can anybody make an agreement after somebody got their ass whooped that they're going to be okay for this shit to be like, okay, well, Yeah, we just had a bunch of blood and guts spill all over the fields of the world. But, right here we're going to go ahead and just, say that we all agree. How the fuck does that work?
Reminds me of a show by the guys who make Rick and Morty. They've got like a show about aliens who live in the UK. Who live in on the Earth. Long story short, in that show, there's a kid, one of the aliens, who can shrink people. So he goes around shrinking people and putting them in a little people farm. That farm becomes like a city of people over the series. And eventually they have their own show within the show. Basically, they've got a society. But it comes out that there's a way out, but the higher-ups have been hiding it from them because they've enjoyed the hierarchy they've built. It reminded me of that.
Big Root, I think you're onto something, bro. I really do. That because using that as an analogy, I mean, you could see the corruption of man if it fell into the hands of a few people, powerful people, that actually found out what's going on. Why they would actually not let everybody else know? Because you become the powerful kings and rulers of this world. And your lineage will be, worshipped as like, powerful people also.
Yeah, and it's the same with politicians, governors. Mm-hmm. They actually start to police ourselves, don't we?
Yep. That's why I was saying, when we answer the question, well, they don't allow us to go, well, who the fuck is they? You mean my next door neighbor? And you talk about the teacher down the street? Is that what you mean? Because they fully believe this. They don't think this is a lie. They think it's the truth. You mean the preacher who's railing against us right now? Who thinks we're all demon possessed? You mean those guys?
Well, consensus literally means the majority, the people.
That's crazy, man. When you find out that they just turn these people into like hall monitors, glorified hall monitors that are not, we're policing ourselves, just as you said.
Well, look at New York.
Self-policing is also a cult modality, so like it only implies that they're in a cult.
Yep. Look at Black Lives Matter. They also had, I can't remember, but in New York in particular, they seem to be like an extreme version of this, where I can't remember, they took over the streets, it was almost lawless for a few weeks, and they were basically running down conservatives. I mean, that is the modern prison, isn't it? The people are the prison guards.
Yeah, but that's like, and people that come to the truth, think about this. They want to say, well, we know the truth now. Let's take up arms. Let's do something about it. My friends, that is the wrong way to think about this. This warfare is not waged on a flesh and blood level. This is a war that's, it's waged on a spiritual level. That's what this war is waged on. It's the heart of man. It's not the flesh of man. The flesh of man declares it, but the heart actually perceives it. So we're fighting a spiritual battle, essentially. And this is the warfare that's ongoing in here. It's not made of who's the strongest as far as like your ability to jump higher, run faster. That's not what this is about. Lift more weights. Fuck that, man. In this arena, that's non-existent. This arena consists of your ability to cognitively understand the physical and natural world around you. And if you're not able to do that, then you're fucking toast, man. Like, obviously, your mind is putty. You've already given it over to somebody because you can't think for yourself, is what you're saying. Somebody else is pulling the levers and the wires. That's what's fucked up about it. And so what we're doing in here is waging a war against that. Against the mindset of somebody who's been in prison. We do our damnedest. That's why, like, man, I say this, and I know it's a bit like I'm saying it a lot, but That's why I'm upset with these anti-flat earth types who want to cozy up to us, man. It's just not going to happen. Because they're making a mockery of the... Yeah, they come in here thinking it's just another chat room or, the work that we're doing. I'm telling you, bros, this is God's work. It's the Creator's work. It's what it is.
I believe you, and I'm so with you. My dad constantly, he was asking me what's the point? What's this all about? And I keep telling him, like, this is not about getting money out of, the Freeman movement or not paying tax or getting out of the system. This is literally about your soul. And from what I read in scriptures, the whole scripture, the Bible, let's say, the message I got from it was that we're going to be tested here. And this is about being trustworthy. Can you trust yourself? Can you be trusted in the face of any temptation? Any temptation. And the globe is a temptation because it leads to comfort. It leads to ignorance. So I think you're bang on, mate. I do think this is God's work. And I think this is all part of the great deception that was to come and prophesied about.
The globe also leads to irresponsibility. You're just a random monkey accident in a random universe. So there's nothing matters. You can do whatever you want. There's no morality.
No, yeah, exactly. And people are leaning towards the globe because it's the easy option. It's the wide path that Jesus spoke of.
Man, you're speaking so much truth right now. Freaking Big Root, man. Do you think you're thinking like the way I was, like when I first came into this? I would say the couple months after I realized that the Earth isn't a globe, I was like, wait a second. Like, there's something deeper than just understanding that the physical and natural world is not a globe. Like, I feel like it's deeper than this. So I started to see these spiritual implications, and everything you're describing is how I see it. Like right now, I come in here with the full knowledge of knowing this is not just another chat room. It isn't. It's, dare I say, it's sacred. Is this sacred ground that you're in right now for your mind? Because if you're lost and you don't know how to tell what is what, and somebody's told you, well, you can only be sure about things 99% of the time. You really can't be sure about, and they're telling you how to deny your senses. Well, your senses can trick you, can't they? And so it's like it's the devil's work when they actually get you to think about reality. And also the trick is the sleight of hand is to not only just trick you and fool you to say that you can't trust your own senses, is to say, because you can't trust your own senses, give it over to someone else who you can trust. Trust me, I will tell you what your worldview is, so that you have the inability to escape a prison that is going to be made, not by human hands, but made by people who are trying to deceive you. The agenda basically is what's deceiving you. And who's actually behind all of this? Who the fuck knows? But we understand that it comes from this ancient warfare that's been waged on us, on people, since the beginning. There's one who has been jealous of us, man. It's written in all these mythological writings of how the gods were envious of man. And those people, those entities were the angelic host who saw man and how God favored us. And so they wanted to wage war against man by and God by taking us away, we were precious to God. People. So they wanted to do the best they could to thwart the efforts of us coming to the Creator. And so that's what the war it's God's work, man. I'm telling you. All of it. It's the Creator's is waging war against this guy, and this guy is waging war against the Creator, and he wants us to rally behind him, to go to this quote unquote idea that space exists and say there is no God, and or swing the other way and say you are gods. It's such a demonic kind of endeavor, this whole thing. It's evil of the worst type. But people don't see that because of the way it's painted in today's times. It just looks like, people are free thinkers when they think of the vast universe and cosmos and exoplanets and galaxies and shit. That it's given a softer, tone to it. So people are like, yeah, man, we're just looking at what the possibilities are. No, you're not. You've been deceived by a lie, and you're following the greatest deceiver there ever was. And so I think it's rooted in this ancient war. And so we are like on the front lines, you and me, and everybody in this room who understands the truth. It's an ancient war, and we're fighting this battle against the warfare of the mind. And that's why I said this battlefield doesn't. You can take up all the guns and swords and everything you want. Shit is not going to help you at all, because you can't make a mind think differently on the other side of that battlefield if you're waging that kind of war. Because you're only going to destroy the flesh and bone. You're not going to destroy the mindset. And we're doing that here. We're destroying mindsets here. So every mind that actually thinks critically for themselves and gets freed because they are born again in the new natural understanding of the physical world, showing themselves, it's self-evident, right? To them that the earth is not what they've been told. That's another mind. And what glory do we get from that? None. We don't gain any glory from that. The Creator does. Because they realize that this place that they're in has a Creator. Sorry, I get in my soapbox, Big Root, but I just feel like, ever since I came to that knowledge, bro, it's like I see it. I saw the Matrix, dude. It's like everybody's captivated by it. Everyone. They're taken in by this information, and I don't know. I think some of us who don't see the implications of that, we're some of us see it as a debate. Some of us see it as, we're just talking about flat Earth, man. I don't. I think it's an ancient battle that's been waged long, long ago. And the more you're invested in it, the more you become somebody who's actually fighting against this evil agenda. To me, it's against us, bro. That war is against people, against humans, against the human family. It's against all of us.
Yeah, 100%, bro. And well said, And I came to this conclusion by realizing that nature and natural, that is equivalent to good. We are human beings, carbon-based life forms. We have a good. It's life. Anything that gives and nourishes life is good. So the opposite of that is evil. It's just logic. So when you start seeing agendas against life, against nourishment, it's not hard to start seeing, what is really going on. And I don't think it needs to be any more complex than that.
There was
it's giving your power away. That is evil. Giving your power away is evil because it's not nourishing you. It's taking away from you. You're giving away, your ability to think, your ability to make a decision.
Don't you find that sad, Big Root? Don't you find that sad? Like people that you know of, they're like, well, I'm not a scientist. How should I know? And the most basic things, the most simplest things to understand, they say things like, I can't trust my senses. How am I supposed to know? And they fully trust whatever expert tells them whatever is going on in their life. They have no ability to cognitively understand for themselves.
So you don't trust your own senses, but you trust the senses of some unnamed, faceless, so-called expert. Weird.
Mm-hmm. Evil.
I was always saying that too, man, because I know a lot of people aren't religious in that sense, like the way, even the way I think about things, but they can see the implications of not thinking for yourself, right? Because that's obvious. Well, if you don't think for yourself, then you're just accepting what everybody else tells you on face value. How can you do that? How can you live life that way? Where you don't ever think for yourself, for anything. Just accept whatever the world around you's agendas that are coming out. It's disgusting, bro. I think that's against humanity. Whatever that is, that agenda, that's against us. I've seen how in ancient times the rebellion was led against the Creator, with Nimrod being the and I'm talking about this portion of the biblical narrative. They were to build a tower that was going to reach to the heights of heavens and usurp their knowledge and their will against the Creator. They were led by Nimrod. And so, as it was in the days of old, as it is today, there's nothing new under the sun. Yep. It's all been done before. And so we're kind of, in a sense, kind of rallying together as the world. And if there's no buffer to stop this, if we're not actually every day fighting as hard as we can against this, nobody's going to be out there to stand against this information, bro. There's no one. It's just you and me. That's it. There's no buffer. Who will stand against those who are put in positions that are lofty? Like the TED Talk people and the professors of the world. That's why I value someone like QE, because that guy he got put in an academic position, but he's doing God's work, man. He actually turned it around on them.
Yep, he's fighting hard.
He broke down the argument so well for a lot of us too.
Right. So the creator gave us. He didn't give us like 1,000 QEs. He just gave us one, because that's all he really needs. And the rest of us to understand that we have our own ability to cognitively understand the earth is not what we've been told. So yeah, it's a privilege to be amongst all you intellects as well. You were freed from that lie, and you've become warriors in the fight.
He's just a kid.
It gave us a lot of ammo. Like, how often do you see the Black Swan posted here? Every day, over and over again. And it works, man.
Yep, there's no rebuttal against it.
Yeah.
And all of the citations, he's really, really good at finding evidence to support his position. He just doesn't talk out of his ass.
What? Oh, sorry, Mike's open.
And he goes to a basic level too. Like he just refutes them on the fundamental level where there's absolutely no comeback, and just totally exposes the incoherence. It's good.
He's a treasure to us, man. Like, honestly, some people look at him as a villain. They paint him the villain. I could see why.
You know what I like to do though is I like to post the Black Swan picture, like the classic one, on purpose, because there's other Black Swans with other really far horizons and stuff, but I use that one because it triggers the Globers in particular. It's like taking a cross to a vampire. They hate that picture, and there's nothing they can do about it, right? So I just go for that one over and over again, just burns them.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. It is. It's like a cross to a vampire.
It is.
Yeah, or the sunlight.
Man, all these are like, yeah, exactly. Because exposing them to the light. I'm telling you guys, you're saying things that are scriptural. Because exposing them to the light, that's what they don't want. That's I think in the realm of like Matthew chapter 3, where it's talking about how God gave His only begotten Son. So if you go further down in that passage, it'll describe to you how those who do evil hate the light. So yeah, they do hate the light because their deeds are in darkness, and that's even true. All these secret societies, where do they hold their meetings? In darkness, where nobody knows. Secret rooms
of all types.
And the vampire analogy does go well with those in the entertainment industry, as you guys know. I don't even have to go too far into that. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They're feeding on the actual soul of a person, but there's no buffer for that, none whatsoever. That's what I said. This work that we're doing here, it's a spiritual warfare. I don't know. It's
yep. Well, they definitely got their piece for me. Shits.
That's what I was saying before. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You could take all the guns and swords and missiles to this thing. That's not going to help.
Yeah.
What's going to help is a changed heart and a changed mind.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, what up, Flat Lloyd?
Not much. I just wanted to agree with you guys just because, I mean, especially in the spiritual battle sense, because I would say that's why they try and keep us so busy, right, with this calendar system and programming, why they give us all this indoctrination, why we have to pay bills, why they keep us so stressed and in debt, not only for a slavery kind of system, but so that you don't ever connect spiritually to anything, to never know the creator, right, is kind of their goal. And couldn't agree more with kind of the sacred aspect of this place, with the community of minds that we have. It's brilliant.
And on that note, I got to go spend the next 12 hours at work.
Have a good one, Heretic.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk to you in a bit.
See you, man.
See you later, brother.
It just reminds me of how my family was when I was growing up, and they would all sit around the television and watch TV and the news and Good Morning America and all this stuff, and I didn't want to watch it. I'd rather read a book, go make something, go play outside. And there's so many traps here for I think the spirit. And the globe is probably the biggest one. Yeah, sorry, Trace.
I remember feeling the same when my parents did this. I think on some fundamental level, the kids feel that this programming isn't right, but people get hoodwinked into it.
Yeah. And sometimes it's fun and it's quote unquote educational. Like, for instance, my 8-year-old, she watches nothing but like the life cycle of animals, pretty much, like watching snakes and how some YouTubers they farm snakes, sort of thing, so they bring you through the whole cycle, and it's all very educational. And that stuff I don't really mind, but these useless sitcoms, TV shows that just kind of keep us in this regular 7-day cycle ever so well. And they even do it with the archetypes, right? Like Friends, right? Everybody sort of represents an archetype of their social structure. And it's like, hey, look, they're doing nothing. We're doing all right, too. We're doing nothing, with our life.
It's also, it's teaching them incorrectly. You see all these TV shows, the most intelligent, logical person is actually just using fallacies to argue. They teach them to be illogical through that.
I'll even catch myself now, like, oh man, that's a tool shed fallacy, or tool set fallacy. Or, oh man, I'm begging the question right now. So it's really good because it's this I think self-reflection, and those who obviously self-reflect more, I think, really find flat Earth pretty simple, and even probably found flat Earth pretty simple. But it's that internal reflection that I think some people deal with months, years of kind of this back and forth of, like, is it a globe? Is it flat? I don't know who to trust. And all they got to do is, like, look within, and it's all there. You realize the creator, you realize, how much you're capable of, which is, I hate that question when people say, like, well, what difference does it make? And I'm just like, I want to almost break down in tears. Like, you could change your entire life. I know everything you've ever complained about. And yet you're laughing at me because you're like, you never complain about anything, Chris. And it's like, there's really nothing to, like, once you understand the truth and the creation and why we're here and that it's beautiful every single day, you're just like, man, a bird could crap on your shoulder, but you're like, wipe it off, no big deal, wash the shirt, instead of, like, letting it ruin your day. And I don't know, 5 years ago, had a different mentality, and it continues to change my subjective life, knowing objectivity, which I think is a real battle. Is that, this mind virus we talk about is actually, people can't differentiate between subjective and objective reality. And I see it all the time in my students. They're like, it's that same thing that CB brings up with the girls where they're like, well, that's your opinion, and they think opinion can be facts. And of course, I spend all day straightening that out too. About to teach them summer school soon. So I don't know. I'm always kind of excited, these fresh minds that come right out of high school, and you're just like, man, what did they do to y'all? Come on, all right, like, let's get off the bootstraps, let's get out of the dirt, let's start thinking. It's fun, and it's fun here, of course, even talking to these globies.
Yeah, well said, man.
I just wish they had more balls so they could come in.
The irony.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like what you were saying, because I wanted to say earlier that the reason why flat Earth is so important. When my dad asked me that, I was telling him, it's not just flat Earth, it's evolution, it's the Big Bang, it's outer space, which ultimately, depends on what route you took, could affect the history.
It's what they did to the food, the plants, the animals.
I was going to lead on to diet. The reason why we have a shit diet. Why flat Earth? Why do we believe in monkeys who are our ancestors? Flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's just so much under the umbrella that I consider flat Earth because of the knock-on effects, the consequence that will come. The thinking that will come after flat Earth. It's huge.
Couldn't agree more.
And it's so frustrating when people are just, they just ask that question, well, why would they lie? Why is it important? Why does it matter? How is it going to change my life? And you're like, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Can you look past the end of your nose for half a second to recognize how much could be affected by recognizing we are in a stationary, stationary contained environment? And what Mayhem was saying earlier, this is what I mean. This is how far it goes, that we're talking about the implications of religion and spirituality and the creation, because, everything points towards a creator. Once you understand we're not spinning in a heliocentric model, and we are special. The third dimensional plane or whatever, the third dimension. This is a special place. The more I've looked into dimensions, the more I can see how this place is the most valuable place in the whole of existence. It's like a crossroads between multiple worlds. It could have been an experiment, who the fuck knows? But I just know that there is a grand, beautiful, central, focus on the human being and what they can do and the fresh start we have. And I don't know, I just find it so important and has such a knock-on effect that, it's offensive when someone says, well, I have to go to work tomorrow, so what's the point in talking about it? Like, well, I'm done.
Yeah, it reminds me of, I had an atheist friend back in college. He was actually my roommate, and we were pretty good buds. So, like in 2013, 14, I told him about all this flat earth stuff, and I directly asked him, I go, do you feel like you're moving right now? And asked him as a friend, and I realized that he didn't want to like be self-accountable for like any of that. I look back at it now that like he was also saying like, because he would say stuff all the time like, oh, I don't care what I do, or if I pissed off this person or that person, or kind of did something immoral, like didn't hurt anybody, but it was kind of immoral. He was like, it doesn't matter, I'm just a speck of dust. He'd kind of like brag about that, So when I bring the flat earth to him, that we're special, that actually what you do here does mean something. It was kind of the retaliation of that. And I see that a lot of people here, right? That self-accountability, they don't want to have it because they kind of know what they've done in the past, even though, I think all can be forgiven. You can forgive yourself, which is really the hardest thing to do. But that's kind of what I think this realm is about is, having that relationship with the creator and that self-reflection. And that of course it will bring you to flat earth and that truth. But I'm not gonna play it down either. It's a huge cognitive dissonance, huge shock to lots of people, myself included, and I think a lot of us here. We look at it and play it down now like, yeah, it is simple. Don't worry about it. Of course, they're human, they lie. But to some of these people still in the cage, they're like, what? There's a cage around my mind, and they just can't believe it.
That's why I love the Matrix movie. I feel like it's a great analogy.
Get me out. No.
Yep.
Like he's gonna pop.
Yeah. I literally use Matrix logic when I explain to somebody that flat earth is harder to understand the older you are. Because the older a mind is, the harder it is to free, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they put that point in there too.
In fact, I think somebody said it was The Matrix is a documentary, not a movie.
It really is a good one too. Like I even explain it to like to explain politics. You have the polarity of politics. You cast your vote or your votes, to the electoral college or to the election. It's very much, I would say, word-wise to do with electricity, right? Even like Electric City is like electricity. If you look at cities at a large scale and like urban design, and especially like old urban design, it's very much to a circuit board or sacred geometry, such as like DC and stuff like that. But, using the people as batteries, right, when they're charged with a crime, and how that kind of relates to this battery usage in the Matrix. Like, why are they using all the energy of the people, to sustain this machine? Why is there this ancient battle that they just woke up from and they don't really know who started the ship or where the ship ended?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that a portion of the movie? The movie where Morpheus, he's like, well, nobody knows who started this first.
Right.
But it was us who blackened the sky. Like, that's
right.
It's so analogous. It's scary, isn't it? When you think about it. So if that is true, right? If it's an analogy, what happens to those who are unplugged?
Those who are unplugged enter the real.
Yeah, but like when they come back, like they're back in the matrix. Like once they know that they have to do work in the matrix, like what are they? Like what do they become if they're unplugged?
Cypher.
Some of them do.
Some of them.
Well, they even go out of their way to ruin it.
Yeah, those would be the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I would say so too. Yeah.
Bang on. Yeah. And it's a philosophy as well. I feel like there's it's a real. They have their own. They believe in it. Like that's it for them. They're bought and sold on it. Ignorance is bliss. That's it. That's his final words.
Exactly. Actually, if we entertain this idea, you guys remember that part in the first one where like the agent, he's talking to Morpheus and he's like, I want the key. I want out of this place.
Yep.
What do you think that's about?
Because in the analogy, I'll tell you like this. On one instance,
to the devil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go on.
What do you think? What do you think the rebellion against God was, and the Tower of Babel?
Right.
What were they trying to do?
Get out.
Reach the heavens.
What is Operation Fishbowl about?
Yep.
Yeah.
Getting out. Breaking the ceiling.
Right. And
damn.
So yeah, isn't that weird?
That is crazy.
It's way too analogous to like be just like a movie that was the undertone of that film has more to deal with the spiritual warfare that we're enduring here. So the agents are people like when they were possessed with an agent, like when the agent would take over. That's like when you speak to somebody about the truth. And
every time.
The agent reacts. It's not because the person doesn't like the person to be kind-hearted, nice, and the moment you speak of truth, it's like something happens to them. They get taken over and they turn violent, vicious. And you think this person's acting outside of a normal, like this isn't even like, even if they're mad, they wouldn't even act like this. This is like if they're disgusted by anything, you know what I mean? Like.
Absolutely brilliant.
But there was a part in the movie where Morpheus was explaining to Neo. And Neo was telling him, "So what are you saying? I'm going to dodge bullets?" And he's like, "No, I'm saying when you're ready, you're not going to have to." So the same here. When you become somebody that's well versed and articulate in the truth, there's nothing to fear anymore. Like before, these debaters who wax themselves intelligent, right? The lofty, collegiate types, right? The ones who have been in academia and they come from like sources of being called astrophysicists and such. If I was to say we have like 2 astrophysicists that want to come in here and talk to you, Flat Lloyd, it's kind of a daunting thing to say that. But when you become somebody who is well versed and articulate in the truth, you could bring 20, 30, 100 of those guys, and you would not fear them, not even one iota.
Exactly. Because you know the truth.
Right.
You don't have to be on the defense.
Nope.
That reminds me of also that Matrix. I think it wasn't the first movie, but maybe the second or third, where Neo starts taking on like hundreds of agents.
Yep. And he was actually hit. He was taking punches. Like he was getting a few hits here and there. It's just like these anti-flat earth types. Like they try to paint us the villain, and they try to make it seem like they're winning with their sophistry. But we come back around and expose them every single time. So yeah, it doesn't matter how many of them they send, it will never be enough. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that are going to rewatch The Matrix.
My favorite part too is when he meets the architect and he's like, "You've actually done this, hundreds of times. We've done this. We've tried this hundreds of times with you people.
Yeah,
and it comes to this every single time. Why? They're even questioning it.
Think of the reset. Have we had a reset on this earth? Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, the flood.
I believe we've had multiple.
Yeah,
multiple.
I always think of the water deluge, but then there's one that's the people talk about. It's like the flood, the mud flood. There's like, if we're saying that, then what that architect was saying was also like a point. That weird?
It really is, though, because the archetypes are really interesting to me too, like the key maker and how he made all the keys. It's one of those technology things that we really haven't changed in the past 500 years, which I find kind of strange. But just the different archetypes in there,
right? And what did they say? I was designed for this very purpose.
Yeah, for this exact moment. Yeah.
And I say that in here, the Creator has made us for times such as these. And each individual has their specific function in what we do in here.
I get that feeling more often in life now, knowing about the truth. That there's these certain moments where you're just kind of in the moment and you're like, man, I'm supposed to be having this right now. And you're like, you're holding your 10-month-old daughter and you're just like, everything is right. It's that exact moment. Or sometimes when you're teaching or, loving, your significant other. And it's just one of those things, like once you embrace the truth, a lot of things, so many things become so much more satisfactory in what you're trying to be taught here. And realizing what you've been taught here it's kind of like learning the magic trick every day, like, oh, that's how it's being done. That's why I'm here. That's the purpose I've been looking for.
Hey, we got MKA 9875 in our server right now. See if MK.
What's going on, MK?
MK 9875, are you there? You're unmuted. You can unmute your mic. You probably have to hit the microphone button, man. That unmutes you. Looks like you're new to Discord. Or not new, because your account looks old, but just new to this server. Resolve, I see you put the Thug Life glasses on your avatar. Your cat not only has a Batman cowl, it also has Thug Life glasses. Well done, man. MKA looks like he's trying to mess with his settings. Here, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and give you VC verified so that you can disconnect and rejoin. It sometimes is a bug. Give me a second, so I can give you that VC verified role.
I got you.
You got him? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna disconnect you. We're gonna disconnect you and then come back in again. Well, you should be able to use your mic. It's a bug, man. All right, try again. MKA, are you there? I don't know. If you're typing somewhere, I can't see because I'm just staring at the screen where it shows all the images, not the live stream.
Well, I guess they're a person that came back.
Yeah, I saw a thumbs up on their little avatar, so I think they can hear me. Might be typing in the lobby though.
I'm looking. I don't see any.
No.
We gave you VC verified for now, MKA. If you just look above this live stream, there's a text channel as well, live stream voice text chat. You can type there if you're having issues. Hey, we got Absolute in the server right now. Absolute, are you there? VC verified.
Mewtwo Gaming. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Mewtwo.
I don't know if I'm gonna keep it the same, but I might change it again. I haven't decided where I want to be with my name yet. Maybe you guys can help. Maybe you guys can help. I don't know.
I get that.
I don't know who I want to be.
Yeah, I know. You could redefine your handle any way you want.
Yep.
I went to like maybe 3 iterations before I settled. Well, I feel like I've settled. Let's put it that way. I don't think I can be anything else to the globe except for Mayhem. I could say a few other keywords, but I like I like the sound of Mayhem.
Hey, I was just listening to one of Dave's new interviews, and I was thinking about you guys because he did your points like right to the T, exactly how you guys do your 3 points.
Hey, it got through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anybody measure? You know what I mean? Like how you guys go through your 3 points that you want. So yeah, you should listen to it. It's with some guys down in Florida. It's one of his regional ones. It's like right in the middle there.
Yeah, he came in. He came into.
Probably post it.
He came into. Thanks for that. He came into the server, and I think he got connected with the Fresh and Fit crew. So they wanted to see if they could have him on their show. And so we were talking about the 3 points in here, which I told David, I ran him through the 3 points and kind of like what they're about. So he's like, yeah, I pretty much do that, but I like the way the style is, and so he kind of got it, and he's gonna, use it for people. So I think it's kind of cool because it's something that I came up with 3 years ago. Drace, how long ago was it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on the exact date myself.
Because we were talking about it before it actually became like to fruition. I ran it by like QE, and I ran it by like a bunch of people in here, and we were kind of discussing like the way it works and that kind of stuff. But
well, he nailed it out of the park. He didn't mention you guys, but whatever. Not a big deal.
It's no biggie. Yeah.
The guy just wasn't. The guy was just not having any of it. He was just not. He was not cohering. He was spiraling like immediately.
I can confirm it's at least 3 years because this meme was made shortly after, and it was made 3 years ago.
Yeah, I knew it. The timeline, anyways. Yeah, that's it. The triangle. We didn't know its devastating power until we started to actually put it into play. And it's just a method. It's kind of like the Black Swan is being used. Same thing. It's just a method that you run somebody through, and they don't have answers to those questions. Because there isn't any. There is no answers. So the guy was probably struggling because he was trying to look for, and like it's easy to just pummel them with these questions, but they should already know.
Talk about glossy, man. His eyes are so glossed over with the globe belief, but he would not even go into the evidence or anything. It was just trying to attack Dave's person and trying to get him on something else. Like I posted
how long is it absolute? I'm gonna see if I can play it on the bot. How long is the clip? More or less.
Well, the whole interview is an hour. So there's some really good points in there, though. Like when he starts doing your thing, and then the guy's just like, moving on, like, let's go somewhere else and not address those things.
So he didn't want to address them, or he was just fumbling trying to address them?
No, he couldn't give an answer, right? So Dave's like, okay, I'll answer it for you. We go to the next one. Okay, I'll give you the answer, right? Dave was just giving him all the answers, answering it for him. That was pretty good. You just have to watch it. I didn't memorize it.
But you see how effective it is, though, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy stood no chance. He wasn't ready for what Dave had, right?
What was he, anyways? Was he somebody in academia, or?
No. He thinks he's a comedian, so that was funny because he wasn't funny at all. The whole show, he was immediately combative, immediately almost crying. Yeah.
That's
he's
weird.
just a guy on a talk show. He was like really upset immediately. You could hear it in his voice. Just he wanted to like jump through the microphone.
Oh, so he had him on a call. Okay.
Yeah. He had him on a live stream.
Damn.
Like, yeah.
Don't stand a chance.
No chance. Nah, not a chance.
There was a young lady that was in here yesterday. She was kind of puffed up in pride and strutting her stuff in here and using a burden of proof reversal fallacy on the group yesterday. So when I came in here and I took her through started with the 3 points, it just everybody saw like how she could not answer. And she was avoiding. We didn't even get through the 3 points. That was like the second one. She was starting to spiral. So it's just evidence. They don't know anything. But they try to make it seem to us, with the burden of proof reversal. Well, you guys have to tell me how the Earth is flat. If you say the Earth is flat, you guys need to show it to me. Where's your flat Earth at? And so the group is trying to figure out how to address that. I'm like, that's a classic burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're trying to ask us for the evidence when you don't even have any yourself. And shortly after that, she just went on mute, and she said that I was kind of getting on to her like a father figure or something. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it always interests me when they try and like giggle past everything. It's like, what are you doing? What a strange coping mechanism. Looks like we have a Hollow.
I was just gonna say that. Let me unmute Hollow. Hollow, you're unmuted. Welcome to the channel. What brings you by, Hollow?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, it's you.
I figured. Isn't it weird how you can like kind of know?
Yeah, well, his account was created today, so
yeah.
He must have thousands of accounts.
Yeah, he's got a VPN, just resets it every day.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
what's up, Morvis?
What's up, Morvis?
Hey. I'm getting ready for this weed convention over the weekend.
Oh.
Say Wing convention?
Weeb.
What's Weeb?
That's there's a Comic-Con anime convention going on in town this weekend.
They like their popcorn.
They're damn sure better. The dude's pulling in some voice actors. There's going to be a guy that's there that was in the original Transformers and G.I. Joe. the cartoons back in the day. I don't know any voice actors, though. I looked them up. They got some guy that was on Dragon Ball Z and a few other voice actors. It ought to be a good time.
Yeah, I've never been to one of those things. I've seen pictures.
Me neither. But the guy putting it on emailed me and said he heard a lot of good stuff about my product and thought it would bring a lot of value to his convention. And thought it would help me a lot. So I'm like, shoot, yeah, I'll go do it.
There you go.
Go get that money, Morvis.
I don't even think he's going to charge me to do it. Initially, he said it was $150 to set up for 2 days. Which, I mean, it's not bad considering it's at the mall and, all that. But I got to talking with him, and he was like, yeah, I imagine if you, hook my voice actors up enough, we'll probably just cover your event. Like, yeah, I'll do that.
Well, that means you'll get to meet them, too, so.
I'll give them refills all day,
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we got MKA9875 that's in the chat. MKA, you can speak if you want to. He's got a flat earth on top of this head on the, what looks to be like the avatar, like a flat head. MKA, are you there? Unmute your mic, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Oh, I couldn't imagine it's that hard to unmute.
Nailed the deafen button.
You keep deafening yourself. It's the button right next to that one. See that little microphone? You got to click that thing. Not the headphones, the microphone.
Unless there's special permissions you need to allow on your phone or computer.
Got Flying high in here. What's up, Flying? How you doing,
Not
bro?
much. Just got back from the pub a couple of hours ago and thought I'd jump in and see what's going on.
Not much.
Hanging out. We got MKA in here, but he doesn't seem to want to chime in. He's got an avatar of some guy with a flat Earth on top of his head. Kind of curious to know what that's about.
Yeah, I see it now.
I ripped his perms off again because he wasn't speaking.
Okay.
Well, of course, just because I'm thinking about Flat Earth and Morvis just mentioned a Weeb convention, I was trying to think of what little saying you could put on Morvis's little stand with a QR code to this place, to a bunch of fantasy guys or people who, of course, enjoy fantasy. And all I've got so far is, want to learn about the greatest fantasy ever told, and then, it has our QR code. But I think about this markability just because, I try and put up the QR code, kind of at the university that I'm at. And, it always gets taken down. So I'm like, what's the best spot to put this? Where people will see it and it won't get taken down. Anyway, fill in the air.
I can print the QR code for you on stickers. I own a signage shop.
I wouldn't mind doing that, but maybe on the second one. I don't even know what's going on here. Right? I met the guy one time that's putting it on, and he seems pretty cool. He's a younger guy, so but I don't know. Hey, that wouldn't be a bad idea, but maybe on the second one.
Yeah. No, I mean you wouldn't want it to affect business either.
Yeah.
Bong Sao. You by the mic, Bong?
I think he fell asleep with his mic on, Ron.
Yeah, he muted, but probably AFK. I haven't seen him in a long time. I just wanted to say hi.
And he was talking yesterday.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I haven't been on much anyway, but shit, the last time I talked to Bong was at least a couple months ago. Have you seen MIDI HC or THC?
No, it's been a while since I've seen MIDI. Like a long while, years.
I talk to him daily, almost like multiple times. We keep in constant contact. He's super busy, but he still listens on the live stream. Sometimes he'll throw me a comment when someone's getting on the live stream. So throw me a text message. But yeah,
he was my boy. Me and Helio, we used to do a show, and it's like, man, I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah. He got laid off from the job. He had a real cush job when he was hanging out here a lot, basically writing reviews for a vape site, and he just worked at home and had, but now he has to actually work, so he really doesn't have time to come around. Shit. But yeah, he's still doing good.
All right. I didn't know what happened to him. Like, he just disappeared into out of nowhere. He didn't say bye or nothing. He just.
Yeah,
I could understand. Yeah, New York was a hellhole during that period.
Yeah,
like all the drama going on.
Yeah, he's working at I think he's working at a weed shop now or something, a vape shop or something up there in New York City.
Yeah, they were behind the times. Now they're like catching up to everyone.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll tell him you asked about him.
Yeah, for sure. If he could come on during the weekend, I mean tomorrow or something, and just chill for a minute.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Yeah, tell him that he's been sorely missed here.
Yeah, we'll do.
How's everybody doing today?
It's a good morning.
It's morning. Nice.
Yeah. Depends where you're at, you know what I mean? I was talking with a guy in another Discord, and he's like, he's from the exact opposite side of the world. Like, it's the same time, but 12 hours later. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Somewhere in Malaysia, somewhere. But his time zone, like, I was asking him, he's not a flat earther, so I was just kind of dropping little hints. I'm like, what time does the sun set in your area? And he's like, around 6. I'm like, really? So he's a lot further south than me, because my time, it sets around 9 where I'm at. I'm at 42 north, so he's got to be somewhere around 30-ish, because my friend in Florida, his sunset on the 4th of July was about an hour and a half different, and he's directly south of me, down Interstate 75. He's just like right down there, maybe 1,200 miles to the south of me. And I know this before I really dug down deep into the whole flat earth thing. I was talking to him, and he's in Tampa and I'm in Detroit, and I was telling him I had a bunch of fireworks I was going to light off on the 4th. And he's like, well, what are you waiting for? I'm like, I'm waiting for the sun to go down. He's like, what do you mean? The sun already set like an hour ago. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm looking at the sun right now. And we're in the same time zone. We're in Eastern time zone, but he's south of me. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm looking at the sun right now. And that's before I put it all together, before I was a flat earther. Now I know why. I know why, because the sun is further north and he's already in the dark spot. I'm getting closer to the region where there's 24-hour sun. I'm not quite that close, but at even 10 o'clock, there's still a nice twilight glow around the 4th of July, which is right by the solstice. It's June 21st. And it almost seems like the 4th has more hours of daylight for some reason. It might be like the actual solstice, and that's they made the 4th of July their holiday. They do these things, the people running shit around their certain times and shit. We're celebrating something that Independence Day, that's a whole load of bullshit. They're having us celebrate one of their pagan holidays, more than likely.
Are you saying, given their obviously history of making or updating different pagan holidays and rituals into what we see today in America, and kind of just assuming that's what July 4th is? Or
it could very well be, because it's like right near the solstice, and I observed more hours because I've been observing the solstice, and I'm like, okay, let me see where the sun is, how many hours of twilight we have. And it seemed like during the 4th, there was more hours of twilight. And it just, that's that butter zone. You know what I mean? It's not very specific. This day is, has the most hours of daylight or whatever. So yeah, observe it for yourself. There's like that period of time between June 21st and July 4th where you have very long hours of daylight.
Or keep it out. What is it, July 8th?
4th. The 4th of July is, yeah.
No, I thought I saw some sort of video or GIF insinuating that 99% of the world's population has sun on it at one time on July. Is that every July 8th, or was that just one in 2012 or something?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's just because the region, right, where the sun is, and then actually California was in the dark spot. They're just sliced off of the area where most of the people, and then most of the people live in the northern region, north of the equator. So it doesn't, that's what I was getting at with the one dude that lives on the flip side. He's like 12 hours different than me. I was going to try and flat smack him. Like, if it was the same, I'm like, yeah, okay. So if the sun sets there and you're on the backside of the globe, how do you still see the sun? Like, I was just going to try and drop little breadcrumbs for him. Like, isn't that odd that we all see the same sun at the same time? You're on the backside of the ball.
This isn't odd to you at all. That's
right.
I've been thinking about this lately, and just like I've been in groups before, and I feel like I would like to. I've just started coming here very recently, so I'd like to continue learning, which I feel like I've done. I really learned more here than in most places, or than all places actually. But like, what can I actually do other than talk to friends a little bit, family, talk to my kid, having her think critically and ask questions. And I live in a real small town in North Carolina, but it's like a touristy place because we're in the mountains, So I was thinking about just setting my kid. She wants to set up a lemonade stand. And I was thinking about, well, I got to be there. So I'm going to set up some sort of table for people to sit at. And I really do just want to ask them questions like that, like things that there's no way they can deny it, right? Like 99% of the population has the sun on it on this day. Why do you think that is? Just kind of even have a globe there. I don't really know exactly, but I've been just wanting to ask these real basic questions to people as they come and grab a lemonade or something.
Yeah, lemonade finds its own level. You've got the liquid lemonade in the pitcher, and you could show them like an example right in front of their face.
Yeah.
But even a flashlight, if you got the globe and then they got a flashlight, okay, look, here's the backside of the globe, here's the sun, right? Here's a representation of the sun. How are they getting, the sunlight? Well, that's because of the Earth's tilt. But what about all the other 90% of the world that sees that is looking at the sun on this July 8th or whatever. How do you light 90%? You know what I mean? The landmass or whatever it is on one single day.
Yeah.
How does that work?
How does that work in your that? And that's the big thing of just how does that work for you? I'm not trying to make any claims or anything or change any minds. I just
Some ain't adding
I feel
up,
like
right?
we lack the critical thinking the most, right? Like that's what they really indoctrinated, whatever, like beat out of us,
Hey, guys.
basically. Oh,
Hey guys, how's it going?
good morning.
Pop it. Hey, guys. In the middle of the sentence.
So, you guys know my favorite example of critical thinking that is accepted by the mainstream, and I don't want to get in trouble, but it has to do with a shoe.
A shoe?
I've not heard.
Yes, dude. Come on. Okay, so again, I know we're supposed to be talking about flat Earth and everything, but this is the type of level of thought processes that are not going on, I guess I should say, in the average human brain. So I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole about the Titanic. I didn't get too super involved, just kind of breezed over it a little bit. And so I thought, well, I should be fair and look at what the mainstream says. And, they show video of, with the deep sea submarine. And what I find particularly odd and kind of hilarious is that there's no bodies, no skeletons, but there's leather shoes down there. Shoes, people. After over 100 years, there's a shoe down at the bottom. I don't know how many, but they showed one. It's like, WTF?
Maybe they put it there, right? The guy who brought the submersible probably dropped
the point
the shoe.
is that people accept that line of logic. There's no bodies, but there's leather shoes to this day.
Right.
This is what we're working with. These types of people that accept the line of thinking. I mean, how can you have, I don't know, maybe there's something I don't know about biology or chemistry or something. I mean, I know it's salt water and it's very cold, but you don't have dense bone any longer, but you have a leather shoe. It's not hard to figure out that more than likely the bones are going to last longer than the shoe. Right? I mean,
yeah.
I just can't get over it. That's why I keep bringing it up. You guys are so articulate with with most things that are said in here, but yet I just think like the average listener who could be, very well intelligent, I don't know, somehow they don't make that connection. I mean, can somebody explain to me how there could be no bones, no skeletons, but there's a shoe?
It depends who's down there, right? Like, let's say they want you to believe it's the Titanic and someone's, hey, we need an artifact. Let's drop an old shoe.
Right?
Say we found it.
You think they could throw a skeleton or two down there? That's what... okay, wouldn't salt definitely break down leather? That's why there's no flesh bodies down there. I mean, there's no critical thinking. People just accept what they're told. People are just... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I would just think that animals would definitely take care of any soft flesh or any of that type stuff, but
right.
As for bones, I don't know if there are organisms that do that or not.
But these are academic people that go along with this. That's the troubling part. I mean, so if anybody comes across any information to dispel my wacky little thought processes here, please DM it to me. I'd really appreciate it.
Crazy, Jenny. Oh, what about the passports that were on the towers that blew up? They found passports to the ones that the guys.
I did hear that. It's like,
That's
okay,
the
bro.
worst.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Freaking worst.
Or what about the premise of the Titanic? They found the drawing. I mean, granted, it was in poor shape, but it was still there in a safe, logged with water, salt water. Wow, it's just like wow.
What was it?
I know I don't mean to take away from like real stuff, but in the movie Titanic, it starts off with them going underneath to the actual wreckage site, allegedly in the movie, and they get a safe which they hope is going to have the jewel in it, and it doesn't, but it has the painting or the drawing, which is surprisingly in good shape for the condition that it was in. It just doesn't seem plausible, but I don't know the chemistry involved with that type of thing, but it just doesn't seem logical that there's no bodies, but there's paper and leather.
Leather would just rot in salt water over time.
Right.
It probably wouldn't actually take that long. It would rot.
But real people believe this. This is why I keep bringing it up. This is, you guys...
whatever bonds it together would also rot and it'd fall apart.
And so the smart things you guys say about flat earth, it goes right over their head because they can't even get this simple thought process, through appropriately.
But see,
it's
people want to
ahead.
they claim they want to be free, but they don't. They want to be led, and we can clearly see that. So they believe the mainstream narrative. They believe everything that they're told, and everyone else must be crazy. It's just a bit of cog dis and a bit of brainwashing and...
Well, I think people make the wrongest... Oh.
I was just going to say, I would say from your stance, it would seem logical to question these things. But how much do you want to make a bet that there's a workaround to that whole shoe business? And there's a workaround to the passports being found on the ground of the towers? Like,
I'd be interested in hearing it. I would be. I wouldn't reject it right away, but...
What I'm telling you, though, is that if you plant your flag on something like that, just like people plant their flag on, like, let's say the three-body problem in technology, or rockets don't work in space, or anything like that, there's workarounds because you're talking about something that cannot be verified either way. So if you're talking about... So you're saying from the time that the Titanic sunk till today, that would have already eroded or changed its form, and shoe wouldn't even be down there. But then you're going to have things like people saying, well, I found a boot when I was fishing in the deep sea, and this was lost even way before the Titanic. You'll have stuff where it sounds like there's workarounds to debunk your point. So then you're just, okay, my point's debunked. It must be true what the narrative says. And that's what it's a very elaborate, ingenious way of doing it, but workarounds have always been known. I've always known these sophist types to do these workarounds on the fly. They don't even need to look, just like make something up to be like, well, this could be plausible. Think about it. And so when they do that, it's kind of like thwarting your efforts, basically. If you plant your flag there as to say, nope, this sounds like solid, you can't work around this. Like, they will find a way.
Well, I mean, I maybe could do a better job at, prefacing myself with that. Just asking a question. How can there be no skeletons, but there's a shoe? I'm not trying to change anybody's mind or convince anybody that it's whatever it could be.
They could tell you animals down there would favor like decomposing a body versus favor decomposing something in those materials. Like the glue of the shoe, or they'll make something up where the fish wouldn't want that. Like they would only.
No, I got you.
Yeah, so
actually, when leather's under such high psi, it becomes more like steel, and therefore, that's the type of stuff you can. I like what you said about it being on the fly, because those people will just immediately, without anything, just.
I appreciate what you guys are putting down here. I totally get it.
So it would be a non-point at the end of it all. They would be like, you see, and so you brought all this shoe business for nothing. And so you had your feathers in a ruffle about it, on and on about a shoe, and then just found a workaround in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, And that would seem to you like, well, shit. I tried to, show them a way to how to think about it, but they just debunked me right away. Well, they didn't really, but
honestly, when I bring it up, and maybe I need to change my format of how I bring it up, but I just think it's fucking funny.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it a hill to die.
So I kind of bring it up not for any Glober, but I bring it up for you guys because I think it's fucking funny.
Well, yeah,
and I know you guys think it's fucking funny to some level.
I mean, we see through the deceptions, Jenny, but like if you make it a point to stand on, because Globers come in here, right? And if they pick up on it, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's not true, because like leather turns into steel under high pressure, like some stupid thing, and then you're gonna be like, shit, man, like I thought we got them. Nope, you don't got these guys. They if there's a way to work around it, they're gonna do it. They're just
and they're not really there to listen to you, right? That's how it ends up. Is they're not in a mind frame or mindset to even be able to listen. So you could imagine when they leave the argument with you and go say talk to a friend about it just randomly in conversation later on, they're like, yeah, this lady just, I don't know, she thinks the Titanic's didn't happen or really all because of a shoe or something. She's just crazy.
Man. Okay, no, I get it, you guys. No, I'm with you.
So just a mirror to kind of see what it would look like in the oh, here comes the crazy shoe lady again. And Brenda's the one that's named that. So hopefully you don't keep on with that, because she's the one that what's the hypothesis for shoe? It's a shoe.
Oh yeah. But I appreciate it. I've never really thought about it, and funnily enough, just in the last couple of months, my child has been really into the Titanic and that event. So that's something to bring up.
Wow.
From what I've read, the Titanic didn't actually go down. It was the sister ship that went down.
The Britannica?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that, and I don't know if I can be on board with that one for real. Because then so they never built it. I mean, and when you get into this one, I have to go with what I hear my brother-in-law say all the time. How could they make the lie happen? There's too many regular people that would see it being built and such. So what happened to the Titanic if it never sank?
The Titanic was built and the sister ship was sank, and the Titanic continued on. It wasn't called the Titanic anymore.
Right. But yeah. Do you believe that could really happen? I don't.
Yeah, well, they were almost identical. And they had...
No, they're not. I heard that they were not, actually. So that's where I struggle. Because they weren't identical.
Issues. I think there was the insurance part of it, but then there was also a lot of important passengers on there that were...
Oh, yeah, 3 of them.
Needed to disappear.
And you know what's interesting about the 3 guys, the 3 banker financiers or whatever? This is what's I guess documented as history, that J.P. Morgan pulled out at the last minute and didn't go on that voyage, and he was supposed to. So I found that very interesting. I think that's the best theory that I like, is that it was a bank move. They were against the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, I don't speculations and such are great.
Highly speculative. This is all highly speculative.
That's why we don't usually talk about them throughout the week.
I know. I appreciate you.
Yeah, those are guys in here, because if they were to hear you, these Globers that pick up on it, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we can really talk about this because she doesn't know," and so you know what I mean. They're just gonna make it a whole thing, and then we got to deal with that shit. But that's why
I get it. They'll make it worse. I get it. I'll save it for when it's just us.
Yeah.
Back to the 3 points. I just posted the video again. It's at the 29-minute mark. He starts going through it, just so you know.
So that's information that was brought to our attention, that David Weiss ran the 3 points on someone on that video that Absolute's posting. The live stream.
Where's that posted?
Live stream voice text.
What are the 3 points?
Oh, you don't know? Okay, so I honestly thought we went through them, Edward. Okay, well, if you didn't go through them, I'll show you. I've curated these 3 points to be like an absolute knockdown for anybody, just like the Black Swan is, right? There's no rebuttal to. And basically, if you want to open a conversation with somebody, you can do so with the 3 points. So I'll do it like you probably remember if I start telling you. Okay. So the first question out of the 3 is, who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history?
Okay.
All right. So you get somebody to realize that, do you know? And you ask them, you can also preface the conversation by saying, look, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. Right? And we can move to the next question. But if you say you know, I'm going to need specifics like primary source, citation, demonstration. Right? So if you say you know, you're going to have to describe to me how you know. Now, if you start saying it was some Greek guy like 8,000 years ago or some shit, like I'm going to call you out on it and be like, you don't know. At which point you're going to waste everybody's time. So if you don't know, just say you don't know right now. We'll save us a lot of time. We'll go to the next question. Like, as in, if you just think somebody figured it out somewhere out there, which is fine. Doesn't matter, right? So you really drill down to the point where they're actually getting to the part where they're saying, I don't know. That's what you really want them to say, right? Because that's obviously, there is no answer to the question. So to keep avoiding the waffling, or if they say, well, I know it's Eratosthenes, and if they do specifically get into Eratosthenes, then you can actually start talking about how that's not evidence of direct measurement of Earth's curvature, because it's only measuring the shadows and not the drop over distance, which is
and my question would be, why hasn't it ever been repeated in current times? I mean, because
Eratosthenes.
I mean, isn't that part? Yeah, that's part of science. I mean, observable, testable, and repeatable. So what Eratosthenes allegedly did should be able to be repeated.
Yeah, so it's a category error in the first instance. So you could even tell them that, do you think this is science? Then you can show them, well, actually, it's not. He didn't do an experiment of a cause and effect relationship. So it has nothing to do with science. So you can actually dispel that myth and then go to, how he didn't measure the drop over distance, which, it can tear it apart if you really want to, right? So that's hopefully the 3 points, what it gets them to actually engage with the question and start to critically think if this is evidence for direct measurement of Earth's curvature, right? That's what the first question is about. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, meaning drop over distance? That's what you're looking for. All right, so if it's anything but that, then you have to redirect them to the question. Be like, no, I'm not asking for how birds fly in the sky or satellites up in space. I'm talking about who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth. I need the people, I need a citation, and I need the method by which they've done that. So, do you see where I'm going, Edward?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude. So that's the first question. The good part about this is you want to hear the concession. That's how you move forward to the next question. If you don't have the concession, it's almost like, okay, you're saying that you know. So if you don't know, you need to say you don't know. So that part of where they have to say, I don't know, man. What do you want me to say? I don't know. So you'll be like, good. That's what we need. Now let's go to the next question. If they say it right away, that's great. Just you don't have to explain anything. So long as they say, I don't know. If you ask them, who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And then they go, I don't know. Okay, let's go to the next question. Like, that's as easy and fast as you can go through this. Is there any questions about that?
No. That makes sense.
So you go to the next question. The next one is axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. They tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And if that's true, what person or people have measured that axial rotation by device or anything? Have they measured that anytime in history? How have they measured the axial rotation anytime in history? And the same as the first, you can say primary source, citation, demonstration. And they're going to come up with Foucault's pendulum, Bob Nodell, and the Behind the Curve Netflix documentary, whatever. They're going to try to say whatever. And then on each one of those points, you debunk them on their face. The thing that can save you from waffling all over the place is say, I'm looking for a natural observation of the phenomena of Earth spin. Where in nature do we see the Earth spinning? That's what I need. Because for this to be a scientific experiment, the first thing we have to do is observe a natural phenomenon. So go ahead and tell me where we see a natural phenomenon of Earth spinning. There isn't an answer to that because there is no such animal, right? So back to them like trying to figure out how it's possible. They're not going to with their little contraptions of Foucault's pendulum and Bob Nodell and whatever they try to bring up here. Nothing's going to work because it's not a natural observation of the Earth spinning. Even if they try to say, well, we're looking at a pendulum spin, you're like, where do we see pendulums in nature? Are you going to go out into the wild and see a Foucault's pendulum spinning around? No, it's not a natural observation.
It is not eligible for science.
One more minute.
Right, it's a category error. So therefore, after you expose them on that point, concede, because usually they struggle, right? Most times. But if the person doesn't have any investment into the globe, they're just going to be like, well, shit, I don't know. Okay, cool. Let's go to the third question. The third question, it's gas pressure without a container, but you got to preface it in a way that it makes sense to their logical thinking, at least somewhat, right? Some of the sophist types are just really out of their heads about this. So you say, okay, so we have gas pressure here on Earth, about 14 psi on the surface. And they're telling us that when you get above the exosphere, right, the layer cake of all the atmospheres going to the top. The atmosphere is a contradiction in terms too. We won't get into that. But just for their mind to understand, right, the layer cake of all these atmospheres, the exosphere is at the top. So they're saying at the very top, beyond the exosphere, is low Earth orbit. That's said to be around 10 to the negative 6 torr, right? Right in the place where people call space. Not outer space, just space. That is said to be at 10 to the negative 6. Now, we have a high pressure differential from 14 psi on the surface to 10 to the negative 6 at the right at the boundary of the exosphere. So how is it possible in an open system, like they say the globe Earth is, right? Because matter and energy can transfer in an open system. How is it possible that we have this gas pressure without a container? And if you know, please describe primary source citation demonstration. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know. Has this become an art form to me? Like I'm able to come into their minds and just like completely ransack their idea of a globe. So when they say they don't know, here's the very last thing, okay, I would ask you, because usually I say the summarization really is the point that you want to hit home with, right? So once they say they don't know to the third question, you then close it up with saying, okay, let me just summarize. So the Earth, that's a globe.
And sorry, before the summary, the last question is how do we explain that?
How do we
difference between like the Earth, like low Earth and low Earth orbit?
No.
It's pointing out a high pressure differential from the surface to the exosphere, which is low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
So you have 14 psi for the surface, and then the low Earth orbit is supposed to be 10 to the negative 16 torr, which I don't understand that, but it's significantly higher. Oh, lower. Sorry. Yes.
Significantly lower. It's exponentially lower than the surface. So it's 10 to the negative 6, according to mainstream rhetoric. As you go out further into outer space, it goes into 10 to the negative 17, which is it's ridiculous. It's Narnia.
Yeah, and Bootman just asked, "What's the third question?" as well. The exact phrasing, how you would say that.
How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Okay.
I've got something. I think this is from you, Miggy. Let me copy it. I found it in an old note that I put on my new phone. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
And I think this is your verbiage, but here, I'll share it if you don't care.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. There we go. So it's pretty easy to remember the three, it's kind of like the 3 points of scientism, sort of, kind of, how it relates to flat Earth. So you have, no curvature, no movement, and no vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Gas pressure without a container. Goes against what we know of science.
Right. what you can bring forward as evidence is something that you probably already heard in here, called the second law of thermodynamics. Have you heard that word being used here? Or
Oh, before you go into that, Miggy, do you mind real quick going back to after you finish the third question? You said you're supposed to summarize.
Yeah, correct. I'll wait till Edward. If you've gotten it all, then I'm going to summarize. If not, then we can.
Sure.
Yep. Oh, and sorry. Yeah, I was like nodding over here, like you could see me. Yeah, I'm good. And there's a few dropped, few in there. I see the note that you put in, Jen, as well. So thank you.
But I think Miggy was asking you if you were okay with the third question. I think maybe.
Yeah, I'm okay there. I'm ready for a summary.
All right. So the summarization is really simple. So it's the knockdown. So it's really what it is you're going to tell them, okay, so the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. You don't know that it is, you just believe it. So it is, in fact, a belief demonstrated by you, your lack of knowledge of how the Earth is a globe. So you're demonstrating to the person who's talking to you about the Earth. No, the Earth's a globe, man. Everybody knows it ever since 2,000 years ago. You're like, you just demonstrated to me in like however long it takes them, like in 10 minutes that we were talking, that you didn't have any knowledge to support the case of the three fundamental aspects of the Earth being a globe, which is curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. All of that is just a belief you have. No, it's not a belief system. I know that it's a globe. You're like, no, you just confessed that. You said you didn't know. This is why it's important. When you come back to the summarization, you're actually showing them how they don't know. And it's just a belief. That's why it's important. You have to make sure the summarization is followed up after the 3 points. That's a big part of it. It's really putting it back. It's like the mirror that you're holding up. You're like, look at this mirror. This is how you're saying I don't know to all 3 questions.
Interesting. I like that.
And then after you help them to realize that they believe in scientism, after that, at some point, I usually hear at the very end, they say, "Welcome to Flat Earth." I don't know how many times I've heard that being said.
Damn, I'm going to try this on a homeboy tonight. I can already tell.
Oh, Miggy, you know what I like when you point out that it's a category error? Is that because it's actually a scientism belief and people make it out like it is science, even though we don't even need science?
Yep. I'm gonna.
I mean, you explain it way better, but essentially, in my brain, is that a right way to look at it?
All right, this clip is about 1 minute and 10 seconds. Edward, if you're here, this is the third. This is to the third point. Okay, so just listen. It's only 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Okay.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
Awesome, for whoever played that. Thank you.
Yeah, that was me. I played it.
Yeah, I definitely saved that. So cool, man.
Yeah, that was Professor George Porter. So let me see here. I think if you click on the link, you'd be able to download it. But let me put it in live stream.
Oh yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
There's a link. Everybody can download it and keep it in your arsenal. That is the second law of thermodynamics, an explanation of vacuum next to a gas pressure.
Well, I'm going to be playing that for brother-in-law when he comes back later today, so that'll be cool.
Because if they want to look the guy up, Jenny, just tell him it's Professor George Porter.
Yeah, the name is in the file name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But for sure, I'm going to have him listen to that one. He actually likes to do his own looking into things, so I can definitely appreciate that.
Just like the Black Swan, there's no argument against this. There simply isn't.
Okay, thanks. And I have to bounce, but before I interrupted in general, you had started something about Dave Weiss using it. That's kind of...
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time for the little tangent there, though.
Yeah, we talked about it with Dave. So that video that who was it in here?
Right.
He changed his name to something with an A. It was in there just a while ago. But yeah, he posted it.
I was thinking about that anime convention QR code idea, and I thought of a slogan: "Learn about the greatest cartoon studio on Earth," or the most, what was it, the biggest budget cartoon studio on Earth.
Wow.
Nice, Morvis. I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way Sir Edward summarized it in the live stream voice text is pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, the way he
I copied it.
Could make that into a meme, actually.
What? The 3 points?
The way he phrased
That
it.
he had?
Everybody
Yeah.
phrases it differently, which is kind of like why I say, like, yeah, you could take the 3 points and just mold them to how you say it. So long as the it gets conveyed over the context gets conveyed. Yeah, you can make it the way you want.
I don't know what's going on in the voice text. They're playing word games or something, but I think you speak through Discord, but you're on the app.
Oh, because that's what I got Bootman on the last time when I asked him. All right, so what? let me explain what happened. So Bootman got caught in the trap, basically. So here's what it is. Are we talking on Discord, Jenny?
We're talking through Discord.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. So I mean,
okay, we're talking on Discord. I can say that, be sure.
Yeah, but like
I know, I'm pretty sure we both mean the same thing.
Yeah, if you're on a platform, people know what platform you're on, right?
Yes. Yeah, because there's different platforms to be on.
Right.
So it's like you are there, but you are not there.
Yep.
I think that's where it's a virtual reference of where you are.
Right.
Just anyway, just on the 3 points, point 2 and 3 are pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah, of course. I don't disagree with that.
That's awesome. High five, bro. Love that.
I don't disagree with that.
You're never going to get past point 1.
Well, we usually sometimes struggle there anyway with the guys, but
right. And I think, if you use the term drop over distance measurement, that's not what Eratosthenes did.
Exactly. That's why I point that out, Jenny.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that because that makes it a little more clear for those who thinks we're, rotating and flying through space and shit.
If you're talking about curvature, people are gonna be like, "Well, just any evidence is good." You're like, "No, I don't think so. We're looking for drop over distance, my friend." But it's true, right? If you have a basketball and you say, "Okay, put your finger on this basketball, and now put your other finger on another part of the basketball," the points that are on the basketball that you have your fingers on, there's drop over distance between those points. Is there not?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, it would be beneficial if we figured out in a practical sense where we could show our work how spherical geometry is actually supposed to work.
Well, it's a description. That's what it is. So in order to have a description, you need to be able to measure that description.
True.
If you say it's a sphere, how did you measure it? If it's a cube, how did you measure it? Does it measure?
Well,
with.
I mean, could you not potentially, depending on the situation, bypass the measurement, actually physically measuring and using two locations that are known distance apart. I mean, it would be just an observation. And I think that's where, if you were to calculate for yourself what it should be, and then you're seeing something you should not see, I mean, game over. You wouldn't have to go to question number 2 or 3.
Yeah. Bootman is just arguing the point, Drace, because he fell into the trap. That's why. He's just trying to, it's like honestly, man, it's just sophistry. He's just trying to be right with his own words.
I like how you put it. People, it's known that people are quote unquote on a particular platform.
Yeah. You're on the phone, right? When you're on the phone?
Yeah, we're speaking through a phone.
Are you standing on the phone?
I am definitely not standing on my phone. I could.
That's what Bootman is saying. We're not on our phones.
No.
We fucking know we're not on our phones, but we're talking on the phone. Like
we are on a platform and we are speaking through.
If you're gonna tell me what I was saying, then at least quote me, because that was absolutely not what I was saying. Thanks.
All right. You can say what you meant then. Go ahead.
Well, the word on is ambiguous because you can use it when you mean that something is on top of something, as well as something is turned on, because it has many meanings. So why not just use one word that has less meanings and is less ambiguous? That's all.
Okay. What about how I said that when you say you're on a particular platform, be it Discord, YouTube, Facebook, you're on that platform, which means, figuratively speaking, you are there.
Are you online?
Like in the virtual world, you are there. That's why they say you're on a particular you could say, well, I'm using Discord to speak to you. I mean, it depends on how you want to phrase it.
Somebody just finished saying, are you online?
Oh, definitely.
Hey, what if somebody asks you, are you on something?
You see how he doesn't answer? I feel like Bootman, he doesn't answer the question when I ask him because he wants to inject.
Are we having a debate?
No. You want to inject your sophistry, bro, just to win an argument. You don't agree or disagree with any points that I'm bringing up.
What's the argument?
The argument is you're using the word on and then turning it into the saying that when you fell into the trap the other day, that it wasn't how you perceived it. I thought you should have said through using that word.
Did you present this argument? Did you present this argument?
I did. I said,
okay, you win.
Are we talking on Discord? And you were like, well, we're talking through Discord.
That's not the right way to say that. I have to be with Miggy on this one. People don't talk like that. They say, yeah, man, I'm on Discord right now. Everybody, I'm on YouTube. I'm on Facebook. Yeah, everybody says it. Dude, why are you getting triggered? I don't understand. I want to understand.
Hey, did you listen to that song on the radio?
Oh, shit. We can bring up many examples, dude. He's not going to win. I told him, but he just keeps wanting to fight the point. I'm like, dude, it's useless, bro. You're not going to win this.
Yeah. Hey, can I talk about the shoe now since we're at
we're off into the weeds?
Yeah. I'm kidding. Yeah, seriously, man. Come on now. I don't know. Have you had a cup of coffee today? I mean, are you doing okay?
Hey, come on. What does come on mean? Come on what?
Yeah, come on. What do you mean? Are we
coming on?
What are we coming on? It's fucking sophistry, bro. Like, that's all we're going to have to start. Okay, man, you're going to have to redefine what you... How do you mean? What do you mean, come on? Like, fuck, bro.
Come on, man. Come on.
Come on, man. What do you mean, come on, man?
I try to avoid doing that.
I mean, this is your basic sophistry, but people use it because they think they want to. The sophist types, they like to use it so they could. Well, no, but we're gonna have to define ocean. You know, like when I told that lady, "Are you swimming in an ocean?" She was like, "Probably," and I was like, "What do you mean, probably?"
Yeah, this is actually epic, man. You guys are hilarious.
Or could it be some factor involved that the English language, like any language, it's considered spelling. I mean,
linguistics is not sophistry. You see, you're making accusations that I have to refute.
No,
linguistics is not sophistry. Okay, it's how linguistics is like typically how we communicate with each other. Sophistry is when you're reducing an argument to absurdity, right? If you're saying, well, you use this word, but it could mean anything, right? You know what the fuck people are talking about when they're talking. Like colloquially, we know when somebody comes in there and says, do you guys believe in gravity? A lot of people are quick to say, we don't fucking believe in gravity. It's like, hold on just a damn minute. Like, if we're talking about what they're talking about, dropping a pen through the medium of air, fuck yeah, we see that shit happening too, just like you do. We're not saying we deny that shit, but the idea of Big G, which is the theory of gravity, what's causing this shit, yeah, we're against that. We're not against the fact that we're seeing a phenomena taking place, not natural, but just dropping something. Shit, we all see that. You know what I mean? And you could measure the rate of that stupid pen falling or whatever. That's not a big deal. I think the issue is when somebody starts talking about either one way or the other, right? When they ask you the question, hey man, do you believe in gravity? You're like, fuck no, gravity sucks. And you're like, oh, so you don't believe me dropping a pen right now? Like, what are you saying? You don't see that? Like, that reduces the argument to absurdity. And so we have to kind of dispel those myths.
And then you get stuck in that argument and they keep you circling around that argument because that's how they appear to be winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I say, at the end of the day, we all see exactly the same things on this earth. Exactly the same things. But then people have different, like you say, the pen dropping, that's gravity. The pen dropping density through the medium. But it's the same thing that's happening. We're all seeing exactly the same thing. Nothing's different for either one of us.
Correct. So that's what the disconnect is usually, because they're trying to say, well, on your flat earth, how does the pen dropping work? Like, that's what they're trying to convey to us when they're telling us that. But if we say, I agree with
straw man.
It's a straw man. So you say, I agree. Gravity is applicable to the idea that things are falling through the medium. To us, we understand it as relative density. There's no mystery here. You know, we can quantify certain things. The rate of fall, you know, with certain elements through the medium of air, that's quantifiable, right? What's not quantifiable is the thing that gives the thing that we're talking about in question, like the pen, the propensity to move up or down in the medium. What's giving it that up or down value? You don't know. I don't know. Nobody fucking knows. That's how it ends. But the idea that we can quantify relative density, yeah, we can do that all day long. We can calculate the rate of fall, all that good stuff. That is known. And I always tell people this, the thing that's not quantified is the shit that you can't know, which is what gives it the propensity to move in that directionality. Nobody knows.
I'm in this argument at the moment where they're trying to ask me to explain how a sun works on the flat earth, because according to them, this sun would be visible from the entire earth all the time. Well, I'm not answering it. It's just a straw man. That's your model of the flat earth. That ain't mine. Don't tell me what you believe.
The sun just does what it does. I mean, it moves through the sky and it lights different areas up. It's at different angles at different times. And that's all we can determine from it.
Yeah, we can see everything else other people see.
I did give him an answer. I said, well, how does the sun work on a flat earth? I said, well, just exactly how we observe it every day outside our window.
If it was that bright, would there be any shade?
Yeah, but the sun isn't on the earth, is it? It doesn't work on a earth. It works in the heavens.
Yeah, but they don't like to talk about the earth. They like to talk about the sun and the moon and, you know, what we can see up there.
But what I'm saying is it works. It doesn't matter what's below it. It's just doing it's just doing its job. But it doesn't matter if it's a triangle or a globe or a square or flat. It's got nothing to do with what's below it. It's just doing what it does. How God created it to work.
So the one deck, you could say it's non sequitur to the shape of the earth.
Yeah. That's a good one. Non sequitur. Yeah, it is.
That's non sequitur.
I have pointed these things out. I have pointed out that this has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but like I said, they like going in circles, and it's hard on Facebook because you're only typing, and you're up against like 10, 15 different people who are all chiming in on this conversation, and it's a very hard place to talk.
Indeed.
Well, that how does it work on a flat Earth? It's that's just ridiculous. You don't need to get into this palaver.
You know what that's called? That's called a red herring fallacy.
Yeah,
that's what that is. It's a red herring. They want to. It's they're trying to say that it's sequitur to the point, but then they're drawing a different point so they could draw you away from it, so that you could be into the weeds about some other topic. And it's like, that's bullshit. They want to drag you there so they can, spin you around and never get to the essential point that you wanted to make to validate your point.
Well, this has been going for weeks. So it started with the Foucault's pendulum, and I destroyed that argument. And then it moved on to the gyro theodolite. I destroyed that one. And now out of the blue, they've come up with, on a flat Earth model, this would occur. So how explain that? So, yeah, that was my explanation. Well, that's your straw man, not mine. And explain it. Well, have a look out your window. We see the sun going over a flat Earth every day.
The globe is a flat Earth model, isn't it?
Yeah. It has to be. It's measured that way.
The globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat. The Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using shadows and sticks. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Al-Biruni knew the globe was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve.
Fucking Bootman, let it go, bro. Jesus, dude.
That was my first flat Earth poem.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
No, dude, you can't capitulate, man. You're not gonna. I don't give a shit. You're not gonna be able to tell somebody that, hey, man, are we talking through Discord? What do you mean? And somebody who's another sophist type is gonna be just like you. Hopefully, they get you the same way. What do you mean through Discord? Define through. You do the same shit to you, bro. See how you like it.
I'm not going through anything. I'm not going through my phone or the Discord. I'm actually outside it. What are you talking about?
He's going to get up with some other shit.
I can't go through my phone.
Explain how I'm actually going through my phone, Bootman. How am I going through it? Tell me. Am I literally going through it? Fucking Bootman, dude.
Oh, man. It actually drives you insane if you let it.
Yeah, look at, he's always, because he can't win, dude. He's just like, man, I got to get him back with my sophist. My sophist can win.
We always tell our mates that we're going to call them through the phone. Hey, man, I'm going to give you a call through the phone today. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just going through the phone.
You know how mates are, right? They're just like, dude, get that wanker on that phone, man. Like, they don't talk like, well, are you going to go through your phone today? Like, what the fuck, dude?
I remember when the phone was still... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, if you're going to go through the phone today, you'd be thinking they're going to take your mobile off you and go through all your contacts and your photos.
Man, them's fighting words, man. The fuck you mean you're going through my phone? Fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Back in the day when phones were still one phone in the kitchen, everybody would say, hey, can you shut up? I'm on the phone. Nobody, I mean, I'm sure there were some that said it correctly where they say, hey, I'm talking on the phone. But people, it's just a thing.
No, but you need to tell them that you're talking through the phone, Jenny. Hey, guys, chill out. I'm talking through the phone. Fuck.
Yeah, people. Oh, I should do that as a social experiment to get the weird looks. Oh,
and then, over here we live in the bush, so we use two-way radios, and they say, oh, jump on the radio and radio old mate, call him up.
Right.
You got a radio. You got to go through the radio so that you can talk to him.
Yeah, but some people talk through the phone while they're on the toilet.
Oh,
Hey,
on the
hey,
phone and the toilet.
I ain't on drugs, man. Drugs are through me.
there you go.
I can hear voices now.
That's good.
Who are you people? My God. Come out from my head. Come out from my head, please.
That's so weird, Sasha.
Yeah. I put the headphones and now I'm listening. It's not my language, it's on English, and people they're speaking something about flat earth. I don't understand what it is.
I think the English dictionary. I don't quote me on the exact figures. I think it has something like 287 words more than any other dictionary.
Yeah. Do you know what is the one most complicated word to understand?
On.
Flat.
Look at
or through. On or through.
Hey, check out how it gets under Bootman's skin, dude. He just can't let this shit go, dude. He's still trying to wrangle with it in the voice text. Oh, it's so great. Sophist can't let it go, bro.
What does on mean? I think on is the most difficult word to understand in the dictionary.
Oh yeah, you could be on something. You could turn something on.
Yeah, and then there's many ways you could turn something on, right, Flying? See?
Yeah.
You could be on one, in one.
For example,
you could do
lake.
one, or you could have did one.
For example, lake. Now you start. To be.
Yeah, but look at wind. Yeah, no, but look at wind and wind.
Wait, I want to make a claim for the lake. To be or not to be? This is the question. Lake.
Fuck,
No,
dude, if we were to stop the bus to argue with every fucking sophist that comes through here, we wouldn't get any work done. What the fuck, bro? Don't make me pull this fucking bus over, dude.
You might as well do it.
We got some shit to do. We got work to do. We don't got time for the meeting of the sophist society.
Ooh, nice. Like that one. Bravo. You should say that again.
If the earth is flat, how you break the atom? Come on. Come on, flat earth.
It's too early in the morning for that shit, bro.
Oh man, if you don't know how to break atom, why you even want to debate about some shape?
Yeah,
you are so stupid.
Yeah. Breaking the atom is equivalent to us not knowing shit.
Yep.
Miggy, you may not be looking at the text chat, but what about, up in here? I struggled with that when I first heard that song.
Up in
I'm
here?
just gonna say, y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here.
Yeah, these are, people also invent new ways to say the same thing, but something that's colloquially used, throughout the entire world. I think it's safe to say, like, we know what we're talking about. What do you mean?
Yeah, but,
in the context. So
they make you laugh though when they want to say, well, what does on mean and what does through, but then they say flat means curved.
Yeah.
But it's morning for you and afternoon for me. That means philosophy is allowed.
Yeah, how does that work on a globe though, mate?
Yeah, I'd like to know when we're building a wall using a level to keep our wall straight, at what point does level become curved? What distance?
That's philosophy. It has nothing to do with the geometry.
Bootman's gonna want to make me dig up that clip and then expose him once again to everybody, so you guys can hear what happened and why it's under his skin so much. He said, "Go ahead." Yeah, I know. I got a fish for it though. Clipcord, where you at, bro? I got a job for you. Well, I didn't say I clipped it. I said I can clip it, or that you can be clipped. Well, because you're now in the archives, so all we got to do is look back. I want to say it was a few days ago. I don't know. I don't remember. It was the first day you were here, right? I would say. Probably was.
Oh, it's easy to become famous, huh, Miggy?
Yeah, in here. Fucking PD, dude. You don't stop bringing your damn fucking clone ass accounts. I know it's you, Distill. Bye-bye.
You guys ever dealt with I used to have a nuisance on my case, but I don't know if he's been into your area. He's from Florida. It's called, at the moment, it's called, ironically, Science versus Pseudoscience. It used to be called Flat Earth Fails 101. Got Shane Winsterman. Have you ever had dealings with him? No. He's a proper troll. Like, I've been trying to get him on there and on FED. He says he's debated QE and destroyed him and all this. He's coming out with all this palaver. He's definitely got. He's definitely like some sort of agent. But I'm going to try and get him on this platform.
Yeah, bring him here, bro.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to try and get him on.
Hopefully, I'm around. I'm usually around, but well, I'll let other people kind of handle him.
Are you going to get him on or through?
Well, you know what? Like with these types, you're just gonna have to let's we can just say dealer's choice, right? Use honor through or whatever fucking word you want to use for him to actually be here, because you can't win with Sophist, right? Because once you say, okay, I covered all the words, didn't I? Everybody knows. I said on, through, above, beyond. Okay, I think I got my bases covered. And then some asshole comes out of nowhere and be like, you forgot to say under. Like some shit like that. Dude. You're actually under Discord. Fuck, bro.
Sorry, Mayhem. I'm just saying it'd be good to send them could come up with for this platform some sort of you buy people gift cards for Christmas and birthdays and all that. A gift card. Send these Globers a gift card to join us. Because, just like a Memi gift card with the details on, and send them the gift card to come and chat or debate or something like that. Maybe just I don't know.
That means if he destroyed the QE, that means that water start to curve immediately.
Oh, he's an idiot, dude. Those guys live in their own head. We got Lily Purr that just joined us. Lily Purr, are you there?
Whoever it is, looks like they've been running over Globers.
Hey, sir.
How's it going, man? You got the secret king roll, space herpes. What's going on, man?
I do.
How can we help?
I don't know what roles I have.
Well, that usually means that you've been kind of weighed, measured, and found wanting. So I'm thinking you're of the mindset that the Earth is a globe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, so do you think, per the mainstream rhetoric, that the Earth is a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space?
No idea.
So what do you think the Earth is, Lily?
I think it's beautiful.
I know, it is. But as in, what do you think the entire realm of existence would be in your mind? Something that can be defined or undefined?
That's a very tough question. You ask me that.
Actually, it's very straightforward.
In a hot seat.
I know.
What is the entire existence of reality? That's an interesting
Is it defined or undefined?
Don't know.
Mayhem,
What do you mean you don't know? It's a dichotomy. You either know it's defined or it's undefined. What do you think it is?
What do you mean with the Earth being defined? What does that mean?
Okay, so look, let me just give you guys to the audience. This is a sophist, right? When a sophist does this, I should do this to you guys.
Is this a show? Why you?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You're being exposed at the moment. But hang on, let me just speak to my audience. So, as you guys know, we were dealing with a bit of sophistry earlier with Bootman, but this is another type of that kind of sophistry. So they want to not address the point as to not be held accountable. So therefore, if
That's not true.
are okay, so then answer the question: Is the Earth is the realm of the Earth? What is the realm of the Earth to you? Defined or undefined?
So I'll ask my clarifying
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. So you're not going to answer the question. Is that
Okay.
is that the case? Okay, answer my question.
No, I'm asking.
So answer my question. Little Purr, why are you struggling? Just answer my question. Is the realm of the Earth
You
defined
trolling?
or undefined? No, I'm actually asking you a straightforward question.
He's asking you a question.
Why are you being so
I can answer the question. I can answer.
No, Sasha,
I will not answer. I'm only saying that I can answer. I will not answer.
Yeah, I know.
will not answer.
We want Lily Purr to actually answer. So Lily Purr, come on. Let's stop playing games. Is the realm of the Earth defined or undefined?
I have no idea what that means. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so check this out, man. You know how you're standing on Earth right now?
Sure.
Baby steps. Okay, that Earth that you're standing on, is it defined or undefined?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so can you describe the Earth in its entirety to me, or you cannot describe the Earth in its entirety to me?
Can I describe the Earth in its entirety?
Yeah. Or is it undefined, as in you cannot describe, or as in it's undefined, you cannot describe it to me in any way? It's in its
Of course,
entirety.
I can describe things about the Earth. Sure.
No, that's not the question. You're changing my example to yours, and I don't like that. I want you to answer my question. Yes. So, well, Bootman says, give you an example. So, people
Give
think
me an
that
example.
the Earth is
Yeah,
a globe.
help me out.
Okay, so the people think that the Earth is a globe. So the entire realm of the existence, being the Earth is a globe, is defined by a geometric shape. So, do you think the Earth is a geometric shape or not?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
so
quick,
there's
just a quick
no
one, mate.
idea.
I'm not jumping in, but it's
go
always
on.
good. What? I'm just interested. What the gentleman has obviously been through an educational system. What was he taught to believe the Earth was?
I've been through the same educational system like everybody else, so.
You see how he doesn't answer. He doesn't. That's my point. One deck.
Now we can see why he's got space.
Now you can see. But see,
No,
he doesn't want it- Okay, so yeah, I know Lily Purr. I
because
know, dude.
it's-
I know.
it's a
Just chill. Relax,
rhetorical
brother.
question.
Relax, brother. Relax. So check it out. So
You're
this is
being
what
really
it looks like.
condescending. It's kind of annoying.
Well, it's important because if I'm not, you're not going to get the point, right? So let me speak to
But
the
you're
audience.
not speaking in good faith.
So-
like, what is this? Like some?
Oh, I
TV
am.
show?
It's an exposition. So we're exposing you to the fact that you
Would
are
you talk
being
like
a
this to me in
sophist
real
type.
life, or is it for the show?
What do you think this is?
Is this
Fake
not
life?
real life?
You think this is
Wouldn't
fake?
You wouldn't talk to me like this in real life.
Oh
What do you think this is? Fake
is
life?
real life.
No, I mean like you're behind the screen, right? You're being condescending behind the
it's
screen.
pretty,
So what?
It's a pretty simple. It's
did
pretty
somebody-
simple, man.
Yeah, did somebody usher you here? Are you here by your own free will?
You think the change?
Literally just joined, and you
Okay,
were
why?
you're
Why?
interrogating me for
Why? Why did you join? What is the purpose of your being here?
Yeah, ask us the question,
I was
bro.
eating. Huh? Eating my dinner. I just joined. Do you
And?
what people are talking about?
So?
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, so I
So
have different
what?
Discord servers on my browser, and I just click, see
Yeah.
if people are having interesting.
Good. You want a round of applause? You want a round of applause? Good job, Lily Purr. We're glad that you ate your dinner
good job,
and you
man.
came here. All right, now back to the question. Do you think the realm of the earth is defined or undefined?
Am I being like rude to
What?
you or no?
No, this is the topic of the server, and he's asking you a question related to the server. Nothing special, nothing rude, nothing. Do you
That's
understand?
obvious, but I guess some people don't understand that.
He seems scared to answer his questions.
Did you get it? That he's asking you. He's asking you a question related for this server. Nothing rude, nothing offended, nothing. Do you get it?
It's a pretty
Don't
simple
be scared,
question.
bro.
Until I came to the realization that the Earth was flat. If someone asked me, I would have said, "I believe it's a globe." And now, when someone asks me, I say, "It's flat." It's a really simple
You must be
question.
on the fence.
I don't know what it is.
No.
You asked me what it is. I said I don't know.
What
Well,
was you
you're-
taught?
What's your belief?
Yeah.
Just an observation.
I don't know.
To the
I don't
passerby,
know.
this kind of does sound aggressive. Just so you know.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care because check this out. At
the
first,
deal?
it's
I
always
don't get it.
well. I know you don't because this kind of information and people talking to you this way is probably never happened to you. So you're very used to having civil discussions and everybody's fine. So your fucking sophistry can just work its magic, and well, it doesn't work that way in here. So aggressive, fuck yeah.
Well,
So,
he says he doesn't
getting-
know, so if he doesn't know, let's see what his belief is then, because he has to have a belief on it. What's your belief then? If
You
you,
have
don't
to have
know,
a belief.
well, you
I've
would
actually-
have
I've
to
seen
believe
it-
something.
I told you,
Seen
Flying. the more you engage civilly, the more he likes to go. So that's why I don't take that approach. Absolute, that's for you also. You see what happens when you engage civilly? Look at what he does. He enjoys civil discussion because his sophistry thrives on it. I don't allow it, and that's why I don't give a shit about trying to back and forth. You're not answering direct questions. Direct questions that get told to you.
Wait a minute, is this Mayhem talking? Man.
This is Mayhem.
Don't be rude.
Baby. Yeah, baby.
Don't
these
be rude.
Fuckers, listen, listen, guys. These fuckers thrive on civil discussions. That's where they. No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna ask me anything. You're gonna answer my question.
Okay, dude.
To the panel.
If you're gonna be rude, then
if you're gonna be rude, if you're gonna be rude.
Can I repeat the question? Can I repeat the question with the cherry on the top?
You mentally ill or something?
Can I repeat the question with the cherry on the top? Not Miggy. And he's aggressive. I'm not aggressive, huh? Can you describe reality? What you believe? Is it globe or not? What do you learn in school? What I learned that it's a globe.
Yes, everybody, including myself, learns the Earth is a globe.
Why is that so difficult to say? Why it's so difficult to say?
It's not difficult. It's like it's just a rhetorical question.
Yeah. So then, why did you join? Why did you join a flat Earth?
Check this out. Yeah, here's the devil in the details for you guys who are listening to Sasha. Ask him that. He said, "Yes, everybody's taught the Earth is a globe." Did he say he learned it that way?
Yes, I said myself included. You didn't listen.
Okay, so now you say. Is that what you think
everybody
the Earth is?
Has learned it's
right,
myself included. Yes, great.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think the Earth is?
I'm on call, but I've just pulled up at the shop to get a bottle of wine, but I've just got a call coming through. I might do, yeah. I'll be home in 10 minutes, mate. I'll give you the bell.
Do I think it's a globe? I don't know. I don't know what the Earth is. I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So you're what, on the fence?
Sure, yeah, whatever.
Is any sure whatever?
Yeah, if you want to call it that.
What do you mean whatever? No. What do you mean by whatever?
You're trying to label me, but it's like
I'm not labeling you, sir. I'm asking for you to take accountability for the shit you say, because you're not doing so.
That's
why I have to stop and ask you to be accountable.
I said, I don't know. Then you said, are you on the fence? And I said, sure. Whatever. As in, sure, you can call me that or whatever. If you want to. I'm on the fence, whatever.
So, is there any information that could lead you to believe that the Earth is not a globe?
Is there any information that could lead me to think it's not a globe?
Yep.
Yeah, why do you got to repeat it like you don't know what the fuck I'm saying, bro? Like, it's pretty simple. Come on now.
Let me ask you.
Do you believe in the...
Oh, fuck, bro. Why don't you just answer the goddamn question?
Answer the question! You're welcome.
You said, is there any evidence that makes me think it's flat or not? What do you say? Can you say it again?
Oh shit, bro.
Okay, come on, Miggy, repeat, please.
Any evidence that makes me think it's flat or something, right?
Miggy, repeat, please.
So, you shouldn't have people like this on the show, mate. It's fucking...
Miggy, please repeat.
All right.
Miggy, please repeat.
I'm doing this for you, Sasha. All right, Lily Purr. Is there anything that leads you to believe that the Earth is not a globe? Any information?
I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it.
Fucking hell, bro.
Then how do you consider yourself on the fence?
Because I don't have a what do you call it? Positive affirmation as to what reality is.
Positive affirmation. This motherfucker.
Live my life, you know. I don't really know if it's a globe or not.
I always say, wait, just hang tight, everybody. Okay, fine. Okay. All right. Sorry. So let me ask you two questions, Lily Purr. Are we talking on Discord?
Sure.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Then you can definitively tell me what you think the Earth is.
Why? How does that correlate?
Well, if you're sure about your reality, then you can sure tell me what's going on, right? Or you just, everything's all ambiguous now at the point where you actually start to discern with your own senses. Oh, trust me.
Of course, I can hear.
If you think you
your
skated,
voice.
if you think you skated away from dodging a bullet, you haven't yet. I haven't begun to fire yet. That was
I'm
just me
telling you,
loading my
I
musket.
don't know if it's flat or if it's a globe, if it's infinite, if it's not.
And
infinite.
what leads you? What leads you to think that? Why are you thinking that now?
Because I don't have anything to tell me definitively what it is or what it's not.
Miggy.
If you have, you can show me.
Yeah, we do. Go ahead, Sasha.
I don't know what it is.
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you wanted to interject. Go ahead, man. If you want to interject.
No. Continue. Can I say? Give him now without. Give him now anything. A little bit.
Show him the proof.
Give him something.
Well, we can, but I'm hesitant because I already hear his
but
ability
saying,
not to be able to hold coherent. Yeah, hang on, Sasha. I'm hearing him not able to hold coherent thoughts in his mind. I even asked him a question, and he lost the plot in was it not even 30 seconds? After I finished asking him the question, he didn't even know how to tell it back to me. So if I start to engage with him, I feel like it's going to be a fruitless endeavor. I don't know. I'm kind of hesitant. What do you guys think?
I'm just curious.
Shall we
Like,
engage?
if you would meet somebody on the street, would you talk like this to them about the flat Earth and the globe Earth?
Yeah, he would.
Yep.
This tone, like just a random person.
Yeah, sure.
To answer the question, blah, blah. Like you would talk like
Just
that.
so you know,
Yeah.
Mayhem. Hey, just so you
Sure.
know,
Yes.
Mayhem.
Go ahead, Jenny.
It's funny.
Mayhem doesn't hide behind the keyboard. He actually has shown his face. So,
great.
you know, I heard implications earlier leading to that response. I don't remember what was said exactly, but
I've argued with.
he's not anonymous.
I'm not a bitch boy. I'm not a bitch boy. If you're
Let
saying
me ask
that.
you this, if I'm allowed.
I don't give a fuck what you're gonna ask me. It's not about your questions. It's about us telling you if you know anything to deal with the globe. That's
Okay,
the only thing.
Why
we're
should I
interested in.
talk to you if you don't care?
Because
you're gonna talk about shit, nothing to do with the topic, right? Are you?
You seem very angry.
Are you?
Mayhem?
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Because
can I say this? Can I say this real quick? Sorry,
you have
Maggie.
some emotional response for some reason. I don't know.
I'm a moderator in the server, and I get called out in a nicer way because but the same. He holds the same standards to flat earthers. I'm just going to tell you. So don't be taking that so personal.
You're talking like an actual person. He's just yelling like an angry man.
Can I just say? Can I just say something, guys? Quickly. I mean, as an outsider, so the Lily Allen, the guy, he's unsure about. We'll just take his word on it. He's unsure about the shape of the Earth. He doesn't know if it's a globe or it's flat, or is any evidence either way. Now, the globe has claims, doesn't it, about the geometry and the radius value, and there is evidence to debunk that. Are you aware of that, Lily?
Nope. Or I think maybe yeah. I mean, I've looked a little bit into it. So
nope. Maybe yeah.
So, are you aware that the globe Earth has geometry, which specifies that given the height of the observer, there'll be a physical obstruction at a certain distance. Now that's been debunked. So so we can put your mind at rest today and tell you that you do actually live on a flat Earth. Would you be happy with that?
Sure. Yeah. I'm not really interested in talking to Mayhem though, because
I don't give a fuck. Because
I got a good question, Mayhem.
Yeah,
so, I got a good question. At this point, I suppose the best question I think I could ask would be, can you know anything 100%?
Asking me? Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
He's asking a big fucking red lobster next to you. What the fuck do you think he's talking to, bro?
Mayhem.
Are you talking on? Are you talking on Discord right now to me? Can you be 100% sure of that?
You answered that.
I thought I already answered yes.
Oh, you already asked that question.
Yeah, I asked them both. He said yes to both.
There you go. I must have missed that. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing.
It's just because he can't be sure. It doesn't sound like he can be sure about anything.
Well, I know that, but see, he understood that I've asked this question before, so he's probably heard the live stream, which I don't care. He thinks he dodged the bullet, and that's not the case because like I said, I was just loading my musket, so he doesn't know where I'm coming from.
He asked me if if I can be sure of anything. And I said, yeah. So that's
Lily, just like I just said to you, forget all that. We can actually show you that the Earth's not a globe. Are you interested in that?
Sure. I mean, it's not a globe.
Right. Yeah. So they have a globe Earth calculator. It specifies where the geometry of the Earth is and the distance to the horizon. We can debunk that and just put your mind at rest today that the Earth is flat. Would that put your mind at ease?
I wouldn't say my mind is not at ease, but sure.
No, we could put your mind at ease and debunk the globe for you right now. Then you can just walk away as a flat earther. Would you be happy with that?
Or do you just like not knowing shit? Or do you like just not knowing shit?
I don't have a problem with not knowing shit.
Hey, can I ask little pair a question real quick, please?
I don't know. Hang on, because we wanted to see if who's speaking right now. One Deck. I think One Deck is speaking.
Yeah.
Did you want to finish your? I think he was on to something, Jim, and then maybe you can ask after him.
No, just saying the Lily guy just says he doesn't know either way, and we were just saying, but we do know either way. We know we don't live on a globe. We've got evidence to support that. We could present that to you, like we've got photographic evidence of to debunk the globe claims. So we could just like show you that the Earth is flat today and it's not a globe, and then you can walk away and have your dinner in peace. Are you happy with that? And you'd be a flat earther just like us.
Just like us. I mean,
yeah, just like.
Yeah, sure. Show me what you have. Yeah.
It will not be like that. We will show you information, then you can do then whatever you want. You can believe or whatever.
So, but I take it you don't know the globe claims then, because you're not sure about anything. Do you know the globe claim of the geometry of the globe? No.
The geometry of the globe. You mean like the radius and whatnot?
Yeah.
What the fuck do you think geometry means? God damn.
What's your problem, man? He's asking me questions
You're
step by
fucking
step.
ignorant,
We're
dude.
having a normal conversation, and you just come in
Fuck
and yell,
you.
"Why?"
Biggie, let him try only, please.
He's being nice. He's asking me questions, and then you just start yelling.
Be nice.
Why do you do that?
Because you're
It's
a
your
doofus.
problem.
You're a doofus.
You don't even know me. You've talked to me for 5 minutes.
You are a doofus. How about that?
Dude, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. You don't like it, do you?
What do you gain from speaking to people like that?
Exposing your dumbass and your trickery.
You're exposing me, and what does that give you in your life?
Well, that shows everybody that people like you just do this shit because you get your jollies off of it. I don't know why the fuck you do
Why
it.
don't you go and spend time with your girlfriend and friends and do things that actually matter instead of yelling at me on Discord?
Oh,
I find joy of exposing dumbasses like you.
He does.
Okay. Well, at this
That's
point,
great.
I've got to
I mean,
agree with
pleasure.
Mayhem. You're definitely here to troll. You're definitely not here for the topic. You're just here to troll. Otherwise, you would answer some questions and partake in the conversation instead of twisting everything.
I was
So,
partaking in a
Mayhem.
conversation, but he
That's
butted
about the fucking size of it, Lily Purr. Go ahead, Jenny.
He has his troll detector sights on you, dude. So
Okay,
nothing can be done
that's
now.
great.
Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done now. You
Yeah,
shot
I really
yourself
can't.
in the foot.
You got me. I'm exposed. Oh no.
Yeah, you are. And I'm going to keep doing it.
Oh,
How
shit.
fun is that?
Every time
How
you
fucking
speak,
fun is that?
Don't call the police.
it sounds
please.
like fun to me.
What do you mean, globe Earth? What do you mean, geometry?
Wait, what?
Huh?
This is
Wait, what?
hey Mayhem. Hey Mayhem. This
He said, call the police, and I just want everybody to know Mayhem's the fucking sheriff in town, just so everybody knows.
Yeah,
Hey Mayhem.
Yeah,
This
you
is for
better
Mayhem. This is for Little Purr and anybody else. I want Little Purr, if he cares, to prove me wrong. The globe has math, the globe has money, and the globe has indoctrination, and absolutely nothing else. Prove me wrong.
Prove you wrong. I don't know. How could I prove you wrong?
Oh shit. I don't think doofuses can do that.
Globe has
Can they?
math. Yeah. I mean, Globe does have math.
Oh my goodness.
Said indoctrination, and what was the second thing? Money.
You forgot
Money,
that
right?
shit, bro. You ain't paying attention to shit. Come on, dude.
I heard
Look at
it.
this.
He said money, indoctrination.
What's the third thing? What was the third thing?
I know exactly what he said. Don't try to play the tricks.
Well, go. Good. Say it.
He said money.
Uh-huh.
Indoctrination.
Yeah.
And what was it?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
Yeah, boy.
Math. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh, dude. Fucking little weasel. You're lucky you remembered.
Yeah, I have a great memory, as you can see.
No, I highly doubt that. But keep going, Jim, if you want to keep talking.
I'm actually focused on something else at the same time, so that's why I'm a little bit distracted.
I know.
I'm done for now. I enjoy listening to Mayhem. He rocks, man.
Yeah.
We love you too, bro.
Are you still interesting? Are you still interesting about that things about radios and size?
Sure, go ahead.
He's playing with his Nerf gun, Sasha.
No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Mickey. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, the end doesn't matter. The end doesn't matter. That means that radius is 3,959 miles. That means if you look in every book, if you look on internet and kids start learning, that means that it's 8 inch per mile squared. That means there is a drop over distance in reality. That means when you go outside on the sea level on the beach, there must be that drop and Earth will be sphere. But every observation everywhere in the world showing their flatness, and you can see more, and there is no such thing like drop over distance. That's all.
Okay.
What you mean, okay?
You can look into that. You can check for yourself, because reality is outside. Because you can see the pictures and videos from the space, and you can see the ball. And if it's that true, that ball must be on the ground also. And if it's true with that size, everything it's easy. It's only geometry. You check that if you have possibility to go on some lake, sea, or something. And if it's that true, it must be that curving stuff. What I said, I will repeat: drop over distance. So simple. If it's not there, there means no sphere. And that's easy. What is entire Earth? Nobody knows, because nobody knows, because we cannot know. Also, we have Antarctica Treaty. We cannot go even over 60 degrees south, and that's all information what I can give you.
All right.
So
what is anything? What is? No.
Can I respond to what he said?
Yeah, you can. But I want you to tell me what he said from the beginning of what he said.
I mean, he spoke a little bit fast, but I got the gist of it. He said that.
So what was he? What did he say in the beginning?
Drop.
Okay. So what is he saying about the drop?
That I don't need to repeat it. I heard what he said. I'm
asking you because I'm quizzing you right now to see if you were paying attention. That's why I'm asking you to repeat that.
Yeah, I said that. What do you say? The Earth was 3,000 something miles. There's a geometry. There's a radius. There has to be a drop. We can see the reality in real life. I heard it.
Okay.
And then you said. We don't know the reality in its entirety. Said at the end. I wanted to ask. That's what Mayhem said before. That he asked me, "Do I know the whole existence of reality or something like that?" And that was an honest answer, and I said no. Right. But now you're saying that we don't know the.
No, you said I'm sorry, but you said I don't know. You didn't say no.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Do I know the entire? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I said I don't know. That's true. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I said I don't know. Yeah.
But if you say no, you will be more correct, because you cannot know.
That's an absolute claim. How would you?
Yeah. I'm telling you, you cannot know.
Where the fuck is the evidence for it?
How do you know? How do you know?
Where's the evidence for it? That's how you know.
I told you that I don't know entirety. I told you in a minute. You needed to answer on the same thing like me. I don't know, and I cannot know.
Who's claiming the entirety of the realm of existence? The globe. That's who.
Yep.
Are they though?
Right.
What about like outer space? You know.
I don't get a confirmation from you, and I find that kind of odd when I'm asking you. Right.
Yeah. So I'm questioning your question.
But why won't you confirm? Because the idea that the Earth being a globe and it's in its entirety is given to us by this agenda, and we're being told that it's a globe. So why don't you agree with them? Yeah, that's all I want you to say. They're telling us that the entire realm is a globe.
I understand that proposition, but within the globe realm, outer space would be part of reality, correct?
Yeah.
So, and they say in science that there is certain parts of outer space that we haven't discovered. So we don't know the entirety of reality. Well, I guess you mean the Earth, obviously.
Well, they also tell us they can see all the way to the Big Bang.
It's actually a category error. It has nothing to do with science. actually.
Yeah, I just said I put science in quotation marks.
I know, but I'm telling you that it has nothing to do with science. So them telling you that's also another thing that's incorrect with the whole field of astronomy. They're using it and categorizing it as it's empirically known as a scientific fact, and in which I'm telling you right now, it's a category error. It has nothing to do with science.
That's fine.
It's fucked up, but that's true.
Within the globe, they don't claim to know the entirety of reality, assuming that the outer space thing is part of it.
What do you mean? They are not assuming, man. They're showing you. You have ISS. What are you saying? They're showing you that from the space.
They're fucking telling you it's settled science, bro. What do you mean they don't know?
But they're saying that there could be other galaxies and there could be outer space.
No, that's not but that's not the point. You're already thinking that you live in a vast, expanding universe, that you're a speck of dust amongst other specks of dust, exoplanets and protoplanetary fucktards out there. Like, they're telling you this shit, and you're just listening. Okay, it's science. Okay, nobody's challenging them.
But they also do tell us they can see all the way back to the Big Bang, basically.
Hey,
They can see millions of years ago, right back to the Big Bang through space. So I'd say they're making some pretty big claims.
Is that carbon?
You know what's really ironic is one of the main things to science is asking questions, and yet somehow it has become where we're just supposed to believe what we're told. That's weird.
Exactly. And you're told how you're actually this is the problem. You're taught how not to think, only to memorize and regurgitate, and that is the issue, Lily Purr. So probably previously you had this thing like, well, I don't know what's going on, but that's because you were not curious and asked questions. Where I'm telling you, you can be sure of things, because if you're certain you're talking on Discord right now, 100%, then you can damn be sure that your senses are telling you what the world around you is. This is a wake-up call.
That wasn't the question, though. You didn't say, "Can I use my senses?" You said, "Well, is reality defined or undefined?" That was telling you. I wasn't sure what that even means.
He's telling you now, okay?
No. I was saying it before. Reality as defined per the example that you've been told. Is it defined by a geometric shape or not? And you could have easily said
that. You didn't ask.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's the first thing I fucking asked.
You said, is reality defined or undefined? You said that 5 times in a row.
But you didn't know, so then somebody was like, give him another example. So I was like, all right. So as per a geometric shape, can we define it as a globe? And then I was telling you, that's what I mean by defined. Can we define it? So I gave you an example. Don't fucking say I didn't say that. But you're telling me I didn't say that. Yeah. Anger. I'm passionate, bro.
Okay, sure.
All right. So, back to our previous question. Now that it seems like we're gaining some traction. Hopefully, you don't say some stupid shit and then you trigger me again. So let's keep on the good track, shall we?
Nobody can offend you. You can only offend yourself. Gotcha.
Yeah, sure, buddy. You can offend me though. All right. So let's get into the fact that, first of all, you've been presented with the globe and you don't know what you don't know, right? We've gotten that far, but now presenting you what you can know on this earth. So the claim right now is on the globe, which is that the earth is of a certain size of dimensions. Do you know the size of the radius and diameter and circumference?
I believe the gentleman said 3,900 miles.
Well, let's just not believe what that guy's saying and then type into Google, what is the radius of Earth? So put down your Nerf gun, type on your keyboard, and say, what is the radius of Earth?
If I remember correctly.
Nah, you're not typing on your keyboard like I'm asking you to. If you want to participate and you want to find out, pretty simple. Just follow instructions. We'll get to the point. Radius. What is the radius?
I'll write it for you, but I'm pretty sure it's 8,000 kilometers, right?
Well, no, let's see. Hang on, Sasha. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, never mind.
What is
6,000? Oh, okay.
See, you were wrong. See what happens?
6,000 kilometers, sir.
Right, but that's what's being told to all of us, so we all know this information. You can also do the same for the radius and the circumference, or diameter, excuse me. Radius, diameter, circumference. So that's dictating to us what the geometric shape, the size of it is anyway. So there's no excuse to saying, well, the Earth is too big, we can't measure it. That's not going to fly here. We know the metrics to the size of the Earth. So
only to say my was in miles is the same rate.
Right. So what are we going to do with this information right now? Well, it's very easy.
Great question.
Well, I'm telling you, it's very easy. We're going to test the Earth, meaning that, you know how like when you go and find out, you go to a shoe store and you find out what size your foot is because you put it on that plate, and that plate has like these numbers where there's like a ruler on it. And it says, well, the guy's like, well, you're a size 8, 9, 10 or whatever. It depends what size your foot is. What are you doing to actually get that information? You're measuring your foot, right? So in the same way, we're going to measure the size of the Earth in a small sample set. We're going to take a small sample set, I don't know, let's say 15, 20 miles or so. Maybe less than that. We don't really need that big of a sample set. The only thing we're looking for is drop over distance. That's the only thing we're about. So does anybody have the Black Swan? Or if not, I'll go ahead and bring it up on the live stream voice text. Let me see here. Oh, thanks, Trace. All right, do you see that image, Lily Purr?
Where?
Live stream voice text. The last image that was posted.
Live stream voice text. Sure, yeah.
All right, so this logical statement that's actually put out here as modus tollens gives the statement if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if we're going to put it into a logical statement, it would sound like this. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's actually not kilometers. So for you that's converting it into kilometers, you can put it back into miles. It would be 3959. So if the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3959, which will stand for P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q. That's a geometric horizon on the Earth curve calculator. So not Q, which is the horizon, turns out that it's greater than 9.41 miles, and therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So that's the logical statement formed right there, the modus tollens, that actually gives us a great pathway into the image below. So as you can see, this is an image that was taken from a video off the coast of California. But I want you to put something in your mind. If I'm spending time talking to this, I want you to just really let this sink in. If you're going to do this, you can do this anywhere. This was only done in California, but this can be done in any body of water that has distance markers. So do you see the oil rigs on that image?
See the oil rigs.
All right. So they have a distance that they're marked by from the observer on the beach. So that's Platform Hill House 6.12 miles, Platform Habitat 9.41 miles. The only reason why they're even in this photo is to demarcate a distance. That means that from the observer to them, they're putting a distance between them. So do you see the horizon? And as defined, you can look this up too if you want to. The horizon is defined where the Earth meets the sky. Would you agree that the definition of horizon is correct before we move on?
Yes. Can I find this on Google Maps somewhere?
Actually, yes.
What do I have to search to find it?
Let's see. Grace, can you throw the info? It's hang on, because we have the video and all that stuff. So.
But yes, sky means
I was just talking about the horizon. Let's say horizon where the sky meets the Earth is going to be per the definition. So long as you and I agree, that's what it means, right? Like we're not going to skip off and say that's not what it means later. The sky meets the Earth. Okay. But I think someone's going to put... Anyways, while he's looking for the actual place where it's located, I'm going to start talking about the image. So as you see the image... Oh, thank you for that. He put the video. And of course, it's going to... BMLS B69 is the person whose YouTube video was of this right here. So it's a still of that video.
Thank you. Views. Okay.
Yeah, old dude kind of put it on a map so you can see kind of like the distance. Anyway, to the image there, what we're going to do is now we're going to be looking at a 1 foot observer height, because off the water, that's how far where the camera was off the water, right? 1 foot up. So 1 foot observation, the distance where the the size of the Earth, because if you can punch in these values into the Earth curve calculator per either Mick West or what's that other guy's name? Walter Bislin. Walter Bislin has an Earth curve calculator just like Mick West. You can type this into the Google search and an Earth curve calculator will come up, and you could insert certain values into this Earth curve calculator to figure out what is the maximum distance should be visible from an observer at 1 foot. And it's going to crank out a value, right? Which is 1.22 miles. So at an observer height at 1 foot, we're going to get a distance of 1.22 miles where the horizon should be. That's its predicted value where it should be, right? All right. So the predicted value of the horizon is at 1.22 miles. But check this out. Look at where Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles. Farther than that, right? Platform Habitat, even farther, 9.41. So where is the horizon in this image? Is it farther than the Platform Habitat, before Platform Habitat, or in between the platforms?
Where is the horizon?
Yeah.
In the background.
All right. So it's farther than Platform Habitat, safely, probably at around 10 miles or more. So what we'd say then, right, that if that is true with this still, and of course, video can probably precede your investigation and you can do more tests in your local area, you can safely say that the Earth being the radius of 3959, where the horizon should dictate it being, is 1.22 miles away. Well, this image is showing that the horizon is 10 miles or more away. So we have an exponential difference where the horizon should be to where it actually is, meaning that the Earth being a globe is now like empirically debunked. It is not a globe of the set size of dimensions. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. There's no measurable curvature. That is all. Earth's not a globe. No measurable curvature. Mic drop. It's that easy. That's it.
I'm trying to look for the.
And there's really no coming back from this because the information is out there now. So what you can do if you think that this is some kind of like hoax or trick or whatever, is that you can go to your local area wherever there's a body of water and something to demarcate a distance. You're able to see the horizon beyond the thing that's demarcating the distance, like these oil rigs. You can then check to see if you can't redo the test yourself. And that's what this is for. It's for an example of how to do this specific test in which you can do yourself and, getting a distance and seeing the horizon beyond that. But like I say, it has nothing to do with the oil rigs at all. So what do you think about this information I just given you, Lily?
It's interesting. Sure, I guess. Sure.
All right. I don't even care if you say like, oh, I know now the Earth's flat. I don't care about that. I just wanted to challenge you right now in the way you think.
Challenge me, man. Challenge me.
That's it. That's all. I mean, I got more, but I mean, we can, if you got any questions and you want to ask them, now's the time. Ask any questions.
I don't really have any questions right now. I'm just trying to find this platform on Google Maps.
The relevant information was posted, so
I found Hill House Heliport.
I don't know. Maybe that's
heliport.
Perhaps that's it. It sounds like that makes sense. They do have they have helipads, don't they? Those platforms.
If you look at the video that the still comes from, he gives you the coordinates for everything. So all the information is there.
What's up, Eli?
What's going on?
Doing our thing.
What up, G?
We're trying to wake up the dead around here, but hopefully that worked.
Wake up the what?
So there's a lot. There's a lot of conclusions that people make falsely when they say, "Well, I know that the Earth is a sphere because sunset. So I know that the Earth is a sphere because the stars that you can't see on the south side of the equator. I know that the Earth is a sphere because all of these things that have to do with this geometric horizon that is not geometric anymore. So there's not many places to go when it comes to like direct observation.
I wonder what sparks you guys' interest in figuring out this stuff.
Every human being on this earth becomes a little detective when they overturn a lie. It's really nothing more than that. Some of us have figured out, oh snap, there's a nifty little lie. And that's why it's so interesting, because lies being uncovered is interesting to literally everyone on earth.
Sure. What sparks the community out of that lie?
What do you mean?
What does that stem from that? Like, why is there this server? Why is there YouTube videos? Why don't people just figure out the truth and then pack it up?
Oh, because when it was a simple, water cooler conversation, people started to act weird. They became bigots. Oh, flat earthers are dumb. Flat earthers are this. Flat earthers are that. So obviously, to us in here now, there's a point where we asked a simple question like, hey, did you know that, all of us have looked for the proof. And upon not finding it, we would talk about it with others like you would when you uncover a lie. And they started acting really weird, telling us we're retarded, telling us that we have no education. So we kind of just happen to find like-minded people here. Like that's what happens when you find like-minded people, you kind of group up. It's a natural thing.
Yeah, that is partly human nature, but I don't know, it's just sometimes there's a lot of condescension and anger, frustration, like Mayhem is portraying. And I'm wondering where that stems from, because it's just a conversation, right?
I think it would be, but because this has to do with psychology and how, you have to forget about everyone else and think about your personal journey. Someone had to fuck with your mind from the time you were a baby up until now. For something so simple as the Black Swan to be shown and probably still have more questions than answers. Like that fact alone, someone fucking with you since birth, that's significant. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I get that.
So personally, right? If you're not ready to receive, a truth that's blatantly obvious, the real question is, why would anyone act in any other way than grateful? That's not, we're not the ones on that side. We're on this side, just accepting the truth. We're not going out. Well, I mean, maybe you see like there's a little, it gets a little heated in here, or maybe you're new. I don't know. But the bottom line is, we're not the aggressors. We just started uncovering things, and then they started deleting stuff off Google, started deleting people who have grown large platforms and demonetized them. They've literally attacked financially and psychologically those of us who have tried to just say something that's true. And that's why it's gotten out of hand in this way, because for some reason, the truth coming out has been a very, very, very tedious process up until this point. And it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, well, that's how it's been throughout history.
Here's the situation we got. On YouTube, Wikipedia, they always put on every flat earth underneath it, they say this, flat earth Wikipedia. Flat earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven concept of the earth's shape as a plane or disk. They tell us that every time we go to YouTube and Wikipedia. I personally have taken offense to the fact that I was lied to since age 5 about the ground that I walk on. I am personally offended that I personally can't talk about what's gone on the last 36, 38 months because we can't talk about it. I'm personally offended that nuclear weapons do not exist, that I was told to live in fear that they do. I was told about global warming, even though you have to have a globe to have global warming. So I'm personally offended by my taxpayer money, government money, borrowed money, printed money, NGOs and foundations, which maybe in the last 65 years, $8 to $10 trillion with 12 zeros, if inflation adjusted, has gone to push this globe, which does not exist, while $0 have gone to people that know we live on a stationary plane. That's why I'm personally offended. And it's not anger, it's not emotion, it's passion. Passion is something so intense, others feel it.
Yeah, people, act, case in point, if reality TV is even real, like some of the things that they do when uncovering a truth is insane. Like people come to blows over finding out that someone ate their burrito from last night or from 2 nights ago. I don't care if it's old. Why'd you touch it? But then people wonder why this place exists when the biggest lie that we know of is right here in that black swan photo. Like I don't
think it is the biggest lie?
I don't even that we know of. I think that this lie is interconnected with some other things, but ultimately it all comes back to creation. If this place is created, why say it's not? That's just weird.
I saw a documentary about a primitive tribe where they actually questioned these tribes about what do they believe about God and creation, and they couldn't give a coherent answer. They hadn't even heard about the concept.
Yeah, that's religion, what you're talking about. See, religion
I'm
is
not
when...
talking about religion.
No,
About
I'm
literally
telling
creation.
you based on the words that you're using. When you go to man and you ask them, what ought you believe and how ought you live? And man starts to explain these things to you. That is religion. I don't care who it comes from.
That's not what I said, though. That's not what I said. I said they were
Well, you said
explaining.
there are these primitive people that are trying to explain.
No. Okay, I explained it wrong. So there was a documentary crew that traveled to the Amazon jungle in Brazil in a quest to question them about their conception of God or creation or how the earth started, where the earth came from. They couldn't give a coherent answer because they hadn't even heard about these concepts. They were foreign to them.
Right. Because it's like that. This is what I heard you and I understand what you're saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is when you're not indoctrinated, if you were to come into this server and we were to just say, well, water is level, end of story, you wouldn't be able to accept that. Right? So asking these questions that are complex out of, fallacious reasoning, you go to someone who knows that water is wet and they're like, I don't even know how to explain to you, like, what are we talking about here? What God create?
You said it all comes down to creation. That's what you said. You said it all comes down to creation.
Yeah, because the bottom line is I don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that I'm not the reason that this place exists. Like, it's very simple. Information needs an informer, right? And seeing as that we have both information and physical things here, these are two things that humans could not have made. So here's this place that we live and these rules that we live by. And all I'm saying is, well, we know for damn sure it didn't just pop into existence out of nothing, because that would be a natural law violation. So it's as simple as that. You never have to put a connotation on it. You never have to, well, some people would say you never have to give God a name. You never have to, it's just something that's obvious. And things that are obvious, sometimes people don't even have words for, because it's obvious. It's like, it gets to a point of redundance, you know, and in certain languages, it's like, why would we need to explain XYZ? There are no words for that. You're asking me about God. You're asking me about creation. Look, man, I put seeds in the ground and shit grows. What else do you want me to tell you, traveler from the east? You know what I'm saying? Like it.
Yeah, sure.
Or traveler from the west.
I get you.
So I don't see why they would have a religious idea. Like it's okay for a tribe to not have religious ideas about, you know, a story about where this place comes from, how it got here, and who did it. That's religion.
We're talking about the fundamental concept of creation itself, independent of religion.
Right.
Sure.
Who would know? What about creation, and what could anybody say about it other than water's wet? See what I'm saying? Like only people from the north ask these questions. Where did I come from? Oh, what? If you go to a tribe somewhere who doesn't have a concept of these things, they are not religious. We are religious.
I agree. That's kind of the point, I guess.
You know, because nobody on this earth can tell you, you know, exactly what went on, other than, you know, you can pick up a book and you can go, yeah, that makes sense. That speaks to my heart. But ultimately, no one has to believe anyone, because none of us were there. But we know that things don't happen without there being something to set that in motion. All things that happen because of something making it happen. Nothing happens, you know, just for no reason.
That's a logical deduction you've come to, right?
No, it's just I look around and I know that what I'm saying is true, because there's no instance of things happening from nothing. I mean, call it a logical deduction. Why?
That's what it is.
How would you define logical deduction?
You've deduced something down to a core, simple principle using logic. You have come to the conclusion that you put a seed in the ground and it grows, and something has to do that for that to happen.
I mean,
I wouldn't even need to use language to describe this, but now because we are, I'm just saying, you know.
That's what I'm saying. There's no language. Well,
I agree.
Yeah,
It's
you just know that there's a small seed, and then, you know, something comes of it. You know, water comes from the sky. There's food everywhere. You know, we're never hungry, and until we get religious, and then people ration and people run out of stuff because they're religious. That's what happens. You know. Yeah, I mean,
sure.
Simple stuff.
Can I ask Little Purr what's your position on? I kind of got in here. I'm curious where
my position on what?
On the globe. Sorry, I'm cutting out. On the globe or not globe?
I don't really have a position, but to give you one, I'll say I don't know. I don't know what the Earth is. That's my position. Hopefully that answers your question.
And I'm assuming you're a secular minded person, maybe atheist, agnostic type of.
What does secular mean again? I've heard the word before.
Non-religious. basically.
Yeah.
Religious.
Yes.
Materialist.
That's man. We gotta start redefining this word religious, right? We're all religious. And unless someone can challenge me and prove me wrong, because we can't. Because that's again another label. It's a mislabel when people come in here and think we're religious, but they're not because they don't believe in a God or this or that. No, fam. You have a society with a set of set rules that you believe you ought to live by because a man told you that this is the best way to go. That's a religion. How do you know it's a religion? Because everybody's not going to agree with it. Absolute truth is not something you can deny, but religion is something you can question.
It comes complete with dogma.
I think the only way to not be religious would be literally to go into nature, be away from any set core principles that civilization brings forward.
That's not the concept of religion. Is a process of thought of how you're perceiving the physical and natural world, and then interpreting it in your own mind, causing you to create some sort of dogma or formulate an idea and understanding of how things are working based on your perception, and then saying, "Thus saith Lillipur, the earth and the sun and the sky are moving because mighty titans are pushing it," or whatever, and you become someone who creates the perception of the physical and natural world due to your own thought processes, and then propagate that forward into somebody else, and then they believe that based upon your knowledge of what you've just described. Other than that, you can just physically say, "I see the sun moving across the sky," which takes no religion. It's just based upon your natural observation, which you're not creating a doctrine. But the other hand, on the latter, was that you were.
Even being a naturalist, thinking that you can escape all forms of society to go into the wilderness, and that's religion as well.
Why would that be religion?
Well, because you believe that would be better than what you have now.
Well, I mean, if there was no civilization, happens by force. So if there was no
civilization and religion isn't synonymous. So
I agree, yeah. But if we would go back to nature, which if you assume the Earth is created, we should be capable of thriving and living in nature, correct? We shouldn't have to create all these man-made instruments to live. Nature should already provide us everything we need, correct?
Yeah, but that's a non sequitur to the point. Being a naturalist is still a religion. The people that are like, let's just leave the earth alone. Let's just protect Mother Earth. Oh God, look at all of the lack. We need to just tear this stuff down. I know you're not saying this, but I'm just giving the most extreme. Oh, look at the rainforest. To think that us as men and women that walk the earth could do a damn thing to her is religious.
Sure, yeah, I don't agree with that whole environmentalist mindset, but you're not saying that all humans are religious by default, right? It's taught, obviously, right?
Well, I mean, I don't see how we could escape religion.
Do you mean civilized people or humans in general?
I'm speaking as an individual from my own point of view. And if you can challenge it justifiably, I'd say, well, I'm wrong. But I can't come across a human who can justify how they would not be religious. In fact, most people who are religious think they aren't. So it's like, I haven't even been challenged in that way.
Okay, what if you were born in a tribe of 30 people in the middle of the Amazon jungle? You've never seen society, you've never seen civilizations, you've never seen anything. Only thing you've seen is airplanes in the sky. How would you be religious?
Well, you haven't given a scenario in which someone, there's no thought process there. You've just gave me a situation.
Yeah, so religion comes from
that's what I mean.
Practice,
civilization is not synonymous with religion, but you've just in a sense, well, you're saying it's not civilized. There's some uncivilized people who have grouped up and structured themselves. Okay. And you're asking me, how would that be religious?
You asked me to give you an example, or you asked me to challenge you to give an example of humans.
Yeah, you said practice. You said practices, and he was demonstrating the thought process of somebody going into the woods and talking about perception they have of like Mother Nature and taking care of the earth, and so it becomes dogma at some point that a lot of people say, yeah, I like the way that person's thinking, I want to follow that. So they then themselves, they start forming a cult, which is like what people do, right? So you're talking about a practice, like actually creating an altar and all that other shit. That's not what's being said here.
Okay, so can you define religious then, just to be clear, Elijah?
I did.
Yeah, you just did.
But, I mean,
you said okay. Like, can you say it again?
And Miggy also did, by the way.
It's the same thing, yeah.
So it seems like you believe that all humans are innately religious. Is that the case?
What I said was perhaps based on the definition that I gave, which is true, someone I come across one day will, say something that makes sense. But as far as I can tell, everyone's religious about something.
Yeah.
So
I can agree with that.
Okay, so my hypothetical scenario of a group of people who have never touched modern society, they would also
What does a group of people being somewhere have to do with their psychology, which is where you begin to assess what religiosity they hold? Like it's you keep like here are people, they're placed in a separate place from society. Okay, yes. And then you say, how are they religious? You haven't given enough information. There's nothing to say about it. There are people that are in a location that is different from, civilization. Now what? The question is incomplete.
Well, if we look through history, people have always ended up worshipping something in some way. So maybe their little tribe finds a coconut tree and they're all starving and one of them's died and they realise that if they eat these coconuts, they can all live, and they now worship this coconut tree that keeps them all alive. And they look after it and they water it and they religiously somehow look after this tree. Is that what you're trying to get at, Elijah?
Well, that would be an instance, yeah.
I'm sorry if I misheard you, but I didn't hear your definition, or I can't remember what you said, what your definition of religious was. Maybe you've said it many times.
Dogma that humans, come up with that other humans follow.
That's it. That's his base form. What he just said. That's it right there.
So when you put people in a geographic location, it's not telling me anything about their dogma. Is why I'm saying it's incomplete. You're just saying people are in a place, okay, and like you're working backwards from a conclusion, saying, well, these people aren't religious because they don't have any idea of God or any idea of creation or any idea of.
The point is, there's human nature, right? There's your intuition, there's your instincts. If you haven't been taught any dogma, as you said, you wouldn't even follow or have any idea of what that is.
Yes,
you just simply follow your nature. People.
Yeah, hang on, Lily. You're missing the point here. People innately inside of themselves, they always tend to follow a leader, right? There's some that are submissive to like other people, right? There's what's a personality type I'm looking for here?
That's the majority of people.
Like alphas, and so like people would say, okay, well, this guy seems to he got it all together. He must be doing something right. So whatever he's doing, let's follow that person because they seem to have got all their whatever they're doing. So in a tribe scenario, that would be like the tribal leader. The tribal leader then dictates what needs to be done as far as dogma and understanding for the people. So they follow this specific whatever rules that the tribal leader puts out for them. So they have their own little set of ideas and beliefs, right? They have a little totem pole. They worship certain gods, but they do it because it's based on a tradition, an understanding, and their perception. And they grow up in this, right? So
it's interesting. I don't necessarily agree with that.
You don't have to. Well, it's not about that. What it is that if you say you disagree, so what is it that you actually believe then? Because whatever your perception is, somebody's going to be like, I like the way Lily Purr's describing that. I believe what Lily Purr's saying. I'm going to go ahead and rally the troops because there's a whole bunch of people that like what Lily Purr's saying. So we're not going to have some dogma that Lily Purr's talking about and now make it our religion. So you just formed another religion in and of itself by you saying you disagree with that, and then make your own dogma as to why you disagree. And so other people like that, they'll follow you, and then you are now a leader, whether you like to or not. some people might have said like, well, I don't care, I just like what he's saying. So you know what I mean? It just it forms itself. Like you don't have to establish it. People like to have be under a leadership type, and this is just the human nature, man. It's people they tend to gravitate towards that. You don't think that's the case? You don't think that's the case?
I think humans in a blank state without any type of influence from rule or anything like that will simply follow whatever they're biologically, intuitively, and instinctually designed or whatever to do. I don't think you have to.
That's not even a deduction. That's not even a deduction, though, is it?
Just like animals, right? Like you look at a zebra.
1 second. That's not even. We're not like animals. That's not a deduction, right? Because you don't know that. You're giving a hypothetical scenario in an unreal world where someone is an influence. Did I say fuck your opinion, or am I trying to address your opinion? Why are you interrupting me to tell me that what you gave me is your opinion? I was aware of that.
You said that's just what I believe or something. I can't remember what you said. But
well, belief, opinion, that's more synonymous than what you tried to make synonymous: civilization and religion.
All right, you can go on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is you're thinking of a scenario that is not even realistic. There's no like what case in point, when people ask questions about space, they're asking from a framework that is unrealistic. Okay? Like whether you believe that right now or not. It's the same thing. You're like, well, it's okay. I'll give you something that is similar. Okay, well, what if we were to go into the vacuum of space where gravity isn't acting on you anymore? Then you would be floating, would you not? So that's an empty statement, because nowhere in reality have we actually ever experienced anything other than what we've experienced. That's just a totally made up situation that nobody on Earth can actually confirm to even begin to address, other than in their imagination. Like, because that's not a real scenario. So it's also not a real scenario where a human is going on their day-to-day and they're completely untouched and uninformed by another human being, unless you're saying somebody lives in the woods or whatever. And there are instances where those people are religious as well. So I don't get what you're pushing back on.
I'm not saying that you wouldn't be informed. Of course you would be informed about things, but I don't think you would necessarily have a set of rules or dogma, as you say, you would follow. I think you would just follow whatever your nature takes you.
That's not reality, though, that you're speaking
of. That's what I think.
Human nature has
like
always...
when I analyze.
So let's take a look at. But you're not taking a look at history, though, lady. You're speaking out of. You're speaking out of context, bro. This isn't the real world that you're talking about. Your hypothetical scenario exists in your head. If you're talking about history,
a human being that's not raised by anything, a human being is just like, I don't know, rolls out of an incubator. Well, that would be a question that a human would have. I rolled out of that thing, but I can't even make up a scenario that makes sense. That's natural, by the way. That's natural. Yeah. That makes sense by it being natural.
Okay.
So you have someone who's born. Well, you need parents to be born, and you need someone to take care of you until you're able to fend for yourself. So you're putting this thought experiment into a scenario that would never be natural.
Well,
and I don't know why you're doing it.
Like, what if, let's say there's Adam and Eve, right? And they're the first two human beings on Earth. They have no religion. They have no anything. They have no concepts of ideology. They just have human beings, food, water, shelter, reproduction. That's all they have. Have a child. They have another child. That child has a child. Now they have a tribe. They don't necessarily have any religious or dogma that they're following. They're just going by their instincts.
That's kind of silly because the Bible speaks about it becoming exactly that, a religion. The Bible also warns against religion. I don't know how we would escape it, but the Bible does expressly say, avoid religion at all costs. Why? Because I mean, at the end, anyway, back to the whole Adam and Eve thing. It's like to use that is wild because you're talking about a book.
No. You're misunderstanding.
Religion.
I want to interrupt you because I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm saying let's say
okay. So you're talking about two human beings, and again, other than the story that we do have in the Bible. Okay, so let's take it away from the Bible. Fine then. Okay, so fine then. It's not about the Bible. So you've just created an unnatural situation that I can't understand. Why are you doing that?
No, if we say Earth is created, right, and you say Earth didn't pop out of nowhere, well, obviously humans had to come from something. So
that's religion. You're talking. You're stepping on. They had to come from some. Let's try to figure. Ooh, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. That's not what I said. This is your scenario.
You said that I just said out of nowhere.
All I said was things don't just create themselves out of nothing. That is something that I know for a fact.
Right. So
and it's unnatural.
Come out of nothing, right?
Yeah, it's unnatural for a human to not to be curious. You're saying that all humans. Let's just put in my hypothetical scenario that humans are never curious and never ask questions. That's not natural.
No.
People.
I'm not saying humans aren't curious.
Yeah, but what the thing is, you're going to ask questions. Where did we come from? What's bigger than where I'm at? Like what's over there? Like people are going to want to explore. They're curious, bro. That's just the way stuff goes. And so I want to say the biggest thing that you're not highlighting is the component in each and every one of us, which I would consider the sinful component that's innate in all of us, right? Two young babies getting together. You put one toy there, they fight over the toy, and so on until one person gets it, the other one's crying. And there's this sinful nature in all of us, right? So I would say whether you're religious or not, you can understand there's a factor that you're not putting in here that's natural, the natural part of it.
Okay.
So there's something that you want to make a hypothetical scenario outside of the natural and the real world, and that's what I'm saying. Everything you're proposing
to understand how you think. That's all.
No, you're trying to understand how people can perceive religion to be actually natural, and you're not seeing that. It's I know, but it is natural. It's natural to everybody.
You think religion is natural? That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
Well, that's exactly what Elijah's been telling you this whole time.
Yeah, I get it. I've never heard that before.
All right.
Yeah, because you've never heard it before because most people's religion is that they're not religious. That's silly.
Well, I agree with you,
and that's why you're pushing back so hard because maybe before you got here you had an idea of those people that worship Muhammad or people that worship Jesus or whoever, they're religious. I'm just doing science. No, bro. Unfortunately for you, we all live in a cult and we all are religious in some way, and that's just the truth. Now, once you realize that, you can do something about who informs you at the very least, rather than blindly going through life, just doing whatever whilst ignorantly thinking that, you're I mean, how could you be autonomous without knowing that you're religious?
This is apropos for this conversation, Lily Purr. So just bear with me. I know some people get their stomach upset when they speak about religion, but I'm just going to read you a little piece of scripture here. All right? So just bear with me. It says, the wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness. Since that what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities and his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse, right? But check this out. Verse 21 says, for although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God, nor gave thanks to him. But their thinking became futile, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images made to look like mortal human being and birds and animals and reptiles. Therefore, God gave them over to their sinful desires of their hearts to sexual impurity for the degrading of their bodies with one another. They exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worshiped and served created things rather than the Creator, who is forever praised. Amen. That's it in a nutshell. That's why.
If you had to deduce that to a shorter sentence, what would you say that means?
Drink water because you're thirsty.
Wait, what would you say?
Now informing people, hey, drinking water will give you some sort of eternal benefit and blah, 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 blah. That's religion. But doing nothing other than drinking water because you're thirsty is just fine. But what most people do is say, hey, let's bottle it up. Hey, maybe we can take out these impurities and then add some purities in there, put some, that's water is wet. You drink it when you're thirsty. Everything else is extra.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question about what we talked about 5 minutes ago.
Can you define religion? Not the way you would define it, but can you repeat back to me what I've defined as religion so that I know you understand?
Well, I asked
and then
you,
tell me
you
why
said,
you disagree.
I wrote it down. I think you cut out, but you said dogma that humans follow. That's basically what you said, right?
Where do you
said
disagree?
Something else? Huh? I have to look up the definition of dogma. Sorry. I know what it means, but I just have to know exactly what it means.
That's fine.
Principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You say it's human nature that people follow this dogma.
Well, we live in America. Well, what country you live in?
I'm in Denmark, northern Europe.
Does your country have borders?
Sure, yeah.
You have rules and regulations?
Yes, but we're talking about human nature, we're not talking about structures.
No, we're talking about what you believe. There's no border around you telling you can and can't do something, but there's an authority that you abide by to get along, to go along. And this is what you're saying I agree, but you like the point being made is that that's religion and you're not understanding it.
No. Yeah. So I agree with you in a sense that, yes, human beings that are born into this artificial world follow dogma. But I don't agree that, like Adam and Eve having sex and having a child,
Who's Adam and Eve? Who's Adam and Eve?
I'm saying the first.
No, we're talking about natural world. We were talking about your borders and being born into it, right? So let's keep it on natural, real things. Please don't give me an instance of something that's not real or natural. Please.
Well, I'm giving you an example of how humanity.
Please don't give me an example of something that is a hypothetical scenario that begins with something that is not natural. Because first of all, if we're talking about creation and God, number one thing you need to understand is that's not natural. It's supernatural. A miracle is supernatural. So we can't even talk about that.
What is human nature?
You're jumping from point to point. You're gish galloping, Lily Purr. You do.
Oh no, I agree.
Yeah, because I just asked you what the definition was and why you disagree. Though we're not talking about your disagreement, even though I'm getting all of this pushback because you disagree, but you haven't identified why you disagree.
Right.
I disagree because of the way that I observe the human being. I don't see that
we're not an animal. Sorry, we're not an animal.
See, now we're getting to the more fundamental issues.
Yeah,
probably.
Your fundamental flaw.
Well, not really, because there's a difference between animals and humans. We create not create as in create matter. We can kind of manipulate matter, but we also have ideas and we form structures, and not only that, but can relay information, and now we have the internet and all of this. Animals can't do that.
Yeah,
They can
of course.
build,
Yeah,
they
I get
can
that.
build things, and that's as far as it goes.
Yeah. I mean, we don't even have to get into that. Obviously, humans are more intelligent.
No, we're
I'm just
getting
saying,
into that. We're not getting into it. That's the rebuttal to the last thing that you said, to
The
try to get
distinction
away
between
from
animals.
answering the question, which is, what do you disagree with me saying? Religion is something that, as far as I know, we haven't escaped.
I agree with you. I agree with you within the realm of the world that we understand it today.
So
which
where
is
do you disagree?
civilization.
Where do you disagree is my question.
Disagree in the sense that my understanding, the way I observe nature, the way I observe human beings interacting with nature, I understand that humans, following their instinct, following their intuition, wouldn't just obey authority and rules the way that civilized people do. Not that we can't have a leader. Of course, we can have a leader, but not.
What does that have to
I
do
think
with
there's a
religion or
discrepancy.
not? But what I'm saying is, how is that sequitur at all?
And on top of
You're
that,
asking.
bullshit too.
You asked me to give you to answer.
No,
why
I asked you to tell me what you disagreed with, but when I explain religion, what you're explaining is, it's not even. You're saying, okay, well, there's a human that is totally on survival mode. What does that have to do with their psychology? If you say nothing, exactly, you're not answering sequitur to the point that I'm making. You're making an entirely different point, and that's not really addressing the issue.
Do you think it's a burden to be religious?
Mm.
I'm not trying to dodge a question. I'm just trying to clarify. Do you think it's a burden? Do you think it's a problem, a negative effect? Or is it
No,
innately in
I
its
don't.
human nature? It's great. That's how it's supposed to be.
It is what it is.
It's a hard path to choose. What depends, I would say it this way. What religion you follow. Because there's religions that are brought up to believe that you can do anything and as long as it pleases you. There's religion, because Elijah's been elucidating the fact that that's what it is. If you think you're not in a religion, then you're sorely mistaken. Everybody has a religion. It just depends which one you are. And some of us are in a very rocky path in the religion that we're in because it's not easy. And we choose that path because we know that it's not. But there's others that want to live on a religious idea that they don't have to be held accountable to anything, such as those who claim to be atheists and they don't follow a god or whatever. That's even religious. But not being held accountable to anything is a great way to live life. Just like it sounds like you show kind of like signs of being that way, Lily. You are a person who doesn't like to be held accountable, so therefore you're advocating for a position that is nonsensical, that doesn't relate to the physical and natural world, because you don't want to be held accountable to the things in this world. And it sounds like you're very young too, so you're not experienced and you don't know a lot of things that you're saying, and you want to create these hypothetical scenarios to give you a better stance or foothold in this physical and natural world, which I think is bogus.
I can take it a step further. I'm about to say something I know you won't agree with. Maybe you'll surprise me. Poverty in America is religion.
I agree.
Why?
Because money is a concept. It's a man-constructed concept. And in order for money to have any value,
I'm sorry. Poverty has to do with what you do with your currency, your energy, the energy that runs through your veins when you open your eyes and you decide what you're going to do that day. You provide value to the society. It doesn't matter what piece of paper you go with. So that this
poverty,
man, we're so far, and it's not about a monetary note. It's about what people do with their energy.
Define poverty.
Define poverty?
Mm-hmm.
Lack.
Is that okay if I ask that?
Lack.
Lack of.
And your belief that you're lacking something.
Of what? Of what?
The ability, like, what do you mean? Okay, fine. You're lacking well, people who are in poverty, see, they're religious about it, right? So they lack things because they believe that they don't have enough.
That's literally what I was about to explain. I said money. I know you don't want to correlate money, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Money is a concept. It's an idea, right? The only reason money works, currency, is because we agree with it, right?
Well, that's not. It's not. It's not really.
So the only way to be poor is to believe that you're poor.
But it's not really sequitur, because whether you believe you're poor or not, if you believe that you're rich, it's not going to stop you from being impoverished. Like, so that's silly. It's not about, oh, I live under this system and this monetary note is of this value and I believe that. No, it has nothing to do with that. That's what you're talking about. What I'm talking about is the thought process of a human being who lacks things, even though they output the same energy that a wealthy person does. So if a wealthy person and an impoverished person both wake up, both brush their teeth, both do something, both get rained on, both have good luck and bad luck, then it's not the piece of paper that's the problem. It's what they think about when they wake up.
That's a mindset. Yeah, it's a mindset.
Well, like if you have $1,
I told you would disagree. We're not even. I can't even move forward with my point because again, it's like
because I'm asking. I'm not telling you whether I agree or disagree because I'm trying to clarify what you mean.
Well, you're trying to clarify something but you're in the wrong place. Like when I say poverty is religion, because all it takes is doing, like, okay, you could take, let's see.
I agree that poverty is a belief. I agree with that.
No. Poverty is real. Poverty is real. Lacking things are real. It's not a belief. So you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I'm not.
What I'm saying is people are impoverished having the same amount of resources that everyone else does. And the only reason that that's the case is because they're religious about poverty. People come in here and they push back on me saying that jobs are not something that you want to stay at.
Of course not.
They will fight me to the death. Like, oh, a good job this, a good job that. But guess what? It's their own religiosity that doesn't get them to see that it's not about their job. It's about the contract that they sign up for. There's two different types. Most people who are impoverished, for some reason, choose the one that would leave them in poverty. Choose one out of two options. Why would anyone do that? Maybe because they're religious in some way. Because it's not a necessity to be impoverished. Like, you have a baby who's born in poverty, they can become a billionaire. You have people who are rich that can lose it in a day. So it's not just about the note. It's actually not about the note at all, which is kind of what you're saying, but it's not what I'm saying.
Okay, great. So you're saying people that are in poverty have a lack of things.
Because
what are those things?
No, finish my statement. Because
you said because they're religious about it.
Yeah, right. So the question should be, what are they religious about?
No, my question is before that, what things do they lack?
Well, they're religious, and that's why they lack.
Okay. Sure.
So you're saying what things do they lack? I mean, do we really have to talk about what impoverished people lack?
Well, it's apparently not money, according to you.
That's not what I said. I said being broke is very real, so you're not listening.
Said it had nothing to do with the paper.
Yeah, at the same time, it doesn't. Why they don't have the paper? Why they don't have the paper has nothing to do with the paper. How is that not coherent?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so it is coherent now.
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm just trying to figure this out. You know.
Sometimes that's important. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let's say poor people in Africa.
And this all stems from you not wanting to accept that religion is just a thing that we all. That's crazy.
I'm being open-minded.
Elijah, that was just no. You're not. No, you're not. You're very close-minded, and it shows. Because the pushback is because if it was true that you were open-minded, you would fully say, you know what, you have a point there. But you don't say that. You give pushback, which means you're not open-minded. That's very clear to all of us who are listening to you.
No,
you can't. You can say whatever you like. We're hearing you say the things that are giving resistance. So the thing is,
whatever. I'm just gonna go back to the.
Oh no, it's true. It's true. It is absolutely true. If you understood what he said, you'd be like, "That's a good point. Let me think about that." That's open-minded. Closed-minded is like, nah. You know,
so I
have
can't
my own
disagree
point.
with it. That's not allowed.
A disagreement is not being open-minded. It's you're standing biased. You're biased on your positions.
Well, I have to
I'm
argue.
not allowed to disagree with anything.
No, I have to argue this. Okay. Now, again, this is recorded live.
I don't care.
I've given you an opportunity to justifiably not agree. So I said, what do you not agree with? And you've responded with non sequiturs, which means you disagree with something in your mind that has nothing to do with the thought process that I'm going through and explaining this to you. That's not you don't disagree with me. You don't even know why you disagree. That's why I keep asking, what specifically do you disagree about? And you keep giving me non sequiturs.
Okay, let's get back to the point. You said poverty is religious, correct? That's what you said.
Okay. Being, being impoverished comes from a religious mindset. Yes.
Okay, I agree with that generally.
What do you do? What do you agree with? You don't even agree on the religion as we're defining it. So how do you agree?
The way I agree is that poor is only something you can be based on your perception that you've been given, or your understanding, or whatever you've been given by some authority. If that makes sense.
So where's the question?
So you're saying somebody who's poor in poverty is somebody who's religious. I would only agree with that because of the way that money works. But you say that
I think you've lost the plot, to be honest. You've lost the plot, Lily Purr. It sounds like you don't.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you lost the plot.
You said, time out. You can't say I agree with you and say it doesn't make any sense. This is why I'm saying you're not justifiably agreeing or disagreeing with anything. You just haven't received what's been said here. And when people don't understand, or they don't receive what someone is saying, they confuse that with disagreement. No, you in order to disagree with somebody like me, which is why it's hard for me to be in a relationship, you have to justify what you're disagreeing on.
Okay.
Lily,
you haven't done so.
Question.
Hey, ask me.
You're a secular guy from Denmark. I know that like Europe is pretty non-religious at this point.
Not according to Elijah.
Well, well, I wanted to ask you this.
Well, justify not being religious, and we can end that point. You're joking, but you're very serious.
This is kind of like a philosophical question about, so you're probably a materialist in the sense that like, are you like a materialist? Do you believe that there are things that exist outside of the material world, or not?
What, like spirits or what?
Well, anything at all. Is there anything that exists outside of the material world that is real?
Pretty straightforward.
Don't know, to be honest.
How could you say that?
Yeah,
you just gave us an imaginative display of human beings in an unrealistic scenario, because you're not religious, right? So that was all imagination. None of that is physical and material. Now you're saying you don't.
That's
you
my
don't even know what you're doing.
Yep, you
Well,
can't escape.
Those things aren't real, right? You're saying you have your imagination. You describe it, but you're saying those things are not real, right? Right,
Maybe I misunderstood because like
No, you did not. Stop that.
Well, I'm getting to something else. That's not really the real question I want to ask. The real question I wanted to ask is, you employ your reasoning. You have a reasoning ability. Reasoning, you use logic, right? What is logic?
It's a language. It's a man-made language.
Is logic?
No, it's not.
Let me ask the question more specifically. What is the ontological nature of logic? In other words, how do you empirically verify the existence of logic?
Well, if it's man-made according to my way of seeing it, then it's not ontological.
Okay, so you think logic is a convention? It's not an abstract thing that exists outside of human thought. It's a convention or something that we agree upon or that we invent.
I think I'm not concluded on this, but I would say it's like mathematics. You have an abstraction of numbers and formulas. I think it's the same thing with logic.
So logic, in your opinion, can change?
Can change? I suppose, yeah.
Oh.
I suppose. Can you give me an example of something that's logical?
Sea level.
Yeah, I mean, like the laws of logic.
And sea level, that was excellent.
Like the law of
sea level. Come on, let's go.
The law of contradiction or the law of the excluded middle. There's some basic fundamental laws of logic that all people, whether they're religious or not, they all agree that the laws of logic are sort of an axiomatic part of reality that we all adhere to. Right.
Yep. So let me give one example. Back to sleep. Hang on, Sasha. Remember
give
earlier?
Sasha's example. No, give Sasha's example.
I had one because of earlier. We had a previous conversation where Lily Purr did say this correctly, and I want you guys to hear him. Lily Purr, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Okay. I want to find out with the logic behaving of water in nature, which logic I should use and what shall I do?
Can I help you with that, Sasha?
Yeah, of course.
So water is as it is. Like I said, you drink it, it's level. That's just something that we experience as axiomatic. To say that water level means that it's curving evenly off the surface of a sphere, that's a contradiction in logic.
Yep.
Like there was nothing to be said about it until someone said something other than what we experienced. Now that is illogical. It's illogic.
To add now, Elijah, this is logic. If you are not moving, that is logically that you now claiming that you are not moving. Illogically, it's if you are not moving that you're claiming that you are moving. That's illogical.
Is there a difference between logic and being reasonable?
Reasoning is logic is what allows us to reason.
So yes, but no. Is logic reasoning is a synonym of?
Did he cut out, or is this me?
Can you hear me?
He's talking, but I think you might have cut out, Elijah.
Is it me? Or who?
No,
sorry.
No, it's Elijah.
The reasoning process entails the use of logic.
Use of logic, okay. So logic, you'd say, is an innate natural phenomenon that exists independent of the human mind.
Yes.
And what
I'm not trying to. I'm just here.
What you will use to realize what is logical?
Reasoning, of course.
Reasoning, or maybe your senses.
Oh yeah, fundamentally your base senses. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like view, feeling, touch, and other things.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if something is against that senses, is that logical or illogical?
Sorry, what is against what? Can you repeat?
If it's something against your senses, is that logical or illogical?
something against my senses?
Yeah.
Is it logical, illogical? Could you give an example?
You can see the Earth. You can't see the Earth curving, but it's curved.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that would be illogical.
Yep. Now the point
If you
is,
say it's curved, if you haven't seen it, then yeah. I mean,
okay. Now,
be unreasonable.
now the question is for all of us: should we follow our senses, or should we follow something what somebody said that is doing? In this case, water.
Oh, you're talking about the Earth, flat Earth? Yeah, sure. We should follow.
No, I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you no about flat Earth. I'm telling you about water. You know, because there are people telling you because of fear you have the curved water. Now I'm asking you: do you believe your senses, or you believe people who are telling you that something is doing what is illogical in this case?
Senses.
That's all what we wanted to tell you. And then you go to
believe in my
reality.
6 senses or 5. 5.
Yeah. Okay. The one senses is telling you this. This is the distance. That's your view. There is other object, and if that object is there, it must be covered by this sphere because sphere is curving. If that object is there and you see that object in distance, that means that your sense is telling you that object is there and nothing is curving. That's all.
Sure. By the way, I wanted to address something that back to sleep.
And that's why we are here. We are not here because God sent us a message. Look at Sasha. The earth is flat because I made a firmament. Read the Bible. No. That's written in the Bible, of course, but I didn't follow that message. I followed the message of the earth itself, because there are NASA showing you that it's spherical now. Okay, good. That means if it's spherical from the space, it must be spherical from the ground also. Then I use my senses, and my senses told me, not only my senses, because it's not only senses, it's also measurements. And we know what is, if you measure foot, it's 1 foot. If you measure 10 miles, it's 10 miles. That's all. And all of us, we did that, and we realized nothing is curving. And that's why we cannot call this Earth sphere, because it doesn't curve, and sphere should curve like every sphere.
True.
At any rate, Lily Purr's, stance wasn't against the fact that you can use your senses. I don't think when I took him to the Black Swan, he pretty much would just agree with everything that was being told there. Although he needs to verify some things, it sounds like that's what he was going to do. But I don't think he was like refuting that on that you can actually go and do that with your senses. I don't think that's the case. So anyway, I think you wanted to ask back to sleep a question. I don't know, back to sleep if you're there or not.
He asked me if I believe in something, if there's something material out or something it's immaterial or something, right? Something outside of the material world.
That led to the question about logic, because logic is immaterial, but we know that logic is real because it imposes itself upon us all the time. We know that the law of contradiction is a fact of reality, right? 1 + 1 = 1, and 1 +
That's not a fact, so that's a bad example.
Well,
but I get what you mean.
The law of contradiction in basic syllogism is A = A, and A = non-A is also true. But the statement A = A is always true. Do you agree that statement is always true?
Could you give a real world example?
An apple is an apple.
I will give you one example.
Sure.
An apple is an apple. I gave it.
Sure. I mean, that's yeah, sure.
You cannot have God. This is logic.
Sasha, it was that simple. An apple is an apple. Let him continue.
Yeah. So your logic. Where is logic? How do you empirically?
When someone tells you that an apple is an orange, that's when it presents and imposes itself on us. Because just like people give a confused look on their face, like, what do you mean? It's because logic and reasoning is always there,
right?
But it's not material.
Can you say Earth is spherical because of logic?
You're not. Let Sasha chill.
Go ahead.
So what if I said an apple is an orange? That's irrational. How would that differ from saying it's?
No, it's contradicted. It's not true.
Not
logical.
True.
Yeah.
An apple is not an orange. We know that.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, why did you laugh? Is that how's that
I mean,
funny?
that's the law of contradiction, and we didn't invent the law of contradiction, did we? It's just an axiomatic fact,
So-
like part of a reality, right?
Are concepts real?
The fuck?
Dude,
Dude,
like
why?
if I imagine,
No,
if I
really.
imagine,
My idea. Why are you drilling down on these questions? Are you trying to get to this absurd position? Because it seems like usually sophist types like to do it. They like to drill down to like, how do you know that thing, and then how do you know that, and how do you know
genuinely
that?
just curious.
Let me answer that question.
No, that's not curiosity. That's fucking sophistry. Dude, you're going back to this like, what you were doing earlier when you came in here.
The problem
Now Miggy is correct. I was on your side on the beginning, but now I'm on Miggy's side.
Yeah, you're
Okay, you can
reducing.
think that,
You're
but he
reducing.
wants
You're
to answer the
reducing.
question. So
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
fucking reducing the argument to absurdity. And that's what you've been doing.
Well,
I told you that. Listen, the sophist types, they thrive on civil conversation. You can say whatever you want. You can take this shit to the bank. They thrive on this type of environment. This is where they can spend hours in. But if you want, continue. You'll see.
So do you think imagination is real?
If you're gonna,
what did I say? What did I just fucking say? Oh, somebody.
Yeah, I
gotta
repeated
y'all
my
gotta pay me
question.
some money.
That's great.
I'm talking specifically about logic, and if you're going to say something like "are concepts real?" Logic is just a concept. You have to bear in mind that when you say that argument, you've already assumed logic in the question, because the words that you use have a meaning that we all understand.
I'm eating pizza now.
You can't argue against something like the law of contradiction or the laws of logic without actually assuming their existence in the first place.
Just to be clear, I'm not.
But a sophist
against
says.
anything. Can I answer? I'm not against anything. I'm just literally trying to ask.
Bullshit, dude. No, fuck you. You're not.
No, wait,
This,
but Miggy,
this is the highest
wait.
form. This is the highest form of fuckery, dude. I swear, it is.
But wait. It's so you asked the guy to expound or expound on what he was saying, right? And your response ultimately now was, I'm not trying to like, it's not even a response. It's not like the guy was being hostile. It's not like he told you wasn't giving him what he asked for. You just decided not to answer or address what he said. You decided to defend yourself.
No, because the guy.
Well, don't say
Mayhem,
no. It's on the live stream. We could literally before Mayhem jumped in this time to say fuck that, yada yada yada. Well, if you're addressing Mayhem, then stop doing that and go back to the other guy's point, because he took time to respond to you. Is that okay?
That's what I was trying.
Now you're going to say, well, you weren't
speaking
speaking
in your ear,
to
it's a little bit annoying, don't you think?
Okay, so he's not speaking now. Go. You remember what the other guy said, right? Because he's only entertaining you. He gave you a response. What is your response to him?
He said that logic. Said law of non-contradiction is something that is innate that everybody bears. That's what you said, right? And I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just wondering what that means. So what
do you mean?
Said,
I'll tell you what it means.
How do you wonder what that means? Everybody knows what a contradiction is. What are you wondering?
What does it mean? It means that there are things. Some logic exists. It's a part of reality, and yet it's an immaterial thing. We cannot empirically verify that it exists. However, we know that it does.
So you think something that's not empirically verifiable?
Do you agree or disagree? That's the question.
I'm asking
is,
a clarifying
do you agree?
question.
No, you're not. Dude. You're not asking. Okay, so let me ask the audience along with you. Do you understand what a contradiction is?
I do. Yes.
Do you think it's material? Hold on. Do you think it's material or man-made? because that's how this conversation started. You say, well, logic is a man-made construct. So
Language.
do you think logic is man-made? Do you think being able to understand what a contradiction is man-made? Because ultimately putting everything that you've said together means that.
No, I don't.
Okay, so then your follow-up question, why would you need to follow up then? I don't get it.
I'm just curious, that's all.
No, when you say curious, people, do you know what curious means?
Mm-hmm.
So what are you curious? So what specifically are you curious about when it comes to logic, not being a material thing, not being something that man has made? What are you curious about?
Well, he said that we know that logic is real even without empirical verification. So I'm just curious how we came to that conclusion. Is it just looking at an apple and saying an apple is not orange?
Well, do you know what empirical verification is of the physical and natural world?
Empirical verification?
Yep. Do you know what that is when it comes to the physical and natural world? Physical and natural world. You know what that is? Okay. So now we're talking about the scientific method, which is one way to attain knowledge. Not always, not all the ways of attaining knowledge, but one way. The scientific method is the only way to empirically validate a propositional statement of if this, then this, when it concerns material things. That is not something you can put logic inside of and test. Do you agree or disagree?
You said that there's one side, which is the scientific method. Then the other thing was, sorry, what was he said?
Are you paying attention, bro? Because like him having to repeat this shit every single time. Fucking hell, bro. You do this all the time. You see? Somebody's talking to you. So he doesn't know that. You could have said, hold on, I'll be right back. You could at least give him that, dude. Now he's got to explain this shit to you all over. Dude, it's tiring, dude, with you. It really is. You're fucking around. You're not paying attention. And I'm just tired of it.
I was paying attention 95% of the time. Now I was literally distracted. I couldn't do anything.
Are you 100% sure of that?
Oh, man. He's giving you his time. That's something valuable. We're talking about currency again.
I'm thankful.
He don't know nothing about currency. So
my God, bro. Like, it's just, like, I mean, bro.
He would have to pay me like a professor in order for him to understand. Meaning,
this motherfucker,
just accept. Like, if I had a...
Do you want to talk to me or no? Just be honest.
Nah, fuck off, dude. Go talk to your friends or some shit. Go play Minecraft or some shit, dude. I'd rather talk to Elon.
Why are you the only one that's this hostile? Everybody
Because you are a fucking sophist and nobody sees your fucking sophistry. I do. It's plain as day to me. Fucking plain as day, bro.
Can I say something?
You're so angry, man.
Can I say something? I'm not angry.
You're not angry, I know.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry, but I also recognize that kind of sophistry. What Miggy said, because you was now asking to define what is logic that we now discuss to realize what is the logic, and you was curious. Now my question will be: let's now define the curiosity, because how the fuck we get to curiosity? What that fucking mean? Then I will say, but I use to my brain to thinking. Thinking. What mean thinking?
Yep.
Thinking. What is thinking
on
now?
And fucking on.
That's the point.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Did you understand? I'm not angry.
Two middle fingers to your bitch ass. Fuck off.
What is thinking? Oh no. Well, what is?
And these, these gentlemen. Yeah, exactly. And these gentlemen are taking time to, and you're like, what is contradiction? Well, contradiction mean this. Well, why the fuck did you say you didn't know what it was about, you dumbass? Yeah. Sit your ass down.
You must have been in here for a while.
Dude, man, this guy has been doing this shit. Eli, bro, he's been doing this to everybody.
No, this is the shit that gets you and I riled up, because this is the thing that newcomers may not necessarily grasp because they're
They
still,
don't, bro.
you know what I mean? And
Elijah,
it's like, yo, what's up?
Elijah, you know what? In the beginning, I was like, Miggy, please, because Miggy was really shouting, and I said, please, Miggy, give him. Look, he said, I don't know, because I don't know, and I thought, okay, guy need information, give him fucking something, and maybe we'll go to that direction, you know. And I thought that he will not go in this direction, but Miggy said, you know, you will do this, and he did that.
And he did it to the T, bro. I had my scope on him like since he set foot in here. And I said it like this, Eli, before we started off with him. I was on him like fucking white on rice, dude. I was like, bro, you're going to be this fucking... And I told the chat, I was like, these fuckers thrive on civil conversations because that's where they... Oh, what do you mean? Let's talk about that. No, I don't know what that means. How clarify that for me? Oh, I wasn't listening. I just came back. What did you say? Fuck you, bitch.
Clarify, what's a contradiction?
Yeah. Fuck you. And when you get there, fuck off some more.
Dude. I can't stand because these to me, like at the core of my belief system, I believe that on a spiritual level, that personality type and myself are at war.
Yeah.
I'm super religious about that. I can't even because most people can't see that. The manipulators are the worst people in the world. Now, I don't know if that's true because God created them, and I don't know what the fuck the reason for that is.
Or like mosquitoes.
So anyone, so anyone agreeing with me, just know that's religious, okay? But the bottom line is, these are the people, these are the fuckers, right? That you can think back to 4th grade and realize that an entire group of friends are no longer friends because of the carrying of words in certain ways, very meticulously calculated, in a way that will deconstruct an entire friendship. There are people out there that focus on doing this. You ever seen Mean Girls? So, yo, I hate those people.
Yeah. I do too. They're the enemy of what we're doing here. And listen, our time is currency. And like these people here, like back to sleep, man, you guys got some great points, man. But this fucking asshole, he's just going to use it and fucking just be like, oh, thanks for that $100, man. I'm just going to crumple that shit up and Kobe, like fucking like it ain't shit. And reducing your shit down to where you're defining. So I'm hearing you say things like the and is. What do you think that means in all reality? Because I can put it in a hypothetical scenario where that doesn't fucking relate to natural physical world. Like you're like, damn, how can I rebut this shit? Like, you know what I'm saying?
How's you gonna use Adam and Eve? How you gonna?
Oh my god, bro!
Like,
I know. How? That means you cannot speak. You cannot speak. We can take all instruments and play the music without singing, and that's it. There is no logic, but it's music,
It's scary how I'm dialed into these fucking assholes, man. Like it really is. Like at the moment he's like, I guess a few sentences that that he was talking, I was like, oh, I pegged your ass. I got you, man. And I was like, just hold on a second, bro. Have a seat. And I was talking to the audience, everybody in here. I was like, check it out, man. This is what he's going to do. And I described to them basically the past hour and a half. And when Sasha was like, no, man, just describe it to him, man. Just maybe he doesn't know, he doesn't get it. I was like, Sasha, this guy gets it, bro. And I was like, fine. So I was explaining to him in a different way. And we started talking about the Black Swan. And so I guess he understood that he was like, I better make peace with Mayhem because, I don't want him on my ass while I'm in here. So he listened to the Black Swan and he kind of went along with that. After that, the conversation was a bit more loose and open because I was like, okay, he seems to be kind of speaking okay. But the moment he went back into his sophist bullshit, I was like, fuck you. Yeah, nuh-uh. Nope. It sucks, bro. Because, we have to deal with these attitudes. Coming from our position where it's like, we don't want to have to get to the minutia of every fucking thing, dude. What is like? We're talking, you know, like.
My I cannot say curiosity. It's does logic exist? And I came to find out that. Okay.
Well,
can somebody explain what is the logic? What is the contradiction?
I went down that track because he's European. He comes from it's a very secular place, Denmark, and I'm trying to get him to think because I could tell that he's hung up on the idea of being religious and the idea that the world is created. So I'm trying to walk him through to the contradiction that he uses logic. He assumes that logic is the same right now, that it will be the same tomorrow. He makes all these assumptions about logic, which is something that cannot be empirically verified. And he doesn't understand that logic is immaterial and that it's.
I get you back to sleep. So the exercise was great on your part. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. Yeah. I'm saying that the type of character that we're dealing with here, he's not in it for that. Like the fruit that was given there at that conversation was good. It was good fruit, bro. But like what he's doing with what you're doing is basically getting your fruit and tossing it into the fucking pig pen where they're trampling that shit underfoot. And he's going to keep reducing what you're saying to the point you start going, fuck, you don't understand what I mean? Am I not using English? Like, what the fuck?
So my goal is to just get him to contradict himself in a very clear direction.
Define goal.
You know, the out to that is reducing what you're saying to absurdity. That's the out to what you're trying to do. So you have that debate tactic. He has reducing it to absurdity, which it's like burning down the house. If I can't know anything, neither can you. That's what it is. So your debate is to logically, consistently go against that point specifically. His way to come at this in a debate to win is to reduce that argument to where you don't even know what you're saying. What words are we using here? You said of, is, and. How do you define of, is, and in this context? Are you saying it correctly? Is it the right time frame of saying, you know, it's fucked up. But they'll do that, and it's going to trample what you're saying. And, you know, this is why I'm saying when you're in this discussion, especially in this room, you're going to find these types are going to be more often than not here for just hearing you out. And they come with such a civil, kind of like a monotone. And why is this guy getting mad? I don't know why.
Yeah, in order to hear me out, if you're trying to understand me, that means I'm going to toss a Hail Mary that you're going to catch on the other side of the field. If you're in the stands going, how are these hot dogs? I'm going to be upset.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just trying to understand the game. How do they make this bun?
I did come in late, so I didn't get to listen to how long this has been going on with him. So you may very well be 100% correct about him.
Well, I mean, check this out, man. We've been dealing with these guys. They come into this. Listen, the server itself, the name and the topic is pretty blatant to everybody. So it's all intentional. This is not I just stumbled upon this. So I don't know how I got here. But by the way, what are you guys discussing? Oh, logical statements? How does that work? Nah, fuck that, man. You know what time it is. You know what the fuck time it is right now. And what you're doing, that shit ain't gonna fly. Not in here, my friend.
Yeah. Because what they want to push this conversation to is a state of confusion where people are confused. And the bottom line is, no, actually, there was a connection tossed. The horizon is geometric. Therefore, there was no receiver at the end. So what's that about? And they're like, well, I want to understand where you're coming from. Well, what is understanding? Really, I just told you someone made a claim. The claim is false. What does my understanding have to do with anything?
Right.
No. See, because what I'm saying is, I don't understand that if these people are poor, the bun has to come from somewhere. How'd they get the gas to get there?
Yeah.
What?
But look at this. Office, if you are confused like this with the logic, in the start, in the beginning, that means then later when you want to present something about something, on this case, flat earth, observation, something, how the fuck you can be sure because you don't even know in the first place what is logic?
Yeah. And the weird thing was, Sasha, is that he agreed when I gave him those two questions can you be 100% sure that we're talking on Discord? And he said yes. So what clued me in? See, these guys think they're bigger than that. They're gonna come in. Oh, I heard the tactic. I know what to do and what to say. But even if they do agree to that, then I put them in a camp of knowing. They already know what their sense is, what the reality is. So when they say something absurd, I'll be like, "Fuck you! You just finished saying you understand what reality is. No, you're gonna fuck around and say you don't know anymore. That's not gonna fly. So you just fuck yourself."
You guys don't respect QE for QE and the two most bombastic people in the server, in my opinion, is QE and Blood Finds His Level. What's his name? The one that always talks about evolution, the flat earther. That always has to get kicked. Oh, MG 42 Pillbox.
Oh, shit.
Because MG says they don't even believe what they think they believe, and QE says they're pretender clowns. And what's happening in this room, praise God, is some of us are becoming aware, so aware that we understand the difference between sophistry and genuineness. So the thing is, like, you watch these YouTubers who kind of make this. Who is it? Hold on. No, thank you. Yep. No, thank you. Yeah. So okay. So it's hard to explain. So I'll give you an example. There are YouTubers that come out and they try to parrot others. So what would we call this? We would call this what's that word? Where you're pretending. Anyway, like there's this YouTuber who is, like, parroting like wealthy people, and he's like, oh, when wealthy people get on podcasts, hey bro, yeah, all you got to do is fix your mind. Then once you fix your mind, 3 days later, I was fucking rich, bro. Yeah, and like, so what we're seeing is, oh, this guy isn't seriously agreeing or seriously understanding what's going on. He's making a mockery.
Yep.
Taking something that is obvious and real and making a mockery out of it with examples that are obviously ridiculous. Like, say you were just a human that was put into the world and with no other inputs whatsoever, like you would be, that's totally that's ridiculous.
You'll start to eat house or something.
I did hear him say that 1 + 1 is not a fact.
Yeah, he did say that.
I don't know what that means. I didn't even know what
he was.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, he's all fucked up. He's all fucked up, and they gave him. I don't know. Somebody must have given him the Secret King role because he came in here like that.
See, the only reason 1 + 1 is true is because you take one thing and you have two things. Like, so yeah, we're not saying that the numbers 1 and 2 are real. Like, that's the point that you're making, is like, this is an abstract way to describe reality. Like, somebody said something about music. You ever thought about music? We're like, yeah, we're the creators of music. Well, create, what do you mean by create? There's a very different thing between what we do when we say we create and what God did when he created. How do I know this? Well, how the fuck do you know when a note is good and bad? What's an off note? Why does an off note exist? What is it? How do you know to put these things in some systematic way that sounds like beautiful music?
Yeah. That's, man, I'm telling you. These types, bro.
And then he would go, okay, so if I'm understanding you, what you're saying is, so it's the stitches on the ball then. How many stitches are on how to, I'm just trying to understand.
He's been watching too much Jordan Peterson, perhaps.
Yeah. Horizon. What do you mean? Horizon. What do you mean by horizon?
Sorry, you know what it is though, guys. I would say this to you guys. I apologize that I can spot this shit. I'm so heightened to this like sophistry types that I can tell you right away this guy is a fucking retard. Like he's gonna be just trouble. I could say that, and I already know it, but you guys have to see it unfold. Because although I know, I have to let you guys run through it a couple times, maybe some more times. You know, if you don't know what I do, it's like once you start seeing a pattern, you're like, oh, fucking Mayhem's onto this, or Eli's onto this. Eli can do the same, but this guy was, Eli wanted to have I would say it this way: Eli wants to have a conversation sometimes, and he'll have it, but other times this guy probably wouldn't even breathe. You'd just be like,
yeah,
I know Eli. That's why I'm saying Eli just wants to talk to the guy. But on other days when he's just like, you know what, I ain't got too much time. Fuck you. You know, like, because he knows. He fucking knows. Like, that's just how it is. You know what I mean?
But you know what? Like, right. Sometimes I have that, and let me make this point. Sometimes I have time and sometimes I don't. That doesn't mean that I know whether or not that guy was honestly that stupid.
That's
Think
why
about
I'm telling
what I'm
people.
saying.
That's
I
why
don't
I'm telling
know.
people that.
I don't know. Like people understand on a basic level. They can't go to a gym the first day ever and bench press 300 pounds. Like that's not. They know that. That like. They don't know that about their mind. They don't know how much lifting they can or can't do. And when it comes to the mind, it gets very, very, very frustrating for someone who can't lift. And I don't know whether that guy, again, that's why it goes back to who am I really fighting right now? Who am I really going up against? Because it's like, is this dude doing this on purpose? I don't know, because my cousin would do the same thing. So where's that coming from? I mean, because I don't get. How about the dude that was? You think the dude on Killer Priest podcast was a tactician of lies on purpose? Like he literally said the water on top is flat, but the earth underneath is not.
He's all fucked up, bro.
And I'm like, or one day I'd be like, get the fuck out. I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
And on another day, I feel for the guy. That's a human being. That's my brother.
Yeah.
And he really thinks that way. And what the fuck can I do about it? Nothing. Well, if you go with the Bible basically says you're not the person who changes a person's heart. God is. If you, I don't look whether whether I'm religious about that or not. I know for a fact that that's my experience, and that's as far as I can get. There's nothing more to understand. It's just something that happens, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I would say it like this too, Eli. If it's a Blue Monday, he's fucked. If it's a nice afternoon on Friday, we'll let him run a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He can go to the yard, probably have an hour in the yard. You know what I'm saying? But a Blue Monday, he's fucked, bro. Like, Eli's just gonna chop. Yeah, you just like, anybody want a piece of this guy? Like, you'd be handing out like slices of this idiot. I've seen you, dude. You've done that. You've shut down people thoroughly where they're just like, they get pissed and probably rage quit.
It just goes to show what the globe earth thing does to people's minds when you have them teach them things like at the level water exists on a sphere, and people actually internalize that and believe, and then try to find ways to explain how that could be possible. Clearly not.
Back to sleep. Have you ever known somebody who's ever been a fanboy of any type of lore? Like a Harry Potter fan or even a sports fan. Like, I don't care who you pick.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody who just loves Like they got posters and they got the everything, the mugs, you know, the keychains. They got all this. They're all about it, right? They're just cheerleaders of this particular fantasy. You know, it just can name anything you want. But when you start to say that is not real, it's like you're going against the fabric of reality for them. And they're going to be like, fuck you. This shit is real that I got here. That all this shit that I got going on, all that stuff is for real. Now that shit you talking about, that's bullshit, man. I don't know where you're coming with that. So here's what we're going to do. All that shit that you're saying, it's reduced to absurdity because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And so they're going to reduce because they don't have anything to fight you against. They know they love that shit. They know they're in love with fantasy. They know it, but they just love it. So they're going to reduce what you're saying down to nothing, even though you're logically consistent, man, bro. And like I said, I give you props. I mean, you spoke the truth and, you know, you did good, but they're not. He just did it. You know, he's like, oh, what do you mean? I don't understand. I'm trying to fuck off, dude. Like that's because he loves his lore, whatever it is. Might not be the globe, but it might be, you know, he's a materialistic type or something, you know?
And I told him he wouldn't agree. I should have said you wouldn't agree or disagree, because that's ultimately what his type does.
Yeah.
When I said, you know, poverty stems from a religious mindset, and he's like, well, yeah, I agree that dollars, and I'm like, no. That's not what I said. You're agreeing with something I didn't say, which means you're not agreeing with or disagreeing with me at all. And he just couldn't. He couldn't get there. Like, in order to agree or disagree with me, you have to deal with the premise that I'm laying out.
Exactly.
You know what's amazing though is that you have super smart people out there, like Eric Weinstein, for example, who goes on all these shows. All these smart people in physics, and they're all sitting there talking about space and UPAs, and they've gone so far away from the basic assumption, like, oh yeah, we're assuming the heliocentric model, but they never that is never the propriety of that model is ever discussed or
well, it's a foregone conclusion. Back to sleep, isn't it not? Like, it's a foregone conclusion. Why are we going back to that? It's illogical. We can't. We're moving forward, so we can see it in the rearview mirror. That's about as good as it gets. We're not gonna talk about it. Like, fuck, why?
It's just amazing how far away they are now from that starting point. Like, now we're talking about colonizing Mars. We're talking about like it's like. It's endless, bro. It's endless. Like, but to see smart people going at it about this stuff is like, it's a trip, man. It really is a trip to me now.
Yeah, you're like, you want to colonize Mars, motherfucker? I don't get cell phone reception in the next town, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Like, how are we gonna colonize another planet? Fucking idiot.
It's crazy, man. It's just crazy how
we haven't even solved the problems here. So we're just gonna leave this rock and go to another fucking rock, like, and then on that rock, of course, there's no life it's gonna be hard to live, you know, all this other shit. So it's stupid, dude. Like, it's the whole idea. But that's logical, right? The fuck.
People talking about that like it's a serious proposition. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna colonize Mars. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, they even like. Dude, I mean, check this out, man. We're going to put a base on the moon. Fucking just like, we got all that shit right there, you know? Got people on boots. We got boots on the moon. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to, like, you know, jump to the Mars, you know, because that's like the next thing, from the moon to Mars.
Or like Michio Kaku with his little model, like, oh yeah, we're in like level 1 of you know, civilization. And then by the time we get to level 3, we'll have conquered our whole galaxy. And then after that, we're going to go to new galaxies after that.
Yeah, what was it? I want to say it was like a not a documentary. It was like one of those space shows, you know, because from time to time I like to see, because I wasn't really like into all that shit like fully, but I did like it somewhat. But I saw this show where it was talking about what you just finished saying, and then like the 5th level is when we're interdimensional beings and we can travel from star to star, and then like the 6th level is like when we transcend that level, it's like now we're fucking just making worlds and shit. You know what I mean? Like it's and you get to like where the level is, it like comes back to zero. Like you're like the 10th level is actually when you go right back down to where you have nothing. Like, you know, it's like, what the fuck? Like
people like Michio Kaku, like this, we're talking about a guy like what's that guy's IQ? Probably like 170 or something, bro.
Oh
like,
yeah, he's out there, bro. I mean, these motherfuckers contemplating like other realities.
Dudes. I mean, these are extremely intelligent people, but they're like wildly down the track.
Check this out. I don't know if you're religious or whatever, but like I know you probably are in some way. Listen, but from the Christian standpoint, it's like there's a scripture that says, you know, these guys who actually think this way, themselves to be wise, they become utter fools because in their intellect, they're lofty positions. You know, they think themselves to be wise, but they sound like fools, like to the ones who actually understand like God's creation in the way that we do. So we don't think of ever expanding cosmos anymore, right? Like all that shit's just, it went bye-bye a long time ago. But now we can see why people are that way. Because it's not hard for us to see that if you grew up in this, you love, some of them are really attached to this fantasy, you know, they're invested in it. And you know, why wouldn't they make shit up? Like it's fun, right? Like you can think of things too.
There's a saying from a great philosopher, Ayn Rand, and it's very, very succinct. And she's quote is, always check your premises. And I feel like these super smart guys in physics or whatever, when they speculate on such crazy stuff, I sometimes just wonder, like, do they ever go back and just check their premises ever about anything they're talking about? Like the baseline assumptions that they are building these ideas upon, like, does that ever happen for them? You know,
they would say, well, we've already accomplished that. We've dealt with that since the 1400s. Yeah, we've you know, that's back when we were coming into the dark ages, coming out of that into the age of enlightenment, which we are now. We got the internet, we got the convenience of, you know, not having to go and hunt for your food. You just go to Walmart and get your shit. Like now, we're here now, so we don't want to go back there because we have already accomplished. So that I've been hearing the theme that I've been hearing anyway is that we've already accomplished too much to actually regress back to having to deal with that. That's too much of work. Like, what are you trying to do, man? Like, we've already accomplished this much.
You know how religious it is? Because it's like, who's we? You've only been on the earth for 30 years. You believe, in your mind, you have a beginning of somewhere to the end of somewhere, and all of these stories that are placed there in between, which has nothing to fucking do with you. So people believe it, and they're like, yo, I'm holding on to this thing that I've never experienced. It's called history. And I believe that I'm a superior being because of my life right now, even though my life is shit.
My forefathers, you know, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, Eli, right now.
I think you're very right about that. They don't want to go back to those old questions, but because they know that there are logic problems back there that they cannot deal with.
Yeah, you bet your ass there are.
If you toss all of that, guess what? That's the biggest exposure of it all is that, oh, we can't go back. Go back to what? If you erased all of the stories, we would still have engineers, computers, cars, all of that would still be here. Like, well, what is this idea that if we went to this imaginary time or an imaginary time that all of a sudden you're gonna so it's just like him trying to go to the whole Adam and Eve point to prove a point that he can't make. So let's go back in time and then fast forward to an apocalyptic future of, if we didn't think this back then, we wouldn't have this stuff right now. That's a religion. You don't know that.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that humans couldn't spot contradictions since the beginning of time? You mean to tell me that humans couldn't figure out shit rolls down the hill? Like, what would that have to do with anything?
Yeah, he questioned the law of non-contradiction. At the same time, when you asked him, Eli, he's like, "Oh, yeah, I know what that means." That's when the fucking middle finger was like, "Fuck you, dude." Like, cause that's just like, I didn't understand, but yet I get what you're saying. Like, what?
Yeah, that moment where he's like, I don't know what you. Nigga was like,
Oh my god, dude! And he's been doing that for like 30 minutes to an hour. He was doing that.
I think he is genuinely confused, to be honest with you.
I agree. I agree.
I think he's on a mission, bro. I'm gonna stand by that. He's on a mission.
He wants to.
Yeah, he can be in a mission, but he can be still confused.
Yeah, he wants to keep arguing, but really he's very confused. But I don't think he wants to kind of just say that outright. So
See, and that's
come up with a way to keep arguing as if he understands, but he really is just very confused.
Yeah. So let's just say, for the argument's sake, that he is confused, right? Just put it in a way that we can agree with, that he's confused. Then why the fuck is he trying so hard to refute your points when you give him some? I even told him, all you can do is say, like, that's a good point you got there. I might be confused about this. He doesn't do that. However, he rebuts what you say to say, I don't know what you mean. And then when asked, well, do you understand what contradiction means? He's like, yeah, I understand. What the fuck do you mean, dude? You just finished saying you didn't know. So now you're telling me he's just, I'm just a confused little bunny in the forest. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because the child is coming out. They come from children's room, speaking to children 24/7, and they come to the adult room and talk to adults, and they're like, I'm a little rabbit. Sorry.
Well, he was holding his position with hypotheticals previously, before you came in here, Jimsy. It was a guy we were talking to. He was holding previously to some hypotheticals, giving scenarios that he conjured up in his imagination to Elijah. And when it was turned around to him to think about it in a certain way, he started to say, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by that?
They turn into a child. That's what I'm saying. People have a minor mentality, a child mentality, and they think they can just go to the adults and tell the adults how shit works. And because they've been playing in the background with the children about these topics, and they think they're gonna come to this room and look down to people, and we're gonna stand under them, and they're gonna stomp us like easily. And then when they get stumped, they turn into little girls. I mean, saying little children again.
Well, no, I mean,
they realize
exactly what you're saying. I agree with that, and so it's people are unaware of that. So I get upset because the gentleman was trying to address him correctly. Back to sleep was giving him some good fruit. I said that. And I was like, it's a logically consistent point with telling him about the law of non-contradiction. And when he started in on him on that, he feigned ignorance. Oh, what do you mean? And I was like, bro, come on, man. Like, I felt like it was too much because, back to sleep, he gave him some time to think about it, and he still acted like he didn't know. So Eli came in and tried to say, look, do you understand what contradiction means? And he said, yes. So there it is. I mean, the one hand, you didn't understand what Back to Sleep was saying, but the moment Eli asked you, you said yes. So what are you doing here then? You know what I'm saying? Like, I see through that game they tried to play.
It's a little bit childish, and that's my point. You get it, right? It's a little bit childish. Man, a lot of people join and listen, and they kind of realize, and they got to get in the frame of adulthood, right? They get in that frame because they can comprehend the conversation. They have the skills to, and people, even the young ones, have the skill. But since they've been playing in the kindergarten sandpit for way too long with too many children, now when they come to the adult room, to the CEO's top level, they're lost in the conversation, in what is being said and what things actually mean.
You maybe have a point there.
But they can still learn. They can still learn. But when they trying to look down to you, let's say look down to Elijah or look down to QE and tell Elijah how things work, and they realize that they're over their heads, then they turn into kind of like, I don't know anything.
Yeah. I don't like it when they're reducing the argument to absurdity, meaning they start to say, well, what does that word mean? Okay. And then you explain that. And then within that explanation, they'll say, okay, I didn't quite understand what that means. What does that mean? And then it's just spiraling down. It just keeps reducing it, and you just never can get back to the original premise. You know what I mean? Because you have to keep explaining, and it's wasting too much time on these points that we should have already been able to convey, logically. We don't have to reduce it all the way down to the let's find the etymology of the word is. Like that's stupid. Like doing that is.
And there's people that are not going to be honest and not going to admit that you are correct on your premise and they're wrong. They're going to kind of be doing these circles and these gymnastics to just kind of like, oh, look, I'm doing tricks. So look at me, I'm right. And this guy cannot do as many tricks as I can because he's been playing in the playground a long time, right? He can do all the tricks so people can get his attention. But you're still standing firm, strong, with the knowledge on your hand and say, hey, we have some knowledge here. You're just playing clown games. Let's get serious right now. And they're like, I'm going to keep being a clown for a little longer. I'll come back later. That's a lot of people do that shit.
Yeah, he definitely was not banned. I don't think it's fair. I think he should stay in here and kind of people need to engage with him and see what's going on there. But I, for one, is like, it's just hard, man, because I know a lot of people here, they know what they're saying. But when somebody has to second guess, maybe I didn't say it correctly. Or perhaps I need to say it another way. Or somebody else will say, let me jump in. I'll say it another way to him. That I think is unneeded because it, Back to Sleep said it correctly. There was no misstep. Everything was conveyed over correctly, but it just starts becoming where when they do this, now other people get involved and it just, it is what it is. I'm analyzing these guys. Oh.
Yeah, I never come in to like hearing that. Like, I feel like most people's idea is like, oh man, he's not getting it. Let me try to get in there and give it to him in a way that he'll understand. That's how I used to think. I don't think like that anymore. When I enter a conversation like that, I'm trying to diagnose what the problem is. That's it. I don't, and very quickly I diagnose that you can't think, I may just stop talking to you.
That is a possibility.
If you analyze someone from their perspective and can communicate so they can have a cohesive conversation with you, yeah, it goes better. It can go better. A conversation is not it's not one individual speaking. It's two. If you're gonna have a conversation between two, they have to be engaged and follow the conversation on a specific topic. And if you can follow through, you can come to a conclusion.
Yeah, it was a few key points where he was talking to Elijah, and then Elijah gave him some good food, and then he came back and said, "Well, I was on the phone." I was like, "Oh fuck, dude! Like, excuse me, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take this call." At least a common courtesy, right? I think that it would take to do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy just to think that way. I just think in here we don't know what someone else is doing, so we.
And that comes with the terrain. That goes to Elijah's point that he kind of he comes and say what he's gonna say, but he's not gonna be thinking about what they have in their mind, what they're gonna be doing today. Are they gonna go to the beach in 5 minutes? Then he's not thinking about that. And but eventually, depending on the replies, he's gonna make a decision. Okay, I'm gonna engage with this person because we're gonna be able to have a conversation as an adult, or he's gonna be if he's acting like a child. I can speak to a child. You can speak to a child. You can do that. But if you don't want to, you just remove yourself from the conversation. That's it. And let him be whatever other people can speak to that person. Go ahead.
We got somebody new in here. Earth Island. Earth Island, are you there?
Yeah.
We're just gonna start asking people. Are you do you think you live in a digital constructed world, and that reality may be, just a figment of something real somewhere else?
Like Outside.
Or is this where we're at? Are we here talking on Discord? Are you a real person? Am I a real person?
I think you would get a kick out of this. Earlier, he was like, because we had the conversation in here about that. But he's like, man, you wouldn't talk to me like that in reality. I was like, bro, what the fuck do you think this is? Not reality? What the fuck, dude? That was funny.
I'm the exact same. I just had a conversation with some dude that it probably was a dangerous individual, but we were talking and he just kept interrupting, and I was just at a point where, well, I can't talk to you, so I'm going to talk to someone else, and you're going to be forced to listen or walk away. See, there are different tactics. You could use tactics. I'm not above tactics. I use tactics. So instead of speaking to him who would not listen, I spoke to two other people who were like, man, this fucking guy, I had never thought about Flat Earth before. This motherfucker is smart. He knows what he's talking about. He pulled up some shit right here on the fly, and he didn't have to Google it to know it. He knew it and then found it. And then when they walked away, the guy was like, dude, you're like some fucking professor or something. Why were you acting like you were? No, you weren't listening at all. You weren't letting me talk. I was the same guy. So it's like,
find interesting in reality. When I spoke with the people, not anymore, like 3 years ago, when I spoke about this nicely, I was pushed back like a retard, and I was not, in reality, I did not speak. You know what? No, I was saying normally, you know what, this and that was like, you the fuck, you are stupid. I don't want to speak about that. Mostly with the people. There is no, in my experience, and I'm not saying that people doesn't met people, and my experience was very bad. Every time I was like, there is a sign, Sasha, what the fuck you are saying? Nobody wants to listen to you.
True. So I unmuted Earth Island, but I don't know. Did you guys hear anything from him? Earth Island, are you there?
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Just talking to you.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna ban him, Gemsy, unless you want to talk to him. See ya, Earth Island. Bye. I think for today's tally is about maybe 5 bans that I have on him already. That'll be the 5th one today.
I'm sure that he will come out one day from that role when he's bored.
Who knows, man? Perhaps.
I know for sure. He'll be bored and he'll say, okay, now let's share the love.
Share the love. All right, man. You got me. No more banning. Uncle. I don't know, man. I doubt it, but
You need only to find how you call when you have the another person near to you and your senpai.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need your senpai. If he got the senpai here, maybe he'll be better.
What's up, Flatsy? I just noticed you're in here. What's going on? Flatsy Klein.
What's up?
Nothing much. What you been up to?
Just hanging out with my son.
Cool. Have you had some Precious this week?
I have not. I don't think I've had steak in a long time.
We got Russ coming. What's up, Russ?
How's it going, guys?
Hey, nothing much, man. Just saying what's up. Warriors in here. I haven't seen you in. That's been a minute. Bought some delicious cantaloupe yesterday. I think I'm gonna dive into some of that.
You know what though? I am on somewhat of a quest because, man, like I don't understand the red pill community, the popularized one, not us. Where they can point out logical flaws and contradictions, and that's what they do day in, day out when it comes to relationships, when it comes to politics, when it comes to everything. But then they will quote a great philosopher, Einstein, and they'll say, something logical, and they'll be like, it just is like the law of gravity and the planets, and I'm like, is it that they haven't spoken to me yet? Is that the problem? That's the mission I'm on. That's the question that I have to answer. Because there's this guy that I listen to about financial advice on YouTube. We watched a video actually because what was the video? It was talking about poor mentality or whatever, and he's also a believer of the scripture, and he breaks it down in a way that only somebody like Gregory would. And I'm like, so that his mind is completely fine, but he still says things about planets and stuff. And I'm like, yo, you did not just break down scripture and then totally miss the cosmology or cosmogony of what's in the book. Like, how did that happen? I really need to know.
Elijah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I literally am going through the same thing right now. I don't know if you read the book, The Field by Lynn McTaggart. It's about the electromagnetic field and how humans, are electrical beings and all this. But the first chapter, she's quoting, I think it's Edgar Mitchell, and she's talking about how he did this experiment when he was in space, and he was telepathically communicating to to somebody on Earth or something. It's in everybody that I read. You know, these quote unquote or watch these quote unquote red pilled content creators. It seems like they're constantly, quoting NASA astronauts to prove their point. And it makes me question, like, their content at face value. I tend to agree with, or I'm interested in learning more about. But I'm running into the same problem as you, and I'm curious, your opinion as to maybe why they're doing it. Maybe they just haven't stumbled across it. Maybe they're not allowing themselves to look into it. What are your thoughts?
Well, it all comes back to kind of what we're talking about, religion and philosophy. Now, my mind could go down the avenue of they would have to know.
That's what I would think, yeah.
But the reality is that they're not, I'm not aware of them knowing. I'm typically aware of those who know and those who don't. To a certain degree. Then there's a gray area, like the new guy, Zanuck. He doesn't get a gray area for me. Matthew Learns maybe gets he gets a gray area for me because he's accepted that it's just a belief. He has admitted where he's made contradictions or logical fallacies, even though he still in the end believes what he believes. So I was at an event where there are people who make a fuck ton of money everywhere, and there was a speaker on the right side of the room that didn't work. No one said anything. Now I was thinking in my mind, this is this event is catered. There's everything that you could possibly need is here, including someone who can figure out a fucking speaker system. This is what I'm thinking. And I'm wondering how many people were thinking of the same thing. But you know what happened? What happened was someone that I was with got up, walked to the back where the setup and everything was, and said, yo, the right speaker isn't on. And they turned it on. And I thought, wow, all of these thinking people in the room, and no one just decided to get up and have someone turn the speaker on. You see, so the thing is like, we don't think that we're leaders, especially when we're amongst others that we look up to as leaders who should be leaders. When there's a problem, we kind of just pawn it off to someone else, thinking, well, surely if there was a solution, someone better than me would have figured it out or thought about it. So why would I then go and, with my little 2 cents and say anything? Because somebody would have figured it out. Well, the truth is, in that instance, in what I told you about the room and the speaker, it was just the difference between me thinking about something, a problem, and someone simply going and doing something about it. And I'm thinking maybe everybody in the red pill community is waiting for me. Now, my religious brain would say that's impossible. Somebody would have approached them. But, when you give it up to God, you start thinking, maybe it's me who's supposed to do something about that. Can I? Well, through God, I can do anything. Why not? I think the world is waiting for us, because when I look around, there's no one like us. And if we stay here, then our thoughts won't be there. I think we're fortunate, and I think the world is waiting for us. And again, that's a very religious idea, to think that I would be the person that would have to do something about something. But you got to follow your nose wherever it goes, man. I would like to. I haven't seen these people. That's the thing. You don't know whether someone agrees or disagrees with you until you have a conversation. None of these people have ever agreed or disagreed with anything that I would say, because I've never seen them engaged in a conversation with someone who would say the things that I would say. We all imagine what it would be like to have a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson on an open platform. What would he do if we said space was a second law of thermodynamics violation? What would he do if we said that the geometry of the globe dictates that the horizon be geometric? What would he do? All we can do is wonder. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. What if I can just have a conversation with him? Maybe I can. We don't know. We haven't tried. We just complain about things that we should do but haven't done. What would it take for me to get a concert with Neil deGrasse Tyson? Maybe a little bit of ingenuity and vision. What the fuck is it? It's not money. Dave Weiss is rich. It's not money. Again, it's not money. And that's one of the most interesting things to me. Eddie Bravo, he's got money. There are a lot of people who have money. There are people in this Discord server that have money. Do they have ingenuity in the way that we need it now? It's a good question, I think. Mic check. Anyone out there?
Yep.
Yes, we heard everything. Mic check, mic check.
Yes, the parasites are out here looking for Gemsy. Gemsy, run, run, far away.
Oh, good grief.
Wait, why am I running right now? Why? Why I'm supposed to be running?
As the parasites are after you, my friend.
No, the parasites don't run after you. They get in you or on you. They don't run after you, bro. Come on, you got this whole thing confused.
I got this whole parasite thing messed up, huh? Oh my goodness.
I just point about money in the community at the least. We have the money machine, is huge, right? And we can kind of work with that machine and operate it and get some of the money. But being part of that machine, we still, in a sense, let's say on a different page than other people on how the machine should be operating, and the key holders are holding the machine, so the money flows go through a certain area. So the ones that you were looking around are the leaders are making all the money, right? Even though you are in the same room, standing at the same level and having equal or more capabilities than some people in there, some of them are still making more money than you. That doesn't disqualify you from actually making money, but it's the flow of the money that is being, in a sense, flowing. You're asking for the community. I don't know exactly what was Elijah's question 100% where he wanted to bring the point home, but I agree with you. The money is there. It's just that it has to flow, and it's flowing to the idea, to certain ideas that it might not be on the same page as some people in these communities.
Because people have a religious poverty mindset. That's why they could be in the same room with the same wealth and choose the rock over the gold because they've decided that there's value in these two things, thus missing the point entirely. No, the value is you.
Yeah.
Even and mind you, so the value is you. So they've missed the point and accepted that there's a rock and a piece of gold. So they're 2 steps behind. But even in the room with the gold, they accept the rock because they believe that that's what they deserve. And so they think they're going to earn their way to success. You'll never earn your way to success chasing money. It's not how it works.
Yeah, and some people actually will make money with the rock. Other people will make money with the gold. And who knows who makes more or less, right? But still, what you're talking about, the actual mentality that the value you have to, you're the one with the value that have to make it work. It's not like the rock is going to do something for you or the gold is going to do something for you. You make it happen, right?
Yep.
But obviously the room where you were at, there's a lot of people in there. They're operators of a big machine, and everybody has their tasks. Everybody have to do their job, and for this flow of money, because that we're talking about, right? Money. And a lot of people are making a lot of money. We see them in high positions, in different positions, because the money machine is huge. There's so many ways of doing it, right? On operating it. It's just that you have to be some type of operator or participator in some key points, some key areas. We gotta engage and have the belief that you're gonna make money somehow. Because if you wake up today, if you woke up today early, and you didn't believe you're gonna make money if you go somewhere, because you think about it in your mind mentally. Okay, I'm gonna go step my first floor on the floor, put my first foot on the floor, then gonna take the next step, and then gonna go ahead from there. I'm gonna keep going until I reach the mental plan that I have in my mind to reach the goal, which is making money somehow, somewhere, with somebody, with some rock or some gold. If you don't have that backtrack antecedents relationship to the point that you're trying to put your energy and your currency towards, then how are you going to do it? You have to, step by step, reach that place.
We're met every day with the truth, and just ignore the contradictions between the truth and what we want. Because most people work hard as fuck, and then they look at their check and they're like, man, this is not enough for my vision. But you're working dog hard for what you know is not enough for your vision. For what? Is there a reason for that? Do you have a plan, or are you just doing it? Like, and then people just do it and then figure, well, I'm gonna figure it out. And it's like, are you figuring it out? You're just putting more things in the way of you understanding what's going on. Here's the simple truth: people are fat because they eat more calories than they're supposed to. Eat less. People are broke because they spend more money than they save. Save more. Then it becomes layered. Don't just put your money in a box. Put it somewhere where it's going to grow. Why? Because that is a possibility in this realm of reality. Don't ask me why. It's just what it does and how it works. And it just gets more and more layered. But the layer cake that people are under is not that layer cake. it's the like people are like, how am I gonna do it? Well, how about you stop spending more than you make? Well, as you see, I got these bills and these kids and these this and this. Yeah, you got everything that you asked for and everything that you aspired to have. Yet and still, I'm telling you, save more than you're spending. I don't care how you do it or don't do it. The bottom line is, if you're spending more than you save, well, that's why you're broke. But people don't accept that. They go, oh, well, it's my circumstances. You don't have faith that you live in a world of abundance and that shit will just work itself out if you're always doing the right thing for your family and keeping God first. Because what your epiphany is not going to come from someone else. Maybe you might hear something someone says, yeah. But there are a lot of times you're sitting alone in the dark and you're like, oh, there's an idea. How many ideas have I had that I've not implemented? Thousands. Probably more. What's the point of an idea if you don't realize it? Meaning make it real. You think it goes into your mind, into your heart, and out of your hands. But because of a lack of faith, you look to the authority, the society that you live in, and you're like, well, that's all good and well, but how about I just get a fucking job? Well, you get a job and the job informs you after your first paycheck, damn, I've worked too hard and I've not gotten enough to show for how hard I've worked. Oh, there's your answer right there. That don't work. Why are you still doing it? It always blows my mind that people will say they can't do things that they literally see other people doing. Oh, that's magic. That's not real. What are you talking about? That dude was broke 10 years ago. Same guy that they don't want to follow because they're broke. They'd say, well, I can't be you because you have so much. Later. Does anything that I'm saying sound untrue?
I get it, and I see it because the ideas comment that you made, I had the same thought at the same moment in the darkness during the day as well. But sometimes in the darkness, you are reflecting. During the nighttime, you're more like thinking about what you did during the day and what you should have done or what you can do the next day, right? You're reflecting, and a lot of ideas come at that time when you're reflecting and thinking about things. And yeah, you said thousands. I think I'm around that area too. But like you're saying, some of the ideas I implemented, and some of the ideas other people thought about it as well, and they implemented it. So Yeah. And at that moment, or that idea, you can hold the belief that, you know what, that idea, I'm going to start working towards developing that idea tomorrow. Early in the morning when the sun comes, I'm going to work towards that idea to make it a reality. And I believe it's going to solve some problem, and people are going to gravitate towards my solution, and I'm going to make money. And
Yeah,
once you have the money in the hand, you're going to say, you know what, my belief was true.
Yeah, because people. That's the thing. People don't have faith. Like people. Look, yo, that's all. It's not the money. If you do things for people, there's something called reciprocity. Okay? You do good by somebody, they want to do good by you. Sometimes people are going to have more resources than you. Some people are going to have less resources than you. You rarely open let's say you have a door to a vestibule and then another door, right? So you open the first door. Guess what the person typically does? They open up the next one for you. Because that's just how the fuck it works. That's how we're programmed. But people don't have faith that if you do things for people, they will find ways to give you what they have. And a lot of times, that's currency. They'll give it to you. That's how this shit works.
Because people accumulate currency for eventually accumulate some necessity thing, whatever it is. Maybe they want to accumulate some wealth, and you're going to give them wealth by solving a problem that the family is having, and you provide a solution, and they'll give you the currency because they needed a solution for something. You got to be holding a belief before you achieve it, before you go to the knowledge and know it's true. You got to hold something, bro. I think the word belief has been hijacked, and I know I'm pointing the word belief because there's been so much talk about it, and just like all the definitions and many words have been taken into a perverted version of the fantasy lie land, and it's been used over there, and people use it in reality and come here. I believe in the lie. I believe in the lie, and people are grabbing the word belief and thinking that belief and lie are synonymous. You get what I'm saying, Elijah?
Yeah.
And belief and knowledge are not the same thing. You have a step-by-step way of operating. I don't know how to put it myself right now, but I know there's a way to put it together. Before you wake up and you open your eye, and then you open your eyes and you wake up and the room is dark, you believe that when you turn that light switch up, the light is going to turn on. Until the light doesn't turn on, it's a belief that you have, because there's going to be times that you believe it's going to be wrong. You're going to turn the switch up and it's not going to turn on. So your belief was wrong. It's not about the belief being a lie or utilizing it to prove anything. You don't have to use the belief to prove anything. It's a cause and effect, not cause and effect relationship, because the belief is not going to cause anything. Or either it's going to cause you to operate in a way to achieve a goal, and that goal could be knowledge. And you could verify the belief that you had in your mind first before you went and verified it and made it to that spot and accomplish what you wanted to do.
Yeah, I feel like people get confused on this because they'll conflate believing something that someone told them is the same as believing that a light will come on. You believe the light is going to come on because you know that it came on yesterday. because you know you have a light. It's very different than I believe in the earth because the earth is a globe because I know the earth is a globe. Two very different conversations when we're talking about believing and knowing something. But for some reason, people like to throw into the conversation, oh, belief and knowing is, you got to know something to believe something to know something. And, well, okay. But again, I submit that there's obviously a difference between believing that a light will turn on because you know you live in a house, you know you have a filament, you know there's a light bulb in there, you know that there's wiring, you know that there's a switch that when you put it up, it's supposed to come on because of predetermined things. Very different from I'm just going to imagine something and because I believe it, I know it, or I know it because I believe. It's not the same thing.
Believe if you're gonna utilize it, it's very limited. It's not that you're gonna use it. Oh, I believe this is how things work, and because I believe it. No, that's not the right utilization of the word belief.
I think I get it. Me and Gregory have had talks about this. He said, in order to well, I don't even want to. I got to talk to him again. But to know something is to believe something. Yes, maybe. Yes, not maybe. Yes, but to believe something isn't to know something.
Exactly. You don't know yet. But once you make it there to the knowledge part, your belief it was right or it was wrong. You can falsify your belief or you can verify it. Like similar to the hypothesis. I'm not going to say hypothesis. You can say hypothesis of belief. But when you observe something and you say, you know what, I believe that heat is causing water to evaporate, and then you go verify it. Oh, you know what, that belief, the hypothesis was correct, and it's verifiable. My bad.
Right. I mean, and guess what? In order to construct a hypothesis is because you know by experience something happened, a phenomena, something happening, right? So the reason for the hypothesis is because you know something. So now you're trying to determine what the cause of this thing that you know is happening is, but you still know it happened. As different from constructing some affirming the consequent fallacy where you're like, well, I know it's a globe. How do you know it's a globe? Well, because the things in the sky are moving, we know that it's the earth that's turning. Because of this gyro here. Look, this gyro is detecting movement of the earth because of the way that it processes. Therefore, the earth is moving. It's like, you don't know that. You didn't have the thing first to go then test. Like, oh, I saw the earth moving, so let me go figure out why it's moving. That's not the logical setup that's there. That's, if it was, then we'd be like, well, it's a turning globe. Because we would just be trying to figure out why that's the case or how that's the whatever. But we would already know it at that point.
And I think normally during the day, you're not going to be utilizing the word belief. Like Quantum Horizon was here last night and people were saying, oh, I believe this, I believe that. And he was pointing out, hey, the word believe in a scientific setup that he said, you have to remove it because you're utilizing and throwing the word belief on everything. You can hold a belief and you can accomplish your goal today to meeting a businessman that you had a conversation at 5 a.m. and go to the location believing that's going to be there. You don't have to mention belief to anybody. You don't have to use the word, but you still can believe that he's going to be there on that spot. And once you make it there, either he's there and you believe was right, or he's not there and you believe was incorrect. But you don't have to say believe or anything. You still believed it, that he was there.
Right. Right. If you didn't believe he was there, you wouldn't go.
You wouldn't go.
But you've attained prior knowledge from somewhere that was the case.
And that's why I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna go out there and say I believe the Earth is a globe because a prior knowledge that it doesn't work, right? That it doesn't work.
Well, yeah, it does. Because in this instance, someone said it's a globe of these dimensions, so you can then go to a place and figure out if it's there or not. Just like if somebody says, "Hey, I'm, this person, I'm going to be wearing this, and I'll meet you at this cafe." They're either going to be there or they're not going to be there. There's no third alternative. They can't be there and not there at the same time. This isn't Schrodinger's cat, when you open the cafe doors, well, it's like that's not the case. But what people do is something akin to this. Well, I'm going to go outside and there's going to be a 5'9" woman in a red dress, and she's going to be reading Mary Poppins. It's like, okay, I can verify that. Okay, there's gonna be this woman who is reading Mary Poppins, and she's going to leave in 5 minutes. But you're in New York, and she's in San Diego, so you have 5 minutes to figure it out. It's like that's unreasonable. That's unreasonable. I can't validate that.
Yeah, you can't just have unreasonable beliefs about shit. Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's how belief is used. No, there has to be reasonable. like I was last night. I gave the example, and QE was like saying, "Stop using the word belief and everything." And I open my mic and I say, "I believe when I go to work after a long day of work." I believe that when I make it home, there's going to be a ribeye cooked, ready for me. I believe it. Because when I make it there, most of the time, there is a ribeye there. Well, but until I made it there, I didn't know there was a ribeye. But some days, I believe the ribeye is going to be on the stove, but there was fish. There was fish or rice and lamb. It was something different. So my belief about the ribeye being there was just wrong. It's not a big deal. I didn't tell anybody, "Hey, I believe my wife cooked for me," or whatever. Right? I wasn't waving the belief flag to anybody. I was just holding that belief until the point that I knew it was true or not. And Kiwi have no issues with that when I gave that example, but people in the chat are like, "Oh, believe, don't use that word for that." He was like, "Oh, yeah." Because it has a limitation of usage. You use it for certain things. You don't use it to demonstrate how the universe works, right? Even though, since in this reality we have limitations, right? And earlier, I think this point was a little bit lost because I think we probably can extend on it. We know we're standing on top of the ground. At least I know that, right? I know I can look across this plane. And I look up, and I know that when I look up, I see lights in the sky. I just look up, and I know that I see that, right? And based on the laws of nature that we know of, we can verify and we demonstrate. I know if I expand my lungs, the pressure of air around me is going to rush because of entropy, right? I expand the volume, and the pressure is rushing in there. So the antecedent to that is containment, because that's the way it has been demonstrated. For my comprehension, for what I know, my understanding is that is the antecedent, the containment. I don't have anything beyond that. But the antecedent to the container, I don't know what's the antecedent, but that doesn't change the fact that there is an antecedent to the container. Like let's say for example, a designer, an architect, an informer, right? I can hold that belief. In a sense, I cannot. Maybe I don't know if I can do an experiment to prove that belief, but the antecedent to things, it's something that is necessary for that thing in the first place. So, like I'm saying, gas pressure, the antecedent to that is a container, and the antecedent to the container is either God or God's slave or God's slave under that guy, under that guy, under that guy. I don't know. But there is an antecedent to the container. And I'm just saying that might be in the belief realms, and people have a belief that it might be a globe, or it could be the black holes of the universe, and have all those beliefs, and everybody has a different way of thinking about what's beyond the containment. We know there has to be a container. That's what a lot of people say here. I agree with it, because that's the way we know it. Has to be containment. But what's beyond that? There is beliefs about that, but I will say that doesn't mean that some of those beliefs are necessarily wrong, even though we cannot go and verify or falsify it. Someone might have the belief that is correct, but it's not knowing yet. Maybe revelation, or maybe.
Is somebody coming up against this point? I feel like maybe there's somebody that you debated on this or something. It seems like I agree. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying. Honestly, I think makes sense to me.
Yesterday was a weird. I don't know. It was something weird going on. I didn't know what it was, so I was just like, everyone shut the fuck up, because y'all are saying a whole bunch of shit, and I have no idea what the purpose of any of this is, so I guess there was a conversation about the difference between belief and knowing, if there even is a difference. I'm not sure. Maybe Jimsy can elaborate.
Yeah, let's not. I'm not too worried about yesterday, because obviously some days we try to say something or whatever, but there is this wave of just saying, if you say believe, you're wrong. If you say believe, you are a globetard. That is that going on right now in the community. If you use the word believe, you're a globetard. And that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's intellectually lazy. But see, people. But at the same time, I understand, because like people get upset. Look. This community is like, a ship that's rising with the tide. Some of us have helipads on top of this ship, and we're like going off into the sky, and everyone else is like, fam, I can't deal with everything that entails. I can't work through all of this. So in order to stop the sophist, we're just going to go ahead and take belief out of the equation, because they don't know how to maneuver that kind of discussion. And I think it's kind of, we kind of got to wait for that. That's the beauty of this place. Like, we kind of have to wait for enough of us to come into this conscious awareness, like what's going on with Flat Earth now. In the beginning, it was, very, you're retarded, this, that, and the third. And then there was, like, 2 years ago, I would say there's this weird, like, happening that was happening to me, where every time I was talking in here, I could see the shifty eyes from everyone around me, and they're like nodding, like, dude, you're making fucking sense. But they're doing it quietly. Then there's a time where dudes are like, hell fucking yeah, man. The fucking earth is probably fucking flat. And now here we are with billions and billions and billions of views on TikTok, and people just talking about it openly. Something is happening, but the thing is, that thing couldn't happen in one day. So I think that people arguing about belief is their frustration in trying to understand what people like Huey is trying to say. Because they'll take one thing that Huey says and runs with it, and he's like, no. Yeah, I know what I said, but it's way layered than that, and I really don't have the time, nor do I give a fuck to really explain it to you. And that's what some of us, like Miggy was saying, like, sometimes I have the patience, and sometimes I'm like, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. So, I was saying it too. It's like these guys come in here with this agenda to undermine your ability to articulate yourself in a discussion. and they'll reduce the argument to like then playing a play on words. What do you mean by what you just said? How do you know belief is what you're meaning? And so it's like, well, fuck, do I have to explain this shit? Like, obviously we know what we're talking about in the context of the earth, being a globe. We do know that. So, I mean, that's obvious, right? Like, or at least I think it would be, like, from my standpoint. We're not talking about belief in any other context, but this one. And that's why, because it's being used here, they're like, no, we can't use that, bro. I mean, how do you know belief is being used in that context when we're talking about the earth? Like, come on. Like, and nah. You just want to say that so you undermine the person's understanding of the word belief so that we can have this long discussion about, like, what belief. And that's why I told Eli the other day, I was like, bro, am I missing something? Because I keep hearing about this belief and knowledge as in we got to now discuss what that means. But I think it's really, to Eli's point, like, if we're going to stop and do that with every word, we're reducing what we're saying in this room to, like, absurdity. We're just going to spin our wheels about other words tomorrow. It's going to be not belief and knowledge. It'll be something else. And then
use it correctly. You know what I mean? You got to use it correctly. Like I said, I hold some belief when I wake up. I never use the word belief to achieve and come to the knowledge of those beliefs or to falsify them. I go operate in the world with certain beliefs, and then when I can confirm, I know. And then that's the limitation of the utilization of the word in many instances, at least for me. And then you have the people that believe in lies. Like just real quick, I'm just gonna. So earlier I said I believe that the ribeye is gonna be there, or I believe it might be fish. I can hold those two beliefs. I could be. Sometimes I've been 100 miles or maybe less, 50 miles from my home, and I'm holding a belief in my mind. You know what? When I make it home a certain time, I know there's gonna be food there. It might be a ribeye, it might be this. But then there is the other version of belief, which is believing in lies. I know it wasn't a lie that there was going to be food in my plate. I believe that. But I don't believe in lies. I don't believe in the people selling me lies. I don't have to believe that. I believe in the real stuff or the things that I can verify. And then when I falsify, I don't believe in that anymore. That's it. It's pretty simple, in my opinion.
Well, I would think so.
To answer Bootman's question, what made you start trusting people? God, was there some sort of tipping point in your life, or was it always that way for you? Guess what? I never mistrust anyone. And you know what? I love being around you guys because I'm so I'm so open. And I always challenge people to challenge where I'm contradicting myself, because I can say this statement that I've always trusted people. I've never not trusted a soul. Like that's where I begin, believing that people are trustworthy. That's not true. I said, yeah, it is. How many times have people heard me say that I'm not skeptical? For what? Someone gives me information, I just look at it. What's the point in being skeptical? What's the point in being skeptical that your light won't turn on when you flip the switch? No, just go flip the switch.
Yeah. I mean, we got CMG in the house. What's up, bro? See you dropping by, brother. Hanging out with us on Friday, eh?
Yo, what's up? Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, chilling, dude.
What's been going on, man? It's been a few days, man. I've been busy.
Oh, we're doing our 24/7 flat Earth thing. I don't know if you know this or not, man. We got in touch just recently, I think this past week, with the Fresh and Fit crew, and we got David Weiss to actually, I guess, connect with those guys. A bit of networking, anyways.
Who is that? The what? Who?
Fresh and Fit. It's like a red pill kind of show for young men, I guess. You want to call it the best way I'm going to describe it. But
big audience.
Yeah, about 1 million some subscribers to their. I might be more than that. I don't want to.
Dang, bro. Dang, love it.
It's majority of the. It's a lot of fucking. Like, because red pill has been popularized in my opinion. Nah, I'm not going to belittle the work that these people are doing because it is important. Yeah, there are people out that everybody's fighting their own fight, and you know what? Like the reason we see parallels is because it's different rhetoric, but it's the same thing. Why you always lying? Stop lying. Why you contradicting yourself? Stop contradicting yourself. and we're just trying to connect with those guys and see if we can, expand on this truth. That's all.
Yeah, it's a bit of like networking, and they came over here. We talked to them, and whilst in the middle of a conversation with them in this room, David Weiss happened to pop in on the live stream, or I think Helio Skeptic, which is the owner of the live stream, I think he DM'd him, and then he popped on the live stream, and then we were talking to them like over the mic here, and then he heard us and he popped in this room, and they made a connection with the Fresh and Fit crowd. So I guess they're gonna do something. They set up like where he's gonna go on their show, and it was really cool, man. The whole thing, the way it went down. Yeah, man, and I feel like after that we started to get maybe one guy for sure came in here. He's like, well, I came from their Discord. They dropped the link. Their moderators dropped the link, so I come here. So we're seeing the fruit of that. Like we're trying to, like, as I was mentioning to you before, like we're trying to expand and trying to get more people, like audience and such. But
great. It's stuff like that helps. And brilliant. And I love Dave. I mean, Dave is in the last year has done probably about 1,000 interviews.
Yes, man, he works. He works.
There's nobody. I don't know anybody that's more tenacious and more proactive doing it. And most of those shows that he goes on are Globers or Curious or Flat Curious. So he does face an awful lot of ridicule in his day-to-day job, but he gets up day to day, and let alone all the stuff that he's doing with his app and what that's costing. And so, I give full props to Dave on that. There's a few things he says I sort of cringe and go, I wish you wouldn't put it like that. But, you're never going to find someone perfect that you agree with every single word that they say. You obviously want to mold everybody into your own sort of version. Like, that's how I want you to do it. But that's not really, it's just, I don't know. Go ahead.
Music man, you're a businessman. You're an entrepreneur, right?
I used to be. I'm not chasing the dollar anymore so much. I'm kind of living a life where I'm kind of trying to do the right thing with the right intent and hoping that the creator will bless me sometime in the future.
He will. He will. The reason I asked that is because of how you characterize Dave's work. I would have never characterized it in any other way. Because some people are of the belief that when people reach heights like that, it's because somebody somewhere is like giving it to them. Like, and it's like, well, you can believe that, but the facts are this is what we do know, not what we believe, but what we do know. I've woken up for the last, I don't know how many years, and I've logged into this room. I have been to other places here and there, but I've spent most of my time in this room. What I know to be true is that Dave has spent, I don't know how many hours and how many times reaching out to people, emailing people, getting people to accept him to come on to their podcast that he may explain something that no one else has took the time to do. Yeah. Have any, like, we'll all question, why is he getting all these interviews? And each and every one of us have never emailed someone with a show like that.
Absolutely. And not only, he's, like I say, he's tenacious, and he's the one that's reaching out to all of these. He's not being contacted by he's literally, it's his full-time job. He puts his whole life into this, and let alone, what he's uniting people with that app as well. I mean, it's just, he's brought more people together. And people are having flat Earth meetups through that app. You can send a message to a 50-mile radius around. I mean, sadly, I don't have that the flat Earth community around me, because I'm sort of in the middle of nowhere. Really, and there's not a lot of flat Earthers around me. But if you're in the US or the UK, you can send a message to a radius of 50 miles around you, and you can have a flat Earth meetup. And that app has enabled people to do that. So it's uniting people And that's a wonderful thing. And he's put so much time and effort, and so much money into it. And he's just, I don't know. I mean, when I hear people, cussing Dave, I just think you haven't got a fucking clue, man. Show me someone else that's putting that much effort into it.
Yeah, he recently got on a podcast, and we had a discussion with him prior when that meetup happened with the Fresh and Fit crew. And we were talking about some of the ways that we discuss like debates and such in here with the new people and the Globers and such. And somebody mentioned about the 3 points, the thing that I usually always do in here with new people. And David Weiss told, tell me about the 3 points. So I went over that with him, and he used it on this recent podcast to somebody who was railing against him. Yeah, he actually
brilliant. Yeah, I've always been. Those 3 points are outstanding, and I love the way that every time people come in, you just hash those 3 points, and I love listening to it. And so, if Dave's taken that and using that as part of his artillery, as part of his ammunition, then he's just going to strengthen his position. I love it.
I'm a human like everyone else, and I would be lying if I didn't question his motives at some point. But then, because my brain works right now, I had to stop and think. And I said, actually, again, there are a lot of people, why doesn't he say it this way? Why doesn't he do it that way? And I know I'd never spoken to him to see if he would or not, right? But what I do know is there have been key people that I do look to in this community that have told him things that he is thereafter utilized in his shows or in his interviews. And I'm like, no, this man is fully open and willing to have a conversation and integrate something that is true and makes sense. I've seen it happen. So now he's saying he had a conversation with him about the 3 points, and lo and behold, he's used it.
Yeah, he actually says openly, if you feel I'm not present, if you've got anything that you would like me to present, if it resonates with me, if you think that I'm doing this wrong or I'm describing this in a way that you don't like, let me know. And if it resonates with me, I'll change my so he's adapting and learning like we all are, really, and that just shows authenticity in my book.
Can I jump in? In? Hey, glad to hear you, sir. Guys. Let's say David Weiss goes to this room of the guys that have a big audience, and I've heard him pointing out logical fallacies a lot. I think he should, at this point that we're at on the conversation, he should concentrate on the logical fallacies and how that deviates into believing in the topic that they're going to talk about, right? The globe earth, flat earth stuff. Because if he starts just throwing information to the audience, they're gonna ridiculize it. Believe, like Miggy was there the other day, and I joined that small room. There was like 4 or 5 people, and he was able to have a conversation that was productive with one of the guys there, one of the moderators in there. He was pretty cool, very receptive, and everything. On the other hand, when David Weiss joins and starts presenting the case for Flat Earth, and that I've seen him doing it many times, and he does a great job, I will say. But in many occasions, he's failed to provide the message. People fail to hear him out. But since here, people are very concentrated on logical fallacies, this is a great opportunity to converge the message into people focusing on something important, which is a bunch of the fallacies that comes with believing in a lie, which is the globe and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully you guys got my point.
Yeah, no, I understand. What Dave is fantastic at in my book is he's great at the 101 flat Earth. He's just great at addressing all of because he gets all the same questions thrown at him all the time, and he's great at batting them back. When you want to get into the real technical stuff, the fallacies and all of the logical fallacies, then Discord is the place. This very server is the place to really start, nailing it, starting to get into the nitty gritty and into the weeds of it all. You guys are so articulate and very knowledgeable at it, but this kind of information, your kind of brains will not work on a podcast where they're just being introduced to the subject. But Dave is so good at the 101 questions, the boats over the horizons and seasons and time zones and blah, 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 blah. for the nitty gritty, then, if people want to start researching a little bit more, then come to the 24 Flat Earth server.
But that's the thing on that conversation, on that Fresh and Fit, they use and point out logical fallacies very often. Have you guys noticed, or is it just me?
That's what I'm saying. And when
that's what I'm saying.
When I was, but that's what the red pill community does for the ones that I followed, Fresh and Fit, God rest his soul. Shit, what is his name?
Elijah.
You know the black Kevin Samuels. There you go. And others, and that was why when I came in, I was like, Dave Weiss would be awesome, though I would like it to be somebody like, someone who would be on another level of pointing out logical fallacies, because while people are aware of these things, sometimes they let people skate and there's some of us who will not let you skate, not say, oh, fuck off, don't do that, not like that, but like when you've done it in front of an audience, we're able to articulate that you're doing it in a way that if you continue, you will be embarrassed, which is the point. Not to embarrass you, but to get you to at least publicly. And it's not because it's utilizing the public to get people to, like, I'm exposing myself when I'm speaking, and I'm expecting others to expose themselves, because that's what we want. We want genuine, true relationships. And the reason for that exposure is because we want to be speaking truthfully and honestly. And when there's someone amongst us that has, information that is contradictory to something that is true or valid, we want to be able to point it out without them having harsh feelings. Sometimes that comes out wrong. Sometimes, but that's the thing. Oh, the point that I'm trying to make, though, back to the Fresh and Fit, I had said, damn, because I've seen them talk about logical fallacies all the time, but I guarantee you there will be an exception. The exception, I didn't say this out loud, but I said it some kind of way, that there would be an exception to where if, they were talking about the earth, all of a sudden, these guys would commit logical fallacies. I wish there would be somebody
Elijah.
And the guy said, and the guy that was in here, he was like, "Oh, do you watch Fresh and Fit?" And I was like, "No, I can't say that I do. Maybe the clips." So he was like, "Oh, so you've only seen clips? Gotcha." Like he was trying to really, get me in a gotcha. Like, watching the show has to do with me seeing them, even in one clip, commit a logical fallacy. Like, so these are the things that other people may be frustrated with or maybe not able to maneuver. I just wish that someone was there, been able to do something like that.
I would say this because I was listening to kind of like Alex's point. I think he has a good point. I know Jemsy and you are bringing up a very fair point that does need to get kind of told over to a larger audience. I think from the Fresh and Fit kind of perspective is that we see the topics that they talk about. They have, in my opinion, what I can say is a critical mass on that subject. They have an overwhelming majority of males who would tend to agree with them, so that they can thrive on going into those fallacies. But on the other hand, with Flat Earth, it's not as prevalent in society, so that it's more kind of dialed into the 101 subject, like where David Weiss would be the guy that you'd want to have that handled, and not really go into the minutia of like what the intricacies of like logical fallacies on the Flat Earth side, because we haven't reached that critical mass on our side. It's budding. Now I'm not gonna say it's budding, but it needs to reach a little farther into the audience to where you don't have it's more prevalent, right, within the mass of society. People are now like, okay, I can get with this, and then we can get to where we're talking about the logical fallacies in depth into like, okay, now we got like 10 exactly. Yeah, right. I was kind of feeling what you were saying. So that's understandable. Right now, however, it would only exist here in this platform at the moment. Before we get to that part where we're, I don't know, 10 years down the road, I don't know what the timeline looks like, but whenever that is, then we'd be able to have those like drill down discussions. You know.
Yeah, let Dave do the 101. Let him build the audience, and if people have more questions, then you can drill down into the nitty gritty, right into the weeds, and this is the perfect place for it. But Dave is bringing people to this subject. That's what he's fantastic at, the 101.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying earlier about the rising tide, and that we kind of have to wait for the general consciousness to.
Yes.
And so I can't disagree here now because that would be in contradiction. So yeah, you guys are right.
Yeah, I do think it's a valid point, however, but it's just once we get to that point where it's more prevalent, I think we're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I gotta remember, put into context that there's been a bunch of people from this server going in there throwing seeds, so the seed has been planted. There's a bunch of look. I joined one day after Miggy. The conversation went great. Then I moved to another room, and they were talking about what they talk about. Oh, man this, man that, woman this, woman that. Right? That's what they do all day. They talk about other topics, but then when someone brought up flat Earth, not me, someone else brought it up. And then I tried to speak to them about it logically. They turn into the feminists they're fighting against to defend the globe.
Yeah, it's
what I'm saying?
Situation, man. It is.
That's what I don't understand, but I got to be patient, and this is where patience is important because we don't want to lose them either.
Mm. So
because
anyway,
that just grinds my gears. But yeah, go ahead.
That's where we're at with this kind of topic. So as of recently, I'd said we came into a bit of networking, Alex, and now we're kind of really expanding, and we're trying to do a bit of cross pollination with other places as much as we can. I guess you could say, because here we're still trying to build a brand here as well. We still got like the integrity of this server to actually be concerned about, and the politics and all that. Like that stuff's still a thing, but whilst we're doing that, there's also this little bit of like branching out and going to like talk to other people about it. But yeah, and we also appreciate the work that you do as well. Like you drop links and tell them, hey, come check this place out, and because we get some people coming in here from your links. They're like, oh, I came in here because there was a link provided. So yeah, I mean, it's just any little bit helps on that.
Oh, beautiful, man. I mean, I don't really know what else I can do really, apart from drop some links into my descriptions of my videos, and I don't know, man. What do you do to promote this server? I mean, I'm all out of ideas, really.
Yeah, I feel like we have to utilize what's given right now with these platforms, and I guess until we're ushered out of them, that's all I could say.
So talking on the putting the seeds, extending that, I'm at least adding water to because if you don't add the water to the seed, the plant might die, right? And creating the right environment, because we have that already in here and in other places. But this community is just, I would say, I could put them in a little bit higher standard than just going into a gaming VC or gaming Discord that you're just talking about fantasy video games and how that works, right? Which is different than this community of people that, like in Fresh Feed, that you have young men, you have men, young adults, you have young men as well in there listening to the conversation, and women as well. So it's a more mature version of the video gaming, right? So I think they a lot of people are going to be more receptive, especially the ones that are not listening. Because the big speakers, like the last show, listen, the last show was a clown show. If you watch the last show, this guy was just making fun of the girls and calling them "you're black." That's why I don't marry black girls. Just doing this clownish way of communicating, which we do here sometimes, right? But it was over the board, and I'm not saying they can't do that. They can, but they're taking the community into this fantasy and alternative fantasy land, in my opinion. When there is communities that, if we go in there, are gonna keep into their roots and keep into the ground and to their senses, and hopefully they have that perspective and move on from there. and the logical fallacies in that conversation, I think, is definitely key for that kind of community. They'll be more receptive, in my opinion. Go ahead, guys.
I know we're just hanging out with the panel. We got Wave Frequency, he's deafened, Back to Sleep, Bong Sao, Bootman, Jedi, what's up, brother? Conspiracy, Cut the Shit, Drace AI, Batman, Flatloid Right, Gemsy's the man, Glue, Grim, Joanna's, Metagard, myself, Mike, Power Swan, Morvis, Alex, Music Guru, Plum Bob, President Orion, Sasha, and Warrior. Welcome to the panel, guys. It's Friday, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, let me play the.
To my point, the one I want to bring it home, that they're arguing that there are demands of the world. Remember, and in actuality, someone has to point out that there is another adult room. They're actually, in many ways. I'm not saying everything that they say is wrong, but they're acting like children. In the whole conversation that they're having. In many ways, they're acting like children. So many times when they come in here, they join the adult room on this type of conversation, and you can see the child in them. So I want to say the men, the community that they're trying to bring and talk to, men, there's men here. The men are not only in that room, on that Fresh and Fit. That's not all of the men in the world. There's men in this community, in this room. So we have to show them that version of men that they probably haven't thought about yet.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's well. Beans, we're talking about men. I thought I'd join in.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up, Elijah? What's up, Gemsy? How's everyone doing?
Yeah, see, a good man isn't afraid to get his hands dirty, right, Alex? He's always in his garden, man.
Dude, I've been in the garden for all day. You have no idea what I've been doing today, bro. I've been covered in mud and shit all day, and I fucking love it.
The idea that gardening isn't a manly thing, that's a religion. That's dumb as hell too. Like, what do you mean? Like, all the prolific people.
It's the most rewarding thing a man can do, honestly, out in the sunshine and lifting buckets of dirt and putting stuff through a shredder and mulching. And it's incredible. I love it. It's way, way better than sitting in a recording studio, editing videos and making music. And I love doing that, but I love being out in the garden more.
Yeah, just watching after all the work, then seeing, the little budding seeds, and you're like, oh, come on, little guy. It's like, that's so cool.
Dude, I sing and I talk to my cannabis plants. My wife is she's talking to the potatoes and everything, dude. I want to hook up some speakers to the garden and play them some solfeggio healing frequencies. That's how into it I am.
That's freaking awesome. Yeah, what about you, Jedi? You got a garden growing over there?
I mean, yeah, but I don't grow anything in it. Alex is kind of the one who grows everything at the moment. She's got loads of herbs you got growing at the moment. Yeah, she's the one with green fingers. But myself, man, no, I just do the heavy lifting.
Cool.
He doesn't got a garden. The garden got him.
Yeah, no, you just mentioned someone called Alex in your family. Your wife's called Alex?
That was good.
Yeah. It's a girl's name too.
Oh, cool. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi.
Alex, meet Alex.
It's the best name in the world.
Is it just Alex or Alexander?
Well, I was christened Alexander, yeah. What about you, Alexandra? Oh, shit, like David Weiss calling me. What the fuck? Hold on.
Yeah, but that ringtone was awesome. Never heard it before. You heard his ringtone?
That's Skype.
Well, that's a Skype. Yeah, it's a Skype call.
Yeah, Skype. Okay, and I don't use Skype, so that's why. You see, not everybody uses all the shit out there.
Damn, it's Friday, man. What's a good word? Crit? Jedi?
I was
What you guys
about
doing?
to say the same thing. Friday night, where are all the ballers at?
Telling you.
I mean, they are getting drunk so the world spins. Is that what's happening? Is it?
You know how many ballers would come in here if we invited them?
Oh, by the way,
think about how. So, wait, hold on. Like,
all right, well, I'll be back.
How many people actually invite people here? You know, that's a good question. Now, like, let's say 5 of us. If 5 of us just handed out, you know, a little piece of paper with what do you call those things that you scan and it'll pull up a link to something?
Referrals. Yeah, QR codes, referrals. Yes, you can track them back.
Imagine 5 of us gave out 100 of those on Friday night. Of course they would come because we're invited.
That's actually a really good idea. Just print out a bunch of those and go downtown and hand them out a bunch of flyers.
You know, Eli could get a lot more traction. Eli could get a lot more traction. He's all about town, like mostly every day. So,
yep.
Stickers, flyers, QR code. We need to get something out there that invites people to the server, right? Can't be that expensive. Surely not. We need someone to look into it. Alex, look into it.
I'll print a bunch of those and do that if somebody could design it.
We were talking about this maybe fucking 4 years ago, and that was my idea. And I made a point earlier that, you know, we look at the world and go, oh, why isn't it better? Because you've had thousands of ideas on how to improve things that you haven't implemented. The world is waiting for you. That if I'd have implemented this idea 4 years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We probably would have a podcast or some shit. Who knows how big this place would be and what different things we'd be doing.
Yeah, but there's still time.
Of course.
Sorry, mate. Does anybody know how to generate a QR code? Just out of curiosity. Without me Googling shit and finding out for
I think there's one with Indios. Yeah, there's one with Indio's face on it to this server. Somebody have that? I've seen it somewhere.
If somebody can get hold or make a QR code for this server, give it, and Alex and I will print off a load of stickers and stuff. Do you want to send them out to America as well? Yeah, we'll send them out to America as well.
Yeah, there you go.
If you want to do this, I mean, I've always thought about, you know, just leaving stuff somewhere. Like something for somebody to read that brings them back to the server, and that's what we're talking about, right? So if we can generate a QR code, DM me, give me the details, and I'll sort it out from there. And I've said that in front of Alex, so she'll hold me to it as well.
You're also going to create your own YouTube channel as well, right? Alex, don't forget to knock him over the head if he doesn't do that.
Podcasts are popping. Like Elijah was saying, the podcast, like people sitting on the table, having a conversation, a bunch of people just there, face to face, talking about things, inviting guests to talk about that topic. That is popping. Like a lot of guys going through those audiences.
The 24/7 live stream podcast is a perfect name.
That's a perfect time for you to get a phone call, middle of your sentence. He just dropped out. But yeah, no, I get what he's saying. I heard him before he got that call.
Wait, actually, while we're talking about this, I wanted to remind people of an idea. That guy from Denmark, I think. I forget his name, Tim. Yeah, Tim from Denmark, I think. He told me that he heard me, writing the earth is flat and stationary with chalk and like smearing it with my fingers so that, if anybody tried to smear with their foot, they couldn't really smear with their foot because I already smeared it with my finger, so it's like kind of embolds it. But he gave me the idea. He told me he was doing this himself, where he'd go and buy some cheap chalk, and then I don't know what method he used to mash it up, but whatever, you use some method. Anyway, he ground it into a fine powder, mixed it in a bucket with water, and took a paintbrush. So it was very little effort, but at the same time not doing vandalism because the rain will just wash it away. You can just take a paintbrush full of chalk paint and just go write the Earth is flat in big bold letters, anywhere you want.
I had some stuff printed out, like little flyers, because my tire cover for my Jeep, it has the Earth is flat on it. I've got some T-shirts with like Earth is flat and stuff. Nope, like a NASA shirt that has nope on it. And people would ask you, do you believe that? Is that something you follow? You're like, yeah. And so I was like, to do more. So I printed out some little cards. And then after I did that, it just sat in my car it's been like 8 months, and not one person's approached me since.
Oh yeah, and I think I said this like last year too. Another great thing about writing it on chalk, as opposed to like actually trying to bring it up to random people, is that you'll end up spending a lot less time feeling like you're wasting your time. Because if you just go out into a public place where people are walking around and you start writing in chalk on the ground somewhere, the Earth is flat and stationary, then occasionally someone might walk by you and be like, "Oh, you're an idiot, derpity derp derp. The Earth is round," or something like that. And like, whatever. Yeah, I'm not bothered by that. Who cares? But what's more important is that the people that actually want to know the truth, they'll actually go up to you and ask you about the truth.
That's where I was going to go too, because I've been going to different servers and whatnot, and it's really kind of a waste of time, because they have to want to come to you for that information. If you go there, it's a little bit. I kind of do it in Discord, kind of a guilty pleasure for shits and giggles, for entertainment. I don't really take it that serious, so maybe I'm not the best, emissary for Flat Earth or whatever. But for the most part, it's like if they come to you, then they can't claim this victim status about, Flat Earth is harmful to them. It's a troll. It's this. It's that. They sought out the information. They want it from you. They have something, you have something that they want. And then it really it's got like a built-in diffuser for like how to approach, them. And yeah, in real life too, I could see that if you're walking around handing out people flyers and stuff, someone might be offended by that, even though they shouldn't be. It's like they're in public and someone hands them a flyer. But if they walk up to your booth or they walk up to you and say, what do you mean by that? Then, I was going to do like my top 10 takeaways of going to like other Discord servers. And the main thing is like, if you invite them or if they invited you, then you kind of know there's already a mutual respect, where a lot of times there's that sort of disrespect. It's not just flat earthers they're disrespectful to. They're disrespectful to creationists, to, right wingers, to, I mean, they've got a whole slew of people that they don't like, and they have no idea what that people are talking about. Flat Earth would just be the topic of the day, and they'll move on to something else tomorrow. Sorry, it was a long-winded. I'm still kind of working out how to express this idea, but it really boils down to if the person approaches you, it's already on the right track.
Have you gone through logical fallacies with some of them, Chris? Could you spend some time in there?
Yeah, for the most part, I don't really hit the logical fallacies super hard. What I'll do is just point out some sort of contradictory thing that they'll say.
Okay, because they talk about that a lot, like contradictions, and they do point that out a lot to the girls. Like most, they point it out very often. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, where someone will be, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, like, where you can tell the Earth is moving because it's not. Or you can tell it's curved because of how flat it is. Going down those lines of logic.
I think that might resonate with a lot of the people in that community have come here to this VC. So a lot of the people, and they kind of mentioned that stuff, the contradictions, they are kind of like reading that book at the moment. And when you point it out and they realize it, there is a contradiction about this. And I was holding a belief to the opposite of the real experience. And a lot of the guys that have joined, they've been here in the VC, and yeah, it's cool. Yeah, that's one of the points. The contradictions, the logical fallacies is the next step, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, building a logical framework for your life, and not just that will be a boon for all of humanity. That will be the second age of enlightenment that they think space age was supposed to give them. Au contraire. This will be a return to the age of enlightenment, a turn to logical thinking. That because sometimes you'll ask them, you disagree with flat Earth. They're like, yeah, it's dumb, it's stupid, it's whatever, right? Whatever adjective, adverb, noun they want to throw on there.
That is the feminists right there speaking. You see that's why when I went in there and when they were talking shit about the flat earther, you yourself, they were talking shit about you, one guy and the other guy after. And then I was trying to point out their fallacies and the logic about their belief in that, and they were like, "Nah, I'm a feminist. I'm a glober. That's how it is. That's it. It's the same thing, exact logical way of thinking, like the feminist that joins in their room and starts spewing the feminist stuff, right? Like it's kind of similar. It's not the same, but it's similar. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, 100%. Because I would go to him. I go, "Do you think I care what you have to say about me? You don't even know." I go, "Basic wisdom, a very low level, basic understanding of something was do not judge someone until you've walked a mile in my shoes. Dude, you don't even know what size I wear, and you're judging me based off what you think flat Earth is, and you can't even articulate that. You've got a version of flat Earth in your mind, and then you don't even know how to." I go, "That's low educated. You lack articulation, and your lack of articulation is then causing you to spurg out about all kinds of things on me that I know aren't true to begin with. So you're just pissing in the wind, thinking I give a shit what you have to say. If you want to make fun of me or make fun of flat Earth, you should at least learn what these two things are. Otherwise,
have you seen the way they speak to some of the young girls that you're in there, bro? Come on, it's disgusting. Sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Disgusting, bro. I mean, yeah. Some girls have delusions in their minds, but that doesn't mean you have to treat them like shit. I mean, if they act like shit and they want to be treated that way, sure.
Oh, sorry.
But if they're the young girl that have a belief in something, some topic, and they're wrong about it, point it out they're wrong. But the guy, the man in the room, dozens of men were celebrating this guy. Oh, this is the best show ever. Oh my God. And the guy was just a clown, an actual clown. And they don't realize that they're just looking at a clown, laughing about the silly things he's doing. And they think that's manlyhood. That's manly. Think about it, Crit.
Yeah, it's like Weasel. And I mean, I get it, the whole thing they're attacking. It's not, like I said, one of my biggest proofs for flat Earth is nothing new under the sun. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The sun is always above your head, the Earth is always below, and nothing changes around here. Because the thing they're complaining about was brought up, I'm sure you guys remember a singer called Madonna. In the early 80s, she had a song about being a material girl. She wants boys to make her rainy day. You'll give her a rainy day. You'll shower her with diamonds and luxurious items. And she could just, swing that midriff around, and everyone's going to fawn over her whole life. And that's kind of what the same thing that they complain about. That they think these girls are entitled, that they got some sort of, that society owes them something for being a woman, like a modern woman. And you're like, if you can get that, if you can show them, dude, open the history book, okay? This is nothing new. This is the same thing about a modern woman. These same conversations have been happening for 50 years. Why do you think that is? Why would you think that is? And then see what they can come up with.
You've noticed the cool people that have joined from that survey in here. There's been some silly ones, and there's been some great ones, some cool ones as well. So yeah, that's at least there's been some good fruits that have been harvested from the whole interaction. It's a cool community. There's a lot of cool people in there. And yeah, if people want to extend this community, I think reaching to other communities is totally fine.
It's better than a lot of the servers out there are quasi gaming servers or really gaming heavy, very heavy on the gaming.
I just tried a bunch of them. Every link I sent was deleted automatically. I'm like 3 of them, 2 of them. Oh well. Continue.
I mean, you'll see that too. Like a lot of the top anti-flat earthers, they started off as like their YouTube career as like a gamer channel, like a gaming YouTube channel, went nowhere fast, and then somehow went down this sort of anti-conspiracy pipeline. And once they got there, now they're just flopping in the wind, just drifting from one triggering to the next.
Scan me. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Grace, for that comment there. This one thing I'm gonna double down on. They'll tell you flat earthers are anti-science, and you go down. Oh, what is science? And they'll tell you all kind of stupid shit like, oh, science. Here's a news article. I go, so news articles are science, and they're like, well, no, this just talks about science. Okay, tell me what it is. What is science? And then eventually go, well, I think science is a method used to test a natural world with systematic experimentation to determine cause and effect. Like, yeah, I like that. That's a good definition. I go, why do you think flat earthers are anti-science then? And they're like, oh, because of space. And I'm like, how about this, right? Let's leave government behind. All human, all violence, any conflict. You can only use science or maybe logic and reason to settle it. No more government, no more wars, nuclear disarmament, because none of that stuff will get you to space. So, but you think government can only do it. But why are they always offering everything other? Because sometimes it goes in these conversations about like why you have to wear your seatbelt or like all these rules like speeding tickets and like turn your headlights on at 6 p.m. and all these things that government have done. I go, if it's a good idea, why does it need to be a law? Good ideas people will follow, but they don't follow them because number one, they don't trust the government, or number two, an argument was never presented to them for why they should follow it. Some congresswoman, man, woman, or whatever individual, congressperson, says, I want people to wear their seatbelts. Okay, you want that. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to point a gun at them. Because you're the same group of people who said you're above all of us. You're enlightened and scientific and have this great mind. You're exploring space and feeding the poor and protecting us from all the bad guys. But yet you're the one pointing a gun at me if I don't do something that you want me to do. Where's your facts? Where's your data? Where's your evidence? Where's your experiment? Show me the experiment. Show me something, anything. And I said, and then they're like, oh wow. They're like, Crit, that's powerful. I go, that's why flat earthers aren't anti-science. I want a return to science, a return to logic, a return to reasoning, a walking away from these systems of power and authority who don't care about that stuff. They're the anti-science ones. And another thing I do for that, just real quick, is they'll say, I go, does the globe offer an explanation for people who disagree? Because I disagree with it. And if they say yes, I go, use that explanation and just leave me alone. Cope with someone who disagrees with you, and just be happy that you have the globe. If they say no, then I tell them there's a flaw in your model. Your model offers no way of explaining how to disagree with it. It's pseudoscience. It's unfalsifiable garbage that people can't even disagree with without you spurging out over it. So which one is it? Who's a science denier? Because either it's a problem with you or it's a problem with your model, and you need to sort it out before you come see me.
The return of men, son of God. That's what they've been preaching. Oh, the real men, the men. You know, they've been preaching that for all the time. They hear them. I'll be back, guys. Thinking about men, my daughter is calling me, so you guys wait.
On the edge of my seat.
Guys, this might sound like a really stupid question, so I apologise again if it is. But is the return of quote unquote real men something biblical? I know there's like a what's the word I'm looking for? A resurgence maybe in Christian understanding or a belief in God towards quote unquote the end times. Sorry if using quote unquote so many times, but the idea of real men returning, is that something biblical? Is that something that's coming from God? Does anybody know, or am I just talking out my ass?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. I maybe someone else has got deeper down that idea.
Well, the way I'm repeating it myself is other people saying it. I said it from other people saying it, right? Some people reference the scriptures, the Bible. I think men are here. Men has forgotten the some of the fundamentals. I mean, we haven't forgotten it in a practical sense because we operate on fundamentals of reality, right? And we are dependent. The antecedent to our operation and thriving in this place has fundamentals and antecedents, right? So we're dependent on that. But we can operate certain ways. We can do things that were there intended to be and extend from there, or we can just make a mess of a lot of things, overcomplicating, forgetting the fundamentals, and then we get into a big mess. I mean, things are displaced. A lot of things can happen, as we can all see and experience. So I guess it's up to men to figure it out what that actually means. What is that? What is men? Does men comes from monkeys? Does that comes from rats, from rocks? Is that what a man is? Is that what it is, or is there another story to that, or a reality, an actual fact of what that actually means when it conveys to the real thing, to the realist level? What is men supposed? What is the role of men in this place? What is it? Do we know? Please, someone tell me. Is it to be a father, a brother, a son, husband?
I don't think it's to be one thing. I think it's to be many things. And throughout your lifetime, you're going to be all of those things, right? You're going to be a brother. You're going to be a son. You're going to be a father, potentially. So you're going to be all of these things. That's the thing about being a man, right? Or a woman. You have to be many things at different parts of your life. I suppose in this kind of time in our lives, 2023, the state of the world, I guess men are maybe finding their place a little bit more, mainly because we see that we've been pushed out of it so much. So we have to be a lot of things, mate.
That's exactly my point. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
We can also be usernames in the internet looking for other usernames to talk about things like Globetards. I mean, the Globetard, because there is no such a thing as a Globetard. It's only people taking that title and defending it like a crusade of some sort. And then there is that talk. QE has been saying it. I heard in the Globetard. Have you noticed that difference? There is Globetards, people say, right? And then there is the Globetard. What is that? What is that? It's just I say it's a big lie. That's what the one word. It's just a big lie that some people believe. Not everybody believe it. Some do. And forgive me, some others that don't even believe it, think about it way more than people that do believe it. It's ironic.
Yeah, he did Baltard, and like some of his like songs and cover songs. Baltard, Spinning Space Monkey.
Yeah, but there is Baltards, which is the one that has the shirt NASA. Yes, I'm a Globetard, right?
Yeah.
But then there is the Globetard, which is the idea, the lie, right? The ball, the sphere, all the baggage that comes with that. That's the Baltard.
I think it's also playing the word retard, right? Because it's a bit backwards. This Baltard is retarded. So yeah, it's backwards thinking.
Hey, Jimsy, I got some breaking news for you. You ready?
I'm gonna sit down. Wait a second. Let me sit down.
Okay, breaking news. And it's not about parasites.
It's about a virus of the mind.
No. I just want you to know, over 100 years, a person living on Mount Everest versus somebody who lives at sea level, the person on Mount Everest will age faster and be older by 0.003 seconds over 100 years. Breaking news, man.
Just staying in the sun for extended periods of time will make you look older as well.
Yeah, you don't want to do one thing all the time, or you can't even do all things all of the time, right? You have to do one thing at a time.
I got more breaking news for you, Jim. So you're sitting down?
No, I'm standing up.
You better sit down.
No, I'm good. I won't fall for your speech.
Okay, so a person at the pole, the North Pole, ages slower relative to the person at the equator because the pole is closer to the center of the Earth. I like that.
Well, you read that like in a cartoon or something, like in a book. You're looking down to it. You're looking down to it, right? And you're making it speech because someone wrote it on a piece of paper. Ink, paper, they had to, get plants, kill the hemp plant, or don't kill it, just harvest it, because the difference. You harvest the resources, you make the paper, basically. You make ink from oils and extracts, and then you make that ink real, and then you write it on that paper, and you start saying, Baltard, 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 Baltard here, Baltard that, and all Baltard. You just keep saying that and repeating and extending it on that paper. And you can make hundreds of these papers and write about the Baltards and how some, like you, believe in that Baltard. Even you don't have to believe it. You can just write it down and make it up like a cartoon, like an anime.
You don't believe in time dilation, which makes you anti.
And then some people, you give that writing to someone and you reach it and preach it like you're doing right now, right? You're preaching the Boltar because those are the words you got it from the Boltar book, right? And you're repeating what it says there, and people are hearing it, and some are gonna choose to believe in the Boltar or the Globetrotting, and others are gonna call bullshit, impossible. That's what someone's gonna tell you.
Oh my goodness!
Those are the options.
Oh my goodness! It's just. I tell you what, it's just too easy. You know, Jemsy, we need to make fun of them because they've been making fun of us for decades. It's time to turn the tables, make fun of them. Yes.
Yeah, but you don't want to be making fun of yourself either. I don't want to be speaking to you about the Boltar too long. You know, gotta do other stuff.
Baltar, ballers, globers, anti-flat earthers. Okay. All right.
You don't want to be a Baltar preacher without knowing it, right? But if you're saying, hey, I don't believe in the Boltar and I don't believe in the Bolt, if you're saying that all day long, guess what? You're speaking about the Boltar.
Okay. Okay. Hey, I got something. Think
about it.
I got something. There's 23 things. I'll go real fast. In the Glober's belief system, the Earth spins at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, travels around the sun in an elliptical orbit because the circular orbit doesn't work in the math at 30 kilometers per second. We travel around the Milky Way at 450,000 miles per hour. We travel through an ever-expanding universe, redshift, Hubble 1925, at 1.3 million miles per hour. Large bodies of water at rest bend. Light curves to confirm your ball, gravity plus, gravity causes light to bend too. We ignore the second law of thermodynamics. We ignore Newton's third law of motion. We ignore the inverse square law of light. Time dilates, length contracts, mass increases. Something called gravity exists, though we can never measure it. Mass does attract mass. General relativity is a real thing, though we can't test for it or measure it. E equals hv or E equals hf. E is energy, H is Planck's constant, and V is vibration. Planck's constant is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. If you write that out, that's 0.33 zeros and 6626. Okay, cool, man. Electrons can be bumped to another orbit or even back into its nucleus. Photons have never been seen or measured, but we know they're there. Photons can travel 13.7 billion years, or 66,800 quintillion miles, which is 18 zeros, to reach your eye. Theia, Theia, is an asteroid or planet that hit the Earth like 4.5 billion years ago with the B, that gave us its tilt of 23.4 degrees, so we can vacation in Florida in January. And then they gave us muons, which is a different subject. And then they gave us 84% of something known that is not known in the universe. They call it dark matter or dark energy, and it's 84% of it. We don't know what it is, but it makes relativity work. There you go. See, we're gonna make fun of them, Jemsy.
Now, after you read all that, it's up to you to say impossible or I believe in the lie, in the Boltar. I believe in the Boltar. That's up to you. Or you can just say, all right, cool, whatever. Book says something. Book words in a book, and you just walk away. It's not a big deal.
I got 30 called In Your Fairy Tale, and they're questions you ask Boltards, or whatever you want to call them. 30 questions that they should know about their globe and their globe history, but they don't. So it's cool.
Oh my There's God. More every day, too.
I know
Dr.
there is.
Gary Nolan, pathological professor at Stanford, says aliens have been on Earth for a very long time. They sent intermediaries to gather intelligence about humans. AI is helping astronomers make new discoveries about the universe faster than ever before. AI has now spread to every field of astronomy, helping astronomers learn about the universe at an astonishing rate. NASA's UFO task force will meet for the very first time in a public online discussion that you can join for free. This independent study group will gather the greatest minds will gather data in undefined anonymous phenomenon known as the UAP. NASA's moon rocket will now cost $6 billion with a B, right? To use kind of like your vernacular, Jim. $6 billion with a B, more than planned. Independent report of NASA contracts that the SLS rocket is significantly over cost and significant delays that will hinder the agency's plan to return astronauts to the lunar surface. NASA's SLS spending spree has jeopardized its return to the moon, new report states. Wildly over budget and wildly delayed space program is undoubtedly the cost that you would not be able to predict. Yeah, anyone could predict that. You wouldn't be able to predict that the moon mission was going to flop, was going to belly flop. Everyone. Record-breaking Tonga undersea volcano disrupted satellites in space. New exoplanet discovered is more brutal than Mustafar, the home world of Darth Vader. Look, they can't even get their lore right. Wasn't Darth Vader was from Tatooine? Timber! Japanese wooden satellite is ready to launch into space. Apparently, space wood is now a thing. Japanese researchers are preparing to launch the world's first satellite made entirely out of wood. Elon Musk, I have created AI. Here's one from Futurism Space. Oops, scientists have gave you the wrong shape of the galaxy this entire time. Earth is now safe from devastating asteroid impacts, for the next 1,000 years. Because NASA has DART or something along those lines. Here's a good one. NASA will kindly give you a 30-minute warning before devastating solar winds will hit the Earth. This should be enough to avoid catastrophic damage. Scientists discover 62 new moons around Saturn, raising its total to 145, outstripping Jupiter. There used to be a shtick like every day. New moon found around Jupiter. So then I guess Saturn got a little jealous. What color is the sun? No one on Twitter seems to be able to get the answer right. Which is hilarious because Twitter's little handle is a blue bird. That should have given them some hints that the sun is actually blue colored. Scientists not happy with NASA's new plan to alter deep space mission. It took nearly 15 years for New Horizon mission to reach a point at where it is today, in some around 50 times further from the sun than Earth. Astronomers detect the largest cosmic explosion ever seen. NASA builds creepy robotic snake to slither its way about the alien worlds. A new robot has joined NASA's collections of odd machinery that traverses across planets in search of life. But unlike these other automatons, this machine's shape is not like a UAV, but a tiny snake. NASA's platform for Apollo 11 set to be demolished. NASA's launch platform number 3, which was what the first astronauts used to depart Earth then fly around the moon, will now itself be part of history. It will leave the planet. What are they going to shoot into space? Warp drive now possible with the help of the study of black holes. Researchers announced the creation of a new kind of simulated black hole that is made entirely out of sound waves. Former Rosmos head refuses to believe that NASA landed on the moon. Rosen Dmitry, former head of the Russian Space Corporation Rosmos, is no stranger to head-scratching remarks. This outspoken politician, who had told NASA that they'd use their brooms to get down from the ISS. Artemis 2 will beam lasers down to Earth. Aliens are now hiding in the 4 moons of Uranus. FAA sues SpaceX over failed launch in April. NASA engineers have extracted oxygen from lunar soil. How did they do it? You read the article, they didn't. They actually didn't do it. Massive balloon circling the globe isn't a Chinese spy balloon after all. It's a super balloon from NASA. Surprise!
Yeah, I think we might be out of stuff.
NASA has found that massive asteroids are shooting rocks into space. Last year, NASA made historical discovery using using the DART asteroid deflector mission and smashed a small spacecraft into an asteroid. Look at Virgin Orbit, the would-be White Knight, $200 million rescue plan that fell flat. Yikes! Starlink satellites are randomly falling out of orbit. Branson's Virgin Orbit files for bankruptcy after failed launches and other financial failures. Their particle physicists propose a second dark Big Bang created everything, not the first Big Bang. New thrilling studies suggest that Earth's life came from outer space. Research just announced a discovery that a nucleus-based something or another is one of the building blocks of our RNA came from an asteroid. Now, what does this mean?
So, Crit.
Yeah.
If you set up a terrarium, and have you seen terrariums? You can make a huge one or a small one.
Yeah, with like I know, like
And
the one guy.
You put everything together. Go ahead. One guy.
Yeah, the one that's really popular, where it's like a huge glass ball, and you've got like a whole ecosystem in there.
Yeah. And you can put the things in it, and you can introduce things in it, right? And also, you see the light as an input that is within systems, but outside of that system. So like you see, you can add the light into the terrarium, and it will have the effect of exciting the things inside. That's what light kind of does, right?
Yeah.
And the change of temperature happens with the day and night cycle, and that exchange, that flow from in and away from it. You see how entropy is kind of like away from everything, away from the heat. It's like dissipating from it. Or dissipating, that probably wasn't the right term. With the heat from the hot coffee, if you let it sit, right?
Yep.
So similar to the terrarium, when they saying, "Oh, things came from the sky or from outside of the system," that is not an impossibility. But in the way they say it, from the curving, spinning, water ball through the impossible vacuum of space that they depict in cartoons. So when it's coming from that place, no, that's an impossible, a ball-tard, a globe-tard story, lie. But that doesn't mean there's not an antecedent to the events in place and the construct in place. There's antecedents to that. There's a cause and effect relationship, right, to things. What that is, they have hijacked it and perverted it and sold it to everyone. I mean, some bought it, not everybody bought it, right?
Yeah, most people are like, nope.
But the problem is, yeah. No, there's no problem. All good, bro. I'm on mute because I'm gonna go get something done. I see my brother here, actually. So, bro. Yo. Probably busy. Can't open the mic. Let me see, Jim. Yo, open your mic later. I'm on mute for now.
Look what y'all did. You forced Dead Air Dave to come in here and robot. I'd just like to point out that the heliocentric model of our cosmology, specifically the globe, has not been verified in reality. We need curvature, motion, and existence in the vacuum of space. Anybody here in my robot?
You're doing it, Dave.
I got it, Dave.
Sounded clear to me. A little, just one skipped from the beginning, but everything sounded clear. All good, Dave.
Thank you for confirmation, Jimsy. Back to you, or whoever.
I'll take it real quick since we got some dead air. I'm about to post a link to Flattoberfest 2023. It's a conference happening October 21st and 22nd in Las Vegas, baby. Hope to see you all there. I got my ticket already. And Karen B is hosting it. Mark Sargent will be there. David Weiss will be there. I'm almost certain that Austin Whitsitt will be there. And a bunch of cool flat earthers. And now that the international restrictions have been lifted, there's going to be some people from the UK coming over too. So pretty exciting. And here's the link. Check it out.
Vegas, baby, Vegas. Sounds like fun. I'm going to try to go, maybe.
And as usual, at these conferences, I go with all my activism materials, including banners and stuff. I'll see what I can take on the plane this time. But always what I do with a bunch of people is the day after these conferences, I go out in the street and just do activism and see what happens and get a crowd and, spread the truth. And it's always a good time. So I invite anyone who's going to join me. And Joshua Swift from Authentic Intent is going also. So he'll be joining me with that on the streets. So it's going to be pretty exciting being in Vegas doing activism. So check it out.
Well, my mic's working. Thanks for that announcement. Is my mic still working?
It is working.
I'd like to invite anyone listening to the sound of my voice, whether on YouTube, chat, wherever you're at, I'd like to discuss the shape of the Earth and deal with that on the really is level. What really is the Earth? Are you curious about that? Come in here and talk about it. These guys will talk to you about it.
Yeah, the earth that is under your feet, right? You overstand the earth and you are in the medium. So you understand it because you take it in. Even the sunlight, the input into the medium, that when you look up and you see it above your head, is coming into the medium. So you understand that. You overstand the earth and understand because you stand under what's above you. And you comprehend this to be truth because it's axiomatic, it's fundamental. You need the ground to be standing on it. If there was no ground, you wouldn't be standing on it. And you are in the medium. You need that medium to be there for you to be in it. So you understand that. And then you understand what's above you. The antecedent to what's below. And what's below you?
Russ?
The ground. Hi. Yeah, take advantage to speak now, guys, because later on when QE is in here, you won't be able to talk much about the ball card. Someone said hi to Ross, but he didn't reply. Who was it?
I hear you now. I was connecting to Bluetooth, guys. Good afternoon. Well, I pop in and out every time I get in my car. I can't get enough of this. I can't believe I only found out about it yesterday. Is Mayhem here?
He was here earlier, but not right now.
Yeah, they were having a conversation before I had to cut out, and I wanted to know if the guy ever came around. I think maybe it was Elijah and Mayhem about they were talking about poverty and I guess the thought process behind it.
The thought process behind poverty is it has been given to us through the same system that we were given to. Someone is hot micing. Oh, Morvis, you're hot micing. Morvis, mute your ass.
Yeah.
I'll mute you, bro.
It wasn't me, was it?
No, it was Morvis. So I've heard Elijah speaking about this. So the slave, the poverty. Obviously, we have a scarcity system in place that has been promoted, right? Like you live in a limited place in this globe that has a certain limitation, and someday we're gonna use all of the resources, and that scarcity system has been sold to us for many years. But the thing is that when you look into reality, the wealth is already here. The wealth has been passed down by generation and generation. We didn't create the wealth. Our parents didn't create the wealth, right? We sustain it and maintain it and administrate it, but it's been here. So now, through the education system, we're being told that you leader slave, you have to, basically go out there and waste all of your energy to give value to that currency, and then you're going to trade to accumulate the wealth. And if you accumulate enough, then you're successful and you're wealthy.
Yeah, completely materialistic worldview. We're in, like you said, system of slavery.
And now a lot of people are saying, hey, and now a lot of people are saying, hey, now this wealth is like a digital version of it, right? There is intellectual property, and if you can reach a lot of people, like in the social media, so a lot of the wealth that people are talking about right now is how famous can you be? How many followers you have, right? How many followers you have, and how many likes you got? That's a lot of wealth these days.
I have 38 followers. Honestly.
But that's an obfuscation. My bad. That is an obfuscation from the real wealth that is right in front of you, which is you. I mean, from your perspective, there is wealth in you. There is you provide energy into the system. That way, we can provide value and currency. So you start from there. Then you get a business partner, or like a wife, or you came from a family that is wealthy already, from a mother and a father, that's wealth already. You have brothers and sisters, that's wealth already. You're standing on the ground all around you that can provide resources, that's wealth. You can take care of you have the light, that's wealth, right? So there's a lot of wealth already. And then you can create more wealth, more family, your children, and keep that wealth, which is important. And then from there, probably accumulate the other things that we consider wealth and be productive in society. And I think that's why the opposite look like it's true. And this is just some crazy talk that James is talking about. Maybe he made it up in his mind, right? And wealth really is just being a billionaire and, having all that money in the bank. That's probably the real wealth that we've been sold in TV, right? You get a list in the internet. Who's the wealthy guy? Oh, he's the wealthy guy, right?
Well,
he's the wealthy guy.
The reason why having clout is so wealthy is because it used to be that the advertisers and companies would go on TV and they would advertise their products, but that doesn't exist anymore. So they have to do it through online, like YouTube and other streaming sites and other places. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like this whole method of advertising. It's like covert. You ever see the South Park episode where you can't even differentiate a person from an actual advertisement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see how people now within their own circles are creating wealth because they create their own businesses, they're providing services. The wealth is created by groups, individuals and groups, and that's pretty obvious. Now people have noticed that because that's how it's being done. But for your question, the poor mentality, we grew up in certain poverty with a poverty mentality, but now, as an adult, we know that the wealth has been here, and there is poverty, obviously, because children need their parents to, kind of take care of them. And if the parent has a poor mentality, then the child is kind of poor in a sense. But even in the poorest countries, you're gonna see children smiling, so that's wealth. Yeah, they have their families, and I mean, it's a tricky conversation, but. Yeah, we've been indoctrinated into believing what poverty and wealth means, and we haven't been given the tools to be able to have at least a mindset reference to be able to operate more efficiently on what wealth actually means and how to, let's say, accumulate it and maintain it for future generations. Because what we're doing is we're giving our children to the trainees of the big companies, to the trainers, right? So they can go make wealth for other people. That's what we've been doing. We've been trained to do that instead of maintaining the wealth.
By being autonomous. Right? They want to take away our autonomy.
Yeah, you take your autonomy and also the ability for you to operate in society, in commerce, because you want to exchange wealth with your neighbor. There's no wealth if you're just gonna keep it in your basement, locked down. I mean, you have to. The wealth's gonna change hands, and the resources are being utilized for a function, to do something. So the wealth has to be shared. I mean, in a sense, productivity creates wealth because there's more abundance. Instead of the scarcity, you have abundance of things. And the only way you can have that is by people being able to engage and share the wealth. One guy has all of the wealth. I mean, that's not wealth, but look back at your family, and behind that, the wealth it's been here, like I'm saying. I know I've said it already a few times, but yeah. You got my point.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that if I can.
Jesse, do you want to hear about one tradition? It's about pigs and meat, but I don't know if it's now. It was when I was a child. That means the people were killing the pigs at home. There was feeding them, and they even people from. Even in town, if you had the land, if you had the space, you could feed Now you cannot do that because of rules and stuff. But in a time that you could do that, and people were doing that, and the neighbors was coming to help, or some cousins or something. And always the people who were killing that pig, they were preparing that for the winter, to have meat for the winter. And from the pig you can use all the stuff, of course. Not only meat, and they were when they do that, you come in the morning, you kill the pig, and then you're cutting the meat, you're doing everything, preparing the lunch for the people, and you are giving that people a little bit of meat and stuff from that pig that they bring home. That was the tradition.
People found those little pieces valuable because they tasted good. It's food. People wanted to eat it, right? And that value is worth something. It's wealth that is being shared.
Yeah, but it was shared because people were come there to help. How to say, other people to prepare that pig for the winter, And they was like giving the part of that pig for that people, like a thanks. Okay, thank you because you came, to help me.
Well, do you guys prefer equity over merit?
I mean, it depends on that. I mean, that's a very kind of it's questionable, because it's like what is the full context of the, of the thing. Because if someone was like that I mean, just to be not pedantic, I hope, but hyper specific is better. If someone's got a gold medal, they're a gold medal athlete, even if it's the Special Olympics. Like somebody who did something well with adaptive technology, their gold medal counts just as well as somebody who's a world class, like pole vaulter or something like that.
I mean, the way I see it, when you have a society driven by equity, you really have no progress. Like, there's really because there's no desire to.
You're
opportunity or outcome.
Yeah, you're competing against yourself. That's the best. You're becoming the best version of you. It doesn't matter if somebody else is able to do more with less.
Yeah, but there's no reward for improving yourself. Like, there's no reward for it.
That is a reward. You become a better version. Yeah, there we go.
No, you don't understand. Like, you don't get anything for becoming a better version of yourself. You're just a better version of yourself.
Yeah, but you operate under the equity, and what is it? Equity and what value? You want to hold equity on something, and you're saying what? That's a bad thing? Having equity on something?
Yeah, I don't think equity is good.
Merit only, right?
Yeah, I think merit is the best system. Because it not only does it further encourages people to do better, it also rewards them for doing that.
Okay, that should be good. And in the commercial world, you should be able to have both in a sense, because things don't work on one. I mean, in the commercial way of doing things, right? The world is big, and some people are going to operate certain ways, and there is creditors, and then there's public side, and it's not just one thing that is going to make the machine work, right?
Well, if you have if you own a company and you have employees, and you have one employee that works he works overtime, he works really hard, and then you have another employee that doesn't, but you run on a system of equity, and so you're forced to kind of pay both of them the same.
Yeah, and then they're friends.
But think about it.
I know the scenario. I mean, then they're friends. The two of those guys are friends. You fire his friend. Now, what does your good worker do to you? Says, fuck this boss. This boss is an asshole. He's an idiot. Who wants to work for someone like that? No one. No one wants to work for that. Because that boss is now all kinds of jacked up. And he should get cut then.
Well, nobody's talking about
real equity. Real equity will be like, okay, let's say 5 individuals get together to open a company, and obviously you're gonna have to hire employees. Everybody has a certain role, certain tasks to do, and as long as every position is filled, those positions are gonna reflect on the productivity of the enterprise that everybody's working together, and there's gonna be a compensation based on the profits of the company. And you have actual companies that work like that. Even the so-called employees are part of the equity of the whole company, in a sense. And you can have something like that, but now you have employees that are the thing about that is that there's so many layers for that, what actually means working for someone else and for a company like that. Because I'm sorry, yeah, the compensation of the work, the reward for working, it's out of whack. It's out of place. You can compare the farmer, and you can compare the doctor or the guy on the office just pushing buttons on the computer. There should be a market for all of that, and it should be compensated. But then you have an overbalance of the wealth accumulation on one side, and then the other people working to keep that side rich, and that side keeping all of most of the wealth, right? In that sense, because our time is wealth. So if we're putting our efforts all of the time to just keep other people to keeping what we call wealth, which is money and currency, if they have most of it, then it's out of whack. It is definitely can be do better. It could be more of a level field that is more effective instead of what we have right now. Oh, rich people good, poor people bad. That's the mentality. It's not as black and white, right? Well, go ahead, my bad, Crete.
But why is equality? We will never reach that point. But that word, it's like I don't want to be equal in which sense?
No, you don't need equal. No, because you don't need. That's just another term, like feminism, right?
Yeah, but James, when people are saying like now, also, if I open the company, let's open the petrol company. Let's take a land and let's take a machines, and we will be rewarded for that. Is that true?
Takes more than that.
Yeah, but do you understand me? There is a land, and in the ground is petrol. Now, now, what is giving me right that I will be rewarded for that? Because I realize how to take out that from the ground. That's my right now. To only me can use that, or what would be right in that context?
If it's needed for something, the community needs it. Why would you have only a claim for it? Only you, right? Yeah.
Yep. In a sense, for me, would be that is something like a socialism or communism. If you find out that you and you can take it out, that energy from the ground that it could be useful for the society, and you brought that to the society. Okay, great. Society will.
But if you want to be the administrator of that, let's say you have that land, and that land has a bunch of oil that is coming out of the ground, and you're the administrator, you should be able to be capable of administrating that wealth and that resource and utilize it in a manner that is obviously good for the surrounding of your communities and beyond that, right? It shouldn't be like hogging the thing and saying it's mine, and you guys say, as I say, if you need it, you come to me. I mean, yeah, sure, but you should be able to administrate it in a sense that it makes sense for everybody, not just for you.
Yeah, you know, if like homeless people come by, right, and they want to come live in your house, you know, you should let them live in there, right?
That's just dumb.
I'm just saying.
You're being absurd at this point.
I know I'm going a little extreme, but
I'm telling even yes, even, but we will not do that. But yes, answer is yes. If homeless should to come in your house and say, "Can I stay here?" You would be great if you say immediately, "Let's come and I will give you food and you can sleep here for 7 days." And that would be great.
Yeah, but then you have the artificial version of that, which is the glow version that was being given by the politicians. That now you see all the situations of the war on drugs and all that shit that happened in South America, the overthrowing of governments, the weaponization of the dollar. The whole issue that is happening in many of these nations in South America is an adverse reaction of intelligence operations in nations outside of America. Okay. So as an adverse reaction, now you have environments down there that are super toxic to people to be productive and all that stuff. And it's not just that. These nations are doing okay. They could be doing better. But since you have administrators that are the ones holding the keys and making the decisions, you have this environment that some people have to leave that area and trying to reach north, which they see better conditions of living. And now you have the border problem that is an adverse reaction. And people are saying, you know what the solution is? Just build a wall, bro. You go to the other server in the men. Yeah, the men in the other. Your robot engine. I know I want to hear you saying whatever you want to say, but you're. It's like you're in a different room than the microphone. So whenever you got that figured out, please, everybody, allow Jean to reply. Go ahead, guys. So the border adverse reaction, they're saying, hey, you know what the solution is? It's the Globe-Tar solution. Oh, build a wall. That's the Globe-Tar solution. Oh, don't build a wall. That's the flat, let's say flat Earth, right? Or two sides. You have two sides. The one label and the other label. The liberals and the whatever. The conservatives.
The globalists are the ones that want to just let everyone in.
Jamesy, I'm coming from socialistic world. You know, I'm telling you because of experience. I'm telling you because of it's the same. It's the same world. You know, it's the same It's same liberal world. Only people had in mind. Oh, these people in social. I don't know how it was in Russia or whatever. I know how it was in my country. It was not like that. I had even maybe more freedom than you. I don't know. It depends where you live. You know.
Yeah.
That's not the what I wanted to say. Because that is like a conscience. That is something good. What should to be? It's not only equality. Because in capitalism you can say, "Oh, good, I will open my company. I will take this." But in that you are taking the part of the
equality. I'm not defending equality. The other guy brought equality. Look, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're missing my point. The guy brought up, what is better, equality or this other thing, bro? It's not about that. It's not about terms or systems or socialism or capitalism. It's not about terms. This is not how we operate under just two words. Oh yeah, well, let me wake up today to fulfill equality or to fulfill capitalism. I mean, we don't. That's not how you operate.
I said equity and merit. That's all I said.
Yeah, okay. Well, Kel, I have a question to ask you. Where did you hear that? Why did that even come into your mind as a question?
Oh, I was just thinking about it, you know, because we're kind of. What do you mean? Where did I hear it? I just know it.
Because you had to heard it somewhere.
Did you see any society where was something equality and it was not awarded? Some example.
I guess we could. I guess we could point to Venezuela. I guess. The most recent.
Yes, that's what I was going to talk about. Venezuela and Hugo Chavez. Now, there was a man who was trying to work for his country. He was also trying to unify South America under the oil so that it would work for the people. And Hugo Chavez honored his people by putting his desk out on the streets, cars and traffic's going by, and he's working for the people. The people loved Hugo Chavez.
Bingo.
Hang on a second. Unfortunately, he came to one of these summits in the US, got poisoned, ends up dying of cancer 2 years later or less. Okay? But that man, Hugo Chavez, he unified South America almost, and he was going to charge America top dollar for the oil. They were rivaling OPEC. They were moving forward nicely, and it was really going well. Unfortunately,
Isn't the same thing? Isn't the same thing in Africa? Gaddafi did the same thing.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So I do like Hugo Chavez. He's a good man from Venezuela, definitely. And South America has had no end of interruptions to their political system by the United States. You know, the black ops and taking out their president and putting in puppets in place that sympathize with America and so on. So it's been a really hard time for the South Americans, and they've had their fair share of bad leaders, but maybe one day it's all going to come out.
Hey, Gene, what could go wrong if Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, El Salvador, all these nations that are connected in this region, you see Chile, what could go wrong if they can just do business between each other without the permissions of some groups that are not even next to them?
Nothing could go wrong. It would benefit those countries. They would rise economically, socially. Everything would be a better life. True freedom. That's what it would be. I was going to say something. I've forgotten now.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I've forgotten now. Never mind.
Oh,
James, that is like an example in Europe. If you want to be in Europe, you need to be part of the Europe. But if country itself can make a wealth and everything do for country itself and to do good economy and to make a relationship with other countries, it doesn't need to be in another group. It could be on their own. Like maybe Britain wants to do now or whatever, blah blah blah. but I don't want to take example Britain because Britain was the hegemony and yeah, taking everything in history from others. Yeah,
that's my point.
I was going to say, sorry, that's I was going to say that there are alternative energy sources rather than crude oil, and the way we have to get that out of the ground. And I'm talking about the plant-based fuels. Hemp.
Industrial hemp will grow all over their lands everywhere. You can harvest it over 3 times a year, sometimes 4 in some regions, 4 times a year, because the plant is an adult every 3 months, right? So 3, 6, 9, 12, 4 harvested in 1 year. You will have enough resources to produce over 30,000 different products, including feed for animals, plastics, hempcrete,
furniture,
oils,
cars, you name it, you can do it with hemp virtually. Plastic.
So the scarcity system will be gone over a year. In a year, scarcity system is gone.
Yeah.
You can
20 years of using hemp and removing crude oil and chemical plastics, the air quality would improve quickly. 20 years time, it's clean earth, to be honest. But these people are not talking about that, are they? They're talking about using nuclear energy, the worst and most expensive way to boil a cup of tea. That's what Robert F. Kennedy said the other day. The most expensive way to boil a kettle, to make a cup of tea. Nuclear.
My husband actually he has worked in nuclear power plants, and he says that they are quite efficient. And
for me,
they're not. That's all the bump and the spill that they have to say. It is not efficient at all. It is the most expensive way to get energy. The worst kind and the most expensive way.
Power plants?
It's not only plastic. Think about this. All the detergents, what you're using for washing dishes and your clothes. All that stuff is going down and going into the air directly. And that thing is not fucking healthy, for sure.
Exactly that. Unless you're looking for the biodegradable soaps, which is what I look for all the time.
No, I'm saying, Gene, why we are not stopped to produce that totally. You cannot produce some chemical stuff for washing. You only can produce bio.
No, not only on my own. Not on my own. I cannot. No, you're right. It's uphill struggle, and I'm struggling. I'm trying my best.
Like a closed. No. I'm saying about globally. Close all the production. Close the. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
this is not good.
We don't live on a globe. Yeah, across the earth, flat Earth.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is
anyway, I know what you mean.
This is that's what is left in programming in my brain.
Don't worry, I do it sometimes, occasionally.
Because when I speak English, I'm not thinking what I'm saying. Yeah, in that context.
No, I'll tell you, you're emotionally invested. I understand fully, man. So I always put up my fellow flat Earth colleagues. So no, we don't live on the globe. Yeah, remember that. Yeah, okay. Don't slip up again.
They're saying like also now you get me. Every day I'm listening because my daughter likes to listen to the classic music on the local radio, and they're saying the best classical music on the globe.
Yeah, or on the planet. The other one is on the planet. They keep saying as well. How annoying,
So real quick, guys. Real quick, we had he had a question. I think Russ. Do you think your question? Maybe you want to add anything to it? To your question, Russ?
My question from earlier about the conversation with Mayhem.
Yeah, remember you mentioned poverty, and we extended on it.
I was tuned in and out for the conversation. I just wanted to know how it summed up, basically. But I've been listening, following. I'm satisfied.
Well, in Gintopia, if you remove money, everybody's rich. Because it's what Jemsy was saying, that, the resources belong to everybody on Earth, no matter the region. We're supposed to share this stuff. That's what God put us down here to see if we could get along and share those resources. At the moment, we're far removed from that. We, the 99%, being controlled by the 1%. Absurd situation there, but that's what we're under. But, if you remove money and the economy totally, everybody's rich. Every human being. There is no poor. Do you see what I mean? But there you go.
Like MD, I think, said earlier, look at the civilizations in the quote-unquote third world countries. That people smiling, happy, living in harmony, living life like it's supposed to be lived. They don't care about material. We're in a materialist world.
That's right. That's what I did notice when I travelled the world myself. Yeah, the people are just getting on with it. You see, and they look at us and they laugh at our lifestyle, all the hassles and hoops we've got to jump through just to be a citizen in the country. Got to go to the city hall, go and do this, go and do that, paperwork. What a lot of shit. I haven't been a shit in all in years anyway.
You still can have means of exchange because the currency that they say they have hijacked the currency and say, hey, you have to use this currency, but you have to put your energy to give this currency any value, right? Because we have to put our efforts, our energy, the real East level energy, and the real efforts to pour it towards something. And they're saying, hey, you have to put it to get this paper money. Right.
That's right.
So we remove that because now when you remove that, you have an open means of exchange allowed by everybody, and you can exchange your currency, your efforts, your productivity with other people the way you agree with them, to do it. And the thing is, it's not that it's not that you can agree with them at the moment, and there could be a system already that is open, like open source system for everybody, instead of having this private system that you don't know how the banking system works, right? And you probably don't need to. You don't need to know how the card works completely, but at least you know it's open source and others can use it, and we can actually figure it out and have honesty and trust in it to be able to do an exchange without being worried that someone is scamming me or someone is freaking taking from the exchange that I made with the other guy.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about like leaving the infrastructure, but improving on it, right? And so if you want to be a doctor, you're going to be a doctor, homeopathic doctor, of course. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
That is a distraction.
Yeah, someone's trying to say something.
I was gonna ask Jamsey if he was talking about kind of like a traditional border.
Yeah, I did think that's a distraction.
Right, either somebody's
what are those private people?
Two people there.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, yeah, if you want to say something, that's fine. If you've got something to say, go ahead, man. I yield so you can speak, but someone else was hot micing, that's the problem.
Elijah, you a lot of noise is feeding instead of your voice. It's a lot of noise that is feeding.
Yeah, background noise. We're getting a lot of background noise, which is really awful. I hate that background noise when you're trying to speak. It's just forget it, switch off, put it out. Go in the cupboard somewhere.
Well,
listen to that. Can't we mute that? Can't we just mute that, mods, till it's sorted? That's it. So, as someone else was just saying about Jamsey. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just asking. Is he basically describing kind of a traditional barter system where, for example, I provide you with lumber to build houses or help you build houses. I give you this skill in exchange for, milk from your cows or something, and you're agreeing on these things.
Not necessarily. We can agree to that, and there should be nobody having a dispute for that because that's between you and I. But let's say I don't want your milk, or let's say I give you the lumber and you only have milk, and I say, hey, I rather have this resource like, I don't know, gold, silver, or let's say we can have a digital version of that. We can do an exchange between the digital world because I want to go to Japan and not have to carry the gold there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I want to go from America to Japan and no need to worry about the service that I provided to you last week. Now I can go to Japan and do something with the money and use it there.
So I'm going further than that. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going further than that. I'm saying there is no money. So there's no money at all. The gold and silver, that's rubbish. We don't even need that. What you do is you work for the company that you work for 3 days of the week, and then you go home and enjoy your life. Okay? You're entitled to go and get your car for free, your house, solar panel, everything's done for free. No one's paying any money. We do this on the strength that we're working for true freedom here. Freedom to live on Earth. That means if we have a resource that another region way over 6,000 miles away doesn't have, we can swap resources, because surely they're...
I get you, Jin, I get you, but you need a cause and effect relationship. You need a functionality of things. You need how things actually work, and you need, if there has to be a means of exchange of value on that moment, you need that exchange.
Something. Hang on, Jamesy. When you put a value on something, you devalue it immediately. It now becomes a problem.
Check this out. Okay, go ahead.
So there's no value on it.
Go ahead, Elijah.
I don't see how that's true. I don't see how you could justify placing a value on something, and then but the point made earlier, this money, it's not. No, yeah, money is a thing. Because money represents
at the moment, yes.
Well, all the time, because money always has and always will represent the energy being output into the system by us. So the idea that somebody can come do something privately, okay, that's the distraction. Oh, what are those people doing in their house? Yeah, that's the distraction. The truth is, like you said, because there's this idea is that people are hoarding the wealth. Well, I'm of the understanding that there's too much abundance to you can't hoard something that's so infinite that others can't have it. The only way that's possible is if others believe that that's the case, which means that the poverty mindset is something that people believed in and bought into, because the wealth is there for them to have. So people are poor because other people are taking from them. People are poor because they believe that, wealth is not infinite and all around us.
Well, people are poor because the wealth has been unfairly distributed amongst the people.
No, you're not saying. I'm disagreeing with that. I heard what you said, and my rebuttal is directly against.
Well, let me explain it. We're under tyranny, dictatorship, slavery. So there is a class system. The powers that shouldn't be 1% are controlling everything else. Then there's education. Then hang on. Then there's an education class. So that exists. Okay. That exists. That's
you're not telling me nothing I'm not talking about.
Okay. Probably then I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying remove all that money, all that system of economy.
No, I'm not.
Let me explain it properly so you get.
Elijah's not done yet. Yeah, Jin, Elijah is not done yet, bro. Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
I've been listening for a long time. There's nothing that you said over the course of however many years that I do not understand. I don't need you to explain it because I disagree with it. You're just going to have to receive the disagreement and try to rebut it or agree.
Well, I'm going to be rebutting it, don't you worry, but carry on at the moment. Carry on with your disagreement. I'm just thinking you misunderstood me, but since I've got your position loud and clear, for the umpteenth time, carry on.
Yeah, so the whole point is, how can someone hoard something from you that is infinite? Because you're saying the wealth is being distributed unfairly. I don't think that's possible.
What wealth am I referring to, by the way? Because I don't think you've got my point at all.
Didn't you just lay it out? You just said the school system that is a slavery system from colonial times. Before that, so what am I not understand? Why are you fighting me because you think I don't understand? No, this is what a rebuttal to your point sounds like, and maybe you don't like it. My rebuttal to you directly, regardless of all of that, is how can you hoard something that is infinite, so much so that other people can't have it?
That's where we're having a problem. I didn't mention hoarding or anyone hoarding anything. That's not my position at all.
But you just said they're hoarding the wealth. Like
I didn't say that. I didn't say they were
on the live stream.
No, I didn't say that at all. No, I didn't say they are hoarding wealth.
Maybe it was Gemsy? I don't know.
No,
it wasn't.
Yeah, that was Gemsy, not Jin. Wasn't me.
So you're saying that the word hoard did not come out of your mouth? You sure about that?
Isn't this on YouTube to watch?
It is. It is on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. But the bottom line is not to argue about the words you may or may not have said that's on the live stream. The bottom line is wealth being unevenly distributed is just fine to me, because not everyone receives wealth in equal amounts. Why? Because they don't have the same mindset. So people settle wherever they're supposed to settle at based on their mindset.
Can I ask a question? So have we as a population been systematically disillusioned to believe that there's a finite? I guess I know the answer to that amount of resources, and they're not hoarding, but you think maybe hiding?
Well, that's the thing. You would have to believe that you can't have wealth,
right,
in order for you to be impoverished. Because there's no reason that you there's no material reason that you can't be as wealthy as whomever you choose to say, look, that person is wealthy and I'm not. There's no reason that you guys don't have equal wealth, but the material reason that you don't have equal wealth is because they do something different with their energy. That's it. They sign on the dotted line on the right, you sign on the dotted line on the left. Why? Well, because everything you know and believe sets you up that way. It's not a necessity. It's just people are ignorant. So it's not that they're taking so much stuff and there's none left. Well, yeah, that's what happens eventually when you have a bunch of people who are under this belief that they have to be impoverished in a system that they don't have to be if they just sign to the right instead of to the left. That option is here for all of us, but we come up with justifications and reasons like for instance, when we say flat earth, other people's minds, they hear a million different things other than what we've said. Well, why on earth would we not think that the same thing goes for education and finance? In finance, when I say finance, as a matter of fact, I ask people all the time, hey, finance is the highest paid profession. Would you like to know how to be a part of that? And they go, oh, I'm not good with that. Oh, I'm not good with, oh, I'm not interested. No wonder they're poor.
Yeah. It has happened with definitions, with the cosmology, has happened with education, with health, with technology. Same thing with finance.
And the only reason why I brought up Venezuela earlier was because Venezuela in the 1970s was, I think it was one of the richest South American countries. And then if you look at it today, like almost over 90% of the population is in poverty, which is insane.
And that didn't happen because, Americans came along and took everything out of their land and now they have nothing left. No, it took decades and decades of a mindset that caused this. Choices that people have made collectively over there, whatever those may be. We get tricked and distracted into thinking, well, our country stole shit and now look, they're poor. Really? Is that how it happened? Is that how slavery happened? People just, 15 people came, told everybody, hey, there's a party on the boat. Then they got on the boat. Hey, put these on. Put the chains on. Gotcha. We're going back to it. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. No, it's not how it works. People have to have a certain mindset to get duped. But what do people come here all the time thinking? What makes you guys think that me and the rest of the world that believes in the globe is duped? We know that they are. So it's actually a funny question when it's asked to us. It's like, well, you are. I don't know how you got duped. I don't know what. I mean, I can give you an idea based on my experience why I didn't see it, why I didn't see the truth. But ultimately, people go, nah, it has to be something deeper than that. It can't be that simple. Yeah, truth is simple. Lies are complicated.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm back again now. My Wi-Fi dropped out.
I'm just gonna say
back
one
now.
last thing. So
you understand the position I was trying to bring forward was that your labour is your currency, and you work 3 days a week at the job you choose to do. So we've kept the infrastructure, okay, but we run it for free. So your labour, nothing's being priced. You know, it doesn't matter how long it takes to get the materials. No cost, no money. Just get it done. Do it because that's what we've got to do.
but what if Joe that works with you? What if he doesn't work as hard as you? Does he still deserve the same?
Joe doesn't work as hard as me.
If wealth had to do with how hard you work, then the people who work the hardest, the laborers, would be wealthy. So
right.
See how I just debunked that just now.
No, you haven't debunked anything.
No,
you haven't debunked anything because, like I said,
I'm not talking to you, Jen. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Jen. I'm not talking to you, Jen.
Sorry,
you didn't even say shit for you to be upset and telling me that I'm. Yeah, you should be. So based on what the guy just said, when he asked, shouldn't people who work harder be more wealthy?
Yeah.
The opposite of that is true.
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I didn't say wealthy. I just meant that.
What did you? Okay, shouldn't the person that works harder have more? What do you think? What do you think wealth is?
He's just talking about. No, that's not what he meant. He meant that I'm working with a guy who's working not as hard as I'm working. What would I do about that? That was the question.
Yeah.
So let me answer it. Let me answer that question. What I would do to John is, are you okay, John? What's up? You seem to be low on output today. What's up? That's all. Because remember, it's not about amassing a wealth. Because
honesty.
Yes, hang on a second. Let me just speak. Fucking hell. What I'm trying to say is that it's relying on your own, like the man said, integrity, honesty. Yes. And the thing is, it's not about wealth, because whatever you need is going to come to you. It's free, isn't it? Because you're working already. Okay?
That's what wealth
is. So there's no motivation there to acquire wealth because it's not necessary.
No, wealth is what you have, and money comes after. So you're born with wealth. What you're saying is, but it's contradictory to what you said. You say it's correct, but the words that you're using is in contradiction with that.
Well, what I'm saying is that the wealth that I'm talking about, that we were born with, is the flat earth and all its minerals and everything else. Then the knowledge you have in your head that God endowed you with, that's another wealth in itself. So it's depending on what job you want to do, the system that I'm placing down on, and it's really God's system of sharing everything. It's not really Jin's system. It's what I've envisaged, what God wants for us. At the moment, we're devaluing it by trying to amass a wealth, and there's a lot of people being left behind there. Now, you remove all the money, the playing field becomes level. So the person can go and get a job. Well, I'm trying to get there.
Well, I say the first thing that you say every day. But the second part of what you said is people are getting left behind. Well, people are buying into an impoverished mentality. They're not getting left behind. They're getting distracted and staying behind. That's the fundamental difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying. It doesn't take 15 minutes to get to that point.
No. All I'm saying is that when you remove the money, everybody's rich. Everybody becomes rich, leveled. It becomes a level playing field. That's what I'm saying.
That's assuming that money is synonymous with wealth. But no,
there won't be any starving. There won't be any starving. Everybody's housed. Everybody in school. Every child will be educated in a capitalist system way, but
No, that's actually not true.
Living on.
Well, the problem is that if everyone has $10,000, then $10,000
It's
is
not
not worth
about
anything.
the money. If you like, I keep making the point, and you guys are not even addressing it. You're just going on with the premise of, yeah, well, if everyone had the same amount of coupons, it's not fucking about the coupons. If there was no coupons, right? Think about it. If there were no coupons, what's stopping a baby from going hungry? Other than a mother with ingenuity or a father who goes out there and gets the food. Like, somebody has to do something. Someone has to give something. You don't need a coupon for that. Somebody can go hungry if they don't. If a child can go hungry if the parent doesn't believe that they can go out there and get the food. Doesn't have to do with coupons or how many coupons everybody has. Because if there were no coupons, there would still be inequality because the difference in equity that people put into the system. Some people are going to stay in bed and be lazy, right? Some people are going to do other things, figure out problems, ways to help people. Some people aren't even concerned with that. So there would never be a world where everything is equal if you took coupons away.
That's why I
Because
say,
it's
like,
people. It's sin. It's people. The God, the Most High, has given us a place where there is an abundance of everything that we need, and majority of the people here on earth don't have faith in that. That's why the majority of us are impoverished. Because wealth is a mindset, not about how many coupons you have. The coupons are a result of the wealth you have. Why am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Who disagrees? Why do you disagree?
No argument here.
Every time someone says, well, I'm just saying, you're just not dealing with the point, is what the problem is.
do you think opportunity plays into that at all, or no?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, where you're born, the like situations around you.
Like inheritance.
No.
No, I was just wondering. Wasn't making
No.
a statement.
It rains on everybody, or it people have opportunity. I mean, why? I damn sure don't believe that there are people who have opportunity and then there are people who have less. I think we all have the same amount of opportunity and misfortune. It's what you do with it, man. And the people that are wealthy, they have a wealth mindset, and they just do shit different.
Exactly.
You can't know that you can't know that there's a flat earth truth and not know that there's a finance deception going on. Like,
yeah. Even the guy that was born in the let's say in the poor country or in the rich country, they can have wealthy mindset because they can see the wealth, they can see the ideas, they can see the problems, and they can see the solutions for a problem, and maybe provide that, and let's say use their wealth and their energy to make something better. But things can go south real quick. There could be violence. There could be an accident. Shit happens, right? Even to the poor guy, even to the rich guy in the rich city or whatever, right? Shit happens to everybody. But the mentality and the belief on the things that are true, or a belief on the things that are not true, like the lies. So you gotta have a periphery for all that. We all have it. It's just that some people have situational awareness. Others just want to believe. That's it. Believe in lies sometimes. But yeah, we definitely gotta the wealth is here, guys. We just is there for the taking. It's here in a sense. My bad, guys. Go ahead. I agree with
I
you.
will never understand how people. I don't understand how people will argue for 10 years straight. When I say 10 years, 20 years, because they've been in politics and they argue about the same problem. For 10, 20 years. Oh, the problem is that there's wealth inequality. That's not that's just what it is. It's just what it is. You focusing on that is a problem for you. I guarantee you, because it can't be helping you. It can't be. But there's a solution, and Eli says, "Hey, do this." Now, if everybody did this, guess what? Everything that you were moaning about wouldn't be true anymore. But it would take that individual implementing the things that I say. So guess what? No one has faith in that. So they just fall back on, oh man, how do I save humanity from themselves? How do I change a man's heart even though I'm not the creator? How do I do this? How do I do that? Well, the first thing you got to realize is everyone is chosen to be where they are. Just like Globers who choose to give fallacious reasoning. Now, when you point it out to them, what do? No, that's not true. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is, yeah, it's the same shit. And until you guys see it, and this is really not a conversation that can elevate everyone, because it's just not time.
Well, it can elevate, but it needs people to understand what's being meant by what's being said. Getting a clear understanding, because at the moment we're under tyranny.
I'll send you a video.
I am still talking. We are under tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery at the moment. This is where we are. Humanity, the 99%. At the moment, cowards.
That's because most of us believe that that's true. I'm not under the enslavement.
It is true.
I'm not. Listen.
Humanity is not under tyranny.
Now you're going to say it is true and keep going. I was going to respond.
Yeah, so... Okay,
you just told me to be quiet.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's what people believe. But because they believe it, that is the reality that they live. In lack, in scarcity. Now, I was just about to say, I'll send you a video, and you tell me where the guy's going wrong. Because he's not talking about, oh, there are people that have us under our thumb, and no, you can't get ahead, and you're enslaved, therefore there's nothing you can do about your situation. That's not true. Each and everybody who is enslaved under the system, you're not even enslaved by the system. You just said, and I agree with it, that this is God's system. So how on earth can people be enslaved under a system by God and live in life? Because they don't understand the system. So when I send you this video, so when you see this video, maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Maybe, right? You interested in learning something new? You're breaking up, or I'm breaking up.
When I say,
Hey, Jen, check your satellite connection. I'm just kidding. Check maybe your connection or something, because you're definitely roboting, and I want to hear you.
We've had 48 non-stop.
Roboting, bro. Roboting. Not good.
Wow.
Not good.
Yeah. Okay. What a.
Anyways, the guy that asked a question, who was his name? Eli and Elijah you guys were kind of replying to each other. Elijah and then Eli.
I was going to ask if it's more of like how you define it, as more manifestation or just fact.
Okay, mic check. Can you hear me now?
I'll answer you after, Jen.
Go ahead, Jen.
I was going to say that God, this system that God has made is I'm talking about the earth in its natural state with all the resources. But what we're living under is man-made, not God-made, but man-made here. The system of checks and balance, that's a devaluation of the earth as far as I'm concerned. There are people who are unfairly dismissed, no matter how I'm not happy with the system got now because
All right, Jin. You're gonna have to take a seat back, Jin, because you're roboting. And honestly, I wanted to hear what you had to say, but it's not working. So you're gonna have to take a seat back for now, Jin, because you're roboting badly.
Okay, I got it.
Well, you know, a lot of people look. When I took my first state test, okay, and I was against the government at this point, and then I understood, oh, my idea of government is wrong. First of all, if we believe this is the Most High's kingdom, and that everything here was given and granted to us, that includes the logic and reason, that includes the checks and balances, that includes all of this stuff. So my question became, what really is the problem? And I realized it's people's ignorance of the system. Because when people say, oh, the government has us under our thumb, you're not talking about the shit that's on paper. You're talking about how people on TV say this is what's going on and this is how you're going to live and this and that. And then people just going with it. Sort of like the last 2 years. Funny. Right. So the government is separate from the people in government that are talking heads telling you. They're not even really telling you anything. They're just kind of, you know, the news tells you the state of affairs. Oh, we're going to war with this country, or oh, this is lacking, or oh, this and that and the third. They're not really informing you of the system itself. It's like the school system who gives you a degree for becoming a doctor, but you have no idea on how to get clients or people to save unless they're given to you. So it's like, we understand that we don't like the people running the system, but we fucking have no idea what the system is. Otherwise, we'd realize, oh, I actually don't have, no one has me under their thumb. I could actually just step right on up from out of it. Like, that's the part. Like, there are people who are listening to me that really, truly disagree with that. But they don't know how to challenge it. Because if I'm wrong, challenge me then. That's all I'm saying. Same shit I say about flat earth. Oh, what? Word, citation, please. Okay. I'm here for it. I'm the same. I argue the same way for finance that I do for flat earth. No difference. I don't expect people to, when it comes to finance, all of a sudden. Okay, go ahead, Jim. If you try again.
Yeah, I'm going to try again. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my position is not coming from the TV. It's coming from experience of living for 61 years and seeing what's unfolded thus far, right up to the LGBT shit that's come up now. So we're under chaos. There are races of Earth that don't know about the flat Earth because of the education they've received. And they've got the technology to get there, but they're not quite getting there. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a lot going on that could be leveled out if we stop the value of money and that. People would come to speed very quick. Money is a devaluation of the human race and God's flat earth that was created without money. We can do it without money, is my point. Quite easily, and everybody would be rich. You'd be able to go to school, do the job you want to do. It's just you remove the money from it. You just go to school and get educated. You've got to think about it as not amassing of wealth and putting a value on something, but just getting on with what you want to do. And then you're a valuable citizen because you can help people stay alive. If you're a homeopathic doctor, you know, or if you're an electrician, or if you're an engineer, or if you're a whatever, you know, a farmer, you know, nurse, whatever the job is, you can do that and do it without being paid, without actually receiving money, because your house is going to come to you, no money at all. It will be built for you. and everything you need for that house. Your car, it's going to be free.
Sisters and mothers used to receive the babies without receiving any payment.
You get everything you need, and it's all free. It only becomes a problem when you put the value on put money on it, and then people have to pay for it, and then those who can't quite get there don't get there. But when it's removed the money, everybody gets. No one's left behind.
But I still say that you can have a means of exchange.
When we think about this utopia that you're talking about, this place, this world that none of us have ever experienced or lived in, it takes us away from the very real potential that we can do within the system that we are under.
Well,
because there is a system that we are under, and under the system that we actually do know, you don't have to be poor. Is the point that I'm making? We can't go to the utopia, but we can get people so many coupons that coupons aren't an object. They can have whatever house they want. They can have whatever babies delivered, and giving people, a little bit of the pile of coupons that they have would seem funny. Sort of like how the wealthy look at it. So there's something we could do on a practical level, and then there's a crusade where perhaps we can have a different world entirely. These are two different conversations, but when we have the one conversation, we lose sight of the other.
Well, I'm living in the other, I'm not losing sight of that at all. That's why I use the word revolution, because currently we're under dictatorship, slavery, and tyranny. At this very moment today, humanity is across the whole world. All the governments look up, and they have their Bilderberg meetings, and then you do the pandemic. Now they've got this Ukraine war. What's coming next after that? You understand? We're under tyranny. Be under no illusion on that point.
People choose because their master is them and not the Most High. So people chose to listen to them when they didn't have. Nobody was forced, bro.
Right.
Coerced.
This is where I'm saying they need to pull out of the system.
Yeah. Forced.
Yeah, you can pull out of the system. Right, you can pull out of the system, which is what I'm talking about, pulling out.
No, I'm not talking about pulling out of the system. The system is fine. I'm talking about rejecting people who lie about the system. Like, okay, and that's the thing. We don't know what the system is.
Hang on a second, please. Let me get this point out.
Isn't the Bilderberg.
The system is fine, yeah, but Iraq has been contaminated with depleted uranium, that the children being born are coming out deformed, and so are the American soldiers who fought in that war, their children that are being born. That's okay, is it? That's fine. The system is fine. Come on.
That's not a system. There had to be a whole bunch of people over there, and for some ungodly reason, a whole bunch of Americans also listen to what I'm saying, because I'm separating God's system from the people who work in it.
That's a crime under God. That's a crime, actually.
So exactly. So what I'm talking about is, no, it didn't just magically happen because somebody with a couple of bucks said, hey, do this. It didn't just take the money. It also took people accepting it. All of the people it takes to build whatever they built over there, to take whatever they took over there, they did that for a fucking paycheck when it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it was a brainwash situation.
People work for paychecks, but that's not necessary. And you're talking about, well, fuck a paycheck and all of that. Let's just make everything free. Well, what would stop the people who wanted to build that thing over there building it free of charge?
Easily, because at the end of the day, that will be the new world order, back to basics. So that's it. If they're following a system now of devaluation and killing to earn a paycheck, that can stop. Now you can earn a living rather than a killing, and you don't need any money. It's easy, you know.
Jen, I'm going to send you a video.
Yeah, you can send it. You can send it. Send it to me. I'll watch it.
and it'll be like watching the first Mark Sargent or Eric Dubay. It's gonna give you a different perspective. That's it. Now,
I don't know about that. I don't know how that's going to
well, that's what people who believe in the globe say. But as your brother,
I did believe in the globe at one point.
As your brother who has spoken to you for years, you're gonna just have to trust me on it. Don't go into it with a closed mind. I thought we were better.
Not at all. I'm waiting to be.
All right then. You should
further than I am already, because I am an uplifted man already. I mean,
right. So you should look forward to someone saying, "Hey, I got a video that may wow you the way you were wowed when you first got in the flat Earth."
Yeah.
I would be.
You're roboting, Elijah. Elijah, you're roboting. Gonna have to figure out your connection.
Yeah. I'm waiting to be wowed. Believe you me.
I mean,
we
can agree though that
told me that I wouldn't go. Let's see it. This amazing video you're talking about.
Yeah, just DM me that video. I'm going to watch it.
You mind posting in the chat?
we can agree though that some people do have biological advantages over other people, right? Like we can agree to that, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but I mean
not everyone is.
That's a different topic. That's a different topic. We can go into that topic. It's different.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's minuscule compared to people's physical person, and that's not the issue here. The problem is the governmental system is man-made, that is enslaving humanity, and the people within that slaving system are paying for their own enslavement. That is what we're living under. And anybody who doesn't see that, well, you've got to be walking blind, or you've got to be part of the cabal. Must be.
Yeah, that's half right. That's half right. In the sense that people are paying for their own slavery. They're signing up for their own slavery. That's what I'm saying. Well, guess what? That flies in. They're going to sign up for their own slavery, whether they're coupons or not. Like, that's the part that's being missed here.
Right.
I used to think the same exact way. I used to think the same exact way. The moment I got to the part in the Bible where God told Moses to appoint certain people for government, I stopped reading because I was like, there's the enslavement. I can't trust this book now. There's the enslavement. And I said, well, God, give me an answer. And then I took a state test. A test that informed me about how shit actually works. And I said, oh, okay, there's nothing wrong with government. People are just stupid.
Okay. Because they don't know how the system works. But they need
because they're told what to do in the system. And what they're told is to sign up for the slavery side. That's all.
Exactly.
But there's an abundance side as well that everybody actually can have, but they don't because they sign up for the slavery side in the same system because it's all one system, God's system. They're devils.
I still don't know if it's got to do with governance and this system. That's not God's system.
Well, here's the thing: you can't work as a team without the governance of something. So a team never has.
Okay, yeah. Hang on. Depending on the type of governing, because I look at governing in utopia. Yeah.
So we don't really disagree. I just have a little bit of information that I think you might like.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I'm looking at my kind of ensuring that their needs are met for real. That's it. I don't have the power to create wars and to start. No, I'm just governing to ensure that your needs are met. That's it. Nothing else. And as soon as I'm not doing that, I'm out of here. Obviously. where we're making sure that the people are being met, their needs are being met, one and all. And and if it was money, then I wouldn't receive a single penny till the year is done and I've reached those targets. Then I can get a way to ensure that they can see I'm working for them. I haven't got a salary here. I'm working for you. You can see what I'm doing. We're reaching these targets. At the end, can I have a salary now? Thank you very much. Being paid by the people, because the people are my boss. And well, that's what I call governing. That's my kind of governor, as it were. So I would be working on. I'll be working on a salary tonight, as I said, and then at the end, having a break. Yes, this salary. Thank you very much. And I kiss the check and I go off to the bank. If I'm in this system, that is. In utopia, there is money, so the motivation is free. It's easy. No doubt about it.
It's like two robots talking to each other.
So,
I think we need an interpreter.
Yeah.
Am I robotic too?
No.
This is a new tongue that's being spoken. We need an interpreter. Yeah, we definitely need an interpreter.
So I would argue
There we go.
that given the video that I'm about to send you, knowing this information would do someone much more good than trying to figure out how to overturn the system. Now, you don't have to believe or argue that yet. Just watch the video. Sent.
It's gone quiet.
I sent you the video.
Appreciate that. I will watch that later on. I'm looking to be wowed.
You mind posting it in the chat, please?
And this is just one, like I would say it's a two-part conversation. One being what he talks about, and another being interest rates. It's really that simple. So you'll begin to see, like, you know, like we have all these ideas about, you know, where the suffering comes from, why everybody's suffering, why everybody doesn't have this and that and the third. Then you see this video, at least from an American standpoint. I don't know how you guys do things there, but you'll see, oh shit, why don't Americans just do this then? And then you'll realize, oh, okay, it's really, if it was really this easy of a decision to lift the poverty out of America, and it's as simple as people knowing this, why don't they know it? It becomes the question. Rather than, oh, what we need to do is shut the whole thing down. Let's just forget about, you know, coupons and all. Like, that changes when you realize that all of that may or may not be true, but ultimately what we have in front of our faces, say a well, and anybody in America can choose to drink from the well and maybe make a pipeline to their home, but instead they choose to walk 2 miles to get a cup in the hot summer sun instead. It's like, why the fuck would you do that? That's making everybody poor. Yeah, no shit.
Okay. Because I've been watching for a long, long time, and I see some underhanded shenanigans going on, which is at a disadvantage. And then the wars that have happened, that the taxpayers been billed for, the space project, another black hole there. Children not yet born are going to be picking up that bill. These are the things that I'm trying to address when I talk about changing the system and having a revolution.
Yeah, if people didn't have an impoverished mindset, they wouldn't send their children to war. That's step one, is not sending them there. Because let me sign up for the military because I don't know how I'm going to pay my college tuition.
That's right.
Another 4 years.
I'm aware of that point.
Right.
I'm aware of that situation.
So the thing is stopping people from needing to do all that.
Right. This is what I'm saying. And then they go into the black areas and they recruit. They have their recruitment drive. And white areas as well, not just blacks, but they go out there and recruit their numbers. Recruiting is in fact, in the US, recruits are on the low at the moment. Hence the women's numbers are going up. Male recruits are on the decline. Has been for a number of years.
Yeah, well, the women are not out there like boots on the ground. They're like doing like other stuff.
Yeah, clerical work.
Yeah.
But rightly so as well. I don't think any woman should be on any battlefield anyway. Not the woman that we're all born from. We come out of the woman's womb and then she's going to pull a gun and kill in anger. What the hell are we living in now? This is what I mean. This system's fucked up. Can't have a woman with a gun on a battlefield. It's ridiculous. Man's gone out of control. Yeah. Saddam Hussein had his female soldiers, didn't he? Protecting him. Ridiculous. And then you've got the Taliban saying they can't go to school, on the other hand. So the world is a messed up place, that's for sure. It's not God's world. God did not intend any of this to be going on. The fact that we put money on something, we've devalued the earth completely. It was there for free. I should just be able to go to a tree and pick an apple and eat the damn thing, and a mango and a banana. Shouldn't have any hassle. There shouldn't be any hassle of any money being paid.
But you do know that picking that fruit isn't free, right? Isn't free. That's not free.
Well, it's God put it there for free, and if you want to grow it, then it's going to take the man's sweat and toil. Which is, if you want to eat, then you do that to eat, of course. I mean,
yeah, that's what money is. That's what money is.
If I grow a tree and I grow fruit, right, and you just come by and you want to eat the fruit just because you can, yeah, that's not going to happen.
No. If I'm coming onto your property, that's trespass straight away. I cannot do that. That's not for me to be doing, and I would not even dream of doing that. But then again, there must be land where the bananas grow that no man owns. It belongs to everybody. You see what I mean? Your property, it's not free. I would never dream of coming to your farm to come and take anything. But there will be farmers who are growing vegetables and fruits for humanity. Those farmers will be there. Okay. You want to be a farmer on your own plot of land. That's your prerogative. I have no right to.
You disagree that it's free or not? What? That's
no, I would not touch his property that he's put his sweat and.
Not his property. The property that the land that is there for everyone to freely take from.
Right.
What I'm saying is, when you think about it, it's not free. Those farmers are going to have to put in work, and then somebody is going to have to structure it in a way that everyone gets everything that they need to get. Someone's going to need to transport it, or the people who need it are going to have to use their energy, their money, to go and get that fruit. maybe bring
But
it
in
back to their
utopia,
family. So you hear what I'm saying? It's nothing is free
well,
because
no, of course not, of course not.
because what the real money is
Yeah, you are the money.
currency. Exactly.
Yeah,
So when
that's
you
what I've
say
said. You are the
everything should be
currency.
free,
I've been saying all along. You
that'll
are the
never
currency.
happen. Yeah, that's what that means. That nothing is free because
Yeah, that's
somebody's
what I
gonna
mean.
have
Yeah,
to grow it. Someone's gonna have to build it.
Yeah,
Someone's
you're
gonna
talking
have to
about
sell
you're
it.
talking about our labor, right? That's what you're saying.
yeah, that's what I said. Your labor is the currency. I've always said that. So that's your currency. So you don't need money. You are paying, but you're paying through your labor. That's exactly what I said in Gintopia. That's exactly my point.
Yeah, but
you are the currency.
What if somebody doesn't put out the same amount of labor as somebody else? That's what I was asking.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Really?
How is that irrelevant?
Because that's what I'm saying. Like how much money you have is tied to how wealthy you are in the mind. If you're not outputting that much work, your life is going to reflect that. Unless you got an inheritance from somewhere. Like what part of this are y'all not understanding?
Well, that's in this system we're talking about.
I wasn't talking about you.
Well, okay, in a system where everything is not free because it costs currency, your energy, and somebody outputs less energy than you. Guess what? It's gonna make sense for you and your buddies to say, "Hey, you're slacking. Shape up." Or you're going to have to find something to do elsewhere that benefits society. So the same thing would be happening with or without money. I don't get what's so confusing about this.
Yeah.
Is this like socialism or no?
No, that's merit. No, that's merit based.
And what's wrong with socializing anyway? What's wrong with that?
Doesn't work.
It's a label. It's a label, just like everything else. That's not even real. Like look, everyone shares. This idea that people aren't sharing is probably because of the coupons, to be honest. So I'll give that one to Jen. But if you take the coupons away, the infection, the problem is still the same. It's the first thing I said is it's not really about money. You take the coupons away, people aren't going to just all of a sudden behave because the problem was never money to begin with. That's just what people believe because, again, that's another form of religion. How much less you have and how much more other people have. It's a fucking religion. You have what you have because of what you do. The more efficiently you do, the more you'll have. If you can train others to do what you efficiently know how to do, you will have leverage and may not have to do the same thing you taught others, and they'll pay you for teaching them that skill.
Yeah.
The end.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's if you want to keep this system going and we can get there. But at the moment, as I've said, at current conditions and situations at the moment, we need a revolution.
Well, when you say at the moment, I'm talking about in a society where coupons don't exist. That was what my example was for, and you're like, yeah, well, you can't agree and disagree at the same time.
Yeah,
because I'm talking about a situation in which nobody has money, quote unquote. So in that sense, people are going to have to be incentivized to use their skills. There are going to be people who don't use any skills. They're going to have a little bit, unless they inherited some wealth from somewhere.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to have to reskill and learn a skill.
Yeah, so whether there were coupons or not, you're saying if there were no coupons, there would be no problems. And I'm saying, no, that's a lie.
No, I'm looking at it not from the system we're living in, where I'm creating a new complete system. Complete, which is the simplicity that everything that we have in abundance that's being wasted is for everybody, and that waste would whatever, it's all there for you free. Solar panels on your roofs. That'd be by law that every house would have to have a solar panel on both sides, because we're going to be using the sun, so your energy will be free. You're not paying for that. There's no money. There's no money coming from you. You're not worrying about a bill. No bill. There is no bill coming to your house that you have to pay. None.
Yeah, but there's still gonna have to be upkeep. There's still gonna have to
Correct. Of course, there's going to be.
Right. So
That's all part of the man who does the job.
without the money, the structure is still the same. You're talking about this world where everyone has a house and everyone has panels. Well, guess what? When people realize, oh shit, even though there's no money, work still has to be done.
Of course.
The problem is going to be the same. It's going to equate to not utopia. Because people don't.
I doubt that. I doubt that very much. I doubt that very much because
off the basis of what?
The man who fits the solar panel to the roof is the man who will do the maintenance for that. The engineer, or you can even have a solar panel maintenance man. So the fitter and the maintenance man, they're there.
No, my bad. I didn't mean to just. I wasn't talking about the panels. I was talking about the home, the piping, the wiring, all of that. So there'd be different people who would have to routinely figure that shit out. But not only that, unless you're working off. Well, I mean, I guess if you're working on solar, you can kind of like localize it. But again, if you're trying to live in a society with teams, guess what? You're gonna have to start building infrastructure that involves more labor. So either everyone is living in their own everyone's living in their own utopia where the maintenance is, just whatever, but the loss is great because you're not sharing in it.
No, everyone's going to benefit because every house.
What do you say? No, I didn't say people were benefiting or not benefiting. I'm just saying what I'm saying.
Yeah. You're just not talking about Gene's utopia because the way you're describing it is not the way I'm describing it at all. You're not.
No, you're not describing anything. You're saying everyone will have everything because there'll be no need for money. And I'm saying, well, shit isn't free. You don't need coupons to know. You don't need coupons to know that shit isn't free. It doesn't matter if you go to Home Depot or if you do it yourself.
Everybody knows what I mean when I say you remove the money and the value that you put on something, in that you level that by removing that. Everybody's working together for freedom, for real freedom, because we're not free at the moment. For real freedom, and yes, everything.
But you think we're not free because of the coupons, and that's not true.
Because of the government's intervention into our lives. That's the problem here.
Yeah, it's our susceptible nature to the government. It's our susceptible nature. It's not the government. It's our susceptibility to it. That's what you're missing. That's what you're.
I'm aware of that.
No, I'm not saying you're missing it. I'm saying your conversation, your topic, everything that you're talking about is missing the component that I keep bringing up that you keep saying is irrelevant.
The susceptibility of the people, yeah. I've said it many times that we are voting for our own demise. Lack of education, lack of understanding.
Okay, which would make the points that you're making contradictory to each other. Because you're saying if there was no money and everyone had what they needed and you didn't have this government system, then everything would be fine. Except, this is my caveat, except that people are still going to be people regardless of what system you put them in. God put people in the most fucking flourishing system that there could be, and people are still not flourishing. And you think that your idea of utopia is better than what God did? No, it's people.
God didn't do this system. God didn't do this system we're living in. The natural side of it, yes. This governmental system, that's not God's work. It's got nothing to do with God. Guns being pulled, children's being burnt, gay, lesbians, this is not God's work. Sorry, you cannot attribute that to God at all. So no, you're wrong. You're wrong when you say it's God's work. And that's never been my position. I don't look at this earth that I live on, in the system that I live in, as God's work. The natural side of it, the rain, the snow, the wind, the flat earth, the leaves, food, fruits, vegetables, nuts, berries, animals, human beings, the natural facet, that's God's work. Government, taxation, enslavement, wars, bombs, chemicals. That's fucking man, not God. And I'm sorry, no, totally disagree with that.
What's going to happen in the next like 30, 40 years when there's like a shortage of like blue collar jobs and you don't have enough people to like fix the cables, the electric cables?
That would never happen. That would never happen because in Utopia, for example, where I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying here. I'm saying.
Oh, right now in this system. Yeah, right. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Because like I said, we need a revolution, and we need it on the hurry up. That's what I'm saying. Stop.
So, do you think everyone should be paid
double quick,
equally?
hit the brakes on the train immediately, and then things might work a bit better for humanity. Do you know what I mean? At the moment, it's definitely one-sided. The slope is against us. It's an uphill struggle.
Somebody asked you if you think everyone should be paid equally.
In Gintopia, you would be getting, no one's getting any money, so you're being paid equally through your labour. That's that.
Because then, what would incentivize
in this system, I think everybody should be paid equally. Yes, I do feel that. But that's
there would be no surgeons or
understanding, isn't it? Yeah, but should all get paid equally. Use your resources, but again, it depends on how much you're going to be using as a resource, because everything's got a value on it. So you've got to be very, very careful on what you use, because it's going to cost you more money. So you've got to live within your means. That's a problem, you see, at the moment. But if you're living in Utopia, there would be no problem because.
Wait, somebody else is trying to say something. What happened?
You can't pay everyone the same thing because it would lose incentivization. No one would want to do the hard work. If everyone got paid the exact same, then everyone just want to be a janitor. Who would want to go off 9 years of college, study their ass off, just to get paid the same amount as some guy who dropped out of high school?
Well, I mean, that's one aspect of your question that I looked at, and I thought, at the end of the day, you're living under a slavery system. This is what I'm saying. That's why this system is not good.
Oh, that's why I asked earlier. What do you guys think about either equity or merit, right? Because when you go under a system of equity, everyone just gets paid the same, right? And so there's really no incentive to improve, to kind of do better.
Well, no, you can improve. You can improve it, but there's no need to amass a wealth. It's just not necessary.
Yeah, you have to convince everybody to not want a Ferrari. You have to convince everybody.
You can have a Ferrari. Why not?
Oh, you have to force them not.
Everybody,
Everybody can have. If everybody wants a Ferrari, they wait in the queue. They'll get their Ferrari at the end of when their number comes up. Obviously, first come, first serve basis. Obviously, but yeah, why? If you want a Ferrari, you can have one.
What was it that they had? They had announced something. The globalists had announced that they had said something. I forget exactly what they said, but it was somewhere along the lines of. You will never own anything or something like that.
You will like it.
Yeah, and you will like it, something like that.
Yeah, you'll own nothing and like it. Basically, is what they said.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, I remember that. That was in 2020, 2021. But
to me, that just sounds like they're just saying with that. It just sounds like they're going to turn debt into currency.
Debt already is a currency.
That's right. So they're basically,
have you ever read Rich Dad Poor Dad?
Basically flaunting their power, saying, "Don't worry, we're going to be this new world order is coming in thick and fast." That's what they're telling us, basically, in this system. So those who can box clever will avoid some of the potholes, but it means that you're condemning the rest of the human race, because I think this system that's coming in, this new world order, is a technological prison for humanity. That's where we're headed.
But I don't want to wait for a Ferrari. I want to make money and buy one. What if the list is too long and I can't get a Ferrari till I'm 50?
Well, that's bad luck on your part. You know what I mean? You should have got to the queue quicker.
You would have no surgeons because no one wants to go and do extra work if they're going to get paid the same amount as everyone else.
Yeah, there's no overtime and things like that. Yeah, that's why in Utopia there is no money. You want a Ferrari, you won't get it like that. You just got to wait in the queue, and then you will accept that because there is no other way of you getting your Ferrari until your number comes up. So be patient, young man. That's all it is.
So, well, what if you have two blacksmiths, right? And one of the blacksmiths is exceptional. He's like he makes the best tools.
Yeah.
He's like amazing. And then the other guy he's not as good. And so now what happens is everyone just goes to the better blacksmith, right? And so what happens to the guy who is...
in Utopia, everyone will be trained to the highest standards, so there won't be that kind of disparity at all. Plus, we'll have AI to assist as well. So, precision tools and things will be made to the highest standard. There won't be this disparity in Utopia, because that's not going to be happening. Where you have one man better than the other. No, they're going to, when you go to study, you're going to apply that, and you will attain that standard.
Are you talking about automation?
Well, some of it's going to have to be automated, of course. And then if you're talking about manpower, like I said, the individuals will go off to college and learn to become a proper welder, a blacksmith, and then push out good quality tools to assist. Remember, he's working for Utopia. He's not working for him, but inadvertently working for himself. He himself would have got his house food for free. He'd be able to go to the supermarket and pick up his food for free. So, so that's his payment in itself. So when he works, he's working to produce good quality goods. There won't be this shoddy and shabby workmanship.
How much food can he get? How much food can he get?
Well, he gets what he needs to survive, because if he wastes, there'll be a price to pay there. Not money, but you'll forfeit something. Okay, because you can't waste food.
Like lashing?
Wasting must stop.
They would lash you or something?
If you're taking more than you need and you're wasting, then, you may not have a holiday this year. That could be the punishment. Your 2 weeks holiday has now been remitted because you've wasted food. And it will be an incentive for you not to waste next time. Do you see what I mean? Or your 1 month holiday with your family is now being revoked because you wasted food. Stop wasting food. Why are you wasting food in Utopia? What's going on? There is no need for you to be wasting any food.
I just don't understand.
Who's going to enforce all of this?
Oh, well, it's going to be enforced through AI technological bins that watch what you do waste, okay? And the patrol of the AI police all over the place, yeah, cameras. That's got to be there for our benefit, yeah? Remember, I'm coming under those cameras myself. And it's the people who will enforce all this, and then we'll use AI to patrol it and make sure it works. You can't waste food. It should be down to you not to waste food. You should be thinking, I don't want to waste food because it took like 93 liters to make one single banana. So you're going to eat it all. You're not going to waste it. You're not going to take more food than you need to go and waste it at home when somebody else could have ate it. You won't do that. You just won't do that.
So there won't be any fat people, right?
So you won't be a jackass in Utopia.
No, I mean there won't be any fat people, right?
There won't be. Fat people will reduce. Of course,